station. So that's why it was set up that way.
So we've read through your tweet from earlier today, and it was kind of interesting seeing the different types of criteria needed to launch or to stop a launch. Do you want to kind of speak to more of some of these different conditions that can get in the way of a launch occurring, or what it takes to actually do it?
If you don't mind, bring that graphic up, and you guys are the weather weenies here, so feel free to jump in on anything you see here that catches your eye. There's basically we'll call it three things that they're looking at. Precipitation is one of them. We don't want to launch through precipitation. That's just a no-go. The other thing is clouds, and the clouds kind of go two ways. There's a thick cloud rule that's in place. We have launched other missions through clouds, uncrewed missions, and you see a really brightening of the cloud as the plume goes through it. But for a crewed mission where we want to keep eyes on the vehicle, particularly during a test like this, where the high definition video, they're basically shooting through telescopes that are on these. They look like old World War II guns that can elevate and follow the track of the vehicle as it goes up. We want to keep eyes on that. So that thick cloud rule is another one. But the rest of the cloud rules, when you really look at them in depth, they are all about lightning. Anvil clouds. Once a cumulus cloud has matured and a storm has matured to the point where you start seeing those overshooting tops as it's touching the bottom of the stratosphere, that's the kind of thing that it really worries a launch weather officer because it's got the potential to generate a lot of lightning. Lightning's very bad for rockets. I mentioned that earlier, how Apollo 12 was struck by lightning. Smoke in the area can trigger lightning. The rockets themselves can trigger lightning. That plume that is coming off the rocket can act as a bit of a grounding rod, and the lightning is drawn to the vehicle itself because it's trying to find that path to the ground, and the plume itself can create a path to the ground. So any potential for lightning in the area we want to avoid. A good percentage of those launch weather criteria that you see there is about avoiding lightning.
Yeah, Tony, I was going to say the lightning is concerned, but I could see two or three other ones, especially the convective debris one and the within 10 nautical miles of an anvil. Those were all met as well. So it wasn't, and I think it wasn't just one storm. They had storms exiting and also storms coming in. They were kind of surrounded. It was just a bad situation. As soon as I was looking at the radar and saw the lightning, I was like, this did not look good.
Yeah, the times when I'm down there, I definitely have radar on my phone out watching it, and you can watch the storms boil up. Little tiny cells boil up halfway between Orlando and the Space Coast. And it's that convective action as the sea breezes come on that really can create some of that. Didn't see a whole ton of that this afternoon. Really did this morning. Saw those boil up, move across, dissipate. We're mostly seeing more organized storms move across, or cells, I should say, move across Central Florida.
Hey, Tony, I have a question. What was the precise flight path? Was it to the northeast, southeast? What direction was it going to go?
All these flights are going to go to the northeast, and they're following the same inclination that the International Space Station has. So when you're looking at an orbit, everything's relative to the equator, and you measure that angle between the equator and wherever your flight path is, and it's I have the exact number. It's 50-some degrees. So it kind of runs up the East Coast, almost parallel to it. So anybody out in eastern North Carolina, the next time we have a good launch, especially one at night, it's easier to see these at night because you got that plume to look for. But we should be able to see them definitely out from the easternmost part of North Carolina. But I think you've actually seen them a time or two in Charlotte.
Yeah, we got lucky with that sunrise launch because the sun was coming up and it illuminated the plume on the horizon, and it was spectacular. It freaked people out, but as soon as I saw it, I knew right away. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. It was just the perfect setup of lighting and angle and everything.
Brad, Venus freaks people out, so.
Well, Tony, I have a question. We're talking about the weather and it kind of scrubbed this launch. So what happens now? I mean, what do you think the mindset of these astronauts are? I mean, now you get pumped up for this, and now it's kind of wait a few more days.
I think this is a bit of muscle memory for them. It is not built up in their mind, maybe to the point where we think it might be, because they've done this so many times. There's a comment made on the broadcast today. Well, we got another good dry run. And in their minds, that's probably what this was: a more organized dry run with more cameras and more attention. They saw this as a positive thing. This was another chance to check out the suits. This was another chance to check out, make sure those Teslas would make it to the launch pad without any problems there. I didn't see any superchargers on the launch pad, so I guess those things were fully charged before they popped the astronauts in there. It was another chance to see their families. They've been in quarantine for a good amount of time. That's normal. We always quarantine our astronauts before they go, something we learned back in the Apollo days. So they've done this so many times in simulations and dry runs and things like that, that this is kind of business as usual. This is their office. I'm sure they wanted to fly today, and they would have rather gone today than have to wait a couple more days. But it's another chance to do a little more study. It's another chance to work through some of these things in their heads. So in the end, it's a positive thing.
Tony, actually playing on the screen right now is some emotional video of them saying goodbye to their family, and it's most notable in these coronavirus times that they are 6 feet apart and social distancing. But I think you just hit upon it too, in that space is a very sterile environment, and there typically are some separation and some quarantine. Can you talk at all about, did coronavirus amplify that?
Not really. The main thing that the main impact that it had on this launch was in the support personnel. The folks that are working directly with the astronauts, this is the operations checkout building. It's existed since I believe the Gemini days, or definitely during the Apollo days. This is where there's some small apartments the astronauts stay in. There's some dining facilities. There's, of course, a kitchen there. And there's folks that support that. So there's fewer people involved with that. And the people involved with that were in their own quarantine as well. But this, that distancing you saw there, there used to be when the astronauts would arrive from Houston into the Kennedy Space Center, near that landing strip where their aircraft would come in, there was this drainage ditch, that the families would be on one side and the astronauts would be on the other. And that was where they said their goodbyes. So it's very common for the families to be separated from the astronauts just for their safety. One thing that's worth noting in that great video where you saw the two boys, the similarities with these two astronauts are kind of fun. They both have two boys about the same age. Both the astronauts are about the same age. They joined NASA. They were accepted into the astronaut class of 2000. There's a similarity there. They're both test pilots. One was in the Air Force, one was in the Marine Corps. They both married astronauts as well. And both of their wives have PhDs. One's an oceanographer, and the other is a mechanical engineer. But they're kind of similar in that regard. So it's really cool that they got to see their families here. And the one thing I really like about the Tesla is once those doors are shut and those guys are sealed in, the boys got to go up and wave goodbye to their fathers a little bit closer. You didn't get that in the Astro van. They just hopped on board and headed out there.
Kind of brings us right back around to that whole stylistic difference we're seeing now with SpaceX in 2020.
Did we think Elon Musk was going to put them on a motorhome and send them out there? No, he's going to send them out there like this. I did like the addition of the worm logo too, the old worm logo type.
I was going to ask you that. That was going to be my end question. But is that your preference over what I learned today is otherwise called the meatball?
The meatball, NASA has 3 logos. The meatball is what you see on the door there, and each one of those little items on there, the red swoosh represents aeronautics. You see some stars back there. Obviously, that's representing the space aspect of NASA. NASA's covering both aeronautics and space exploration. But the NASA logo, the stylized logo type, the worm logo we call it, I remember that from when I was growing up, so it's kind of nice to see it back. I don't have a preference personally. I think it's great to see them both.
Tony, is there anything maybe we didn't ask you about that was on your mind today that you think would be important to include in tonight's conversation?
Something to look for in the future. Well, obviously, we will keep an eye on the weather on Saturday and Sunday. The next launch opportunities, Saturday at 3:22 p.m. NASA's TV is going to start about 12:15 with coverage. So there'll be plenty of things to see there. There's a backup opportunity on Sunday at 3 o'clock. So hopefully we'll be able to get this thing off this weekend. But once that's finished, the next set of astronauts that go up on this Crew Dragon, I believe they're going to use all 4 seats. So we'll see this really starting to meet the demands that it was set out there for. And keep in mind that this isn't the only commercial human spaceflight effort that is out there that NASA is partnering with a commercial entity. Next, we're going to see Boeing. And we don't have dates on when that's going to be, but Boeing has a Starliner, is what they call their capsule. And it's going to be on top of an Atlas rocket, which is put out by United Launch Alliance. SpaceX builds both their capsule and their vehicle, and the launch vehicle, the Falcon 9. But there's an additional partnership with United Launch Alliance, which NASA has a long, long history with. Just about every uncrewed mission, all the robotic missions through the Jet Propulsion Laboratory that are out there studying the sun, studying Mars. We're going to have a launch of the Curiosity rover's twin, Perseverance, here in July. That's going to be on a United Launch Alliance rocket as well. That's a very well-proven rocket, too. It's actually the rocket I've seen launch the most. The times I've gone down there, mostly to see uncrewed launches. So keep an eye out for that as well.
Is the plan here to get some commercialized versions of the International Space Station up there orbiting?
That's one of the things that's being discussed, and it's certainly not going to be the last station up there. It is the most expensive, most complicated things humans have ever built. So I don't think SpaceX is going to be putting up their own version of this anytime soon. Are there commercial benefits to having an ability to do science and do manufacturing in low Earth orbit and taking advantage of the microgravity? Absolutely. We're doing things like we're even 3D printing human organs on station, something that you just can't do in the normal gravitational environment of Earth. You have to be up there in microgravity to do it. So there's applications. That's something that's going to happen. Is it going to happen in short order? Probably not. But there's definitely applications in space, and that's the direction things are going.
Tony, we appreciate your time. Our fingers are crossed that we can get this off the ground this weekend and return United States astronauts to the space station from U.S. soil. Hopefully the weather cooperates. And I think you've got some TV obligations coming up there in the Raleigh area. And so we'll let folks in that area know they can catch you here in a little bit on TV. And we appreciate you squeezing us into your very busy day.
Does anybody want to go on record and make weather predictions for Saturday? Or are we gonna launch on Saturday?
It's Florida, like you said, Tony. Someone asked me, "What's it look like?" Hey, if you, especially that time of day, mid-afternoon in Florida, basically at the end of May, early June, it's a 30-40% chance you can pretty much write it down. I think it'll be a lot like today. I think they just got to get lucky that they'll be in between storms right at that time.
And the weather's very different in Florida than it is here in the Carolinas, in that stuff will spin up and it'll move through. Florida's not a very wide state, so it can move through in just 2 hours time from coast to coast, and it'll be a bright sunny day.
Yeah, so it's the same reason I always cringe when people have trips to Florida and they look at their app and go, "Oh, looks like it's going to rain every day," and I'm like, "That's every single day during the summer." And like you said, Tony, it'll pop up. Yeah, it'll pop up and be gone. You just got a 30-minute shower.
Our challenge again with these instantaneous launches is the weather's got to be right at that time. So what I tell folks, there's going to be another launch weather forecast that comes out here. The 45th Weather Squadron will put another one out probably on Friday. We'll definitely see one on Saturday. And when you see that go, no go percentage, follow me at RTP Hokie on Twitter. I always tweet these things out because they're a great source of information about what to look for. Don't get too wound up if the no-go percentage is too high. I've seen things be canceled for weather, again, because of what you described with Florida weather, in the high 90s for go. And I've seen things be canceled for exactly have the ability to launch with absolutely horrid looking conditions a day before or even the morning before. There is truly a 50-50 chance that we will launch on any given day, and it's either we go or we don't, and it's based on what the conditions are right then and there.
Tony mentioned during our broadcast tonight the Air Force 45th Weather Squadron, who was watching the weather very carefully down there and providing not only real-time conditions but forecasts for this and many other launches. We had the opportunity to have them on this show in January of 2018. There's a whole episode where we talked to them about all sorts of things, but we pulled the soundbite about lightning, and Tony showed it earlier, all those different lightning detectors. Let's just roll a little bit of that clip so we can hear straight from some members of the 45th, at least at the time here when this was recorded, about how they go about tracking some of those weather conditions.
And with the lightning, tell us about the threats that lightning would pose to a vehicle being struck on the pad, and then this may be something more for the active duty members, but tell us about the new lightning defense systems that are on the pads now.
So one of the major threats, again, for the range is lightning. And the reason why this is a threat is it poses a risk to the electrical system of the rocket. And it can actually cause a threat to the steering system. And so we want to make sure, and every time there's a lightning strike close to a pad where there's a rocket exposed, they have to kind of take it back into the hangar and run several tests to make sure that none of the circuits of the rocket got closed circuit or there was any damage to the steering system. Because again, and we have a sensor of 10 or a network of 10 sensors, very, very strategically positioned, and they are using the radio frequencies to be able to localize the different lightning step leaders. And so each step leader is sending out a signal, and via triangulation, we are locating that step leader. So with those sensors, we can start pinpointing cloud to cloud or cloud to ground lightning strikes. Right now, the resolution that we have is 50 meters. So we can localize or we can pinpoint a lightning strike within 50 meters of the actual location where it's struck.
Some very interesting stuff. You can find that show in the Carolina Weather Group archive. We also have it looping this week if you're checking out our new nonstop Carolina Weather Net channel on YouTube and on Twitch. We want to switch gears now and talk a little bit about the surprise that was Tropical Storm Bertha today. We'll bring in Brad in a minute to talk about some of the lingering flooding concerns. It looks like we still have one of the two flash flood warnings right now at this 9 o'clock hour here in Charlotte, but I know Jared Smith in Charleston is on a tight time crunch as well, too. And Jared, you guys woke up in the, bullseye of this thing this morning.
Yeah, it started as we knew that something was going to happen. So I think that's the most important thing to note, is that the surprise was the naming. It wasn't necessarily the fact that we were going to have heavy rain, that we were going to have gusty winds, that we were going to have a marginal tornado threat. All of those things, we went into this knowing that was a possibility. And we went into this knowing that there was a 20 to 30% chance that this thing could turn tropical. The Gulf Stream, much like you two, moves in mysterious ways. And so it was again this time. It just absolutely took off like a rocket. It started as a very strong velocity couplet. The Weather Service in Charleston had actually put out a special marine warning that ended up acting like a cone of uncertainty. Because during the time of that special marine warning, the National Hurricane Center bumped the probability up to 70%, and then by 8:30 they had classified it as Tropical Storm Bertha, just 30 miles offshore. And so we're like, oh, okay. So this is happening, and yeah, it came ashore. It was had some pretty good wind gusts. The buoy at the Edisto buoy went to 59 miles an hour, which was pretty good. 30, 40 mile an hour wind gusts, some scattered power outages, especially as you got into Myrtle Beach. Wasn't that bad. We've had way worse. We had tornadoes last week. right? And we had even heavier rain. Of course, we had flooding downtown, as we often do, but we had that even worse last week. So, again, we kind of knew that there was going to be something here. The fact that it got named when it did, was kind of like, okay. But you could see it. I mean, you could see it coming together on the radar. And that guy, it started developing a little eye. It's like, wait a second. You start to see that it's expanding out from being this water spout producing supercell to something a little bit more, a little bit broader. So, it was caught us by surprise a little bit as far as that development. But again, we knew that this was going to kind of be how it went. There was nothing really surprising about that part. No major problems here in Charleston aside from the flooding that we're used to. But now it's just going to go up the gut and send a bunch of rain up there. We did set a rainfall record at the airport today, 2.08 inches, new record. Breaks a record set in 1977 of 2 inches straight on the dot. So we got another pretty good deluge of rain after the bone dry start to May. So yeah, it was an interesting day. I'm still getting comments tonight on Twitter and Facebook saying, "Is like, oh wait, there was a tropical storm? What?" It's like I was too busy. My favorite one right here is I was too busy disinfecting everything to know that there was a tropical storm. So to give you a general idea of what kind of event Bertha was here, really wasn't that big. But
did you say that we're up the gut? Because that's what I took away from what you just said.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's running. You do a little football analogy here. We're just going right up. It's doing the old Hugo. God, the track parallels to Hugo were kind of fascinating, actually. And fortunately, there were no parallels as far as intensity, so that was good. So that got some locals, buzzing a little bit as far as like, ooh, that looks familiar. We've seen that before. But yeah, at landfall, the Hurricane Center said it had 50-mile-an-hour winds. Now, Shay Gibson, our panelist, he helps maintain a pretty dense mesonet of weather stations here, and really along the southeast, and with weather flow, and they didn't see anything like that. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what the postmortem looks like on this. I'm going to be very interested to see how this goes. I know that, and I'll tell you what, it's like the local weather service had everything, nailed down and ready to go. And so to switch to tropical mode just on the fly like that, usually they have some time to prepare for that. Today, they had to just flip-flop into tropical operations, and kudos to the weather service in Charleston for making that just so seamless. They did such a wonderful job keeping everything flowing, keeping everybody informed. So not an easy day for anybody in weather, to put it mildly.
Well, Brad, your colleague to the south, Chief Meteorologist Efron Afante at WLTX, had a graphic. I was just looking to see if he tweeted it. I saw it on the air earlier that kind of just did a timeline, and I'm going to paraphrase because I don't have it in front of me, but it was essentially 5:30 advisory, 20% chance, 7:30 advisory, 70% chance, and then somewhere at like 9:30 it was like landfall. Jared mentioned the tornadoes.
I think when that 70% came out, it was probably already a tropical system.
Probably. They needed to get a little bit closer for all those sensors, I guess.
Yeah. It brings up a good point. I think Jared was exactly spot on. It's funny how this just getting a name makes a big deal of it, but literally the forecast and impact, nothing changed. It's like I joked all day. It's like, hey, our rain now has a name. It's like pretty much, we were forecasting the flood threat. The timing was exact. I was calling it a tropical low for the last 3 days. I really wasn't referring to it as a tropical wave because it looked like it was going to have some spin to it. All those short range guidance had some rotation. But it is interesting that it gets a name, and it's, the B storm. It's weird. It's the third time in the last 10 years we've had the B storm before June 1st. So that is rare, but it's happened a lot more frequently in the last 10 years. And I looked it up today, and I'm pretty sure, I think it tied for the third or fourth earliest B storm on record, at least formation-wise. But it's probably going to set a record for the shortest duration tropical system because I think it was last year we had the A storm. Was it Andrea? Only like 3/4 of a day did it maintain tropical characteristics. So this will be interesting to see what kind of longevity stats it's going to come up with. But the thing to remember about these is, I think as a community...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find a testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Public is the name really isn't important. It's the impacts. And I think if people focus on the impacts more, the name is not that big of a deal. For instance, everybody was freaking out about this today, but it honestly did less damage and issues to us than a cutoff no-name low last week, which plagued us with flooding for 4 days, tornadoes, straight line winds. So it's a really good wake-up call about how we communicate weather impacts. I know for insurance purposes, especially on the coast, that the naming is a big deal for deductibles and stuff. But in the grand scheme of things, the overall impacts did not change at all just because we gave it a name today.
Can you talk about how last week's weather, and I don't mean to make any assumptions in the question, set us up for the flooding risk today, how it all kind of came together?
Oh, I've been fascinated by watching the flooding. We had a lot of flooding in Charlotte, a lot of creeks, and I saw a couple creeks come up with only 1.25 inches of rain. That's almost, I never seen that happen. The problem was everything's saturated. That 1.25 inches of rain went right into the creek. Nothing soaked in. So we had several creeks flood almost instantaneously because of the 4 to 6 inches of rain we had last week. There's just, it's like a wet sponge, trying to clean up a wet table with a wet sponge. You just spreading the water around. You're not really soaking anything up. And so today we actually set a rainfall record as well. I'm glad Jared brought that up because I had to check. In Charlotte, we did set a rainfall record for today as well. 1.55 broke, or 1.64 broke the old record of 1.55 in 1981. So I think that's the 9th or 10th 1 inch or more rainfall in a day this year. I think that's a record for this early in the year as well. So yeah, last week's rain really set the table for the flooding issues today. And we're going to see a lot of the creeks and streams continue to rise in the next 24 hours because this is all running off back into the Catawba, the Rocky River. It's flowing into the PD. I bet you're going to see some pretty substantial and surprising crest on some of these rivers because people don't expect the little bit of rain we got today to cause a quick jump in water levels. And just watch any of the storms that pop up the next 2 days. They'll be more scattered, but any one of those is probably going to produce flash flooding pretty quickly.
I've been doing a lot of talking in this episode. I want to just pause for a moment and see if anyone else wants to hop in so I don't steal all the questions.
I'll just say, normally with these tropical systems, the foothills really, we really wring out the moisture, but it's not been too bad up this way. It's more like Brad said, along the 77 corridor onto the east where most of the flooding has been. Last week, it was a lot of rain as well, but we didn't see as much flooding because of the breaks and things that happened. We didn't see a lot of flash flooding. So we've got lucky, but like Brad said, I think it's time to dry out for a few days. It's been awful saturated.
The good news too is this thing was moving. If it was 6 miles per hour slower, I think we would have major issues in the Charlotte area because we started seeing the water come up real quickly right at the tail end of that last rain band. If it stuck over us a little bit longer, I think we would have a lot of water rescues and a lot of issues in Charlotte. So I think we got pretty lucky with that forward speed, almost moving 25, 30 miles an hour by the time it got up our way. I think what's interesting is one of the comments I've been getting a lot today, and I think this is always one that's kind of the public sees these early storms and they go, uh-oh, looks like a bad season. And honestly, it doesn't really mean a whole lot for the season. I mean, we might go 2 months now without seeing another tropical system, though. I don't know. Next week in the Gulf looks kind of interesting. But I think it's one of those things, these homegrown systems early in the season, stalled fronts, MCVs that are over water. This is kind of par for the course. This isn't really all that crazy. The only thing that would have me concerned, and Jared brought this up, is how warm the water is in the Gulf Stream and in the Gulf of Mexico. I think the sea surface temperatures are something I'll be watching a lot this hurricane season. But, if we have a busy season and they're all fish storms, nobody's going to say anything about these later on in the season.
And we'll remind folks that last week the Hurricane Center came out with their outlook for the season, and it was kind of at or above normal range.
Yeah, it looked a lot like last season. Honestly, when you look at the numbers, it's almost like a regurgitation of last season's exact numbers we got. So, those above the seasonal forecasts get a lot of publicity. And there is some skill in them. Some of the forecasters do an amazing job. But the thing I always caution the public is the number of storms does not mean anything to you. One storm hitting you is a bad season. So I always bring up 1992, Hurricane Andrew, first storm of the season, one of the worst storms in U.S. history, the A storm. I think we ended up with 7 total named storms the entire season. But everyone will remember that season for Andrew. They won't. No one's going to go, 1992 was a great hurricane season. We only had 7 storms, you know. So the number isn't always important. It's the 2 or 3 that end up affecting you that really defines the season, in my opinion.
Brad, let me ask you a non-hurricane question, a lifestyle question for Charlotte and I think beyond. It's been raining so much lately, I haven't been able to get out and cut my lawn, tend to the garden.
Oh.
When am I going to be able to do that?
I think this weekend, this cold front, you know, I think this, if we didn't have all this rain and all this other stuff going on, we'd be talking a lot about this cold front in early June. I mean, it's going to, Monday and Tuesday, we're going to be in the low to mid 70s in Charlotte, morning lows in the 50s. That's the first 2 days of June. And dew points in the 40s, that's like heaven. So it is interesting to see that after this rainy pattern, we're going to get this great treat of weather to kick off the meteorological summer. So people will get the chance to mow their lawn and let their yard dry out. I've been pretty happy because my lawn looks amazing this year.
If you do say so yourself.
Yeah, we got so warm so early. I was able to get the fescue like in shape, and then getting rain. I haven't turned my irrigation on once. It's been amazing. The problem is just getting out in the yard to work on it. It's just been so wet. And if you're trying to do a garden, it's been tough. Your plants are getting drowned out. So this weekend things dry out, and next week looks a lot better, and we get back to typical summer weather. It looks like by the end of next week. I think pools will start opening, and now that we're getting to phase 2 of the reopening as well, I think people kind of wanted to warm up and dry out so they can enjoy some of those summer activities.
Scotty, we had a big NASCAR race kick off this past weekend in Charlotte. They got in the Coca-Cola 600. It went to overtime after a long weather delay, but there's still some more races they're trying to get in, right? Can you give us a weather sports update?
Can you see the bags under my eyes? I mean, it's been a long couple of days. Yeah, we had rain for the Coca-Cola 600, made it the longest race, 607 miles. I think it was almost a 6-hour race with that hour and about 15-minute rain delay. Tuesday and Wednesday, we got off without a hitch. Tonight, tonight we had rain ending around the 8 o'clock start time, but the problem was it's going to take about 2.5, 3 hours to dry the track with all the humidity around. So that would be a start time of about 11:30, and that's just not the best for folks who are wanting to watch on TV. So we're going to try again tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. out at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Weather looks good unless we get one of those pop-up thunderstorms around the area. So I'll be watching for some storms in the vicinity. Hopefully they all stay away from the track and we can get this race in, because they turn around in their shops on Friday and they head to Bristol, Tennessee on Sunday and Monday for this very condensed, every other day, it seems like, racing right now for NASCAR to get called back up from all the missed races.
It's like the baseball schedule, but for NASCAR.
It is. I mean, and I was on a chat with the team out at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and they were all just dragging because it's long days. Teams come in early in the morning. They have to go through all the COVID screenings, and just makes for a very long day out the track, and then you have to deal with the rain. So I know they are ready for it to clear out and get the racing back on. So yeah, we'll try again tomorrow night.
Scotty, I think I was cracking up. We do a lot with NASCAR, and it's just so funny. We're going to cram all these races in the Carolinas in a 2-week period, and the 2 weeks we have it's like the wettest 2 weeks of the entire spring.
It's funny. One of the folks we work with at the track, Brad, they said maybe this is God telling us we shouldn't have started this early.
I mean, it all made sense to have all these races regionally, but it's like, what a horrible time. It's like we've been just getting soaked and washed out. I did want to tell you one thing about Bertha, guys. I was just looking something up real quickly because I was thinking about it. The accumulated cyclone energy for Bertha. Look at this chart. The name storm day for Bertha was only half a day. I believe that is going to be a record for the shortest duration name. And 0.4 accumulated cyclone energy. So if you look at the chart here, it shows observed versus climatology. Even though we've had 2 early season storms, it's barely above climatology. So I've always liked looking at this metric because if you're not familiar with this metric, it basically shows intensity of storm and duration of storm. It comes up with a calculation called accumulated cyclone, or ACE. And I think it's a really good metric for trying to see how active a hurricane season is. So even though we've had 2 storms, you can see it's kind of accumulated cyclone energy of almost nothing.
I was just looking because I had lost track of it, and I was like, is it still a depression? It is still a depression right now, because I was like, I wonder how long it's going to actually hold on to this Bertha name. But I guess
yeah, one of the naming regimes for the Hurricane Center, once a storm is downgraded to a depression, it keeps the name even as a depression until it becomes a remnant low. So it will be Tropical Depression Bertha, and probably till at 2 a.m. I bet the 2 a.m. advisory tonight it'll get dumped, if not earlier, maybe 11.
It's still in there. Let's see. Yeah, 2 a.m. Thursday, it's still a tropical cyclone as a depression. And then 2 p.m. Thursday, if we're just looking at the cone mile markers, it's post-tropical depression Bertha somewhere over Pennsylvania, just to keep us on our toes. So we'll see. Brad, thank you for your time. I know your day's been very busy. Your week's been very busy. One last plug for Weather School. You got a couple more days of that left, right?
Yeah, 2 more days of Weather School. We will have, I believe if my numbers are correct, without our glitches, I think exactly 60 episodes of Weather School
a DVD
since
box
the beginning of March. That's pretty impressive that we've been able to do that every single day at 1 o'clock. We've done a weather segment online live and on YouTube. So 2 more days of the school year. I will be happy. I love doing them, but I'll be honest with you, it's made for some long days. Especially when you have to get up and start at 11 o'clock producing this thing and get your day rolling, and then try to teach 2 kids in your house their homeschooling as well. So it's been an interesting. I love it, but I love the fact that it's all online, James. That's the great thing about it, is that archive is there now, and people can go back and use these. They're evergreen. They're going to be able to go back, and that playlist is on the WCNC's YouTube channel, and you can go watch them and use them for lessons in the fall, next spring, whenever. They're always going to be there. So that's the cool thing about it.
Absolutely. Do want to acknowledge you guys have been working real hard on those. You've been doing some long days because you've still got television due until 11:35 at night. But yeah, WCNC.com/weather school will take you over to that playlist, and they'll live there forever. And so a lot of hard work, and now you've got this great archive that folks can utilize at any point. We'll let folks know that, as always, you can check out the Carolina Weather Group podcast, the audio version of the podcast on Spotify or on Apple Podcasts. If you're on Apple Podcasts, we'd love for you to leave us a rating and a review. It certainly does help. You can always watch the show live when we do these roundtable discussions by joining into the conversation on YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, Twitch. And as I mentioned earlier, we're experimenting with a new nonstop channel called the Carolina Weather Net on YouTube. So you may see episodes just like this one repeating at a future time in a wheel. We will be back on all of our streaming platforms this weekend for the launch of SpaceX Demo 2. And we leave you tonight with some sound from astronaut Christina Cook. She spent almost a year aboard that International Space Station starting in 2019, and she is a graduate of NC State, and she had this to say about the mission, and she spoke earlier today with NASA TV.
Thank you, Marina. I now have the distinct pleasure of being joined by one of NASA's record-setting astronauts and a recent resident aboard the International Space Station, Christina Cook. Christina, thanks for joining us.
Great to be with you, Dan.
Christina, we're coming up on 20 years of continuous human presence on the space station, and you were one of those humans. What's it like to see a new milestone like this launch unfold after so much history already?
So much history indeed. It is really just such a testament to NASA. Not only are we pushing the boundaries of knowledge and discovery and exploration, but we're pushing the boundaries on how we accomplish that mission. We're bringing in commercial partners. We're fostering a space economy. So we're making sure that we're always pushing forward, always taking that next step. I think it's such a privilege to be part of an organization that recognizes if we're not actually making steps and innovating every single time we do this, then we're not truly answering humanity's call to explore and to push those boundaries.
Christina, I know Bob and Doug are veterans themselves, but what advice do you have for Bob and Doug, given your experience as a long-duration station crew member?
Well, being able to live on board the International Space Station and work there is just such a privilege. You know, you're a steward of this amazing laboratory that's bringing so many benefits down to Earth and also learning how we can push farther into the universe. So it is quite an honor, and I think that's the main thing about how it feels to be up there for a long duration. You know, in terms of advice, Bob and Doug have been great mentors for me. They've given me advice for so many years. It's strange to be the one who could be in a position to offer them anything. But I would say that as, you know, shuttle flyers, they used to participate in missions that were really, really intense, go, go, go all the time. Long duration space flight is more of a marathon than a sprint. So I would tell them to take that moment, enjoy it, and, you know, really welcome the opportunity to have part of your mission be taking it all in and sharing that with the people that got you there.
Thanks again, Christina. Always a pleasure to hear from you, and fantastic words. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group, show number 304. We all hope you've had a great start to the new year. Tonight we have on with us Aubrey Urbanowitz. She is the chief meteorologist at WHSV in Harrisonburg, Virginia. And so you may know Aubrey if you listen to a lot of weather podcasts. Aubrey is a panelist on the Weather Brains, and we're going to definitely dig into that. But tonight we're just going to get to know Aubrey and what got her hooked. She's got an interesting story about joining the meteorology field. So we appreciate you watching tonight. If you have any comments, just send them to us on our Twitter page at Carolina WX Group, or you can comment on the stream that's going on right now. So Aubrey, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. I appreciate it. It's nice to, you know, kind of cross podcast.
That's right. That's right. You know, normally we do that National Weather Podcast month, but we're doing it a couple months early. So Aubrey, we was kind of a little bit talking about your foray into meteorology. You didn't start off your college path didn't really take you into broadcast meteorology. You actually started with a restaurant chain. So tell us about that little interesting story that kind of got you into weather.
So I had zero aspiration to be on television. I was, you know, when I kind of went through high school and started college, I really wasn't sure what I wanted to do. So I had a great job at Chili's restaurant. I kind of worked my way up and I started to become a corporate trainer. So as a corporate trainer, if you're not familiar, you would basically become part of a team. You would travel around and do new store openings as a corporate trainer, train new employees, and you kind of got to see a lot of the country. In fact, I got to do several international openings, and, you know, I just kind of got to meet a lot of people. And it was on a lot of these new openings where I kind of discovered my passion for weather. So I started doing openings in 2003. In 2004 and 2005, Chili's had this goal of opening 100 plus restaurants. And if you think back meteorologically, in 2004, 2005, what happened? Hurricane season. 2004, that's when Florida was almost wiped off the map by all four hurricanes. I was in two of the four. Hurricane Katrina was kind of a turning point for me, really. I was sent back to Louisiana to help rebuild some stores after I had been there and evacuated. For Katrina, I was there during Rita and ended up being there for 3 months. I was in Louisiana so long, they ended up starting to take state taxes out of my checks. So after that, I went back to, I was living in Johnson City, Tennessee at the time, and I went and saw Mark Reynolds at WJHL, who responded to an email that I had sent and brought me into the TV studio, and I asked him questions, and I wanted to be behind the scenes. I thought maybe, you know, producing, I can make graphics, I was good with computers, and he said, there's no jobs in that, you need to be in front of the camera. And I said, oh, that's not me, that's not what I want to do. And he said, you can do it, I think you can do this. And he said, I want you to take a look at this program. And he pointed me in the direction of Mississippi State. And somehow, blindly, I agreed to it and kind of followed his advice. And within maybe a couple weeks, I was enrolled or accepted into the Mississippi State Distance Program. And I was able to not only take classes and finish my degree, but also I was still able to travel with Chili's for at least 2 years and still able to do corporate openings. And so I got an internship and yada, yada, yada. I got my first job at WHSV in Harrisonburg, Virginia, and fell in love with this place. Absolutely never intended to be here past my 2-year contract, and re-signed, got promoted. Here's the thing. I got promoted to a Monday through Friday position from weekends after I think 7 or 8 months. After working in a restaurant for 12 years, meaning weekends and nights for 12 years, I thought, wow, I have weekends off. The rest is history. And I could not have asked for a more amazing place, a beautiful area. And now my brother moved here 4 years ago. My parents just moved here in May. So now I've got family here, which a lot of meteorologists, unless you move to your home market, you can't say that. So I just feel very blessed and kind of lucky.
Now, Aubrey, you mentioned that you had no interest in going on TV. So
none.
One industry into a completely different industry. Where did you gain your experience on how to get yourself ready to go on camera and do live weather forecasting? Is that something you learned along the way? I know there's probably some folks out there that'll be watching that might be interested in seeing how you transitioned into that to get your confidence level up to be able to forecast on camera.
So it was all the leadership in Chili's. It was the training role that I had. Working for Chili's for so long, I knew every item. I was quality control. I knew exactly what little details went on every single menu item. I could recite that menu backwards and forwards. I could teach. And so when I started training and teaching these menu items the Chili's way and how to serve and how to bartend, I was confident in that because I knew that material. So when I learned how to present and train, I was confident in that material. So when I finally was able to teach that, that's what gave me the confidence as I became a leader in that material. And so it was actually kind of that transition that I learned to be able to present myself on camera. Once I was comfortable and kind of was able to, I guess, get used to the fact that I was on camera, learn some breathing exercises and not think about the fact that I was on camera, it just kind of transitioned because I just envisioned myself talking to people like I'm talking to a group, like I'm training people, giving them the information that I know, like I'm teaching them the menu items, I'm teaching them the forecast. And so it was kind of that. You think it's two completely different worlds, but it's actually kind of very similar. So that's how I transitioned because I had absolutely no desire to be on camera. I was never a theater major. I was never a singer. I was never a performer. I was a dancer, but that was when I was a kid. So, I never, ever would have imagined I would have been on television, and now I can't see myself doing anything else.
I love that history. I love how you put yourself on the fast track through that whole process. I can see. So going through the program, getting your meteorology degree, getting a job, it's something you became passionate about very quickly. So I'm assuming you probably have some favorite areas of study, maybe some research or favorite topics of meteorology. Would you like to share some of those with us?
Yeah, so I've really developed a love for weather history. And I think a lot of that has stemmed from me learning this area and really kind of diving into Shenandoah Valley weather history. I'm not in a severe weather market. We get kind of a mix of every kind of weather. We do get 4 seasons. We don't get super big storms often. When we do, we can get big storms. It's just not maybe as frequent as some other markets. But we do have a good storm history. And so I think when I was diving into that is when I kind of developed my passion for weather history and really showcasing. And I did kind of a keynote address at the Mississippi State Severe Storm Symposium last year on learning the weather history in your market. When you go to a new TV station, you'll make that bond with your viewers when you do learn that weather history. And it'll also make you become a better forecaster when you learn a lot of that weather history in your market. And I think it was kind of during that process that I really developed that. And now, hurricanes are how I got into meteorology. So that I always have a soft spot for that, but I haven't really had much of an opportunity to forecast them. So I think I'm turning more into a severe weather nerd. And I'm really loving the structure of thunderstorms more and more. So I'm hoping to storm chase this spring. That's my goal. You know, as I become chief, you know, you're stuck in the studio more and more. So you don't get an opportunity to see the sky as much, even though we all love to watch the sky. So I think I'm going to try and do that, but also try to, you know, watch.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, Will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Yeah, thunderstorms are definitely the sweet spot.
You sure get your fair share in the Shenandoah Valley area. The Mid-Atlantic's a pretty volatile area of the country where fronts sweep through and crisscross and meander and cause all kinds of interesting weather up that way. What is cold air damming and how does it occur and how long does it last?
So the cold air damming is kind of a special feature that happens in between the mountains. You can get kind of a stronger event, which can go all the way down from the mid-Atlantic, all the way down the mountains into Georgia and the Carolinas. You can get kind of a weaker event that maybe will affect part of Virginia, part of northern Virginia, and then you kind of end up with a really big temperature gradient in between a couple of areas. And a lot of that comes from high pressure. Some of that comes from coastal storms. So you have high pressure that moves over New England. Sometimes it moves over Pennsylvania. And due to that position of the high, when you have that clockwise flow, that brings in not only the cooler air from the north, but also the cooler maritime air, that cooler moist air from the Atlantic. And that cooler air is more dense, so it sinks in between the mountains. It can be intensified when you have an area of low pressure that moves along the coast. When you have that counterclockwise circulation, especially moving up the Carolinas, sometimes you can get some of your big icing events that way. You can also get some of your big snow events that way, depending on how deep that cold air is. So sometimes when you have maybe a weaker event, you can get a pretty decent temperature gradient. In fact, the February tornado event a couple years ago in Virginia, that was a cold air damming situation, or what we call a wedge event, where the Roanoke Valley was in the 70s. That wedge started to lift northward. Stanton, Virginia, which is in my viewing area, it's the southern part of my viewing area, started to erode out of that wedge. And temperatures started to get into the upper 60s, where Harrisonburg, just 30 miles away, was stuck at 46 degrees. You can have, let's see, even just last week, we had a wedging event where temperatures were, I think, a 30-degree spread within about an hour drive. So, you know, you can have a partly cloudy wedge. You can have a sunny wedge. Most times you have low clouds, stratiform clouds, a lot of drizzle. And then, of course, in the wintertime, you have to watch for your precipitation because you can get a lot of icing events. But temperatures are very interesting when you're forecasting the wedge. You know, I've learned that whatever you forecast, you know, drop it another 10, 15 degrees.
Hey, Aubrey, yeah. I was wondering, Ben, your newest meteorologist back there, have you prepared him for the wedge? I mean, does he know what he's getting himself into?
I have not prepared Ben for the wedge fully yet, although the good news is they're asking if I've prepared you for the wedge yet. The good news is Ben is from Richmond, and Ben also went to Virginia Tech. So Ben is also familiar with the wedge. So.
He's good then. He's good.
Yeah, so he definitely knows. But, you know, kind of the key to the wedge is to follow the dew point. You know, you'll do a lot better if you can follow the dew point at least. And whatever the models think and you doubt, just drop it another 5 degrees.
That's always a safe bet. So, Aubrey, I want to reverse one of Shay's questions from earlier and ask, so the Shenandoah Valley has unique, you know, interesting weather, but also some difficult systems that are just hard to forecast. What are some of the hardest systems to forecast in the Shenandoah Valley?
Well, even something like today, you know, we had a shortwave trough kind of rotating through behind yesterday's storm. And a lot of times when we have that happen, or we have a trough coming through after a cold front, we get this wonderful blast of upslope snow showers or the orographic lift across the Allegheny Mountains. So where I am in the Shenandoah Valley, we average about 20 to 25 inches of snow a year. Within a 2-hour drive, the Alleghenies average 100 to 110 inches of snow a year. So you equate the difference with they get lake effect snow all the time. So when you have these shortwave troughs moving through, or you have the orographic lift, especially when you have strong wind and just enough of that maybe vorticity or upper level energy rotating through, you can get these snow squalls, these snow bands. You have to watch out for those. And what happened this morning was I expected some of those snow bands. One, it was more intense, and two, they dropped a lot farther south, about 45 miles further south than I expected. So I'm always cautious of those, and so it's kind of just more about communication, because a lot of times the models don't fully pick up on those. You have to kind of watch for the hints. And so it's kind of one of those things where, okay, I'm looking for some snow squalls. Maybe I'll kind of generalize it instead of specifically saying, okay, I'm expecting some of these mainly in the Northern Valley. Maybe I'll say, this is what's possible tomorrow. This is what snow squalls are capable of. And, if you get in a snow squall, it can drop a dusting to an inch in some areas. But if you don't get one, you're going to have sunshine. So I think the snow squalls are definitely a little bit challenging. The other thing is precipitation, because a lot of surface fronts don't give us anything. If there's not that upper level oomph, if we don't get, shortwave energy, if we don't get a jet streak, if we don't get any sort of vorticity or any sort of upper level support, the front just fizzles and we just don't get any precipitation. So because of downsloping can really kill a lot of our precipitation. So that's always challenging unless you have a derecho coming through like in 2012. So that's always a challenge, is precipitation. The one great thing here is that we're usually we are not as humid as east of the Blue Ridge. The Blue Ridge Mountains are not that tall, but what they do is they block a lot of that Atlantic moisture. So we don't get as severe storms. If you ever watch the radar in the summertime, we'll get some storms, but watch them light up like a Christmas tree as they move east of the Blue Ridge. If you watch the heat advisories come out in the summertime, 99% of the time, they're all east of the Blue Ridge because of that humidity. We get a dew point of 66. That is a bad day here. So that's always kind of interesting.
Well, that's interesting because I'm from Asheville originally, so a lot of the things that you're mentioning right now are exactly what we deal with. The downsloping, making Asheville the driest place in North Carolina, as well as we call it our northwest flow snow showers and the snow squalls. So that's interesting how it connects to Virginia weather and North Carolina weather. They're so similar characteristics.
Aubrey, we were talking earlier about you being on the panelist of Weather Brains. How did you get incorporated with James Spann and the crew down there?
So what's really funny is apparently one of my viewers is a listener of Weather Brains, and several years ago he wrote in, somehow heard my story and said, hey, this girl has an interesting story of how she got into weather. You guys might want to talk to her. So Bill emailed me, and I was so intimidated. I was like, oh my God, I don't have anything to offer. You guys are amazing. Like, what? I don't have anything. So he had to kind of convince me to go on. And so I went on, and James was a little bit impressed of how I actually, I guess, spoke. And I guess a few weeks after that, Kevin had a little bit of a tizzy and kind of quit the show temporarily, which he's done in the past.
Imagine that.
The accelerant. And Bill kind of had me on again, and then he asked me if I'd be interested in being a panelist. And I was like, wow, okay. And it kind of fit into my schedule. I was doing the 5 and 10 o'clock show. I was doing the 5. Was I doing the 5 and 10? I think I was doing the 5 and 10. It ended up working with my schedule, and I agreed to it. And I'm so thankful I did, because the amount of people that I've met is just, it's just great, and it's just the weather community. And of course, you guys know Weather Twitter is amazing. And the amount of things that I've learned, and with my schedule now, I don't always get the opportunity to complete the show. So I have to kind of go back later, but it's just the coolest. And
that's pretty cool. That's a cool story. That's something I have a Kevin Seeley story for you. You'll enjoy this. This was back in the Google Hangout days. You know, Google Hangout has since went away, but we always copy and paste in an email, send it to our guests, say, hey, here's the link to join in. Well, evidently Kevin didn't get that part, and he actually tweeted out, hey, here's the link to watch me tonight. So we had all these people bombarding our Google Hangout, and we actually had to shut it down and redo a new link and everything. And so that's our Kevin Seeley stories. We were talking, and all of a sudden these people just started popping in. We're like, who's that? And it was hilarious. But I think we can all echo it's pretty cool doing a weather podcast, and you get to meet so many people in the weather industry that you follow on Twitter, and you may have a brief conversation on Twitter, but you actually get to sit down and have a conversation with them.
And we get to geek out over these people too, and normal people don't get it. And it's just the weather enterprise is just so amazing, and you're geeking out over these rock stars, and we get to geek out too. So
yeah, you mentioned earlier that you get to meet a lot of people, and even here in the Carolina Weather Group, everyone has their own sort of opinions about, hey, my favorite guests. What are some of your most memorable guests that you've been a part of the panel for?
Oh man, the Greg Carbon shows are always a treat. Those are always good. Mike Bettis came on and talked to us about his chase situation that happened in was that 2013?
I think it was either 13 or 14. Yeah.
Yeah. When they rolled over. Yeah, it was El Reno. And that was a pretty powerful show. That was, hearing his story. That was always a powerful one. Let's see.
You don't have to go into details. You don't say anything. Were you on show 404?
Yes.
That was interesting.
That was an interesting. And you know what? I don't know that I even spoke during that show. But I do have the shirt from Helicity Weather that's plus minus F3. And I think I'm the only one that actually has that because I just think it's hilarious.
We internally will just joke around. We'll just show at 404, and we automatically know. That's just that was an interesting show for sure. We have a couple more minutes with Aubrey. I know she has to get ready for the news tonight. Talking about weather brains and shows and guests you had. A lot of us have mentors in the weather world. Do you have any weather mentors? I would assume maybe James Spann might be one. I mean, any others that
my biggest mentor is Mark Reynolds. I would not be where I am without him. Not only did he kind of blow my mind, he answered my email. I mean, I was just asking to come in and view a studio to see if this was even a field that I might even want to pursue. And he brought me in as someone who is curious, told me after only meeting me for 20 minutes, told me he thought I had the voice for this and I could do this, and talked me into the Mississippi State program. I mean, that's the kind of person he is, and then fought to get me an internship and worked with me and then still let me come in the studio when I needed to practice on the green wall, on the chroma key. I would not be where I am without Mark Reynolds, and I still keep in touch with him. And he's given me advice over the years, and I absolutely would not be where I am without him. I wish I had a lot of other weather mentors. I've had to do a lot of learning on my own, which is not ideal. But someone who's determined, who really wants to succeed at this industry, sometimes you do what you have to do. So, but I would not be where I am without Mark Reynolds from WJHL, and he's amazing. And I know a lot of other people at NWA this year. Tom Watts, who used to work with Mark and who was on air when I was living in Johnson City before I got into meteorology. I actually got to meet him. And then Ken Weathers, who also used to work with Mark, I think was one of his interns also, we were all there at NWA. And so we were kind of Mark's little proteges. And it was just cool to kind of be a part of that group. So Mark is it.
That's very, very cool. I love that stories and all those people too. I do want to change topics a little bit, but feed off of your comment about, learning things as you go. The last 10 years, we've really had to learn how social media works and how it plays into our field. Yes, I know it's kind of a necessary evil, but it also turns out, very helpful for, our online shows and things like that. So talk a little bit about how important social media is to you as a meteorologist and with weather brands as well.
Yeah, so it is very important. As much as sometimes we do hate it, it is very important. I utilize it to the best that I can. And there's a lot of, so the bad thing with being a female is you get a lot of comments. You get a lot of nasty comments. You get a lot of rude comments. You get a lot of crazy comments. And I know a lot of females that will turn off a lot of their messages and private messages, which is really sad that you have to do that. I do not do that. And I'm thankful that I don't have to, but I have actually met so many amazing people and have become friends with a lot of great people because of that. And I've become friends with some great viewers because of private messaging and things like that. And I'm very thankful for that. So it's really sad that some other female counterparts don't have that opportunity. Maybe just because I'm in a smaller market, I kind of have a little bit of that opportunity, and I've maybe been a little trusting with some people, but I have been lucky enough to make some of those really great relationships with people. So building those relationships with your viewers are obviously very, very important, especially with, when you're getting that information with storm reports, snow reports, rainfall reports, storm chasers, those photos, or just relying on, even just everyday photos when it's quiet outside, just to sometimes fill your time, relying on a photographer. So those are always great, relying on information and having that communication back and forth. But social media, it's the future. It's where we are. But you can do a lot with social media. You can get changing. I mean, we all know weather changes sometimes very quickly. So you can get important information out really quickly with social media.
Yeah, I know that. That's the internet is where I live. Just doing what I do, and I'll tell you what. It's just completely changed the game as far as getting storm reports, as far as getting, situational awareness on the ground. You suddenly have so many more cameras to tap into, and it really just I don't know how y'all did it before that, but I know that it's completely changed the game here, for sure. And, here in Charleston, we have a really good and engaged community. So I'm curious, before we get into something even more fun, what is your weather community like up in your neck of the woods?
They're amazing. I would not be here still on TV where I am without this community. And I constantly say that this community is why I stay here. This is why not only I stay here, but why I've brought my family here, because this community is still amazing. Some of the things that I see and hear in the female group on Facebook is sometimes horrifying. And I don't know if I could do this job if I heard stuff like that on a daily or weekly basis. We all get criticism. We all get stuff like that. We all get pushback, but I don't get a lot of it. And I'm very grateful that the community responds well to me. So I'm very grateful for the community and how wonderful people are here. So they're amazing, and they've welcomed my family. Urbanowitz, you can't slide into a community in Virginia with a name like Urbanowitz and hide under the radar. They know exactly who my brother is. They know exactly who my parents are. And everyone, my parents, all the time, people talk, once they hear their last name, people talk to them, and they get such, they get feedback, but people are just so nice to them. So the community here is incredible, and it's one of the reasons I've stayed.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Well, Aubrey, we've certainly enjoyed getting to know you tonight, and we appreciate you donating some time to us. If our folks want to watch social media we were just talking about, if they want to follow you on social media, how can they do that?
So on Twitter, I'm very active on Twitter. So it's at WHSV OBS, AUBS. OBS is kind of my little nickname. And then on Facebook, just search for meteorologist Aubrey. I tell people you don't have to spell the last name if you just search for meteorologist Aubrey. And then on Instagram, I am, let me get my Instagram out because I think, yes, WXAUBS, WXAUBS on Instagram, or as I call it, the gram.
The gram. Yeah, Evan runs our gram. That's his title. So yeah,
I should be better at it.
It's a lot of pictures of my dog.
Well, Aubrey, thank you so much, and we hope that, I know you guys haven't had a lot of winter either, so we hope you get some winter up your way sometimes in the coming weeks. But we appreciate you spending some time with us, and tell everybody at the Weather Brains, that we said hello, and we look forward to hopefully working with you guys during the National Weather Podcast Month later on this year.
Of course. Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it. Always good to see you.
Thanks, Aubrey. And thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. As always, you can follow us at Carolina WX on Twitter or Carolina Weather Group on Facebook. If you have any suggestions or guests that you'd like for us, just reach out to us. We'd love to see those suggestions and work our best to get those guests or topics on the show. Until next week, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you later here on the Carolina Weather Group. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you tonight, and we have a special treat for you. Chief Meteorologist Bill Walsh from WCSC in Charleston, South Carolina, Emmy Award-winning Chief Meteorologist, who's also an author, a Lieutenant Colonel in the U.S. Air Force Reserve, and much more. We're looking forward to having Bill with us tonight, and Bill just celebrated his 34th year in broadcast meteorology, and we're just going to look back over those moments for this next little bit, so we're happy to have you. And towards the end of the show, we'll let Bill give out some of his social media information. So if you're not following Bill on Twitter or Facebook, definitely want to give him a follow, especially if you're in the Charleston area, if you plan to visit. So Bill, welcome to the show. I know we've had you on before, normally talking about hurricanes or landfalling tropical systems, but we wanted to get you on tonight just when the weather's calm, and well, when we're recording this, the weather's calm, and we'll put that out there. But we just want to kind of get to know you. So our first time question for a lot of our first time guests is how did you get hooked into this crazy career that we all love to do here in the weather world?
Great to be here, by the way. It's so cool to be with everybody. And I definitely watch love the podcast. It's funny. It's just kind of an accident, actually, believe it or not. I was really into aviation, into flying airplanes, and I got my pilot's license when I was 16 years old. So I actually got my license to fly before I got my license to drive. So I had to get a ride to the airport to take my check ride. But anyway, I was really thinking about going the aviation route for a while. And my sister's boyfriend at the time was working in radio, and I really was fascinated by broadcasting. And he was about 3 years older than me, 3 or 4 years older, and she ended up marrying the guy. But this was back in high school, and then he wanted to be a broadcaster, and he went into television. And I would hang around the radio stations with him when I was in high school, and I was like, this is cool. I like this. I like the broadcast is cool, but I really am fascinated by flying and weather. And really aviation weather was really what I was interested in, and thunderstorms and snow. Of course, I grew up in the snow belt, with the blizzard of '78 was the biggest thing that hit us when I was a kid. And I was like, by the way, I just dated myself there, but that's okay. So this big giant blizzard comes along. We have 52 inches of snow. I'm fascinated by the weather. I'm saying, I got to get into this. I got to figure it out. So I ended up, believe it or not, taking a bus. I lived in Rhode Island, and I took a bus downtown Providence. I probably was a sophomore in high school, maybe something, and I snuck up to the TV station, which was Channel 10 WJAR. And the station was way up on top of the outlet. It was kind of like a Macy's type store, right? So it was on the top floor. And back those days, there was no security. There was no, it's just like the door opens in the elevator. I walk out. There was one woman there. she said hello, and I just looked like I knew what I was doing. So I walked like right into the studio, and there was, the guy I watched growing up on TV, John Giorgi. I'm like, oh, there's John Giorgi. Look at that. Look at that green wall. Wow. Well, what is that thing? Look at, wow, a satellite picture. Holy mackerel. One satellite picture. And it was, oh, look at, those are the maps that they put the little stickies on. How about that? It was really fascinating. So, I mean, at that point I was hooked. So I ended up, knowing that I really like television, I really like weather. I wanted to put the two together. That's kind of how I ended up falling into this stuff.
So you've definitely covered some big events in Charleston. Talk a little bit we'll go into some specifics here later on, but talk about your time in Charleston and, what that's meant for you.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
You've been a figure in the community. So what's it been like forecasting in Charleston?
Oh, it's been fantastic. I mean, Charleston is such a great place. You know, as I said, I was in Rhode Island, and I was looking for a full-time gig. I wanted to I had a great gig. I did, by the way, my dog is here. if you're wondering what, that's Ruby. And, so what happened was, I was looking for I wanted a, Monday through Friday gig or something like that. I looked very, very young, as I continue to this day, except for the hair, see? But anyway, so I decided that I'd start looking. I wanted to go somewhere warmer. I really like tropical weather. I love hurricanes. So, and we, at that time, even in the 80s, there weren't that many big hurricane events. So I ended up, throwing my tape out there, and I got a call by the station here in Charleston, WCID, and they said, hey, we're interested in you coming down, maybe being our chief meteorologist. Once their meteorologist was leaving, she was going to have a baby, and she was going to, just leave the business. So I came down here. They offered me the job, and when I flew down for the interview, I actually, they took me out to Wild Dunes for lunch, and I saw a dolphin and I saw a palm tree. And I was saying, wow, those are the two. I mean, I really was kind of like in Florida, but I'm like, this is like Florida without the traffic, So I'm thinking, let's go down there. So I got a chance to come down here to work at Channel 4, and I did that was in '86. And then, of course, in 1989, Hurricane Hugo comes along. Well, the worst strike on the U.S. in years and decades. That came up and really slammed right into us perpendicular-wise, right up the coast, right into the coast. And we had 6 feet of water in the building. We were blown off the air. I mean, I was out of my house for 3 months. I had to live with my soon-to-be in-laws for 3 or 4 months. That was worse than the hurricane. But anyway, that was, she could probably hear me. But anyway, it was, he recycled paper towels, her father. She can hear me, I can't. All right, so anyway, so that was an event that was just, that was a career-making event, because, here I was, young guy, doing my first my second weather job, technically third, because I did part-time on cable way back. But anyway, so, it was a big deal. And Rob Fowler, my pal Rob, Rob, and he comes on the show. And he and I both worked that storm from different perspectives, different stations. But we were down here within about maybe a year of each other. I think I came in '86, he came in '87. But, the two of us really that was our biggest, our biggest weather event, that all of a sudden here we are in our 20s doing that big storm. And they hadn't had one here in years. And it was a devastating storm. So, and then in 1993, Channel 5, was kind of like the big gun in town, and they were their main weatherman was Charlie Hall. He was like an institution. He was an amazing man. He signed the station on. I mean, he was literally the guy who was the first guy on the television station to sign it on. And they called me up and said, hey, are you interested in coming over to work with Charlie? And I'm like, you want me to work with Charlie Hall? I mean, you want me to, and they did. And they said, we'd love for you to work together and build a weather department. And, they had Charlie and they had Mike, but they had one computer, and it was just an old Liveline 3, I think it was. And they wanted to build a storm center. They wanted to build a weather brand. So that was when I went over to Channel 5. So anyway, that's kind of how I ended up in Charleston.
I'd like to reminisce about Hugo a little bit, since it was one of the big storms of my youth. I grew up in Rock Hill, and it was still a big deal up in York County. So I was wondering if Hugo was actually the biggest event for you during your career, even though it was in the early part of your career, and maybe you could tell us a little bit about the lead up and the aftermath of Hugo.
I think it was, actually. And by the way, Rock Hill, you guys got whacked by that storm.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, that was still it blew all those glass windows out of the buildings up there in Charlotte. Rock Hill was rocked by that storm. I mean, it wasn't extra tropical until it got to New York State. So, you know, I mean, I think in my weather career, as far as like biggest storms that I've, you know, forecast and lived through, that's got to be at the top of the list, I think. I mean, we've had a lot of, you know, close calls since. You know, we have a lot of, I call them the drive-bys. You know, they come up the coast and then head up toward, you know, the North Carolina, you know, coast and the Outer Banks. You know, so, you know, we've had a lot of those types of storms. But Hugo certainly was the largest that really impacted us here. Especially as a Cat 4, 135-mile-an-hour storm. We had a 22-foot storm surge in McClellanville, and they had people being put up in the rafters at that Lincoln High School because it wasn't really, they didn't think the water could ever get that deep in a high school like that. It was, so yeah, it was a precedent-setting one for me, but also for the station, all three stations, it really was, and for Charleston itself. The city remembers it every year. 31 years ago now, hard to believe. But there was, you know, I think that and a couple of the snow events, actually, if you think about it. We had, a couple of years ago, we had a snow event where we had, and I know some of you guys are going to laugh at me, we had 6 or 7 inches of snow.
And, that's a big deal for Charleston.
It is a big deal for Charleston, you know. We were, and it was so cold. It was such a cold air event. The cold air was really in place for about 3 or 4 days after that. So it didn't melt off very much. It melted off a little bit during the day, but it was thick enough that it refroze at night. So it was a real mess. So some of these snow events were amazing. Certainly the hurricanes were amazing. We've had a couple of tornado outbreaks. We don't have them, you know, obviously as much as you would back inland. But you know, we had a couple of we had one this year actually in April that was quite impressive. It was, in fact, I think it was the worst tornado outbreak we've had since I've been down here, and that brought a lot of damage, and that was a real strong dynamic system. And we were just, you know, I felt like I was out west there for a few hours that night because it was, you know, they were just, you know, really, it was perfect ingredients. So so those, I mean, I think Hugo, the snow and, you know, the tornadoes, always an adventure here.
Going back to Hugo, there's one other thing I wanted to ask. Even today, do you still see reminders of what happened when Hugo blew through?
You know, you do, actually, which is kind of interesting. I was on the Isle of Palms not too long ago, just about a week ago. I was out there, and there's still empty lots out there. Same thing on Sullivan's Island. There's still places where things never came back. It took about a year to be honest with you. You know, when you think about, you know, when you think about Florida and Michael and Mexico Beach and places like that, you know, we see these storms, and we see the impact. Like we had Laura, and we had, you know, everybody covering it. We had the storm chasers out there. I was watching Jim Cantore at 3 o'clock in the morning, you know, and then, you know, then the media, you know, everybody goes away. But living through Hugo, I mean, we had to live with that for, you know, forever. And certainly a year after that, it was a year until things got sort of back to normal. We didn't have power for 2 weeks, but it'd be interesting to go back. I think that'd be kind of an interesting documentary or something. You just go back to some of these places and say, okay, how are you doing a year later? How are you doing 2 years later? In particular, places like the Bahamas, right after Dorian. I mean, nobody really talks about it, but that, I mean, obviously, those islands, you know, there was an incredible disaster. And it'd be interesting to go back to Freeport and back to Abaco and take a look at some of those places, because see how they're doing now. So I think to answer your question, there are things still around that you can tell that were pre-Hugo or post-Hugo. But you know, but we filled in quite a bit in 31 years.
I would echo your thoughts exactly, because even now, if you go and walk around, you look at some of these oak trees and pine trees, you can still see where most of these trees, they were blown over, they were popped in half, so to speak. So you can still see where the knottage is and where new limbs have grown over the years, but you can see where the disformation is in a lot of the trees still, even after all these years. So yeah.
Yeah, you really can. And there's a lot of people that live here that were here then. And they remember it. They remember surviving and getting through it and things like that, and rebuilding their house, you know, or getting back to what was a house. So, you know, it's one of those things that is burned into your memory forever.
Yeah, I recall, I don't remember the exact percentage, but I remember hearing that a sizable percentage of the trees, of all the trees, were knocked down or badly damaged and would soon die in the wake of Hugo.
It was amazing. We were the morning after, we went back to the television station, and the pine trees were snapped at about maybe 20 feet up, 30, 25 feet up. They were all snapped almost at a uniformly, a uniform height, all in the same direction in one way, and then you'd see them all in the other direction, the other way, depending on where you were. And it was fascinating to look at the damage because it was just so widespread. But a lot of those trees were, the Francis Marion Forest was completely devastated. It didn't spend a long time, and it's still being, rebuilt. A lot of those newer trees, or some of those trees that have come back, it takes a while, obviously.
Bill, how was communicating the threats from Hugo, specifically the storm surge? We've made a lot of progress in the past 5 to 10 years of trying to explain what storm surge is and the areas it impacts. What was it like explaining the water that could come with a storm like that back in the late 80s?
So that was interesting because, that was before slosh models, and that was before, we had the LFM. And so, we didn't have a lot of the great, tools we have today. And at the time, remember, the Hurricane Center only went out 3 days. They didn't go out 5 days. And we didn't have, the Euro. We didn't have all of these great products that push us out, so many days in advance. So it was really kind of using that technology, what we had, but letting people know about the storm surge was because it was kind of alien to these folks. They knew, remember, they haven't had a hurricane strike since at least, I think it was David maybe that came by in it was a 79. Anyway, they hadn't had a major hurricane strike really since Hazel and Gracie. Way back in the 50s, they had some storms that came on up, but it was the first real major strike that could bring a major storm surge. So communicating that was interesting, and it was you had to kind of explain to people what it was, and a lot of people didn't think that they could see 20 feet of water, and there's a lot of people are saying, oh, they're overdoing it, and stuff like that. So getting that message out there was rather interesting.
So Bill, I want to ask you a little bit about kind of bring your military background and career into your meteorology broadcasting career, and specifically when hurricanes like Hugo or other kind of big events like that have occurred. Is there part of your military background that helps you communicate that or be present and structured in the way you assist with letting people know the threats?
Yeah, it does, Dan. What it does is it gives you, in the military, everything's about readiness, right? So when I was, when you're working on a staff or you're working as, whatever your job is in the military, everything is, especially in the reserve side of things, it's all about readiness. Are you trained up? Are you proficient in the software? Are you proficient in the forecasting? Is your staff ready for this? Is master control ready for this? Do they know how to put the crawls on? Do we know how to evacuate if we have to evacuate? There's, in military, there's a lot of readiness. We had to, you have to do a lot of training. And I think that kind of background also kind of floats over to what we were doing. And I still to this day have, readiness checklist for like tornadoes or tornado warning or severe weather, making sure our master control has, all of the things they need to make sure that they're ready to put us on TV at 2:00 in the morning if they have to. So, a lot of that comes from the military background. Excuse me. That's Ruby. So a lot of things come from the military background that go into television that help me pretty much get through these storms. But I think it's a good background. And military is a whole different world. When I was doing military on the weekend, I'd go away, or even during the week, I'd be like, it's like literally changing hats. It's a whole different world of the way things are done. TV has been a show business. We got the science side of it, but there's show business, and it's a whole different world where military, it's totally different. So if you're briefing a commander, for example, on an upcoming storm, or you're doing a battle group command type of, if you're doing a forecast for a battle group, you're talking about, different types of weather, but, those people, it's a different audience. So, yeah. So you use that training, I think, to help you be ready. Readiness is the most important thing.
That readiness was obviously very important in 1989 with Hugo, and it still is. Though we've talked about before on this show, in the unfortunate event that South Carolina and the South Carolina coast and Charleston area were to ever face another storm like Hurricane Hugo, how prepared are we nowadays in the Charleston metro for a major landfalling hurricane?
I think we're pretty well prepared. We're prepared, and we're at a point where we know what to do. We know how to get the messaging out there. We're prepared better than ever when it comes to communication between social media, the television, the OTT over-the-top stuff, all of the different platforms that we can broadcast to. So getting that word out is going to be even better. As far as evacuation and stuff like that, that is drilled pretty much every year. We have hurricane drills with the state and with the Highway Patrol and the National Guard and stuff like that. So I think South Carolina is pretty well prepared. There are some caveats. We flood on a good thunderstorm on a high tide down there. So, depending on, the timing of the storm, also the trajectory of the storm versus the coast, how much flooding that we could have. But, to get people to move, we had a big evacuation during Florence, and, that was a major, it was a Cat 1, actually. It was a major disruption. But it wasn't even a major hurricane as it came down the coast, but it was a rainmaker moving at 2 or 3 miles an hour, just flooding North Carolina and northeast South Carolina. But yet governor, had evacuation all the way down through, Beaufort County down into near the South Carolina-Georgia border. That, put a lot of people out saying, well, why am I evacuating? That storm's up near Myrtle Beach, and it's really flooding like Conway and not us. So, and a lot of that, we have to try to explain to people and say, we don't make the evacuation call. We tell you what's going to happen, weather-wise, what to expect. So in that reference, I think we can be ready. But there are always going to be, and I will guarantee you guys, there will be people that stay on the beach, and they did, and they have stayed through storms like Hugo or like Michael or like Laura and stuff, and they may or may not even survive, but they did. I remember during when we had a couple of storms in Florida, down in along the Keys, people staying. Oh, I'm staying through it. And then they come back to them like, afterwards, like, I'll never stay again. Never. I'm out. I'm gone.
Talking about some of these climate change issues that we've had, certainly the sea levels are coming up, and what has your perspective been on how we've had to handle sunny day flooding since you started here going into now?
That's funny that you say that because when we do have these 6.7, 6.8 tides on a beautiful sunny day, and you try to tell people we have a coastal flood advisory until 11 o'clock tonight, and they're like, it's not even raining. What are you talking about? And then all of a sudden, the pictures start showing up on Twitter of people's driveways being flooded and stuff like that, the drainage in the city. So sometimes it's hard to explain to people that, and it's people want simple answers sometimes, and sometimes it's hard to give a simple answer. And and there's not a lot of simple answers when it comes to weather. It can be complex, but even tides. When you talk about tides and talk about drainage, and you talk about some of the even the extreme low tides. Why boats are sitting up on when you have these blowout tides, boats are sitting up on the on sand, and they're like, did you say that was going to happen? Well, yeah, we did, but don't, so it's, it's just a matter of really schooling people. And sometimes it takes people by surprise a lot of times.
It's difficult to communicate that sometimes too in the low country because you have a bunch of visitors. Like I remember when I was there for the NWA meeting in 2013, there was a king tide going on at the time, and you could go down East Bay Street and there was an area that was flooded. And sometimes I think getting the word out to people who aren't local to the area and know this kind of thing can happen every now and then makes things even more challenging.
Yeah, that was a great meeting, by the way, Frank. We had a blast. That was a wonderful NWA meeting, and we'd love to have another NWA. We had an AMS meeting here too before that, and it's a great city for that. There's our shameless plug right there. We'd love to see everybody come back, but when we ever have conventions again. But yeah, I mean, it is, and it's hard to explain that to people that they say, hey, look, this is this is not a rain event. This is not this. We're not seeing a major storm along the coast. why are we getting flooding? And it's a beautiful blue sky day. So a lot of it's education, and the TV folks will tell you all the time that they give us 2.5 minutes to do the weather and say, oh, by the way, could you explain how this stuff works? So it can be, it's challenging. And I always, when I coach people and doing weather, I'm like, you're taking such a complex thing and you're making it simple, but you have to cherry pick the most important things and let people know about them. What's good about today, though, is that we have things like this podcast, things like social media, Facebook, and I'm sure you guys know, when we have big storms, and ask like Rob and everybody, Ricky will tell you. I mean, we're not only doing television, we're doing Facebook, and it's like you'll do six shows, and they'll say, by the way, can you do another Facebook Live in a half hour? And it's like, wow, I just went through all this, but I have to go through all this again. But again, it's sometimes for a totally different audience. So, we're kind of schooling people along the way as well.
Well, Bill, besides the whole weather TV gig, besides the military gig, you've also done some writing, right?
I have. That's kind of like a hobby, more fun than ever. Yeah, I did. I write some novels, and had one come out recently. It was right before the COVID thing, so we were setting up these like we would do like Panera Breads from. We ended up going to different places to do some book events just to promote the book and whatnot, and then boom, COVID hit. Although we've been doing a lot, I've been doing some Zoom, what do they call them? Book things, book events, like a lot of book clubs and things like that. But yeah, I wrote a novel when I was flying a lot for the Air Force. Really, I started thinking about this when I was Navy first, and when I went from the Navy to the Air Force, my job in the Air Force had me flying quite a bit in different places on C-17s, and so I started thinking about these stories and stuff like that I put together in a book and in a novel. We actually pitched it. My first book was pitched as it was more of a national security thriller, and it was pitched as a TV show. And my agent was like, you know what, this would be a good book if they don't buy it as a TV show. And they didn't go for the TV show, but the other people came up and said, we'd like you to do the book on it. So so I've done a couple of books and three novels, and it's fun. I mean, I don't do downtime very well sometimes, so I've got to be doing something. So I guess I write sometimes, and it's really kind of enjoyable. The last one I did, which was Uncle Danny, was actually based on 3 live characters up in New England that were really they were the kind of the tip of the spear when it came to the booze business and prohibition. They were probably the biggest movers of liquor in the Northeast in New York. And one of them was a great uncle of mine. So, so I got to write a book about it. So I thought that was pretty interesting.
Kind of on your weekend job has become air shows and aviation and flying recently. That's actually kind of how we met and talked about things and knew each other better, was through kind of the aviation world. Talk a little bit about your time with the paratroopers and announcing for them and doing all the stuff with the team.
Yeah, I love doing the air show stuff, Ricky, and as you know, and you do too, and a lot of our folks do. So yeah, when I was my last job with when I was doing I was with Special Operations Command with the SOCOM, the Special Operations Command Paracommandos, and my job was kind of a threefold job. I was a DZSO, drop zone safety officer, I was a weather officer, and I was a public affairs officer. I kind of had 3 hats. So as part of that, I ended up doing a lot of they know I was in television, so I did a lot of the narrations of the jumps, either into stadiums, into air shows. We did a lot of football games and things like that. So I did that for almost 4 years. I was on the team, the Paracommandos team, and it was a blast. So I got me into the air show side of things. I've always been fascinated with air shows. Just from being a pilot, just from being part of aviation. So I started doing some air show announcing. And again, there's some big announcers on the air show circuit. They're fabulous and great friends of mine. And I just kind of fill in when there's a show available. I'll throw my hat in the ring if somebody needs an announcer. And I really like announcing air shows. It's fun. It's a lot of work, actually. It's a lot. I mean, it's a long day. You're usually up in the sun and stuff like that. But it really gets you into the aviation side of things, and it's fun. So I really like doing air shows. I've been working with Airshow 360, a team that does a lot of air show broadcasting. We're kind of trying to take that announcing thing and do like Air Show Live, which is another broadcast company that does air shows. So 360 is like that, is kind of like what we've been doing. So yeah, it's fun. It's an enjoyable side gig that I do every once in a while. It's a lot of fun.
Talk about how the aviation and weather kind of came together with the paracommandos and the jump team. You mentioned you were kind of the weather officer. What do you have to look for before you give the go or no go to jump out of an airplane?
So you've got a couple of things. Ceilings, right? You got to have at least 2,000 feet. You also have to have wind. The wind at the surface has to be within a certain component. Like for a stadium, 13.5 miles per hour. And then like on an air show outside at an air show, we could go up to 18 miles an hour. We had to make sure that we were going to be clear of clouds. So they wouldn't, if we were doing a high jump or high show, we wouldn't be coming through clouds because you can't bust it.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Dealing with that, I'll be dealing with winds aloft a lot because of where the exit of the airplane is going to be and where they're going to be landing on the ground. A lot of like doing Navy weather, when you're doing strike weather, weather for, where a strike's going to happen. And that's interesting because you're actually, your airport's moving on an aircraft carrier. So you've got to do, your departure weather, your strike weather, your return weather, and the return weather may be completely different from where you left earlier that day, So it's kind of the same thing with the paracommandos. The weather, may change from the early show, like if you're doing 2 jumps in that air show, the morning show versus the afternoon show. So, it's a constant look and change and tweaking of that. And then you also have to be able to call it off. I mean, the DZSO has the go, no go. So you got a lot of responsibility. You have to, if you have to scrub it, if you have to cancel it, sometimes you have to do that as they're standing in the door of the airplane. So that can be kind of colorful, especially when you have the commander is a Green Beret lieutenant colonel who's, very, very, a lot of these guys they're all special operators. They're amazing people. And they live in kind of a different world than we do sometimes, because, it takes a special person to be a special operator, and they are incredible. But, and to tell them that, oh, no, you can't jump because it's 14 miles an hour, not 13.5, it can be, you'll be buying the drinks at the bar that night. So, it's pretty fascinating. And then I got to jump with the team as well. As a tandem, I jumping with the team. It's pretty fascinating because you end up, and if you've never done this, it's pretty, and you should try it. It's a lot of fun. And I get to jump with some friends of mine. I got Cantore to jump with us. In fact, we're supposed to meet up next at the end of October. For a skydive with him and some other folks down in Zephyr Hills. So it is it's fast, it's fun, but you just have to be able to make that call sometimes where it's a scrub. So that's the toughest part, is saying no to a bunch of special operators that don't usually get the weather doesn't bother them for anything they do, but because of the legalities of what we do as a performance team, you had to sometimes say no. So it's pretty fascinating.
If South Carolina were to be defined by one food, only one food, what would it be?
Shrimp and grits.
Shrimp and grits. Oh, I like that.
I agree.
You think so, Frank?
Absolutely. Frank? I love me some shrimp and grits. What's your favorite shrimp and grits down there in the Low Country?
Oh, my goodness. There's Fleet Landing is very good. Actually, Poogan's Porch, probably some of the best, and they have the best biscuits in the world. They're about the size of a Volkswagen.
Best she crab soup, too.
Yeah. Oh, the sheet crab's incredible. And those biscuits are as big as a Volkswagen. They're fabulous.
Bill, we've certainly appreciated your time tonight and just great stories. And I can speak for all of us. We appreciate you always be willing to join us when storms are about to affect the Carolinas. And we always appreciate that. If our followers who are not in Charleston but travel to Charleston, or maybe they do live in Charleston and don't follow you yet, how can they find you on social media?
So, yeah, anytime, my pleasure. Whenever storm's coming, feel free to reach out. All of us down here are glad to jump on. We love the podcast. Rob, myself, everybody, really, and Dave Williams. So the social media, it's just Bill Walsh TV for social media on the Twitter and Instagram side, and it's Bill Walsh Live 5 News on Facebook.
Bill, we certainly appreciate your time, and thank you guys for watching and listening to the Carolina Weather Group. We'll catch you next time here on the podcast and the live streaming show.
Good evening from Charlotte. It is June the 17th, 2020. I'm James Brierton. Did you get a chance to see the sun today at all? Maybe kind of sort of. We have been cut off from the rest of the world. No, I'm not talking coronavirus. I'm talking about this low pressure that has just parked over the Carolinas today. It's very pretty on this satellite image that our friend Brad Panovich captured. You can see it there just spinning out over like Fayetteville, Fort Bragg, between Charlotte and Raleigh. Just spinning and spinning and spinning, but that just socked us in with clouds. I did see just a little bit of sun today here in Charlotte before the sun went down, and that was a nice change of pace after a couple days of cloudy and cold weather. All right, this week we are talking the PGA Tour, which has resumed and is in Hilton Head, South Carolina for the RBC Heritage. Kicks off tomorrow after a couple of practice rounds. I'm holding here the weather forecast from their on-site meteorologist, Stuart Williams. This is what we call a tease. I'll have this for you coming up. What we're going to get to first is a piece of tape that has been very patiently waiting in the wings. So Stuart sat down with the Carolina Weather Group in February to record an interview that at the time we thought was going to air alongside the Wells Fargo Championship here in Charlotte. Well, as you now know, that never happened, and other PGA Tour events were canceled. They are now resuming operations without fans and will be playing in Hilton Head, South Carolina. So we are very excited to be able to bring this piece of tape to you. This is a premiere of a new episode. You've never seen this interview before, despite the fact that it was recorded in February, but I felt that I needed to explain to you that it was recorded in a time where I could still get a haircut, and where the picture of snow over Scotty Powell's shoulder made sense, and all the references to fans attending the event also made sense back just a few months ago. So without further ado, we'll get on over to this, and then coming up later on in the program, about 30 minutes from now, we'll get a check of your weather headlines this week, including that PGA Tour forecast, an update on Sharpie Gate, and we'll take a look at the tropics as well, too. But without further ado, here is our interview with Stuart Williams, the on-site meteorologist for the PGA Tour, and he'll tell us a little bit about the company he works for as well.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we present Mr. Stuart Williams, meteorologist for the PGA Tour, which is a really cool job that I would love to have. As a big golf fan, I think it's a really unique job that Stuart has, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about that tonight and let us know what all his duties are as he travels across the PGA Tour. And we'd love for you to interact with us tonight. So if you have any questions or comments, feel free to drop them on the social media platforms, and we'll address those. And we'll let Stuart give out some of his social media information towards the end of the interview tonight. That way, if you want to follow him on Twitter, you can do that, or just get more information. So we appreciate having Stuart with us tonight. Stuart, welcome back to the show. I know we had you on a couple of years ago, fellow North Carolinian, and it's great to have you with us tonight. Glad to see that you're actually home and not out on the road right now. So for those who may be introduced to you for the first time, tell us a little bit about you. I know you live here in North Carolina. You went to school here in North Carolina, so kind of give us a brief background about who you are.
Yeah, I grew up in Winston-Salem. I currently live in High Point, North Carolina. And I got my meteorology degree from UNC Asheville, so I was actually there from 1988 to 92. So that kind of dates myself there. So 50 years old now, so I'm getting older. But after that, I started working for a company called Mobile Weather, and we started doing golf tournaments, weather for golf tournaments. So it started like with the Crosby Celebrity Tournament there in Winston, and the Vantage Championship, which was a Champions Tour event in Winston. And after that, I was interning then at that time when we started those, probably about 91 or so. And then as I graduated, we kind of formed a company called Mobile Weather, and we started doing more and more golf tournaments. So individual tournaments would hire us. And then from there in 1995, we signed a full-time contract with the PGA Tour doing all their events. So, and it just kept snowballing from there. And then so I was working with a company then called Mobile Weather, and so we were doing golf tournaments. I was traveling all over the country. And then in 2005, I started working for DTN, and ever since then I've been with DTN, and we just keep growing and doing more and more events. So, you know, we have all the PGA Tour, Champions Tour, Korn Ferry Tour. We do the LPGA. We do the PGA of America, which includes the PGA Championship, Ryder Cup, Senior PGA, and some of their smaller events. And we do quite a few international events for IMG. We do a lot of Asian tournaments in China and Taiwan and that kind of thing. So, you know, we do over 150 events a year now, so it's quite busy.
Well, sort of. I know you're not the only one. I mean, that's a lot of traveling. So,
yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your team. How many meteorologists do you guys have? Is it just you that goes out to a tournament, or is there kind of a team aspect for you guys?
Yeah.
How's that going?
Yeah, we've got we've got 7 or 8 guys that travel all the time, and we usually just send one person to each tournament or event that we cover. You know, because we also do outdoor concerts, and we do some other events like that we have a meteorologist go to and that help out. But you know, there's one guy per tournament, and so basically, you know, on the PGA Tour or any golf tournament or any outdoor event that we do, lightning is the number one concern. So that's why a meteorologist is on site. We set up an electric field mill. We have 2 laptop computers that have obviously the Doppler radar, lightning detection. You know, we have a mix of ISLA's National Lightning Detection Network, and you know, and so all that data that we get in-house, we have, you know, all the computer models that we look at, the NAM, the Euro, the GFS, all those. So everything's in-house, and we sector where we're going to go, and we can make custom products for ourselves and that kind of thing. So we make our own forecast on site. So using all that technology, as an official comes in wondering what the weather is, if we do see a threat, we see a storm developing, the officials can come in, we can show them exactly on the screen what is happening, and based on what we're showing them and what our opinions are of what's going to happen, then the officials can make very good decisions of, okay, when do we need to stop? And then once we do that, especially on the PGA Tour, they have LED boards across the golf course. They'll put weather warning signs up. The officials will blow horns to the players, signaling that it's a dangerous situation. So then the players will get moved off to evacuation vans and cars and that kind of thing, and they're brought to the clubhouse. And so hopefully, if we do our job correctly, then we've given enough time to where people can get back to the buses and hopefully back to their cars, because not everybody has a clubhouse pass. So they can't all get indoors to safety, so we got to get a lot of them back to their cars. So it's a big machine, it's a big operation, but it's most tournaments, I'd say every tournament has an evacuation plan, emergency plan. So it works pretty well. And then the big question is, once we have stopped play, when do we go back and start playing? When is it safe to go back out? So that's when we help big time, as far as, okay, we think this storm is going to be out of here at such and such time. And then they can open up the practice facilities again, let the players warm back up, and then we'll get them back out to the golf course and start playing again.
Stuart, that kind of rings a bell here in Charleston at Bulls Bay, the tournament last year. LPGA, lightning hit a tree. Someone was went under the tree, and it's a serious situation with these thunderstorms and in these golf tournaments. How much collaboration do you guys have with the local National Weather Service, especially in big events like this?
In the last few years, there's been a little bit more collaboration because, you know, with Homeland Security and a lot of these big, government agencies and everything, a lot of these agencies are using golf tournaments as their training grounds for big events and things like that. So I know down at the RBC Heritage down in Hilton Head, the FBI shows up and all the government agencies, the Weather Service, and so they do a lot of practice at that event since it's such a large event. And so I do coordinate with the Weather Service there. We'll talk what we're thinking, and kind of bounce off ideas off each other. But for the most part, I'll maybe read a forecast discussion or something like that from the Weather Service. But like I said, having everything in house, all of our own computer models and that kind of thing, we basically do our own thing. To be honest with you, make our own forecast. Because I think in a lot of ways, sometimes we do a better job because we know what golf wants and we know what golf needs. So we know what they're looking for as far as a forecast goes. Whereas the Weather Service, they may be a little more general because they have a bigger area to cover. So for example, for us, wind forecasts are very big at the golf tournaments because that plays a huge role on how the golf course is going to be set up each day. So we concentrate a lot on wind, and so we try to be very accurate in that department. Where you may see a weather forecast from the Weather Service that says winds are 5 to 10. Well, okay, that's kind of general. We try to be more exact than that, where our forecast will say maybe we have a westerly wind, like on the coast there. Maybe you have a drainage wind in the morning off the land, and then we'll get the sea breeze at 1 o'clock, and it's going to shift out of the south or southeast or whatever, and it's going to be 10 to 15 at that point. A lot of times the Weather Service really doesn't break it down like that, so we try to be more specific of what's going to happen at the golf course so they can plan how they're going to set the golf course up. So that's some of the things that I think we do a better job at than TV or Weather Service being more general.
Stuart, let's play. Let's hope we're not forecasting too far in the future. We have a Wells Fargo Championship coming up in Charlotte, the Wyndham Championship in Greensboro. Let's say that you're there forecasting and you see it could be a potential stormy day. That there's going to be thunderstorms moving into the air. What is it? Kind of give us what you do the morning of. Kind of give us a play-by-play of what that setup looks like if you see, it's going to be a stormy afternoon or something in these tournaments.
Well, let's say the first tee time is 7 a.m., okay? That's usually when most tournaments start, 7 in the morning. And I'm usually there probably about 5:30 in the morning because I'm looking at weather data, looking at the latest stuff, making my forecasts and getting that out and distributed, uploaded to the player page, that kind of thing. And so we also have radios that we communicate to the officials with. So every morning I'll go into the rules office and tell the guys as they head out to set the golf course up what I think the winds are going to be that day, and then what time I think the best chances of us getting a thunderstorm. And so if you take a North Carolina tournament, typically what happens is, as you'll know, Scotty, and they'll start in the mountains. They'll bubble up in the mountains about midday, early afternoon, and then as they get going, they'll roll off into the Piedmont, and then they'll usually make it to Greensboro or Charlotte by 3, 4, 5 in the afternoon, depending on how fast they move and what the scenario is. So, so I'll tell the officials that morning, hey, I think we're going to see storms probably anywhere from that 3 to 7 range. And then that'll give them an idea when they need to start paying attention, so to speak. So as we go through the morning there, I'll keep looking at the new data, see if there's anything we need to update. And then obviously I keep watching the screens. I'll have the radars going and that kind of thing. And then as soon as I see something that has a potential of getting to us, that's when I'll get on the radio and tell the officials, hey, I'm seeing some thunderstorms over, let's say, Yadkinville, and they're going to be moving across Winston and the Greensboro here in the next hour and a half. So that'll give them the heads up that, hey, I'm starting to see some stuff that could impact us here in the next hour or two. And so that's when we'll start putting on the LED boards. There's a weather policy that runs and things that say, hey, inclement weather is possible, please pay attention, that kind of thing. And then as the storm keeps moving closer, then I keep updating the officials. And then when I think is within, less than an hour, Usually the head rules official, which would be Mark Russell or Slugger White, who are in charge of the competition, basically. They'll come into my office. I show them exactly what's happening. And then we try to give at least 30 minutes notice before the storm's going to hit the golf course so that we can blow the horns and give enough time for people to start trickling out and get the players in. And then obviously, as the storm gets closer, hopefully we've gotten everybody off the golf course, and then the storm will hit. And then, like I said, then we have the conversations. When do you think it's going to be out of here? When is it safe to resume? And so they'll already start making the plans on when that gets out of there, when we're going to let them to go back out and warm up on the range and then get them back out on the golf course. So, it's kind of a lengthy process, but as with weather, you guys, we have thunderstorms that can pop up right on top of you. So that's why we also have an electric field mill that we set up on site that measures the electrical charge. And so if we're seeing something develop real close to us, hasn't produced lightning yet, and we're wondering, is it going to, that electric field mill gives us the heads up that, hey, charges are building. And also looking on the radar, you look at the cloud tops. You kind of know what those cloud tops keep growing, and you know what the freezing level is. And when it gets a certain height above that freezing level, that's when you start seeing the lightning. So using all those things together, using all those things together, we can get a good idea that, hey, this cell will probably going to produce lightning. So that electric field mill is crucial in that aspect. So it may give us 10 or 15 minutes that we wouldn't have had if you waited for the first lightning bolt to come out. So, we may only have 10 or 15 minutes to get them off, but that's still better than having no warning and all of a sudden there's a lightning bolt. So, yeah, technology plays a huge role in what we do.
That's pretty fascinating. I didn't realize that much went into it. That's pretty sophisticated and really good coverage on your part.
Stuart, once y'all blow the horns, it's kind of going back a few minutes, but once y'all blow the horn to warn there's a tornado or tornado warning storm or even a severe thunderstorm on its way, the players, they're coming off the course, but for bystanders that are sitting alongside the course or even in the stands, is there a safe place for them to go?
Unless you have a clubhouse pass, and generally no. So, if you're having a severe weather event, obviously you don't want to keep them in the tents and the skyboxes because those are temporary structures and big lightning rods as well, just, with the poles and everything. So, we try to get people to go back to their cars, go back to the buses, get back to their cars. But, it doesn't always happen that way. There's always stragglers. There's people that try to hide and wait it out. And because, as soon as we start back play, then they can run out and get a good spot on 18 or whatever. And they're in a good spot to get a good position to watch golf again. But, it happens. We put weather warning signs up. We do the best we can. The PGA Tour and all these events try to do the best they can to get people to leave. But, there's always a few stragglers that always try to stand under a tree. And, it's not recommended, but it definitely it happens.
No, I was just going to say that I'm sure that's a problem at a lot of these outdoor sporting events, whether it be air shows, I would imagine, have a big problem with that, or even like you mentioned earlier, concerts. I think it was just last year we saw some video went viral of a concert tent just taking off, and downdraft, outflow wind of a tornado, thunderstorm. There's my brain. So yeah, that seems like a real problem.
Yeah, it is, and there's a lot of outdoor festivals and concerts and stuff that don't have a meteorologist, and the people in charge really don't know weather. So I think that's when you have more of the mistakes made or decision making, not poor decision making, when those things happen. So, fortunately for us and my company I work for, DTN, we do a lot of consultation. We have a lot of customers that call in and get opinion from a meteorologist. So I think it's getting better and better as far as people hiring meteorologists or at least weather companies to help them out and make good decisions. And like for me, on the on-site business, actually have a meteorologist at your site it's expensive. You got to pay for hotel rooms and airline tickets and ship equipment and plus have the meteorologists there. So that's kind of a hard thing for some organizations to pay that kind of money to have somebody there. But once you have that meteorologist there that's on site, they see how it works and how it takes the pressure off them making these decisions. And it actually pays for itself, to be honest with you, to make good decisions. But, like I said, if you don't have the money, a lot of these organizations just don't have the budget for it. Hey, at least they can still hire a company like mine and have a consultation where they can call in, so it definitely makes a difference.
Definitely so. Able to do that for Speedway Motorsports Incorporated. It definitely, I tell them, I'll worry about the weather. You guys worry about running the event. And it's just, I think it's a peace of mind for those folks.
Well, I mean, I say it all the time myself is I'll tell you when you need to worry.
Yeah, I'll do the worrying for you.
Exactly. I'll tell you when you need to worry. So,
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Right, so we talk about wind science, right? And we get into the nitty-gritty of it, right? So you're talking about sea breezes, you're talking about things at the coastline, even inland, where you can have wind shifting or building, stronger pressure gradient, higher winds from certain directions. Do you get into the science of saying, you look at the course, you look at the direction of wind, the dominant direction of wind for the day, and the speeds? Do you talk about which links are going to be more difficult than others? When you look at long-range trajectory shots or higher iron shots, do you speak about look for a lean to the left or hooking or anything like that when you get into the wind forecast?
Yeah, the rules officials, the guys that are setting up the golf course, they're the ones that's more concerned with which holes are going to play. Let's just say we have on hole number 1, we have a strong south wind and it's blowing, 15 to 20 miles per hour. Well, if it's blowing from behind them, then a lot of times what they'll do is they'll move the tee blocks back so that hole plays longer. And then on the next hole, maybe it's going the opposite direction. Now it's in the player's face when they tee off. So they may move those tee blocks up so it plays shorter. That way they're trying to keep everything moving, but they're also trying to make it not hard, but they're trying to make it fair too. Not necessarily hard, but fair, and keep things moving. So, crosswinds play a big role, especially near the greens, where if there's a lake or a big sand trap or something that's on the right side and it's blowing from left to right, well, they may put that hole location more towards the left side of the green, so guys aren't dumping in the lake the whole time trying to get it to the hole. That's so all those strategies play a role in how the golf course is set up. So definitely wind direction definitely is important, how strong the wind is.
So they're actually changing distances and layout.
Absolutely. So we have 18 holes. We have 18 holes, and all through that golf course, it's going to be in their face or behind them, left to right, right to left. So all those things play a role in how the golf course is set up. So definitely wind definitely is a major impact on golf tournaments. So.
Very interesting. Very neat. Scotty, go ahead.
Yeah, Stuart, in some circumstances, I know we saw the Masters had some severe weather roll through back in 2019. When we see these big severe weather events, you guys, I'm sure, coordinate with the course, with the tour, with the TV networks, and kind of make the best plans. Is that right?
Yeah, try to do what's right. You don't want to get anybody hurt. And if there's a high risk for severe weather, i.e. tornadoes or even, just strong straight line wind and storms, we may go early, 2 tees early on the weekend or a day on the weekend to avoid some of that severe weather that we think is going to happen in the afternoon. So, the tour is aware of that, and they'll try to make accommodations to maybe avoid some of that to keep people safe and get the round in. Because the tour has a policy that we'll play on Monday to complete 72 holes. 72 holes is a must. They want to get every round in. So so we will do that on Sundays a lot of time to try to get everything completed and so we don't have to go into Monday. But for the most part, if it's a 30-40% chance of a thunderstorm day, then they're not likely going to change anything. It's just we're going to play golf and and hopefully, that scattered thunderstorm will stay away from us. But if we do get hit and we don't finish, well, we'll be back Monday morning. So that's how it works.
I know another that is tricky for you guys, especially on the West Coast, swing early in the season, is fog. Seeing lots of fog delays and even some cancellations of round because of visibility. Talk to us a little bit about forecasting fog.
Yeah, it's tough, man. That marine layer out there, and what most people don't realize in California, the Pacific Ocean out there gets the Aleutian current, which is very cold. It's cold water, and so fog forms on it quite a bit. So when we get out there, a lot of the things that we look for is the offshore flow, and we love it when there's offshore flow because it pushes that marine layer way out in the ocean, and skies stay clear at the golf course. Well, the thing that I've learned forecasting the weather out there, as soon as that pressure gradient starts going neutral, that's usually when the marine layer fog will move in. And so I've seen it. We had it this year at Torrey Pines at the Farmers Insurance Open. One day the fog rolled in early in the morning, and it stuck around till about 9:30 in the morning. So we had to delay for a couple hours, and then the sun finally ate through it and broke it apart, and it pushed offshore. So, it's a tough thing because with fog, you just don't know how long it's going to stick around. How thick it's going to be. We get the marine layer out there too. Sometimes it lifts and it's just a cloud deck, and you're fine. It's just a cloudy day. But at Torrey Pines, we do have some elevation. I think we're up at 400 or 500 feet there, and so if it lifts up to 500 feet, we're in the cloud and we get socked in, and then obviously you go other places along the coast there that's not elevated, and it's fine. So it's definitely tough, but something we deal with, and we just try to help the best we can with that. So
I know we're getting late on the interview. Fun question here: any favorite PGA Tour stops, and any of the PGA Tour players really weather savvy that we might not know about?
Well, I mean, favorite weather stops. I mean, as far as any tournaments go, Hilton Head's a big favorite of mine. Any Hawaii tournament's great. Pebble Beach is awesome if the weather's good. Same thing with Torrey Pines in California. So yeah, we go to some great places. I mean, this past year I went to Japan and South Korea. I went to Shanghai, China, and this year, later in the year, I'm going to Australia. So yeah, I mean, we go to some great places, and it's a lot of fun. So yeah, it's good.
I was going to say, you have to go to these areas and actually learn the weather in these areas. You probably would have to understand it before you even go.
Yeah, believe it or not, I mean, everywhere I go, I start paying attention to where I'm going a month or two ahead of time. So I know when I get there what's been happening. So you kind of got a feel for what's been going on. So, I've already been keeping tabs for the next couple of weeks when I go to Tucson and California again. And, and then obviously long term, you kind of looking, I've got Florida lurking in March. I'm going down to Florida. So you definitely keep up with what's going on and what's been happening. So kind of what to expect going into it. So it's definitely harder in Japan and Korea and some of these places where, maybe the radar data is not as timely, or you don't have all the good data you have here in the U.S. You still have some data, but maybe not quite as good as some of the things you're used to using. So, and, forecasting wind and things like that gets a little more difficult, some of these spots. So, but still, us being there is still better than, for the tour and some of these tournaments, having us there is still better than not having us there, where they would just be guessing. So, we do the best we can, and they know it's not the U.S. and it's not quite as good, but it's still we still send our electric field mill over there, and we still have that and the detection network and that kind of thing. So,
oh, wow, I bet that's interesting transporting that equipment across seas to foreign country.
Yeah, the tour sends a lot of containers and things, so it goes on with a lot of the scoreboards and that kind of stuff. So it helps.
One more question from me is as far as golf and the weather. Talk about course saturation. We're talking about frost in the morning, dew on the grass, dew points, humidity, right? How does it factor in your forecast for when the starting time is? Does that sometimes get pumped up because of the ground's just wet and needs time to dry out, or?
Well, obviously, if it's totally saturated, there's the rules of golf dictate what we can do as far as playing golf on a saturated golf course. So if there's still some standing water or some real wet areas, the tour a lot of time will institute a policy of lift, clean, in place where they can get relief maybe from some of those spots to a drier area that's not any closer to the hole, but they get some relief. And then they can pick up mud on their ball so they can pick the ball up and wipe the mud off and place it back down and then hit it. So that helps us out quite a bit. But if we still have water running down the fairways or there's puddles on the greens and you can't put the ball through a puddle, so then obviously we can't play in those conditions. But, golf courses are made to drain. So, typically once the standing water is gone, then they institute that policy of maybe lift, clean, in place. That way we can still play and not be stopped under the rules of golf. So as far as frost goes, we do try to do frost forecasts. It does come into play a lot of times when we're in the desert of Arizona in February and March, because it can get really cold there in the mornings and then warm up pretty quickly for the mid to late morning. So we try to help them out with frost forecasts. Obviously, you got to just wait for it to melt before you can get on there because you don't want to kill the grass stepping on it. So usually frost delays are not that long. They're usually 30 minutes to an hour, and then we can get out there and play. As far as late in the year, a lot of places where we go is Florida and the Southeast and that kind of thing. So typically we don't deal with frost too much in the fall, but definitely early in the year.
Well, Stuart, thank you so much for joining us. We certainly appreciate it and glad that we could catch you while you're here at home. And we wish you the best of luck as you travel out to all these cool destinations. And hopefully you'll have some good weather. If folks want to follow along, do you have a social media account or something you'd like to promote?
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter. It's at PGAWXMAN and the number 1. So it's PGAWXMan1 on Twitter. And I'm on Facebook, just Stuart Williams. You'll just have to find me on that. But that's the only 2 social medias that I'm on. Yeah, Twitter, definitely follow me, and you can see what the forecasts are, what's going on at these tournaments that we're doing and these other events. So,
and the weather's bad, and you're at that tournament, just go find Stuart. You can blame him for it.
Yeah, that's right.
Stuart, thank you so much for joining us tonight. As always, we appreciate your time and glad to catch up with you, and I hope to talk to you soon.
Absolutely, Scotty. Thank you guys for having me on. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun, and hopefully we can do it more often.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. Thanks for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you back for another episode next week.
All right, and that is our interview with Stuart Williams, DTN meteorologist who goes to all the PGA Tour events and provides them on-location weather support. That interview, again, was recorded in February for what we thought was going to coincide with a premiere for the Wells Fargo Championship in Charlotte. This week, the PGA Tour is back in action. They are at the RBC Heritage event in Hilton Head, South Carolina. And from Charlotte, I am James Brierton. We will see you back here next week. We will leave you, I'm trying to pull up a camera in Hilton Head, South Carolina to take a look at conditions there right now. It's not coming up. Go figure. But you'll have to trust us that Stuart's forecast says it won't be all too shabby. And here it is. A look from the Salty Dog there in Hilton Head, South Carolina. Again, I'm James Brierton, Charlotte. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night.
everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight we're going to be talking about the 9-year anniversary, April 16, 2011. If you live in North Carolina, anywhere around that time period, or even now, you remember the major tornado outbreak that occurred. And tonight we're going to be looking back at that event. We have with us tonight Mike Mays, Chief Meteorologist at WRAL. We also have with us Dan Whitaker, Jeremy Gilchrist. They were out in the field chasing these tornadoes, and so we're going to get their perspective. Also with us, we have Tim Buckley, who is the Chief Meteorologist at WFMY, but at the time was working in Wilmington, North Carolina at WWAY. And we have Gannon Medwick on with us, who is Chief Meteorologist at WECT in Wilmington, but at the time was working at WNCT in New Bern, North Carolina. And we have with us Jeff Orrock, and he is the meteorologist in charge at the NWS office in Wakefield, Virginia, but at the time he was also working at the NWS in Raleigh. So we have a big group of guests with us tonight. So looking forward to each and everyone's perspective of this event. I do want to hand it off to Mike first, kind of let him give a brief background of his recall of this event, because he has to run and get some things done. So Mike, I want to kick it off to you first, and tell us a little bit about your perspective. I know you was on the air during the event, so kind of talk to us about the lead up to the event and any memories during covering the tornado that you remember.
First off, I apologize. We got our cleaning crew coming into the studio, so it's probably going to get loud because he's pushing his garbage can around. I recall a few days prior to the event, which happened on a Saturday, SPC putting us in a risk. I believe it was moderate on that Friday, and then Saturday morning I woke up to a high risk. Now, at the time, Greg Fischel, who was the chief meteorologist at the time, was out of town. He had a family emergency up in Pennsylvania, so he had to leave. So I have never covered an event as massive as the one that happened on that Saturday without him being here. So it was kind of like he's Batman, I'm Robin, and then Batman's gone and Robin has to take over. So for somebody who's never been the lead, it was kind of nerve-wracking. But I had Nate Johnson with me, who had tornado coverage experience. He was the chief meteorologist in Abilene, Texas. You guys probably all know Nate. So that morning, just the way the atmosphere felt, you could tell something was coming. And around lunchtime, 1 o'clock, we started having the tornadoes develop over the Sandhills. The first one, I believe, was in Sanford, had caused the damage to the Lowe's home improvement store there and tracked to the north and east. Now, I've been here in North Carolina since 1994. I've been in tornado coverage, but I've never had tornado coverage of long track tornadoes like the ones we saw that day. And at one point, we had 4 tornadoes on the ground, and Nate and I were juggling back and forth, where I was handling 2 tornadoes, he was handling 2. It was just an incredibly rough day, and I'm sure everybody here in this group has their own stories about what happened. The hardest part for me, I guess, was watching that tornado leave Sanford, and it was making a beeline to my house, to my neighborhood. I have family in town, and I was hoping and praying that they were watching the coverage on TV. And I know, Tim, you're on TV. How do you get the point across to people that you know to take shelter? I couldn't stop and pick up the phone and say, hey, listen, a tornado's coming to the house. You need to take cover. So that's one thing that was upsetting to me. The tornado passed about 50 yards from my house. I damaged the subdivision right next to mine. I had some damage to some fencing. That was about it. I was very fortunate. And then after it passed my neighborhood, it was heading right here toward WRAL. And I remember Nate Johnson yelling out loud to everybody in the studio, go to the basement, because it was at the time coming straight to the TV station, but at the last moment, it moved a little farther east and hit downtown instead of coming here. So it was a really, really rough day. And I thought after all was said and done, because we were on there from 2 in the afternoon to 11 o'clock at night nonstop. I mean, we had continuous coverage the whole time. And when it was done, I thought, okay, this is going to be the worst. This is the benchmark of the worst coverage of a storm that I'll have in my career. But then we had Florence, and it was just days upon days of coverage with that. But yeah, it was not the best.
And Jeff, from a National Weather Service perspective, how did y'all prepare and how were y'all getting the message out in the days ahead of the event?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we had the moderate risk the day before, and we already had a feeling we were headed into a high risk, to be honest with you. So, we were already heavily staffed for that day. We already had a pretty good game plan, and I want to say by the time the storm started to move in from the west and really get going, I want to say we had at least a dozen people in the weather office, and we sectorized warning operations so that we could have 3 or 4 different folks issuing tornado warnings simultaneously, and at the same time, folks working with Skywarn. I was kind of helping lead operations and also doing a lot of phone calls to the emergency managers. There's a lot of spin up ahead of this. There was a lot of email traffic, a lot of email briefings the day before. I remember even briefing Seymour Johnson Air Force Base because they were at the high risk at that point, and some of the precautions they were taking down there, in the east. So there was a lot of preparation for it. It's kind of one of those things where, like Mike was saying, everybody knew something bad was about to unfold. And I had been through Gerald, Texas, and the tornadoes out there, and so going into this event, that was kind of the back of my mind that we're headed into something pretty big. And I do remember talking with Wake County and trying to explain what does a high risk day mean? I mean, the way we taught this in Texas was that, someone's going to die today. I mean, these are going to be big, long track tornadoes. And, this is going to be some serious stuff.
Jeff, you're talking about Skywarn, the Storm Spotter group, and Jeremy and Dan, I want to bring you in here in just a second. But I imagine, like we were talking about, social media, not really that big of a thing at the time with tweeting in reports, giving Facebook reports of the storm. How key were the Skywarn Storm Spotters for you that day?
Yeah, and we've always had a great network across central North Carolina, so they've been outstanding. So we were getting a lot of real time reports from spotters. They were calling on the phone. We actually had ham radio operators. I want to say we had 2 or 3 in the office ready for this. So the network was just lighting up. We were getting a lot of reports, almost to the point where as it approached Holly Springs, I mean, you couldn't keep up with them all. So that was a huge asset, and just a lot of people just calling in on the phone. It wasn't. We didn't have the social media like we do today, but we really pretty much knew what was going on. We had heard the Lowe's had been destroyed about the time it was getting into Wake County. We'd already heard that the Lowe's hardware had been severely damaged or destroyed down there. And of course, you could see the debris ball on radar. So you kind of had a sense that this was really serious stuff going on. But there was a lot of great real-time reports, not only across the Raleigh area and down towards Sanford, but also with the Fayetteville up to a Wilson tornado. I mean, we had a lot of great reports with that as well.
Mike, one question for you made me think. You're saying that before Florence, this was the biggest event you covered. Do you see any storm fatigue, even from 9 years from now, people kind of comparing severe weather events to April 16th?
There was a lot of anxiety every time a risk would come up. You'd feel that. You'd feel what happened on April 16th. I would worry every time we had like an SPC 3-day outlook, and on the 3-day outlook there was like an enhanced risk or maybe just a slight risk, and what it would be when we finally got to that day. And I got to the point where I was dreading severe weather coverage because of what happened that day. I'd get anxiety, I'd get scared, but I've gotten past that, and that's a good thing. I remember that day when we had the 4 tornadoes on the ground at one time. I was worried about, okay, how are we going to cover this? You can't show everything at one time. And we had to make sure, Nate and I had to make sure that we spent enough time on each storm to let people know that, it was coming to their communities, that they had to remain safe. But how do you juggle 4 tornadoes, inform everybody in their paths, and make sure you allot enough time so they know what's going on? We tended to hang with the one that went through Raleigh more and Fayetteville more because it was affecting larger populations, but that was the hard part and the worrisome part, that we weren't giving enough, coverage to one tornado and giving too much to another one.
Tossing over to Tim and Gannon as well real quick. This was a career-defining event, one of the biggest, or definitely the biggest in North Carolina. Are there any specific memories or stories that you remember hearing about that day from viewers?
So I was in the Wilmington area, and if you look at the map, the kind of the final one with all the red lines, it confirms where all the tornadoes were. Oftentimes, the worst stuff doesn't quite get to Wilmington. right? And in this case, it didn't either. So city of Wilmington was fine. A lot of the populated coastal centers were fine. But on the periphery and the rural areas, most of the tornadoes that we were covering for about 8 hours that day, Robeson County, Columbus County, Duplin County, Onslow County, those counties inland were the ones we were talking about the most. Bladen County had I think, a 4-fatality storm. We, as always we do, actually got a lot of angry phone calls that day because most of the people in our area, they weren't seeing much other than blue sky. It was a really nice April morning. It was close to 80 degrees, I remember, breezy. There were NBA playoffs on at the day, so we were kind of fighting that battle in the newsroom, right, keeping people at bay a little bit while we were doing tornado coverage. Now later on, people understood how serious it was, especially once you started to see like the destroyed those foods and everything. But that was my first time ever really doing tornadoes, to be honest with you. It was my second.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. stay at least 6 feet apart from others, and get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
And prior to that, I was in college, so I didn't know a lick about tornadoes. I grew up in upstate New York. I went to school in Pennsylvania. We don't get tornadoes. I mean, not really. So this was new for me too. But myself and Jerry Jackson, we were there for about, I think we went on TV at 2 and we went off at about 8. So it was a while covering these things. And it was just amazing to me how there were very few, if any, false alarms. There were a million tornado warnings and there were a million tornadoes, to use hyperbole. But they were pretty much each cell produced as it was going through. And it was just boom, 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 one after the other. And a lot of damage was done, especially to the rural areas in Southeast North
Carolina. My second daughter was born on the 11th. I didn't come back to work till Friday. Just throwing stuff out there. Saw the slight to moderate risk, alerting for storms going into Saturday. I was third on the pecking order to be coming in because we had our weekend person, we had our chief, and I was doing mornings. But it became clear, especially what was going down in central North Carolina. I was personally at home watching Nate Johnson with that tornado. It looked like a wedge, looked like a cloud just right to the ground that I was going in. And it's coming back to memories about just making sure you spend time on one storm to identify where the rotation is and give enough lead time before you have to move on to that next storm. And at some points, there were 6, 8 active warnings. Just a blur the way it just continuously unfolds. You hit a storm, you move on to a storm, you circle back. Population centers, as Mike mentioned, preferred. There was the one at Tarawa Terrace in Jacksonville. That was a big center in the Greenville-New Bern television market. Jacksonville is the largest city. We had to hit that. Then we saw the storm report that the Bertie County storm had actually killed numerous people, ended up killed 12 people. So that was surreal. When you are warning for storms and getting reports of damage, but no reports coming down off the wire or whatever that there's fatalities, and then all of a sudden numerous fatalities is still weird to talk about. Ended up being 12 in Bertie County. And then finally just going home that night, this event had everything. The event had everything. The setup, and then the final. I mean, sometimes we say as meteorologists we save lives. This was literally the only time that we were able to, some of our crews went out to Snow Hill in Greene County, and they were able to say, standing with a family in their house that was completely destroyed except for the interior part. And they said they were listening to our broadcast, and they went into that interior part. So just a surreal event that I never want to forget. And I wanted to, so thanks again to give me a chance to talk to you guys about it and share the similar experiences.
Gannon, I think we've talked about this before off of this show, but this was also one of your one of your first tornado events, kind of bigger tornado events to cover, correct?
Yeah, I'd gotten to Greenville in October of 2004. There were a couple of active springs and falls as per usual. 2008 sticks out, but like like Mike and Tim said, I mean, they're just usually just a couple tornadoes and then you move on. And maybe they're in rural areas and maybe they're not, exceptional damage producers. But then this one just is bold-faced, italicized, and underlined when you look back on it. So yeah, the biggest event, and thank God it's still the biggest tornado event. Dorian was a huge producer, but still nothing compares to April 16, 2011.
I've been to a few conferences and I've heard, Jeff, I'll send this to you. Obviously 2011 remembered for the Tuscaloosa, Alabama, April 27th event. Had that not happened, this would have been the event that a lot of the meteorological community would have looked back on tornado-wise, Jeff. As the Weather Service, I know you guys do a lot of meetings and stuff. Has this event kind of tailored some of your studies or some of your outlooks on stuff that you've, I guess, done case studies on this event to kind of find out the whys of what happened and how to better prepare for maybe the next setup we get like this?
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt this event, I mean, it still stands out, even though, like you're saying, the later event was even larger than this one. For our region, this is still, what our benchmark, storm. And, it even went up, not even just to Carolinas, eventually went up into Virginia and did a lot of damage up there too. So, it's been widely studied. It was before some of the newer technology came out with on the radar, even some of the new impact-based warnings. So we've actually gone back in and rerun cases like this with what we call the impact-based warnings. And we did use tornado emergency, but nowadays we even have more tags we can put into the warnings to kind of say, okay, it's radar confirmed on the ground before we even have, spotter reports of anything on the ground. We can confirm it just using radar data. And so we've actually used cases like this and kind of run back through them with some of the new products, the new ways that we issue tornado warnings, as well as some of the different dual pole products. So, we do go back in and kind of practice and relive some of these events like this, putting them more into, I'd say, the current time. So this is definitely a benchmark event. We also look at it from a standpoint of, staffing and how do you handle events like this, because they don't come around often. So, you kind of go back and look at, how does operations run in the Weather Service office when you have an event like this, making sure that, you're dotting your I's, you're crossing your T's. Every storm is being interrogated, simultaneously, and that you've got warning operations going, for each individual storm, and you're doing your coordination with 911 centers and working with emergency management, and then keeping the damage reports, as they're coming in, also sending them out. So, looking at how an office should run, and how we should be running our operations to keep things, being pushed out so folks know what's happening. I mean, we use events like this to kind of go back and revisit and relive, what we did right, and also sometimes where we can improve. But it's important to kind of take these events in context, realizing we'll have an event, something like this again at some point in the future. We hope not, but we've got to be ready for it.
And Jeff, one more question, then I want to get to Dan and Jeremy and let them talk about what they experienced out in the field. We were talking before this show. You guys, at a point in time, I think it was 5, 6, 7 minutes, were backed up by the National Weather Service in Blacksburg. Can you talk to our viewers tonight who may not realize in these situations when the Weather Service is actually in danger of getting hit by a tornado, you actually pass the coverage off to a neighboring office?
Yeah, so it's similar to what Mike was saying earlier. About probably just shortly after the tornado went through Sanford, and you could see the massive debris ball on the radar. Before it got to Holly Springs, we realized that this thing was coming into most likely southern Wake and eventually the south side of Raleigh, where the Weather Service office was. So I remember I picked up the phone and talked to the Blacksburg office, so we're paired so that a neighboring Weather Service office can really kind of basically restart their computer system, and they can come up as if they're, the Raleigh Weather Service office. So we called them probably almost half an hour out and just said, hey, look, we may get to the point where we've got to be backed up if this thing gets too close, so be ready to go, giving them a chance to get the radar up and running, the warning system up and running, things that they would need. And I think we called them back, I want to say about probably 15 to 20 minutes later, and we basically said, okay, this thing may really come get us now. And so I remember saying, if you hear from us again, you've got it. And so then what we started doing is we had 12 people in operation. So as it got closer, we started funneling some folks downstairs into the lower part of the building. And we kept 3 of us up in operations. And literally about the time we could see insulation and things falling outside the window, we picked up the phone and basically told Blacksburg, okay, you've got it. We're sheltering at this point. And we had already issued the tornado emergency for Raleigh. So the warnings were already out for Raleigh. And then we sheltered downstairs, like you're saying, for probably about 7 minutes, and then came up. And the tornado passed just to our east, going up South Saunders Street.
Dan and Jeremy, y'all had a very different kind of experience. You guys were actually out in the field chasing these long track tornadoes. I guess, Dan, I'll start with you since you're the first on my screen. Kind of give us the firsthand perspective. What was it like actually being there within a mile of these monsters?
One of the things that we had at the time that we still use that was very active was the NC Storm Chasers and Forecasters group on Facebook. And fortunately, there's a lot of information coming in through there being funneled in as well. And I remember I was in Alabama, I caught the storm, and all of a sudden there started being people kind of looking at some of the parameters for the next day in North Carolina. This was when it was at a moderate, I guess, before it got pushed to a high risk. And one of the things that was being looked at was how the storm system I was currently inside and what was turning into a squall line in Alabama was going to keep pushing across into North Carolina. And they were seeing on the HRR runs how basically that squall line eventually was going to break apart into supercells, and that's when really the tornado potential would strengthen. And so when that started coming into play, I just hauled it right straight back towards North Carolina, drove all night long, and made it into Greensboro, Burlington area for the start of where the tornado warnings really kind of got going. Followed the storm in front of it. I actually was able to bust through it because I was inside of it / behind it until about Charlotte to Greensboro, somewhere in there. I busted through the front of it and got in front of the squall line, and then was in front of it near Burlington to Raleigh, somewhere in between there, maybe kind of close to Durham. And that's kind of when it went tornado warned, and it started to kind of quickly overwhelm my vehicle and me and my ability to keep chasing it. There's a couple things that were very clear about this storm system and about these storms, which is one, they were very fast moving. I remember they were going about 60 to 80 miles an hour. It was what I was trying to keep up with and stay in front of, and position myself in hook echoes so that I could try and get a good visual of these, for the most part, pretty rain-wrapped, low nature storms that were just hard to spot. I had had great luck in Alabama the day before. I actually found myself up on a hill is kind of how I was able to see that tornado so well for such a long period of time. But this day it seemed, in North Carolina, a lot more heavy rain, a lot more heavy wind. I basically ended up inside of some severe winds going, just at a guesstimate, 50 to 70 miles an hour at the very least, sideways blowing rain. Once I got out of that, I tried to get back in position, ended up in that again. Eventually just kind of the whole storm inside of that tornado warning just overwhelmed me and got in front of me right as it got into Raleigh.
And just waiting for this line, and we're sitting there going, "Oh man, this thing is not breaking up. There's no supercells. What's happening?" All of a sudden, obviously, within a few frames, it started to go. And so we're in Newton Grove still, and which was the right area to be. We just got a little impatient, and so the first one, by then it was already hitting Sanford and the lows, and we decided to speed on towards Raleigh to try to get it there. And I do remember, as Mike May said earlier, the broadcast, Kevin had his ham radio with us. He had a ham radio in the car because he was doing the storm spotting. But I do remember that specific broadcast said, "Do not approach Raleigh, stop where you are," and all this stuff. And one thing I do remember about that whole day is just a surreal feeling that I can't even describe in the atmosphere. And the winds, even outside, the thunderstorms are blowing 40 to 50 miles an hour. Lots of inflow into these supercells. from a long distance away, blowing dust and all of that. But when we got to Raleigh, as it was said, it went up South Saunders Street. We were not far from there, coming onto the Beltline, and it was. I remember specifically seeing the power flashes just to my left as we were coming in, and we stopped right there because we knew it was rain wrapped. We couldn't see it, and we looked for an exit after that. And then we were trying to decide: do we, for about a couple of minutes, do we try to keep up with this one? We all knew that the storms, as Dan said, were doing forward speeds of 60 to 80 miles an hour. We're already behind it. We're in a metro area. We're like, no, let's get out of here. Let's go for the next one down the line. That was the Wilson storm. And interestingly enough, that storm hit Fayetteville first, that next cell down the line. And I have a friend there who was in contact with me pretty much before we were chasing the Raleigh one, saying, do I need to take shelter? Is this the real deal? And I looked, and the couplet was almost on top of him. And I'm like, yes, get in, And they got into a closet, and the tornado did hit their house. Fortunately, at that point, it was the start of that tornado's path. So it was weaker. They had a few shingles gone, but up the road from them, it turned into EF3 damage. So, but they were, they did take precautions, and they were fine. I didn't find that out till later, but so then I had to beat the forward flank of that next cell. So coming out of Raleigh, so I was speeding definitely to beat that forward flank to get. I didn't want to get cored and then stuck and miss knowing how fast these storms were moving. So I was driving a Volkswagen Beetle at the time, and finally made it to 795 area. I got just a little bit south of it, and because I did want to get a clear view if there was a tornado. And then we were going up 795 northbound, and so we get a straight on look at it, and I looked to my left, and I saw the rotation. I looked to my left, and like, is that what I think it is? Because it was there wasn't that much contrast at that point, and it was open field, and so we just decided to stop there, and then it came out from some trees, and sure enough, that's the tornado, which many of you have probably seen the video of.
Marker 5.5, looking north-northeast. Large tornado on the ground, all the way to the ground.
Multiple times. Kevin called it in. I think the tornado was about 100 yards wide at that point. We were about a mile and a half away. I could have gotten a lot closer to it, but I did not know the area that well, so I didn't know if I was going to pull up. This is the only reason I didn't. I didn't want to lose the view we had, and I knew how fast it was moving. I knew we had one shot to get a look at it, and that was going to be it, and then it was going to be gone. And so we decided, all right, we got a good view here. We're not super close, but we'll just stay where we are, and we're safe here. So we watched it, and then kind of faded into the rain from where we were as the rear flank downdraft came around, and we got hit by that a little bit. And then after that point, we took off for the next cell down the line, which we ended up in Farmville outside of Greenville. And we just missed it. We just moved. We weren't fast enough. These storms were moving way too quickly. So we just had to find a safe. We actually had to use an escape route and go into the rain and hail so we get away from the couplet and let it pass because we weren't going to be able to see it from where we were. And then, so we did. And then we went into Farmville, and we saw the damage there. It just happened, but immediately, amazingly, the emergency crews were there. They were probably there within a minute or two after the storm passed. And so we took a look for a minute, and I remember letting, again, cell phone. I mean, smartphones were relatively new, but I did have one, Pickle 3. And I remember just letting a guy whose house got damaged use it to call his family. And then we wanted to get out of the way of the emergency services as quickly as we could. So then that was it. And then there was a squall line behind that. That was it. And we went home after that. And then the last thing I remember is going to the NC State Library to upload my footage to YouTube since I had the super fast connection as quickly as I could. And I think I remember emailing Mike Mays and sending him the link or something like that right away. And then Ariel, I know, put it up. And then it actually ended up in a few things, like a National Geographic did a special on that whole spring because, as Dan said, there were a number of outbreaks that spring. Everybody remembers Tuscaloosa and all that. This was one of 3, I think, major outbreaks that they covered in that series. And so it ended up kind of spreading from there. And I think it is still my most viewed video to this date. But and that was about it. That was about the general summary of my day right there.
Were you guys able to, after this event, in the days to come, to go out and survey some of the damage? If so, what kind of stuck out to you guys?
Our biggest storm was in Bladen County, in Elizabethtown specifically. There were 4 fatalities there between, I believe, Elizabethtown and closer to Bladenboro. Also, a couple tornadoes up there in Bladen. And our reporters, I'll say they had a tough time coming back from those reports because a lot of the structures really were just torn apart. It was EF2 damage, but a lot of mobile homes, a lot of weakly built structures there didn't stand a chance at all based on the strength of the storms that day. So like we usually see in North Carolina, a lot of times the tornadoes are short-lived and on the grand scale rather weak. This was just, there were a ton of tornadoes and most of them were really strong ones by our measure, at least too. So the damage was much worse than we usually see in a tornado outbreak. It was tough to watch. I remember a lot of people really, if they weren't personally affected by it, emotionally they certainly were, and there was a big outreach to try and help folks in the weeks following.
So I have a question, Tim, coming back to you. How do you think the public responded as these warnings were going off and folks were being warned, hey, look, stay inside. These tornadoes are canvassing a wide area. There's no exacts, but do you feel like a majority of the public really responded well to that, or do you think maybe it was a learning lesson for a lot of folks?
Well, I think it is difficult. Every event is different, right? And I think after this event, probably people took warnings more seriously because this was such a significant one and really a generational one. On that day, I can't really speak to how individual folks reacted. I think it was hard for them to understand. It was such a beautiful, bright, and sunny day in most of the areas until those storms got right up on top of you. So it was almost difficult to understand to the layperson how serious the weather really was. So a lot of these tornado warnings, like Dan was saying earlier, these storms are going 60, 80 miles per hour. The polygons were pretty big to account for that size, and you might have the warning going off and you're still in the sunshine, right? So that's not a typical response where you're going to shelter right away. You might take your time. So I do think that there was, number one, a challenge with it being a midday on a Saturday, a little harder for folks to maybe be paying attention normally. I guess it was always a case-by-case basis, but you look at the fatalities, there were a lot. There were just a lot. So I do think it was a learning lesson for a lot of folks.
After all these storms had passed and the days following the event, you guys had to go out and conduct storm surveys. What did that look like, and how busy were y'all? Because that was a lot of tornadoes to cover.
And so within the first day, we knew we needed to get the fatal tornadoes that were long track. We needed to get those really well defined. And so we got those done. And then there were still some additional surveys on those two. But then really you spent the rest of the week going out into different areas. It took about a week to survey the entire area to get all the tornadoes in. But we focused on the ones that we knew were the worst, that there was the most attention on, just to get the EF rating, the tracks, the intensity, really identifying how the people died. When we lost people, that's a tough thing to have to do, to go out there and work with families that have lost everything. And a lot of times they're out there picking over their stuff, and you want to learn what they've gone through a little bit, but you've also got to be very careful. But most people really do want to talk to you and tell you their story. So we get out there and interact with them. The Lowe's was just an incredible story where they had heard the warning, and then somebody came in to the front of the Lowe's and basically said the tornado's coming. And I remember we talked to the manager. He got on the loudspeaker in the store and just told everybody to go to the back where the bathrooms were. There's more infrastructure in the back. And of course, the tornado hit. it blew in those big sliding glass doors. It blew those in. The whole front wall of the Lowe's hardware blows in, and the front roof collapsed. And so the manager in that Lowe's, I mean, who knows how many lives he saved? But there was a lot of good stories like that, but there was a lot of tough stories with a lot of loss through the day. That makes it tough. But it took us a week to get our hands around all of the damage across central North Carolina.
What's your lasting memory from this event? If you could share it with the folks who are watching, what's your lasting memory from the event? I'll start with you first, Jeremy.
Well, with me, I think it was just even more than the tornado itself was just a surreal feeling that entire day, and the surreal feel of the atmosphere, those winds, like I said, that were inflow into the storms themselves. Just the, I don't know, kind of nervous, like Mike Mays almost being a little bit scared. I think we all were a little bit. I mean, at least I was at the same time as being, excited to possibly see a tornado. Of course, I don't want to see anyone get hurt.
Nothing quite compares to what that system did. Everything from the speed to the tops of the storms being, in a lot of cases, kind of lower topped, and especially the moment where it went from the squall line.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Supercells, and seeing that, like Jeremy said, happen in a couple of frames on radar, if aka 10 minutes in time, all of a sudden it went from a messy situation to you have 8 of the most textbook supercells in a line sweeping across the state at a high speed. Being in the middle of that and seeing the actual sun break through the squall line as those storms separated was just a surreal moment, something that I haven't seen happen in North Carolina since, or anywhere really for that matter. I mean, every now and then a strong storm system will separate from a squall line to supercells, but I've never seen anything to that degree.
This was a long week event for us because it took a long time to get all the surveys done. But I mean, going back to that day, things I remember, obviously being in the office, but just how well everything did work. We did lose, more people than obviously you never want to lose anybody. We saved a lot of lives that day, and so going out there and seeing how much devastation there was and how many people were doing the right thing and seeing how well things went in the weather office. I remember watching WRAL, like Mike was talking earlier, and they had tornado emergency just in big, bold red across the bottom of the TV set. They were on wall-to-wall coverage. We were getting great spotter reports. It was one of those days where everybody was intensely worried. We were all had a heightened awareness, but everything really worked the way it was supposed to work. I mean, everything we had practiced, all the work we've done with the media and Skywarn and the training inside the office, it just all came together. And so, while we lost people that day, and that's always a tragic thing, there was a lot of things that did work, and a lot of people came together and I'd say performed at a top level. And at the end of the day, it saved lives.
For me, I was definitely still a kid at the moment. I think I was 23 years old or 24 years old or something like that. And thankfully, Jerry Jackson, who I was working with at the time, he had drilled with us very basic severe weather coverage do's and don'ts. Like 3 simple things. Tell folks where the storm is, where it's going, what they should do, and then tell them again. And if you have more than one storm, do 1, 2, 3, however many you have, then go back to the first one. So we really boiled it down to basics. I think we did a pretty good job that day. And I think, this event really prepared me for further events down the road to not get too amped up, too nervous or whatever. Just kind of keep it simple, tell folks what they need to know and what they need to do. And that's really the whole reason why we're here, right? So this is a big moment for North Carolina and, just personally for me and kind of seeing what the weather can do and why we're here.
I do remember one point, I couldn't tell you what time it was, but it was just, we had a little Viper radar system from Barron in the office. That was our primary drive thing. And I remember we would go out and expand and zoom into like Kansas or Oklahoma when they would be having their events, and we would see what the radar would look like. And I remember just thinking to myself at some point, I should be seeing I-35. I should be seeing like OKC and Wichita as delineators here. Instead, I'm seeing Kinston and Goldsboro. And it was just really crazy to see those kind of returns. Everything classic supercells all lined up in a row.
Gentlemen, we definitely appreciate your time tonight. Thank you for going over this with us. Thank you guys who are watching tonight. Thank you for allowing us to step back in Carolina weather history and talk about this event. Be sure to check out this week. We'll be posting some more updates about this event throughout our social media pages, so be sure to check that as well. So for everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, we hope you have a great evening, and we'll talk to you next time. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you, and we're going to continue our fun interview segment that we do with local meteorologists throughout the Carolinas. And today we have on Jason Boyer and Ryan Coulter from WLOS in Asheville, North Carolina. They are the ABC affiliate. So if you live in Western North Carolina, I'm sure you've tuned to Channel 13, and we're happy to have Jason and Ryan with us today. One of the main questions that we always ask everybody is how did you know you wanted to be a meteorologist? Everybody has that story. So Jason, I'll let you start. What's your story?
Well, my story goes back to, like most, to when I was very young. Always was inquisitive about the earth sciences and always wanted to understand how things worked around me. And I spent a lot of time outdoors as a child back in the 80s when I was growing up. And that was kind of the way to go growing up in the 80s. Most people just let their kids kind of run around in their backyards. I grew up in a small town, so that was where I grew up and explored. But I think it was around third grade, and this is the most stunning and life-changing moment that I remember. I was walking home from school. It was November, and I lived in Illinois then, so we weren't in Tornado Alley per se, but I remember coming home from school, and I could walk home. That's how close I lived. And it was an unusually warm day. In fact, it was record warm that day. I think it got into the 80s. And the sun was out, the wind was blowing. And I was just thinking like a kid, like a third grader, I can't wait to get outside and play ball, ride my bike. I got home, the sky went pitch black in about a matter of 30 minutes. The wind started picking up. My older sisters, thankfully, wiser and certainly more proactive, they knew something bad was going to happen, and we all rushed downstairs, and in a matter of moments, the tornado sirens in the neighborhood went off, and we had a weak tornado go through my backyard and hit my neighbor's house, and it happened in a matter of a couple of minutes, and that was it. And it was a life-changing moment. When I walked outside, the birds were no longer chirping, and you could see the destruction of my neighbor's house in the backyard across the street. His entire roof was peeled off. You could see into the house, and the insulation was gutted out. And that was amazing. I mean, frightening, but also to me, an amazing display of what Mother Nature could do. And I think from there, I was really hooked. I knew I always liked science. And then from there on, I kind of just built on that, and had a great teacher in 5th grade, Mr. Morris, that set me on the right path too, and inspired me to continue to study science. So that's how it started for me, and I just pursued it.
What about you, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, thank you guys for having me, first of all. Yeah, I mean, my story is really not unique from anyone else who does this either. I mean, grew up, my grandparents lived with us growing up, and, they were avid news watchers, as a lot of older people are. And so anytime the weather came on, I was always, super interested in watching that. They always let me watch that with them. I grew up in Colorado, so as growing up, we had a little bit of everything. Wintertime snow, severe weather in the springtime, and the summertime heat, wildfires. So kind of a mixed bag of everything. You get it all there. And so I grew up around that. And I was in about 5th grade. We had a science fair project, and I actually wanted to make a homemade barometer. And so I figured out how to do that. And I actually wrote into one of the chiefs in Denver. She's still there. And she actually responded to my email. So, as a 5th grader, that was pretty exciting. But I knew, kind of like a lot of other people who do this, I knew that from the time that I was a little kid that, this is what I want to do. It's a fun job, and get to study science, the weather, all of the above. And it's a great, it's ended up being exactly what I wanted it.
Those are great and very classic weather stories, I feel like. Super interesting. So keeping on kind of the same track of weather before we deviate off to some more unique conversations. Did you guys ever have a meteorologist that you looked up to as a kid or as you were coming up through school? Ryan, I guess we can start with you.
Yeah, interestingly enough, there was a meteorologist in Denver, and he was really cool. He ended up being on both the stations. I grew up watching him on TV, and when I got to school, he ended up actually being my advisor at school when I got into the university. So I learned so much from him, and it was really cool. Of course, I always told him, I grew up watching you, and that doesn't go over very well when you say that to him, but. No, it's true. He truly helped me along the way a lot, and then I got to learn from him, so even better.
I did have a role model as well, and growing up, I would watch Channel 4, the CBS affiliate in my market, St. Louis, and yeah, I grew up watching a particular meteorologist there, and he was the chief, and kind of wanted to mirror him and grow up to be like him as well. So it was a unique situation, but I got to meet him actually in person. We had a old-time power show in my rural town, and he flew in a helicopter, and it was the biggest thing that ever happened in my small town, seemingly, at that point in my life, and got to get an autograph, talk to him briefly, and so that was a moving situation for me too.
So Jason, I'll pose this question to you first, and then Ryan, I'll let you finish up. So, Jason, you've been in Western North Carolina a while. We have all types of weather. So this question is, would you rather forecast for severe weather or the dreaded winter weather that we face here?
Yeah, they have their unique qualities, obviously, and they're very different when you're trying to forecast those two situations. And the most challenging, I think, would be winter weather because it usually is much more of a large-scale system. So it affects many more people than just, say, localized severe thunderstorms. So you're dealing with everybody's topography, too, and it's very topographically driven by elevation and location in relation to the mountains. So that is the challenging forecast. I look forward to that. It's the most stressful one, but it's part of the job. You come into this situation here in Western North Carolina, and you quickly realize how big of a deal winter weather is. Most would categorize our severe weather as flash flooding, a big risk. I think flash flooding is certainly one of the bigger risks here living in the mountains. But when it comes to winter weather, that is usually the memorable severe weather for most when they think back to when they were younger, or maybe even the older folks. They'll say, look, I remember the big snow of certain years, certain month, and it sticks in their mind. So that would be the bigger challenge and also the more exciting, I guess, forecasting that.
Ryan, I think your career was in Texas for a while, so you had to deal with forecasting winter weather and severe weather there. So tell us, which one do you prefer?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of a similar answer. There's definitely a lot more challenges with winter weather than there is severe weather. Where I was at in Texas, we would get severe weather. We would be, wall-to-wall coverage for sometimes 6 hours at a time, or even longer than that. I don't even remember what our longest stretch was on air. I would say, though, there is more challenges in winter weather, and I would say there's more that can go wrong when we're forecasting for winter weather as well. So, we can say we think we might get 2 to 4 inches for Asheville, for example. The temperature comes in a degree or two warmer. We're not getting that. And people get a lot more upset when you miss winter weather forecasts versus severe weather forecasts. So I would say, I would rather, I guess from that standpoint, I would rather be forecasting for severe weather. It's usually, I want to say easier, but usually you can have a better idea of exactly the elements that could be coming at you. There's, people are, again, they're more mad when you tell them 2 to 4 inches of snow and we only get an inch of snow, or you get, on the other end, you get 3 to 6 inches of snow, and then they don't like that either. So, yeah, definitely severe weather would, I guess, be my preferred.
Well, Jason, you mentioned topography a minute ago, and with this conversation of severe and snow, I feel like this kind of rolls into a question that we had on social media about lower precipitation totals and kind of the French Broad Valley. I know you have a map and some resources to talk about, so I'll kind of let you take over from there.
Yeah, I think when people talk about Western North Carolina weather, the first thing that comes to mind is snow, but then rain is actually a very diverse topographical feature here as well. So I brought this 3D relief map just to give you an idea. It's kind of one of my more favorite maps to look at. I could study this. I've looked at this 100 times already, and I could still just look at it almost every given day. So here's the French Broad River Valley right here. This is I-26 running through, and it's a valley. So it's the Broad River Valley. So it's pretty wide considering the other features here. The French Broad starts down in Transylvania County near Rosman and goes north through Asheville and all the way up into the Holston River into eastern Tennessee. But what you have around the valley are higher elevations. So Asheville sits kind of in the middle here, Hendersonville down here, Brevard right there. And the prevailing winds during the spring and summer months are south and southeasterly winds. That will draw moisture from the Atlantic and the Gulf, bring it into the mountains, and because of the features we have from lower elevations in the upstate and Piedmont to highest elevations here, the air has to rise. And so the air will rise and cool and condense into clouds and form a significant rain event down here into the southern mountains, whereas Asheville is in that rain shadow. And the rain will fall mostly to the west and south or to the north and east because we have the Black Mountains and the Craggies up here. So that prevailing wind will certainly help rain form more over this area of the county, Buncombe County, eastern side, and into Yancey. So there's a rain shadow here. There are other rain shadows like in Waynesville. They're surrounded with the Balsam Mountains to the south and west. They don't see nearly as much rain in the valley as they do just west and south of Waynesville as well. So that's kind of how it works in the summer months. In the winter months, the prevailing wind is much, much different. It's from the northwest. So the wind is blowing into the Smoky Mountains and the higher elevations along the Tennessee border. And that's where most of the precipitation is going to fall, near and along the border, whereas there's another shadow effect down here in the valley. So this is why Asheville usually averages a foot of snow a year, and places up in Madison and Yancey County can get up to 50 inches of snow, like Mount Mitchell averages in a particular year. So big difference with the prevailing winds during the different seasons. But that's pretty much how the shadow affects us here in the French Broad River Valley. In fact, south of Virginia, east of the Mississippi River, I believe Marshall is the driest point in that eastern U.S. So pretty neat.
Cool. Do you guys have any, what was your most embarrassing moment while on TV?
I'll take this one. It happened pretty early in my career. I was working in Tennessee. I started out in the Tri-Cities, Johnson City at WJHL, and I filled in for the morning guy who went on vacation, and I was working one morning, and the newsroom was downstairs, the studio was upstairs, so there was always this climbing the flights of stairs. And one morning I was filling in, and I remember being down in the newsroom, and I looked up, and I saw the national weather cut-in, and I knew that there was going to be a local cut-in shortly after. And I remember it was Tony Perkins. He was the meteorologist at the time. I believe he's in DC right now, but he was on CBS This Morning at the time. And then I had to run upstairs, end a quick conversation I was having with my news director. I ran upstairs 2 flights, ran into the studio, ran over to the computer to make sure it was set up, ran over to the chroma key, the green wall, and I had about 10 seconds to situate myself. I was out of breath. I was trying to calm myself down, and I remember I just started talking, and almost instantly I was exhausted. So I started talking about the 7-day forecast, and I got about 5 words out, and you could just tell that I was losing steam, and I started getting real hot. I felt like my temperature went up, and I was getting flushed, and I was kind of panicking in my head, like, how am I going to get through this? You know, you're talking to yourself in your head while you're doing the delivery of the forecast. And I tried to push through it, and I should have just kind of ended early and said, all right, just take a look. Here you go. Enjoy. But I thought I was still, going to make it through, and it was brutal. I could see the studio guy on the headset kind of laughing, chuckling behind the camera. And I just thought, this is I'm bombing here. And I went off, and we had a good laugh after that, but that was really embarrassing, especially when you're trying to make a good impression. I was maybe 6 or 7 months into starting the job, so that was mine.
Yeah, I got to think back here on this. So far, luckily, since I've been here, I don't think I've had anything crazy happen here. I will say, though, in my last job, my first job, first day on the air, we have a system. It's called Max. I don't know if you guys are probably familiar with it, WSI. And the way we have it formatted, you have your first weather hits, you have your main weather hits, you have your final weather hits. And I unknowingly, I had the wrong weather hit loaded for my first full weather ever on, and I didn't know what to do in the moment. I had my final weather loaded for my main weather, and kind of like kind of like what in TV you always have a time limit that you're set for, and you have to fill that time. And so here I am. I have my current temperature graphic, and I think I had a camera graphic, and then it went right to the 7-day. And so I'm standing there for 2:30 is what we were allotted for. This was the weekend evening show. And I looked back towards the anchor, who's also the producer at that station, and she's just cueing me to keep going. So I think I talked for a solid 2:15, 2 minutes 15 seconds on the 7-day forecast. And I may have even gone back. I don't remember. I may have even gone back and talked more about the current temps. I don't know. It was bad though. Luckily, I haven't made that mistake since, or if I have, I just will run over and correct it pretty easily now.
You learn quickly how to get around things.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Both of you guys have experienced this, and tell us what it's like, and then we'll maybe go into some more non-weather questions. A lot of folks may tune in when the weather's at its worst, and you guys are doing wall-to-wall coverage. Tell us a little bit about that. I mean, that's pretty intense for you guys. Jason, you were talking about, you were out of breath, with that little run, but, being on the wall for 2, 3, 4 hours straight, that's got to be mentally, exhausting as well as physically exhausting. Talk to us about that.
It certainly is. Most recently, I think this year we had so many of those early season tornadoes, especially for the upstate, and we had wall-to-wall coverage almost every time, obviously, when those were occurring, because our protocol is to stay on when the warning comes out until it ends. And what do you do when you have a tornado warning that goes for 30 minutes and then another one comes out in between and another one comes out in that? So we were going on and on and on. And a couple of times during this early spring season, I was there waiting for, backup to come in and help out as well, like Ingrid would come in or Ryan. And you have to go. And if you're solo, you are just essentially repeating a lot, but you're trying to get new information at the same time you're giving the current information. So that's a challenge. You're literally on a computer talking, looking at data that's now happening and trying to analyze that data on the fly, as we say, and also looking at other pages of weather information on the internet, trying to get information from the National Weather Service sites and observers, and then you're on social media pages looking for information from people that are sending you pictures or updated information from what they're experiencing. So yeah, it's a lot of information. And nowadays we're able to get social media information. And years ago when I started out, there was none of that. You had to wait for somebody to call or email you a weather observation. And that would have made it even more challenging, I think, looking back, because what other information are you going to get? The more information you get, the better it is to kind of have things to talk about. And that is, it's unique, and it doesn't happen that often here in this market. We don't get widespread severe outbreaks like they do in the West or the central U.S. And a snow event, a winter weather event, you see for days coming, typically, and you can just, lead up to it and get into it and talk about it. You don't really have to be breaking news and breaking into programming for a weather event like, say, snow. But the severe weather events are certainly challenging, and you just you learn from each one. Even somebody like me in the business for 22 years, you still learn from these experiences.
Ryan, you dealt with that in Texas. I mean, that's these are what we face, or could be more rain-wrapped tornadoes. But you guys out there see these massive tornadoes, or you saw could see these massive tornadoes. So is there a little any different perspective of that, where you guys have storm chasers out in the field and you can kind of relate to those folks out in the field?
Yeah. So when I was in Texas, that's a station that really drove the market for severe weather coverage, and so it was more built for that kind of thing. So yeah, we had storm chasers out in the field, but you still need to have two people at the station during these kinds of events, because you have one person off camera that can help to look at and analyze that data, look at radar, see what's going on. We also had in that market we had a crazy amount of cameras. I think there was like 50 or something like that. We could move those around during severe weather events. That's what we used them for. And so you have the other person off camera that can see that. But yeah, I mean, you're going for hours at a time, and I think Jason already mentioned it, but the biggest challenge is trying not to be repetitive. In some cases, you have to be repetitive when there's potentially life-threatening storms out there. I mean, we're talking about tornadoes that could be affecting communities. There could be communities in the path. And I think one of the hardest things with these kinds of storms is people don't like it when we cut in, and they don't like it when we interrupt their show. And especially being an ABC affiliate, that's what I was at in Texas too. We have a lot of basketball. We have big shows. I mean, the Bachelor. I mean, heaven forbid we ever have to interrupt any of those kinds of shows. But we don't want to interrupt them. But at the same time, we have a job to do, and we have to. It's important that we get that information out, because you never know when that.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Helping someone who is in the path of that storm. And so I think when you're in the midst of all of that coverage, you don't realize all the time that's actually going by, especially when you get into that rhythm. I think that, especially in some of those more long duration events, you get off the air and you're like, oh, we were just on for 2 hours or whatever the case may be. So definitely one of those things though that it can be stressful for sure.
Well, we promised that we would stop talking about the weather at some point, so we can go ahead and do that now. You guys can take a little breath and a break from your everyday work. So do you guys have a favorite genre, a favorite type of music that you like to listen to in your everyday life? Ryan, I'll go to you first.
I'm not too picky. I'll listen to anything. I will say I grew up listening to country, so that's still my go-to. 2000s country, Garth, anything like that, I'll go for.
I'm with you on that. What about you, Jason?
I went through that country phase many years ago, and I got to get out of that. But I listen to a lot of different genres as well. I grew up in my high school days were in the 90s, so alternative music was big then. So people probably remember Stone Temple Pilots and all that, Pearl Jam. But I don't really listen to that music as much anymore. I've gotten older and a little more subdued with my music choices. But I'll listen to a lot of modern music, pop or rock, and I just don't spend as much time listening to the radio or actually picking out songs anymore. So more of my time is spent just maybe even popping in some classical music just to chill out and get my mind cleared of certain things during the day. So that's what I do. I play music too, so I have a guitar and I love playing music. So that's my escape. Anytime I want to, I can just pick up the guitar and play some songs or whatever.
That's something we've found with a lot of these that we're doing is a lot of meteorologists play music on the side. I don't have that ability. Evan, I know you play guitar as well, so you
I play a few instruments. Brian, do you play anything?
No, I can't play anything. I can't sing either. No one for that. So no music ability here.
I'm glad we're there on the save link there.
Yeah.
Right. All right, assuming pizza's got cheese on it, so it can't be that. But if you only had one topping to put on pizza, what would it be, Jason?
One topping. I think pepperoni would be mine. It's an easy choice. I know. I love Hawaiian pizza, but if I get one choice, then I'm going to just do pepperoni.
Yeah, I think for me the choice would be pepperoni, but not to steal Jason's answer, so I'll go with a more controversial pick. I like Hawaiian pizza. I'm gonna go the pineapple on the pizza. I know I'm probably gonna get some flack for it.
You are good.
That was actually one of our other questions. Does pineapple deserve to be on pizza? So if both of you guys like Hawaiian, I guess that's a yes.
Yes, it does.
Well, since we're on the topic of food, what's your favorite kind of food?
All right, I'll go first. Any food, really. My son and wife are usually finding me in the pantry digging through snacks, and I wish, sometimes I need to quell my cravings, but favorite type of food, if I had to pick one type, I would probably go tacos. I love Mexican food. I love Italian food, but I love Mexican food. So
man, this one's hard. I like all kinds of food also. Really not too picky. The things I don't like, the one thing I am picky on, I don't like a lot of seafood, but I have a major sweet tooth, and it doesn't matter the time of day. I can go you put candy in front of me, I will eat it. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm not picky.
Amen to that.
Either. So in order to try to keep myself out of trouble on that stuff, I do like, I like Mexican food too. I hate to go with the same answer again, but
we see why Jason hired you now.
Just similarities here. I would say though, I do like Mexican food as well. Enchiladas, definitely probably one of my top choices. Ice cream would be number one, but besides that, we'll go for a healthier option there.
Here's a controversial question: is a hot dog a sandwich?
I've never thought of hot dogs as being sandwiches. I mean, I wouldn't. But again, it's bread, it's meat. I mean, that's what a sandwich is. I don't know, but I don't know why we have to categorize it as a sandwich. I think they're kind of by themselves hot dogs. I don't know.
By the way, there's I guess I lied a second ago. I said I'm not that picky. There's one more food.
You don't.
I will pass on the hot dogs. I don't know. I mean, I've never considered it to be a sandwich. It's kind of in its own category. I feel like it's a hot dog. Bread. I mean, yeah, it is tricky though, because I mean, again, you have your bread, you have your meat, mustard on a hot dog, I guess, whatever people like. Have the top. I mean, I don't know. That's a good one. I'm gonna go with no though. It's not a sandwich.
I agree.
We're gonna have to start keeping track of these answers. We have gotten yeses on this.
Yeah.
So we have to keep track and see what the Carolina meteorologists actually think of hot dogs. So coming back to the Asheville area and away from food, you guys have a favorite location to go visit or hike, something like that in Western North Carolina?
Gosh, so many. Convenience-wise, we love the Arboretum. It's close to our house, and we could just jump on there with the bikes and ride. It's pretty easy trails for Hudson, my son, and that's a good go-to. Just hopping on the Blue Ridge Parkway, that's also very convenient. We love going to Grandfather Mountain. It's a little more out of the way, but we love going up there. I love the uniqueness of the rockscapes and the swinging bridge, and seeing off to the east, you have this completely drop off in the elevation, and then you have your mountains around. So those are my two big places. But I could go almost anywhere, and really be happy as long as there's a trail or hiking or biking trail and some vistas. I'm good to go.
Yeah, and I'm still new to the area here. I haven't had a lot of time to explore a whole lot, but I will say the close place for me that I could go to any afternoon would be DuPont State Forest. It's kind of crowded this time of year, I've found, but a little bit of everything there. You can get some elevation. You got the waterfalls, so a lot to do there. I've actually spent a little bit of time in South Carolina here more recently. I found some cool places, cool pockets down there. So there's a short drive down there as well.
Ryan, you're from Denver. Evan and I, we went storm chasing. We was based out of Denver. We flew in and kind of went from there. So we took our last day. We took our trip into the Rockies, and it was June the 3rd, and it started snowing on us, Evan, I believe. Yeah. So what's your favorite place to go in the Rockies?
Oh man, it depends on the time of the year. Rocky Mountain National Park is such a stereotypical answer. That's a great place to go in the summertime. In the wintertime, I mean, I'll take any of the ski resorts. Love skiing, so I'll take any of them any day in the wintertime. Probably not Loveland. I would say more of the Copper Mountains, maybe Keystones of the state. Steamboat Springs is another great place, but even Denver. Man, I know I'm not narrowing this down very well, but Denver's great. Love Denver as well. So I don't know.
Amen.
Well, guys, I know we're nearing our kind of end time, so I'm going to ask one more quick question, and Scotty will close this. So the last one for me is going to be: do you have a favorite weather disaster movie? It can be super cheesy.
Well, Twister immediately comes to mind. My wife loves Twister. My son loves Twister. I love Twister. That would be the number one, but The Day After Tomorrow's good. my son loves weather disaster movies of all things. Can you imagine? I mean, he's the perfect child. So he loves any kind of disaster movie related to weather. So I've seen all of them. But yeah, I still think Twister ranks at the top.
Oh, that's a tough one. I don't watch a lot of movies. Immediately, Day After Tomorrow came to mind for me. Great movie. That's one that, I mean, you can stay involved in the entire movie. No chance of losing focus on that one. But yeah, I have a short attention span, so not a lot of movies. Twister, of course, is great. It's the all-time classic answer, but yeah, I'll go with Day After Tomorrow for sure.
I think those have been our most popular answers when we've asked this question. Well, gentlemen, final question here. For those folks maybe who are getting ready to leave high school or are in college and thinking about maybe changing their degree and they're interested in weather, what would be your advice to these folks? Why should they choose meteorology if it really interests them? And Jason, I'll let you go first.
Well, that's a diverse question, but here it is in a nutshell. Meteorology offers so many opportunities. Besides what Ryan and I do every day, broadcast meteorology is a small sample of overall the meteorological profession and the meteorology field. You could go into research. You could work for NOAA. You could work for the private sector. You could start your own company. There are many climate-driven sectors to go into as well. That's becoming more and more important, and certainly more and more are leaning towards the environmental/climate side of things too. It's just such a diverse area of study. It's great for somebody that loves science, and you got to stick with it. It's challenging. I mean, many people don't understand how much math and physics goes into meteorology unless you've taken those courses. It is a very challenging profession and study, but I think it's wonderful. So yeah, just stick with it. If you love science, meteorology is one of the best fields to get into.
I mean, I obviously haven't been at it for very long. I'm still pretty young myself, but I would say the biggest thing is there is a lot more work involved than I think that people realize. It's something that is fascinating. It's interesting. There's a lot to look at, and again, TV is not the only thing. In fact, I would say if someone wants to go into meteorology just to be on TV, that's maybe a bad idea because there's so much more to it than that. A lot of math, a lot of science, but it is fun, and every day for us looks different. And I'm going to I'll disagree and agree with the statement to a certain degree. Everyone always says you can be wrong and you still get paid. We're right most of the time, but you know what? Even if we miss a forecast, it is true. We still get paid, so that part's kind of cool too.
It would be challenging if they did pay by the accuracy of the forecast. Some people, you never know, right?
Goodness, great! I can imagine now dealing with the Carolina wedge and at least the temperature forecast. That would be horrible if that was true.
It's challenging.
minus $100 every degree you're out.
Oh my goodness, that would be brutal some days. Well, guys, we're going to let you do your social info so folks can follow you if they're not already. Ryan, how can our followers follow you on social media?
Yeah, I'm on Facebook and then Twitter. I should know what my handle is, but I don't. But you can find me on there as well. And I'm on Instagram, and same thing. I gotta figure this out. But I don't know what my handle is on there either. Not much help.
Well, I'm
Ryan,
sure if you just
your handle on Twitter, it's Ryan_WLOS. So if y'all want to follow him, you can find it there.
I think it's the same on Instagram. So there we go.
All right, Ryan, thank you. Jason, how can our folks follow you if they're not already?
I believe, I'm on all three too, Insta, Twitter, and Facebook. I won't get into the uniqueness of each demographic and socioeconomic thing, but the idea is that I'm pretty simple. I think it's just at Jason Boyer, WLOS.
We appreciate you guys joining us, and for you guys who are watching, thank you for watching. Until next time, we hope you have a great evening. welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. An exciting show to talk about emergency management and weather and how the two kind of atmospheres come together, pardon my pun there, but how they work together, the weather community and the emergency management community work together to make sure you all, either if you live in a big city or a small city, are prepared for severe weather, winter weather, whatever the case may be. Joining us tonight is a familiar face if you've been a longtime Carolina Weather Group fan, Miss Ashley Morris, Emergency Management Planner for Baltimore County in Baltimore, Maryland. So last we had Ashley on, she was in Texas, so she's moved closer to us. So that way, if we ever travel, we don't have to go out to Texas. We can just go up to Maryland. So Ashley, welcome back to the show. And we also have with us Felix Nance, who is the emergency manager for the city of Hominy, Oklahoma, just outside of Tulsa. So Felix and Ashley, welcome to the show. We're going to kind of give you Ashley, I know you've probably answered this question a long time ago, but we'll give you the opportunity to answer again. It's a question we always start off our shows with. How did you get hooked up into this weather community, emergency management community? What kind of hooked you into wanting to choose this profession? So Ashley, I'll let you start and then we'll let Felix follow up.
Sure. So I grew up being infatuated with weather, and really I got stuck in a thunderstorm when I was 6 or 7 years old and really scared. And my dad's friend who was with me, because we were outside, actually taught me how to count the seconds between the lightning and the thunder to kind of try to calm me down because I was just sitting there crying. And so after that, I remember just doing that during every single New Mexico thunderstorm that came around. And I would buy storm books, and I was just fascinated by weather. And so originally I wanted to do meteorology and do National Weather Service forecasting. And I went to Texas Tech University with that intent. So I got a bachelor's in geophysics and atmospheric science, and then got up into grad school. Have always been very passionate about kind of the warning systems and the watches and warnings part of weather. And so I kind of stumbled upon emergency management and found out that emergency management is really the field that we're able to make evacuation decisions and do a lot of that public safety stuff, which is what really fueled a lot of my passion with weather safety earlier. And so, very much an emergency manager, but very much a weather enthusiast, but also have that background too, to where I can actually do weather forecasting for my office and provide a little bit of SME on the weather side.
I got into it, years ago when I worked for the Red Cross, first job at a high school, and I was an emergency services specialist. Of course, one of the things Red Cross is known for is responding to disasters, and that's how I got interested in the weather back in the days of the weather wire, back when weather information came in on a teletype at something like 40 words a minute. So that was back very old school stuff, and it's just stuck. I've stayed with it, been a Skywarn spotter. It's just a natural progression, actually, from that point on.
Questions for both of you here. I want to ask exactly what your role is like and your day-to-day life. What is the typical day in the life of an emergency manager?
So it kind of depends on your location, your position, and what you're kind of designated to do. So as emergency managers, we're in the art of doing disaster preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation for either a city, county, state, or the federal through FEMA. So from a local emergency management perspective, I've done 4 years in city and county emergency management. And so ours is very localized and hyper-focused on neighborhoods, communities, and things like that. And so a part of my role has been a majority of my career participating in writing emergency response plans, creating a lot of partnerships with like public safety, police, fire, EMS, dispatch, public works, and all of the other agencies in our government who would help us respond to disaster, getting everyone in a room to do disaster scenarios, exercises, things like that, and then doing a lot of community engagement, outreach, messaging, trying to get people to be aware of what our risks are and what we kind of expect of them during disaster. And then a very small amount of our time is usually doing response. Obviously, if we had severe weather coming into the area, if we had a big impactful storm, or like the past entire year where we've been responding to a pandemic or some other kind of thing, that's kind of what that looks like. So we kind of have a blue sky day and a gray sky day where we're either doing a lot of planning and just preparations, or we're actually responding, working with partners making decisions and providing resources to the public during the incident.
That's very well put. It depends on the size of your community and your staff. In my case, I'm a one-man shop, so I'm doing a little bit of all of it. I'm kind of a generalist, and so it tends to keep one very busy. And as Ashley said, we've been dealt with the pandemic situation since March the 6th of last year in my shop on a daily basis, as well as all the other the disasters within the disaster within the disaster. It's been nonstop, and it tends to keep one busy. Unfortunately, that does tend to limit some of your planning time. So you have to limit your planning to a lot of the special events that go on. And in a small community like ours, a special event may be something as simple, if you will, as a Christmas parade or a festival at the lake, or it may be something much more involved. But ours are generally pretty small, but they also involve a lot of our community, so it does keep us busy.
Kind of staying on the topic of, I guess at this point, the differences between, being in a more rural area versus being in a bigger city. So you explained you kind of wear a lot of different hats there, Felix, and you're kind of generalist. When a disaster response or emergency response actually happens, can you kind of tell us a little bit more about how that works in those scenarios, who you turn to, and the process there?
When you're a small community like ours, and let me give you a little quick lay of the land. Osage County is the largest county in the state of Oklahoma, larger than the state of Delaware, 2,400 square miles. We have the County Emergency Management Office that has a staff of 2. We have the Osage Nation, an Indian tribe, which has a staff of 2, and myself. So basically there's 5 of us in the county. And we kind of work together to make things happen because we can't be everywhere all the time. So it's not terribly uncommon for me to go to another city to assist or to assist the county because of the lay of the land and the lack of personnel. You're dealing with mutual aid situations on a regular basis where you have the county has 57 volunteer fire departments. So you start, you get out of a wildfire, you're making notes, and not necessarily just how many trucks, where they're from. It's a conglomerate affair, and it works pretty well because everybody works together, and that's the key. So you're drilling, you're practicing. The blue sky days are the days you make the big progress because that's when you make the connection.
Ashley, can you talk to us a little bit about how that works out kind of in a bigger city scenario? When an actual disaster or emergency happens, how is that delegated? And what's the response like?
Yeah, so I'm lucky I have the background of both. So I came out of a tiny place out in Texas, and then I came over and did 9 months with Fairfax County before I just took this position. And so one of the biggest differences in kind of that would be your resources. So it was exactly what Felix was saying. Resources. Big cities, we have usually a bigger tax base. We usually have better funding, better things like that. And so when you have that, your capacity to respond is a lot bigger. You don't have as many mutual aid needs or community needs. We can usually throw money or resources or whatever we need at it. And so something interesting about Fairfax was that we would have severe weather setups where in Texas, I would be a little concerned. I'd probably kind of do like a light EOC activation, or maybe I would just sit in the EOC just in case we got severe weather. And in Fairfax, you would think you would do that because you have a huge population. But because your police, your fire, and a lot of your public safety is so massive and they have so many resources, it takes a lot for them to get tapped out. So we would have those squall lines with the trees down and stuff, but it wasn't a problem for Fairfax because we have massive amounts of department resources. And so that was something that I had to learn that was a lot different, just having those resources and those needs to actually be able to respond.
Ashley, kind of piggybacking on that, Maryland's it's a pretty extensive urban area. Does your like territory go out to like Catonsville and Ellicott City where we see that major flooding over there, or do you handle that as well?
We do from a first response perspective. So we do have like regional teams doing like swift water rescue, things like that. And so like our fire departments, even in the state, are very well linked to where they can deploy and do that mutual aid like they need to. From OEM and from Baltimore County, so I'm kind of back in one of those smaller roles being with the county. We're just establishing our program. So it's me as a planner and then a couple of fire personnel. And so depending on what the threat is and depending on what the threat would be to my county, we would probably sit back and make sure that Baltimore County would be okay. And then if they needed OEM support, we definitely would offer that. Luckily, we have a great state emergency management agency that keeps us all connected. We have EMAC, which is the emergency management agency compact where they send out a mutual aid and things like that. And so we have an ability in the state to help each other when we need to.
Now enter the COVID-19, right? So we're getting the next topic here. Obviously, we're going to have to, ask about, the challenges, right? So 2020, you had a whole nother set of challenges every EMS entity across the country had to deal with. Now you've got social distancing and all kinds of things that you have to deal with. So I'll let you go first, Ashley, on what your efforts are, what in Baltimore, how you handle COVID-19, how you handle disasters with that layer of complexity.
Yeah, so I'll speak again kind of on Fairfax County.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
We have a pretty big public health, and it is a county public health agency where that's a lot different from other counties in Virginia because they actually have a state program. So we have state public health and a county. So we were able to have more county resources to throw at it. Because it is a disease or an epidemic or a pandemic, that's all going to be related to public health. So they're going to be the lead agency. As OEM, we're just offering our support. So, we run logistics, maybe ordering PPE, maybe doing any other kind of needs. They needed a lot of testing site materials like tents, tables, and that stuff. So OEM played a really big role in setting up logistics for the EOC and actually ordering and deploying the stuff based on their needs. We would help them with planning efforts. Obviously, they are the subject matter experts, though, so they would lead a lot of what the plan would look like, but we would help kind of support that and offer them staff, offer them really whatever they needed. It was very interesting with Fairfax because, like I said, we were very big. Even our OEM was 20 people. And so we had a huge capability and a huge amount of people to where we could spread people out. We had a ton of different NGOs or nonprofits that would actually plug in and help us with food donations, mask donations, and doing a lot of the other needs that we might have for our residents. And so it really has been an all community effort from everybody responding to this. And it's really important, too, because Fairfax is 1.2 million people. And so it's a massive county.
Well, it's pretty much the same as Ashley, but some of the interesting things, we had a lot of PPE come in for the schools. We've got 12 school districts in those separate school districts in Osage County. We had a 6-county area that got together at a pod, picked up all the stuff for the local Osage County, brought it back to Hominy and sorted it here, and then distributed it to the schools. So there's an awful lot of work that goes on behind the scenes that people don't see and things like that. Then one of the most interesting things, we've been working with our senior citizen center here. They cannot have in-person meals or in-person feeding in the senior citizen center. And they've had trouble getting disposable trays and other supplies that they need. They turn to emergency management, and we pull rabbits out of hats and get them the things they need to help feed our senior citizens. So there's a lot of unusual things that small towns do that the big cities may or may not do, or the people may or may not see, or they may or may not be unusual for them. I mean, picking up the phone and ordering a specific item in a big town is not unusual. In a small town, it may take some doing to get certain items.
Well, it certainly is not always the best scenario in every single severe weather setup or whatever weather setup you guys may be anticipating. Sometimes the worst happens between Oklahoma and Maryland, you guys certainly see the full gamut of every type of severe weather and threat you need to be prepared for, short of perhaps volcanoes as a kind of geologic threat. When you guys have to make the hard decisions, which I'm sure you certainly do, what goes into that emotionally, and when you just have to make that decision, how do you do that? Ashley, I guess we'll start with you.
If we're making response decisions, it's always going to be priority based, and typically we put lives as number one always. And so any kind of action that we're taking, whether or not it's even in preparedness, but even in response, we're going to try to do what we can to save as many people that we can, and then also stabilize. So it goes lives, and then property, and then economic recovery and economic stabilization. So it is really challenging. I think that there are some situations where, you might be faced with a really tough decision. Like, for instance, a dam. You might have a dam that could break, and if it breaks, it might flood 2,000 homes, or you might have to do the emergency release and it might flood a neighborhood. That's a really hard decision to make, but I think that we tend to kind of err on trying to protect as many people as possible. And usually we can kind of have that support from our community in advance. But yes, we are faced with very difficult decisions in a lot of our incident management.
Felix, I'm sure that you know just about everyone in Hominy, and everyone knows you. With a 2,000 person town, it's a lot more personal than perhaps it may be with the 1.2 million, I believe it was, in Baltimore. Does that sometimes weigh on you when you see disasters unfolding in your area?
It absolutely does, because the chances are, if you don't know the people personally, your kids knew them or went to school with them. So yeah, they're not strangers by any stretch of the imagination. They're your friends and neighbors. But that's also part of the strength of the community, because they are friends and neighbors, and the community bands together. A lot of what we do is, in a situation with a storm, is the pre-storm warnings and get the information out. In the response phase, we leave that to fire and EMS for the rescue part and law enforcement. But we're also out there with them, and not just the day of the event. We're out there with them for a long period of time afterwards. We had a flood in May of 2019 that affected 71 homes and 9 businesses in our county. And I told the city manager, I said, "You've signed on for the long haul. We're going to be at this as well." We're still we're just now starting into the mitigation phase of that. But part of it is you were working individually with each family. And as we were doing debris removal, I told the guys, I said, "Now, break this stuff out with the backhoe out into the street, scoop it up, and put it in the truck." I said, "I want you to remember, that's someone's life you're taking away in the truck. It's not debris, it's not junk, it's not trash until you get around the corner. It's their life." And they all looked at me like, "Never thought of it that way." I said, "Yes, that's everything those people own in some cases. And it's right there in a pile in the front yard, and you're taking it away. They're starting over from zip." So it changes your perspective and the perspective of your people. So it's important to remember that, one, when the debris's gone and the rebuilding's done, now you've got to go back to those community areas of the community and visit with those people and ascertain long-term needs, make sure that their needs are met both physically and psychologically. So it's a huge, huge job. And it doesn't end. You'll see them in church months later, and they're still the same people. You're still the same people, and it still tends to evoke the same emotions.
In January of every year, in January 2021, we just had NOAA release the $1 billion disaster map that they come out with every year. This year, I believe there was $23 billion, or 2020 had $23 billion disasters. Felix, I'm going to direct this question to you. And Ashley, living in Texas, you've experienced this as well. A lot of those $1 billion disasters were severe weather events. And Felix, it's known you're in Oklahoma, prime severe weather territory, tornado season. So my question to you, and Ashley, feel free to jump in with your experience in Texas. when you're setting in your office or the EOC or the situation room or whatever the case may be, and that moderate or enhanced or high SPC outlook has been issued for your area, and you're waiting for the storms to develop, and then they do develop, and then they're producing the severe weather. What's it like? Take people into like the situation room. What are those high intense weather days like? And it could be flooding or Felix, there's fires that occur out in Oklahoma a lot. You have your wildfire season. So what are those days like? Take the public into what it's like to be in your office on those intense days.
It starts off with a very relaxed atmosphere. They give me a hard time because they'll see me come in and my arms will be behind my head and my feet will be propped up and I'll be watching radars and chat and different social media sites. And as the storms develop and approach what we call the I-35 corridor, which if you've been to Oklahoma, you're familiar with that. That means they're coming towards us. We're watching the WFO in Norman, which is our adjacent counties to the west, but that's only 20 miles. So I'm picking their brain by reading chat to see what they're seeing in the storms, plus the Weather Forecast Office in Wichita, which borders, their county's border is on the north, plus what my WFO in Tulsa is saying. So we're stirring all that together. The intensity level just starts to ramp up. The closer the storms get, the more information you get, the worse they get. The intensity kind of tends to ramp up to a point. Right now, all the fluorescent lighting's on and everything. As the situation gets worse, the radios kind of get turned down. The lights actually get turned down. We have a different lighting setup that we use when that happens to not have bright fluorescent lights. They're toned down on a dimmer, and the noise level goes down. The inversely, as the intensity level goes up, the light level goes down. It's kind of a marked change, and it's like hard to describe, but the quieter it gets, the higher the intensity level, and it kind of just peaks at that point. And it's one of those things where you're sitting there watching and waiting, expecting the absolute worst and praying that, this is one forecast you could bust, and I wouldn't mind. But you mentioned the high levels. That's kind of one of the keys. You're watching the SPC forecast days out to see what they're thinking. You're watching the local WFO stuff and their decision support page. It's a team effort. No one's sitting there making a decision on their own without a lot of base knowledge coming into them.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with that too. So doing a ton of different severe weather events in Texas, but also a couple of hurricanes, Hurricane Harvey activation, though we got lucky with it. And then had some activation up here for one of the storms from last year. And so really it all kind of starts with a lot of briefings and a lot of meetings and a lot of conference calls. We're really trying to talk to our partners, our first responders and the entire county, getting people prepared and ready. Trying to get us all on the same page. So in the event that we actually do have to spring forward on a decision, we're all there on the same page. We will open up the EOC. The Emergency Operations Center is basically a giant conference room. We've got screens all over the walls. We put weather radar up on the screens. We put all the different news agencies, local news, national news, all kinds of things for situational awareness. And then it's really just a waiting game, just like he said. So kind of staying in touch with National Weather Service through chat, looking at the latest SPC products, also watches that come out, making sure that we're pushing that to the public because we're trying to get the public to take action on their own before the storms come in. And then also using social media to do a lot of that communication as well. And then once the storm comes, there's kind of that... it's like a uncertainty of what's going on. Like you're kind of lost in the dark because you're sitting in an EOC and there's a storm hitting your entire city or county or jurisdiction. And so you're trying to assess all the weather data and you're talking to your weather partners and you're trying to talk to dispatch and your first responders out there, but you still feel blind. You can't see exactly what's happening out there. And so we're kind of frantic at that point, trying to just find storm reports, trying to get on social media, trying to see if we can get any kind of hint of what kind of damage is going on at the surface. And then once we kind of have a better idea of that, we can start to make those decisions like damage assessment. But we had one storm that came in, and we were able to collect all of those storm reports, but we had the media coming up from Austin, and so we had to peg our county PIO to get them prepared for interviews and different things like that. So there is quite a bit of adrenaline that comes with that. And then also somewhat of a lack of certainty of what decisions you're going to be making a short amount of time right after the storms.
And one of the unusual things about it, we both talked about the physical bricks and sticks EOC. The other side of that coin is as you move into the response mode, someone once asked, where's the EOC? Like, wherever the emergency manager drops the tailgate of his pickup. Because in fact, the EOC may, as a sticks and bricks facility, may turn out to be the tailgate of your pickup next to the incident command post. When you have limited resources and your supervisors are working supervisors dealing with the issue, it may be more beneficial to have the event run from the field for a period of time than off-site. So it's a kind of an unusual type situation, and it sometimes runs headlong into the incident command structure and doesn't always meld well at points with that for a while. But it's one of those things we've done for years and have tended to make it work pretty well because of the nature of the community.
Emergency management, besides terrorism and pandemic-wise, I want to keep this kind of weather centered. What is the one weather scenario that you just dread seeing coming your way?
One thing that scares me the worst is when SPC puts up an enhanced or high-risk day, and you're sitting there waiting because you know the watch is coming, and it will likely be one of the PDS types. Because if they have that high a confidence level, you know they're expecting the absolute worst. So, when you're talking tornadoes, severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, that's kind of, that issue always crops up. The other one that worries me are the ice storms. And we talked before the show a little bit about the Sperry Call Ice Index. That's an incredibly valuable tool because a quarter to half inch of ice on power lines can make an incredible difference. And if a rural area can lose power, and it may be out for days. The ice storm we had in October, which was much worse to our west, one small community, about 800 people, the line going to town and all the lines in the poles in town they had 900 utility poles down. Jeez. Now, I don't know if you know how long it takes to set a utility pole, but if you can get 4 of them set in a day, you've done real well. Wow. So you can imagine what it would take to get power restored to that town. I think they were out 32 or 33 days just in town. Now, there is a whole planning process to hold food for thought. What are you going to do if you have no water or no electricity for 33 days? Does your power plant have a backup generator? Do you have plans, your sewer? Can you keep your infrastructure working?
Yeah, so mine's kind of along the same lines as that. I was going to say derecho because we've had them here in the DC area. We had one that was pretty bad, and it did that. It caused power outages for over a week. And then on top of that, we had a heat wave come in behind that. And so we had heat-related fatalities because people did not have power to cool off. And so you see those collapsing incidents that follow. And so that's always kind of a concern. But I would say a derecho, again, with widespread outages, just like he was saying, losing communications, because a lot of us are, really used to using social media to communicate to the public, even warning systems and cell phones. If we lost that stuff, I'm not quite sure how we would get messaging out about shelters and other things. And then on top of that, I don't think that our general public is very prepared for power outages, especially for long-lasting ones. And I think that we would be very challenged with getting them the right resources and making sure that they were able to get the help that they needed because I just don't think that we're accustomed to really thinking that way. So that would be my number one. Number two is that I did some research on Baltimore County, and I've noticed that we've had several federally declared disasters that were snowstorms, either blizzards or something of that nature. And while I'm from New Mexico up in the mountains and I've seen snow, I've never seen enough snow to cause a federally declared disaster. So I'm very concerned about what that's going to look like. And what's even worse is they're always in January and February. And so I'm sitting here looking at the upcoming month and some of the winter storms, hoping that I can avoid that. So
some great information. Felix and Ashley, we certainly appreciate your time. I think our audience will really enjoy seeing the behind the scenes of what all you all are doing to keep us safe on good weather days and bad weather days. So would hate to not give you the opportunity to promote any social media accounts that you all would like to. So Ashley, I'll let you go first. If there's anything you'd like to share or our followers would like to follow you, how can they do that?
Sure. I am addicted to Twitter, so you can find me on Twitter as Ashley Morris or at MissAshes92.
And I'm also on Twitter at Felix A. Nance.
Very cool. Well, it's certainly been a great conversation. Felix, Ashley, thank you for joining us. And thank you all for who are watching tonight. We appreciate it. We will see you next time here on the Carolina Weather Group.
When we found ourselves doing severe weather coverage for Brunswick, Columbus counties, along the coastal areas of North Carolina, just outside the Wilmington area, what we didn't know until after the fact was that we were tracking a EF3 tornado. This is a absolute monster of a tornado that impacted that area and unfortunately did result in some deaths. 2 or 3, if I'm not mistaken, as well as 10 injuries. We got some new video today when North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper visited the communities hardest hit, and I want to allow the panel some time to talk about this, because this in and of itself would be a very big news story for us here in the Carolinas and on this show. And it's just yet, unfortunately, another piece of a very busy weather week that has been playing out. But you can see here the communities still trying to clean up after this storm rolled on through. Let me pop up again for you if I can, and I'm going to ask our group to kind of weigh in on it well too. Is, we look at radar scope imagery from that night. You can see it there on the right-hand side of your screen, the velocity, the measuring of the winds in the atmosphere circling here where the tornado crosses Highway 17, where some of this video was captured just outside Ocean Isle, and then continues for about 25 miles, going 45, 50 miles an hour, at times almost trying to outrun the polygon. The Weather Service working very hard to keep this very fast-moving supercell inside that tornado-warned polygon to try to give people as much lead time as possible. Brad, let me bring you back in. I know you had just finished the 11 o'clock news, but I saw you tweeting about this. What were you thinking at 11:45 at night when you were looking at this on radar?
So I had seen that storm offshore in the special marine warning because I was impressed with the signature, but wasn't thinking much about it. Went on to finishing up some emails, and I have all alerts turned on for North and South Carolina. So I heard the tornado warning pop up on my computer, and I looked down, and I was like, "Holy cow!" Right away, I was like, I could see the debris signature, and I knew it was bad. And then immediately, with some of my emergency manager contacts, started getting messages about some serious damage and, requests for search and rescue crews. So I knew it was pretty bad. And when I looked quickly at the map, I knew that area quite well. I actually played that golf course several times. Tiger's Eyes right there, Ocean Isle. It's a beautiful area. So I'm very familiar with that. And I knew, hearing the damage reports, those weren't small homes. Those were well-built, I wouldn't say mansions. Those are nice houses. So For those to be leveled and destroyed, I knew it was a significant hurricane tornado. I'm thinking of hurricane because that area was hurt by Isaias as well, almost the exact same location. But what was interesting is, it was EF3. That's the only second EF3 I could find in the database in the month of February in North Carolina's history. The other one was in 1971. So EF3 tornado in the month of February is incredibly rare for North Carolina, and in that area, period, any time of the year.
Brad,
yeah, I have to echo. I was going to say I was asleep when this happened. When I woke up in the morning, I saw your text in our internal chat. But along with Brad, I've played golf at this golf course that actually got hit, and vacation, there a lot. And like Brad said, it's a well-built community. I mean, these homes were well-built, and to see the video of just some of these just being completely demolished just shows you the sheer size and strength of this tornado. And, it was a nocturnal tornado again, at 11:45 on a February evening, something you just don't really anticipate. So the loss of life is never good. And just our thoughts and prayers go out to those folks. But just seeing some of the damage out there, you could tell it was a pretty massive tornado.
Yeah, I'm like you, Scotty. I slept through this too. And the very next morning, I woke up and saw that there had been a big tornado from browsing through Twitter. And so I went and downloaded the old the radar scans from the archive and went to look at what the radar looked like. And when I saw that debris signature, I thought, oh my God, that had to have been a really bad tornado. Debris was lofted up to something like 22,000 feet. Is that right?
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Got sucked right up into the updraft. It was pretty impressive.
Right. Yeah. When you see debris lofted that high, you know you're dealing with a pretty substantial tornado, and in this case, at EF3. And that's what it looked like it could have been just looking at the radar.
Yeah. That's a tough warning scenario. The Weather Service, did the best job they could, but nocturnal, February, I think that these coastal communities have it tough because I was talking to another group about this today. The special marine warnings, we're talking about water spouts in rotation, but who on the coast is looking at special marine warnings off the coast? If that was a polygon for a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning to a county to your south and east, you're probably a little bit more aware. But when they're special marine warnings, you're probably not even thinking twice about it.
Right. And even if there is a water spout, you think, oh, well, it's going to last 100 yards inland at most. But this is a little different. This was, I think this was supercellular in nature. And when you get that kind of situation, you get a water spout from that. It's going to keep going inland and a long way sometimes.
I remember when we were streaming this, just looking at it going, this is textbook. You could see the hook echo. You could see it on velocity, 160 mile per hour winds. Christian Morgan, WFMY in Greensboro, I want to ask you for your advice for folks who hopefully never find themselves in this situation. But if you find yourself in any tornado polygon, what do you do, especially if it's midnight?
Yeah, guys, I was kind of watching this all unfold, kind of like Frank said. I just happened to log on to Twitter to just kind of see what folks were saying and kind of check out some different things about our upcoming storm this week. And I noticed all of these radar scans and started to notice and realize that, we were dealing with something pretty serious down in the coastal region of North Carolina there. And what I was saying on Twitter, I wasn't an active meteorologist following along in those areas, but I was saying, if you have family and you have friends that in this area, who cares if you got to wake them up? Call them until they wake up and let them know what is going on, that they have to find somewhere safe to get. And really, in this situation, we say it all the time and it kind of gets drowned out and people kind of put it in the back of their minds. But really, you got to find that most inner room in your home. If you have a basement, that's the safest thing to do, away from doors and windows. And people say, well, I'm in the next room over. Is that okay? And I'm in the closet in the bedroom that, has windows in it. No, it's not okay. Because especially in a situation like this with such a dangerous tornado, I mean, we see picture after picture after picture of whether it's branches or whether it's beams from houses flying around, they can pierce right through walls and right through doors, and they can come into those rooms and into those areas. So the most inner room in your home, away from doors and windows. If you have a basement, that's the best. And one thing that we always try to say on the air in a tornado warning situation is take shoes with you, take a helmet with you. And people think that sounds crazy at first, but if something comes through the door or something comes through the wall, if you've got a helmet on, just like riding a bike, if you fall off and you have a helmet on, you're going to be that much more protected. And shoes, people say, well, I'm in the home. Well, if you have debris in the next room over and you come out to survey that once things are over, there's no telling what you could step on. So a helmet, glasses, safety goggles, shoes, if you have those things and take them with you, you're that much more prepared and that much more ready in a situation like that.
Hey, Christian, I think you guys did the story today. Wasn't there someone whose home was damaged by the ice storm and went down to their beach house because of the damage and then was impacted by the tornado?
Yeah, that is a series of really bad luck. They left here, their home was damaged on Saturday with the ice. And so they went to their beach house. I think they left earlier this week to kind of get away while crews were cleaning up their yard, and then found themselves in that situation the other night. And it's like, what do you do at that point? And I think, if I remember right, I didn't watch the story in full detail yet, but if I remember right, I still think some of the family was either en route or was going to be traveling down to the beach house later. And so they had a really hard time getting in contact with those folks. And that, of course, is scary in itself when you're in one place going somewhere to be safe and your other family and your other party there knows what's happening and they can't get a hold of you. It's really, really sad.
That is absolutely incredible. That story had
another thing worth mentioning.
Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, another thing worth mentioning with all the Christian said earlier, do these things that you can do in advance. Decide where to go when the sky's blue. Make the plans on that day. Share them with your family. Make sure everyone knows where to go, so that when the tornado warning is issued, you can just do that and not have to think about what to do. You just do what you've decided to do, and it saves you time. That way, if you don't get a lot of lead time, and sometimes you don't, then you know what to do and you can do it and get there faster, and having less lead time matters less.
Yeah, that lead time is so critical, and the Weather Service does as best of a job as they can, and it's frankly a really good job, and it's improving each and every year to give people more and more lead time. But, an excellent amount of lead time is what, guys, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes. And in this case, it might have been even less because of how fast this cell was moving.
Yeah. And another thing, I'm just reviewing the radar again right now, and I just noticed why this was kind of sneaky. I understand why it is. The radar near Charlotte, it looks like it has some obstructions to the radar beam to the southwest. And that was clouding what was going on with this storm. And it made it that much more difficult for the Weather Service to warn, because it was kind of in a dead spot for radar. And it just approached from the southwest, and the thing was over Sunset Beach before they realized what was going on, I think.
Yeah, I'll just do a shameless plug here. If you're interested in this, we're going to do a show with this with Gannon Medwick. He had a really good write-up today about the situation. So, a lot of weird things going on at that time. So sorry about that shameless plug, James. Back to you.
No, I'm glad you actually. That's more late breaking news, because I know you had reached out to him there at WECT to find out if he would come on and talk to us. So I think those are all valid points. And Frank brought something up that I think in hindsight, more people are learning about. I think the folks in that area may have already known about it. So I think there is some hindsight review analysis going on. I will say one of the things that I think was a silver lining saving grace is that this supercell, this tornado, passed just to the side of the radar. If it had gone over the radar, we could have lost eyes on the whole cell for the rest of the night, which I think would have introduced a whole other level of an issue. Certainly.
Yeah, just under 3 miles. If it had been just under 3 miles farther east.
So we mentioned that Governor Roy Cooper went down to survey the damage today and to meet with folks who were impacted by this tornado firsthand. And amongst some of the video that was fed back, we have about 2 or 3 minutes here where the governor is talking to 2 homeowners who were inside of their home when this tornado approached. You're going to hear them talk about the amount of lead time they had, or what frankly was a very small amount of awareness and lead time for them by the time they realized something was wrong, and what position that left them in, and how they ultimately rode this storm out inside of their home. It's a miracle. It's miraculous. It's heartbreaking. It's inspirational. It's a whole palette of emotions. Now, because of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, the microphones are a little bit further away than they would be ideally, and I'm letting you know that because the first rule of broadcast is always good audio, and you can hear them here, but especially if you're listening on our podcast, I want you to just stick this out with us and take a listen to the conversation the governor is having here with these homeowners. It's an incredible story.
They won't invade your space here, but I thought I'd just come over and just see things. Yeah. Hello, how are you? Doing okay. How are you guys doing? We're alive. The fact that we're alive is a big positive. I know that's something to be thankful for these days. Yep. So we're thinking about you and hope that everything can be put back together. So sorry about the loss of life here. Yeah. Tragic.
That's our greatest fortune. That was not us.
Right.
This is sticks and bricks. They can be replaced.
So is this your house?
Yep.
And so were you guys home?
Oh yeah. We were in this under the curtain.
So what happened? How did you guys? Where were you?
I was in bed and I heard the hail, and at that point I said it's time to get up. And by the time I turned my back, the doors came in and hit me in the back and knocked me down to the sofa, to the bed. And that's probably the only thing that helped me survive, being knocked down. So, oh yeah, well you heard the hail. The amount of time between the hail hitting and the noise of the wind was instantaneous. There was no
I couldn't tell you what this happened. I was on the living room sofa, and as soon as the hail cracked the first piece of glass, I ducked, and the whole back of the house flew in. And I went for a ride. Fortunately.
So how far were you carried? Where were you?
I was in the great room. The entire back of the house flew in. This wall here, I'm on the other side of it. Buried under everything else. And I'm sure the only thing that saved my life is our porch furniture is teak. And the one chair blew in on me like a TP tent. So everything falling and throwing landed on that and not directly on me. And I swear that's the only reason I'm here.
That is amazing. Were either of you injured?
Minor
scratches.
I had to get
a couple of stitches.
But considering, no is the answer. Bumps and bruises by comparison.
Well, you have an amazing attitude about all of this. It's got to be devastating to lose your home like this.
It's devastating, but you got to maintain a positive attitude. So
we're here. We have something to deal with. There are others across the street and across the golf course that don't have that good fortune.
Do you have a place to stay?
We do.
Yes. The neighbors here are families. The generous, phenomenal offers have been endless. So.
Yeah, we have a place to stay. There are several people that had empty homes because they're not full-time residents. They offered the homes to us. I've had offers from New Jersey to Florida to help. So we've been fortunate.
Absolutely an incredible story. Those folks, as they expressed, lucky to be alive. Again, 2 fatalities, 10 injuries, and as you can see, multiple homes damaged by this EF3 tornado there in Brunswick County, North Carolina. We will have more, as Scotty mentioned, on future shows here on the Carolina Weather Group, talking more about an event that is clearly going to be now marked on our calendars and our history books. 160 mile-per-hour winds. That is practically unheard of in this part of the country.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. We are here with the WFMY weather team. We have on with us Tim Buckley, Christian Morgan, and Teran Kirksey. And we're going to be getting to know them over the next few minutes. This is a new segment that we are rolling out and hope to do, but we're going to spend a little time just getting to know our local meteorologist, and everyone has been kind enough to donate some time. So we're just going to do a few quick hitting questions. These are just, you guys can elaborate if you want, or you can just give a quick answer. So our first one is Twitter or Facebook? Which do you prefer more, Twitter or Facebook? I'll start with Tim.
Twitter, as long as it's not bad Twitter, but I like weather Twitter.
Okay. Christian?
Definitely Twitter. Facebook has the ability to take something you posted 3 days ago and highlight it 3 days later, which makes the information very much out of date. So I feel like Twitter, if you can't say it in 140 characters, then you're saying too much.
All right, here's one. I don't know if you guys have dabbled in these as much. TikTok or Snapchat?
Oh boy. I'm old. I can't have a TikTok. I don't even think that's allowed. So I do have a Snapchat, but it's not something I post weather stuff on.
Yeah, I have Snapchat too, and I can't dance, so I'm not even going to adventure into the world of TikTok because it will be horrible. And I'll just let everybody else share the TikTok videos on Twitter, and then I'll watch them that way.
You don't want to be lip syncing?
No.
They both confuse me. I think I'm like, I'm older. I have an older spirit. So usually I just put my phone down when I get home. I don't want to know what's going on. I watch TV, and then when I wake up the next morning, people tell me what I missed, and I'm cool with it. I'm fine with it.
Keeping on the theme of technology and stuff, what about weather model websites? There's tons of them out there, and I know you guys may have some special software, so you don't have to go to all these websites that us normal people have to use. But do you have one?
We have so much special software, and we pay all this money for all the great stuff. And I still love the Penn State eWall the most.
Oh, you're biased.
Undecipherable. No one understands what it is, but I do because I went there, and that's just my comfort zone. It's like my chicken soup for my weather soul is looking at the page of garbled numbers, knowing what it means. So I do like, and it's the only one that has an easy to understand 6-panel chart for like the NAM and stuff, and I like a 6-panel chart.
Okay. I've used that website for like 15 years, and I'm still confused by it. but it was the first website I used a lot, though. Now I use Pivotal Weather a lot, and occasionally I'll look at some other ones if it's like hurricane season or something like that too.
Yeah, the first time I met Tim, he was showing me this Penn State eWall, and I said, "What is this thing that looks like it's from 1985 that I cannot understand?" And I laughed at him for it, but he's like, "Oh, it's got all these charts and things on it." I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna find a different website." And then I took my weather classes and stuff through Penn State, and I was like, "Oh man, I really love the eWall now." It's fun to actually sit and work side by side with Tim because we actually understand the Penn State eWall and how great it actually is. But also like, we do have it's something you have to pay for, but WeatherBell has some good maps on it. But I really like to use Pivotal Weather, especially when we look at severe weather parameters. They have it very easy to access on there.
I can't say that we've really dabbled in the eWall, but definitely agree with you on WeatherBell and Pivotal. I think I'd have to throw in Tropical Tidbits just because that's where I started, and so nice having those easy assignments. Keep on this topic. Do you think that weather data is too easily available?
Yes, but there's nothing we can do about it. Okay. I have two opinions on this. Number one, I don't think it should be that easy. I don't think it should be easily available to people that aren't seeking it out. So what I mean is, like, if you want to like really be able to look at a weather model, of course I agree that's a good thing to be able to do. But I don't like that it gets out there to people that aren't wanting to see it. So it gets posted to Facebook, and then my grandma gets it and says, "Oh gosh, this is really bad." That's the bad part that we all know about. So in a perfect world, it's 1995 and only the weather folks have the weather models, but you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
I think with it being so accessible, yes, it's public knowledge. It's out there, so why can't you access it? But at the same time, you get a lot of these hype weather sites and, people who think they're weather gurus and don't really understand it. And they like to, screenshot things and then post hype weather stories based on looking at one model. People don't really take the time to actually dive into the models and try to find the consistencies in them. And a lot of people don't even know like the biases of the models and typically how they run. So having it so accessible is kind of doing, the weather folks a disservice. So we actually kind of have to take a step back and say, what you're seeing is not really accurate, but here's what we're looking at. So we almost have to kind of be careful where we step to make sure we cover the bases
of what people are really seeing on Facebook and Twitter and what they're, sharing out at a mass rate.
Yeah, because 90% of the time when something looks bad 5 or 7 days out, it doesn't happen. So I know my forecasting philosophy is usually like, okay, that looks like 10 days out. Oh, it looks horrible, but I'm not going to say anything. We'll just kind of pay attention to it. And then once we get into, okay, it's 4 days out, 5 days out. If it looks really bad, okay, let me start kind of sprinkling this in. And then 3 days or less is when I'm more so like, okay, this is probably going to happen. But since it is out there and, the way that the models are visualized, some of the websites where it looks really, the color tables are really good, but you see something that looks terrible, and then somebody will just like, Christian and Tim were saying, they'll see it and they'll put it out there, and then it explodes, and you have to do damage control the whole time. And then when it doesn't happen, people will say, well, you guys didn't know what you were doing. So that's the way it goes.
Yeah, exactly. Coran has lobbied for us to change our 7-day forecast to a 3-day forecast.
All my career, I've been like 7-day forecast. I don't like 7-day deterministic forecasts, because most of the time the temperature 7 days out is going to be at least 5 or 8 degrees different, than what I said a week before. But that's just, again, my old man grumpiness. I've been complaining about that for my entire career, and it has not changed anywhere I've worked. So it's not gonna happen.
I did a little personal case study not long ago. I was like, okay, I'm going to take, my forecast sheet and I'm going to keep it. And here's what I put for day 7. When I get to day 7, I want to see how much it's changed. And I mean, over those 7 days, the conditions change, the temperature changes. It's an evolving thing, especially once you get past, 3 and 4 days.
Yeah, I even tell kids when I do school talks, like, okay, days like 5 through 7, don't worry about those.
It's more of like, here's what we're looking at down the road. This is kind of a suggestion of where things may go.
Exactly. Yep.
And heavens forbid you put a snowflake in day 5 or 6 and it doesn't happen.
Never do that. That's a rule of thumb. Never do that. I could think it could be a blizzard. I'm not putting a snowflake on day 7.
Dig your own grave.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of bringing it back around for your viewers here. What was it that kind of jump started y'all to want to become weather people? Was there a defining moment, or was it something you kind of always knew you wanted to do?
Most people have like one weather moment that they saw or they lived through or they experienced. For me, I don't really have one of those, but I did grow up in probably the snowiest part of the country that people live in, which is upstate New York, right along Lake Ontario. We got like 200 inches of snow a year. And so weather was just hugely controlling of your life for about 4 to 5 to 6 months every winter. So I always wanted to know what the weather was going to be. I always watched the Weather Channel and told my mom what they were saying, even if she didn't care. And that's just what I was interested in. And the TV thing just kind of followed suit. I didn't know that was exactly what I wanted, but that kind of just worked itself out. So that was my spark. Snowflakes. And I hate snow, by the way. So it's just, maybe that's why.
Yeah, I'm going to catch heat for this from Tim and Taran. I really like snow. And see, look. They've unclaimed me. So always, that was my thing. And my birthday is in January. And for a while, there was a couple of years where it always snowed on my birthday or within a couple of days of my birthday. So that kind of, I've always was interested in weather. And actually, I never knew that's what I wanted to do as a career. I always wanted to do broadcasting, radio or TV of some sort, and work in radio for a while and then try to get my foot into TV and a couple different avenues. And then the weather thing just kind of popped up. That's where I was able to kind of get my foot in the door. And I knew I enjoyed it and kind of got my foot in the door. And actually, kudos to Tim for helping me learn a lot and teaching me and kind of really growing that passion for weather that I had, so much so that it sparked my interest to actually go back to school and get my meteorology certifications and stuff. And so here we are. It all kind of came full circle at one time.
For me, I'm from the deep South. I'm from Alabama originally, and so I grew up with a bunch of tornado events, and one time I saw one, and that just kind of locked it in for me. And so that just made me interested because, when you're a little kid and you have tornado warnings, you get a little scared, and that fear made me want to learn more about them. And And so, yeah, so now, that led me to kind of pursue meteorology as a career. When I was in college, I was somewhat interested in broadcast, but probably more into research. The broadcast thing just kind of happened, and I've just been doing that ever since. But I do want to say I do not like snow. Snow is terrible. I hate tornadoes too, because tornadoes are bad, as we've seen. So I just like I think I like more so the challenge of forecasting as opposed to certain weather events, weather phenomena. Yeah, that's a word. Yeah, I said it right.
Phenomenal.
My short career so far that I've had, I've already learned that weather is a very humbling thing. Forecasting weather is a very humbling thing, because you have this period of time where you're on it. You're like, man, I'm accurate. This is, it's working out. And then something falls in your lap, and it's, you're like, okay, we'll come on back down to earth now. But yeah, so the challenge is fun. And also, weather is one of those things, like, you think about it now, we've got everything going on with the coronavirus, but weather doesn't stop. Like, it's something that never changes, and it's something that's always happening, no matter what's going on. And people are always, no matter what they're doing, whether they're staying at home, or whether this is a normal period in time where people are going to work and kind of coming and going as they please, weather affects everybody in some way, shape, or form. And to be able to, be one of the folks who's actually looking at that and helping you kind of plan your day, providing that service for you, I think is something that internally, and in my mind, I really, really enjoy.
I have a running joke with Turan. I guess you've been here about 3 years or so, maybe, like that. Mm-hmm. And when he was on his interview, he was asking, what's the weather really like in the Carolinas? And he's been in Oklahoma and Mississippi, and I say, you know what, man, we don't get that much severe weather. Every now and then we get a tornado. Every now and then we get some hurricanes, but they're mainly at the coast. We're in the Piedmont. And every once a year or so we get some snow.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
And then weather just happened all the time. And we had lots of tornadoes. We had a Greensboro tornado. We had all these hurricanes that came right into the Piedmont, all this crazy snow. So it's transformed.
So
it is.
Is it following you, Taran?
Clearly, it must be. I'm sorry. I apologize to everyone.
So now I'm connecting the dots because first we blamed it on Grant Gilmore when he left. And so now it's actually Tim's fault because he said, we don't really get. And ever since then, all heck's breaking.
Jinxed us. Yeah.
That's right. Everything was quiet when Grant was here. When he left, it just went crazy.
No claims about North Carolina weather at all.
A quick follow up there, Taran. The tornado that you saw, you were younger and you had a clear kind of visible of that. What kind of happened in that experience?
There was I remember the day. I was in Huntsville, Alabama at the time, in North Alabama, and there was a tornado warning, and the meteorologist was saying, hey, it's headed towards this part of Madison County, which is maybe about 5 or so miles north of where we are. Then the power kind of flickered or went out, and of course, we looked outside, so you're not supposed to do that. And we were looking north, and you can barely see it, in the distance, but I could see it, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's wow. This is it. I was scared, but I was also kind of mesmerized. My parents knew that it wasn't going to hit us, so they were okay with me, looking outside, okay, it's up there, it's fine. But just watching it it kind of, just solidified my interest, because I've always been somewhat interested in weather, even when I was younger than that. But there was a meteorologist in town that would do such a great job kind of teaching the meteorology. I know some people don't like that, but for me, I would always sit in front of the TV and watch the severe weather coverage, and I would learn so much about how to look at radar. What are you looking for? These are different, variables that, you can look at using the radar. And again, this is in the 90s, and so there's been a huge explosion of different things now, but it made me more and more interested. And then, obviously, I reached out when I got in high school, and he was gracious enough to let me, intern from when I got in college, but to let me shadow him when I was in high school, and it just kind of went from there.
Give us a name. Come on.
It was Dan Satterfield.
Okay.
I know that's a name that, yeah, some people had different opinions, but he was
awesome.
And even to this day, he's just so gracious. If I ever have a question or anything, or he's he has always been one of those people that I could, like, hey, I don't understand this, I don't understand that. And he's one of the big reasons I ended up going to Oklahoma. He started telling me about, oh, yeah, a lot of tornadoes out there. You can learn a lot. I'm like, okay, sure, I'll try it. So, yeah.
Well, that's great. I think you're reading right off our question sheet. One of the next ones I was going to ask is, do you guys have a weather role model? So, Rand, we just got your answer. Tim, Christian, a weather role model?
I wasn't that active. I mean, it was hard. It seemed crazy back, when I was growing up, which is not that long ago in the 90s. It seemed crazy that you would actually be able to like reach out and talk to your meteorologist locally. That is so accessible now with social media. So I didn't really have any interaction with any of my local meteorologists, but there's a guy by the name of Dave Eichhorn up in central New York who was on Syracuse television for a long time. And I would always watch him and Dave Longley and Jim Teskey. Two of them are still there. And they really geeked out about the weather. And I wouldn't say they got excited about the weather when it was bad, but they really did have like a professorial approach and really explained it a lot. And I liked that. And I thought that was really interesting. And they would really tell you, if this lake effect band isn't here and it's there, there's a reason why. We're not able to predict it that precisely. And so those were definitely the folks that inspired me, even though I didn't really interact with them much. The funny part about now being in the position that I am and having social media is we interact a lot on social media together now, just chatting about local weather, and they know I'm from my little small town that they cover and all that stuff. So it's cool.
That's neat.
Yeah, for me, so I actually grew up in this market. So I was very in tune with all of the weather folks in the market at the time. And so there was one person that I won't name because we're with, a competing station right now, but I watched them all the time. And that's just kind of, I would always, that would always be the thing. And when they were calling for snow, that's what I wanted to know about. That's who I wanted to see. And I wanted to learn, why it was happening, and also more so to know how much we were going to get. But at that point, Tim, like Tim said, I never really thought that, when I was in middle school, that you could actually reach out to those folks and actually, have a conversation with them. And, some folks, that I've learned over the years, some folks are more gracious of giving their time than others are. But I will say, and again, Taran and Tim can probably speak to this because they've been in it longer than I have, of course, but maybe the way that social media and has kind of groomed us over the last, in this age that we're in, I think that the connectivity, being able, whether you're competing stations or not, but kind of the network of meteorologists and kind of being able to toss ideas back and forth and discuss those things. There's a more of an open line of communication, I think, than there used to be, which is definitely a good thing for not only the folks who are in it now, but the people who are aspiring to be meteorologists as well.
Here right now, that's a testament to having more access to your local meteorologists than perhaps there was back in the 90s, like you said, Tim.
Everything has changed so much. I didn't even know what a computer model was or that they existed until I got to college. Like, I didn't know any of that really. And I don't know that I was unique in that either. Once you got to school, you're like, oh, there are these tools that I didn't know that existed. Here's how we use them. And then I kind of, learned it very quickly. But before that, I mean, the amount of information that 12-year-olds know now that are weather enthusiasts is about the same as like what I had like as a sophomore in college. It's amazing. It really is.
Oh yeah, same for me. I mean, the first time I saw a forecast model was when I shadowed that time. They had the DIFAX maps or whatever. It's like, oh, okay, this is printing out. So this is how you all figure out the forecast weather. Oh, okay, cool. Before that, I had no idea.
I actually have some of those DIFAX. Eric Thomas. I went to visit Eric Thomas in Charlotte, and I have them somewhere in the basement. I need to pull them out and see if I can find them. But I have a question. It's going to kind of tie 3 or 4 questions that we have together. It's kind of the future of meteorology, working from home, and the role of social media, which we all three are experiencing right now in the COVID-19 pandemic. So what are your thoughts on the future? Do you see working at home maybe more of a thing to come and doing a lot more via social media?
I think that, obviously, kind of hate the reasons why, we've gotten to this point, where a lot of people are working from home, hate that there's, the virus is kind of causing all this disruption. But with that said, a lot of friends I've been talking to over the past, somewhat talking to, I'm kind of introverted. Occasionally I'll ask them a question. I got to have one conversation a week with friends. But basically we were talking about, hey, it's 2020. The idea of going into an office every day in many industries is antiquated. If you're in sales or something like that, why do you have to go into an office building when you can just make your calls from home, or you can go and, drive to your different sales spots from home and work out of your home office and maybe go to the office once a week. I think a lot of employers are seeing that their employees can be just as productive or even more productive at home, depending on how they work or, what works best for different people. I know everybody's different though. So for extroverts, it's probably important that they, go into the office regularly to get that social interaction. For introverts, they might work better in solitude. So I think that as meteorologists, when you look at it, most weather days are fairly benign, fairly quiet. And I feel like on those days, working from home should be more of an option for all meteorologists. But you also have days where there's the threat of severe weather where that's not probably the best method. That's just kind of my 2 cents on that. I don't know what you think, Tim.
I mean, I definitely do miss being able to interact with folks at the station. However, typically meteorologists aren't interacting with one another personally face-to-face because we're on different shifts. So it doesn't change that much between us working together. Christian and I do have a lot of overlap at the station just because of our schedules. But aside from that, the main difference is just being able to show things in front of a wall and explain things by pointing them out and maybe some interaction with other anchors and stuff like that. I don't think that I'm surprised at how much we've been able to do at home, and I do think that this might continue to be an option in the future on quiet days. I don't see why not. So we'll see what happens. It's new for everybody. So what we did learn this past week, though, and whenever this is aired, we had a tornado situation back on this past Monday. That is something that very much needs to be at the station.
Mm-hmm.
And just the reason for that is, we don't have backup power at home. The building does, and we can explain it. And I think there's a comfort to folks at home who are able to actually see us at work. On top of it, we got it covered. Don't worry.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'll real quick. I'll echo off what Tim said about our severe weather event this past Monday, and I was actually working from home, and Tim and Taran were in the studio, of course, very much separated because of social distancing guidelines right now. But the other thing, and I know that this is again the quality that we're able to put out, even working from home, video quality, audio quality, is pretty mesmerizing, honestly, because we never thought that we'd be at this point. But the other thing, there's also still a lot of downfalls with it. And one of those being the fact that when you remote into whatever weather software you have, there's going to be some sort of latency at whatever rate, which does, I noticed this working from home on Monday. When you have that, it does make storm tracking, especially in like a severe weather event, it makes it more difficult because, you're trying to move the map around, and because of the latency you may have in some, like if you're remoting into a computer, well, you might have moved past it too much, and then you got to kind of scoot it back a little bit. There's just so many extra steps, and even extra seconds can be crucial in a severe weather event. But taking an overall approach to it, working from home is interesting. I've always been one of those folks who, all right, I have to get up and get ready and then go out the door to kind of get my, get my mind in the right place to do work. So working from home has been a challenge for me to kind of get into that groove. It's not so much a challenge anymore just because we've been doing it now, for a month at least. But having that interaction with folks in the building, even though, here's the weather center over here and here's the news people over here, and we come together at the newscast, just kind of having that interaction. The lines of communication are, of course, a whole lot better. Tim and Taran, and if you've been in a newsroom, like this, like you can just scoot the chair back and you yell something across the room or say something across the room. Now, working from home, okay, got to send this email, or did I check this on the little chat, or did I send somebody a text message? So the communication line kind of is something you have to kind of double check yourself on. But I think there's something about, if the weather's nice, of course, we can forecast from anywhere. Yes, we have some tools at the station, but we can do a forecast from anywhere as long as we have internet. We can even look up stuff on our phone, if we need to do that. But working from home and putting the forecast together, is easy. But I think when things return to normal, if we are seeing more work from home situations, I think just being in the station, being in the studio, at least for the shows, has a value to it that you can't replace.
No, absolutely. It's amazing all of the, just how much you've seen this working from home thing develop over the last 2 months. Who would have thought that every single meteorologist, just about every single meteorologist in the nation, would be broadcasting from their office with their cat in April. So it's just unreal. So we only have a few minutes left, y'all. So we're each going to ask you one kind of silly, lighthearted, fun question. So I guess, Tim, I'll start off with you and we'll go around. What is your favorite non-weather hobby?
Favorite non-weather hobby? Getting outside and hiking and taking pictures. That's it.
Great choice.
And I know it's supposed to be fast, but I got this hobby, I think, by a product of working weather. And the reason is when I moved to Greensboro, I was working weekends. My days off were Wednesday and Thursday. No one in the world, let alone in our building, has days off on Wednesday, Thursday. So I had nothing to do. So I got in my car and I would drive to pretty places like Hanging Rock or the Blue Ridge Parkway or something like that. I would drive a long way and get to know the area. And then I got to know hiking. And at the time, I was just taking pictures on my iPhone. And then I kind of, started getting a better camera. I don't take as good pictures as Dan, but I try. He's my inspiration for good photos as well. So that's my hobby.
Christian, Turan?
Music for me. I'm a drummer in a 10-piece party and dance band that plays across the Southeast quite a bit. So music is my outlet. And then I love being outdoors. So even though I'm not that great at it, I love going golfing. And that's a nice thing from working from home. Like, even on these days, if I don't go in until the afternoon, the days working from home, I can just, walk out or go to the golf course and walk a couple holes, kind of get my fresh air for the day. And so, yeah, but music is my main hobby. Golf would be the second one.
I like to spend time outside as well. Just kind of sitting outside is always nice. And I like to barbecue, which is a verb and a noun.
Okay.
It's a verb and a noun. Contrary to popular belief. Read the dictionary, it's a verb and noun. Sorry, anyway.
That's true.
But
Southern thing.
It is, yeah. It's a verb and a noun in Alabama, and it's a verb and a noun in North Carolina too.
Do people up north not think that it's a verb?
Well, there's
they use it much differently. Yeah.
I can run out the clock on this if you want to.
Go for it.
The actual thing that you cook with, the barbecue instead of the grill. So this is the whole, and the cookout up north is called a barbecue as well.
Yes.
I'm telling you, that's the way it is up there.
Yeah, once all this social distancing stuff clears up, I'm waiting for some Turan ribs. Every Saturday I see a post of Turan cooking.
I've had extra time on my hands, so
maybe our next lightning round will be in person.
Turan, I got to ask you, vinegar or tomato-based sauce? Well, I mean, that's the big debate here in North Carolina.
Man, she's about to get me in trouble, man. All right, so again, I'm from Alabama, but I spent most of my life in North Alabama. So Memphis-style barbecue is what I'm used to. And then when I lived in Oklahoma, Texas-style barbecue is kind of, one of my big things too. I like more tomato-based barbecue sauce. Like, you have to put, for me, I do put some apple cider vinegar as I'm cooking it, but I don't just douse it in it. Like, I just want a little bit of tang and then more sweetness. That's just what I prefer.
Very nice. Very nice. We'll give that to you.
And on that, I'm with Turan on that. Even though I'm from North Carolina, I don't want to eat barbecue and have my throat burn. A good mix, a good middle of the road barbecue.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Christian, I didn't
because we need the viewers to still like us after that. Disparaging barbecue or whatever.
And these are the fun questions.
Christian, I didn't know you golf, so next time I'm in the air. We'll have to go hit the course.
We'll do it, absolutely.
All right, so one last, I guess, question before we wrap. Do you have a favorite weather or disaster themed movie? And if you all three say Twister, Yahtzee.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna say. It's so bad, but it was so entertaining. And growing up, I was like, "Oh man, this is awesome." So yeah,
there was a volcano movie too that was really bad. What was the name of it?
It was Volcano?
Dante's Peak.
Yeah, in the 90s.
Yeah, there were two of them. There's Dante's Peak, and then Volcano was like in L.A.
Okay,
Yeah.
They're all really bad.
Yeah.
The worst one is The Day After Tomorrow.
Oh gosh.
Are you telling me that's not accurate?
It is horrific. And I was in New York in January, and I went to the New York Public Library, which is a great free place to go. You should go sometime and check it out. It's beautiful. I took a picture in there and said, "Oh, it's a great place to visit." And everybody posted, "This is where they filmed Day After Tomorrow. Jake Gyllenhaal is all over these places." I was like, "Oh no, I'm reliving this horrible movie."
Oh, well, guys, I have one question. I know you're talking about places to visit. We want to give a little love to the Triad areas. So what's your favorite place to visit? If you have visitors coming to the Greensboro, High Point, Winston-Salem area, where's your favorite place to go visit? Where would you recommend to people?
Could I guess, vote for Hanging Rock, or is that too far away? I really like.
That's great.
I really like the parks. Hanging Rock is amazing, and I love just hiking up and stuff. And that's probably one of the cooler, public parks I've been to in the state.
Pilot Mountain's a great hike too. It's in the Triad, and it's probably, if we're talking Triad specific, that's probably my favorite. But if somebody's visiting the Triad, a couple, it's a quick shot up to the mountains and the Blue Ridge Parkway too. So we have a lot in our backyard. That's the nice thing about being in the Triad. We got a lot of great places here, but also a quick drive in a car, and you can take a quick day trip, whether beach, mountains, whatever it is.
All those places are great. I will be like the ambassador. If you guys have any questions about where to eat, where to drink, where to go, outside, there are so many good parks here. Seriously, and just having lived in multiple states and multiple places, most places don't have as many parks as we do and as many good parks as we do. And I really appreciate the dedication to saving outdoor spaces. City of Greensboro, every lake, there's a trail around it at all points. That's crazy. And there's really great opportunity to get outside. We don't have traffic. We have good food, good stuff. So come on down whenever you're allowed to, and we'll give you a good recommendation.
I'm sold, Tim.
Dan likes it here. Okay, good.
We certainly appreciate your time today. We talked about social media, so I'd feel bad if I didn't say, hey, give your guys a plug. How can they follow you guys on social media?
Sure, Twitter or Facebook. Of course, mine is Tim Buckley WX. Just search Tim Buckley Meteorologist on Facebook. You can find me there. Instagram too, but I don't post much weather there.
And mine is just TK Weather, like weather spelled out. So TK and then weather spelled out on the internet. So I'm on there. On the Google machine, just Google it.
Just Google it. Right? Twitter, Facebook, Instagram for me too. C Morgan WX on Twitter, and then you can just search Christian Morgan WFNY on Facebook, and then C Morgan WX on Instagram as well.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate your time. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll do another one of these soon.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, y'all.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight, we have a very special guest with us. Former FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate is joining us. And Craig, we welcome you to the show. We're happy to have you this evening. Appreciate you wanting to spend some time with us to talk all things weather. You've experienced a lot from your journey in Florida to all the way up into Washington, D.C., being the FEMA Administrator. So we look forward to hearing your conversations tonight. For those who are watching, feel free to follow along with us on social media. Tell us what you think about the show. Let us know if you have any comments. So, Craig, welcome to the show. Our first question to our guests who've never been on is, what is your weather journey? Do you have a weather story? But I'm just going to ask you, what is your journey? I know you started off in Florida where a lot of weather affects you, but did you have a little bit of a weather bug growing up, or was it all in emergency management?
No, I can remember as a kid, you used to get the hurricane tracking maps at the grocery store, and there'd be storms out there, and you'd turn on the NOAA weather radio and wait for the tropical forecast to come through, and you'd listen and get the coordinates and chart the map where the storm was, well before the internet and a lot of other tools that we just take for granted.
With that, a young age, living in Florida, always keeping your eyes on the tropics, tell us about your journey through emergency management. I know we were talking a little bit off air. You started in a county and then kind of worked your way up. So tell us a little bit about that journey.
Well, my first experience with a hurricane, I was actually a paramedic here in my home county, Alachua County, Gainesville, Florida, where the University of Florida's at, with Hurricane Elena come buzzing through the Gulf of Mexico, and I was on duty for that shift. And we dealt with a storm that couldn't make up its mind and set off the coast for several days before it left. But I started out in 1987, moving from fire rescue to emergency management. Did that. Gainesville, sitting in the north part of the state, we get everything from severe thunderstorms is when we tend to see our most damaging storms. And so we would get every couple of springs tornadoes moving through, straight line winds, stuff like that. Went to the state of Florida, dealt with a lot of weather-related events, but most notably the 04 hurricane seasons. And then I went to FEMA. And again, a lot of what FEMA responds to is weather-related disasters. A lot of flooding, tornadoes, Tuscaloosa, Joplin, hurricanes, most notably was Superstorm Sandy. So pretty much throughout my career in emergency management, probably more than anything else, has been weather-related hazards.
Tell us a little bit about emergency management and FEMA and how they work together.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Serious storms and other types of disasters?
Well, the first thing I think people need to understand that the reason we have emergency management in the first place is the org chart of government's not built for disasters. And that's true at the local, state, and federal level. So what's happened in the late 70s was the National Government Association began to realize that every one of these big events was almost reinventing wheels. It was never clear who the federal agencies were, what the roles were. It constantly changed. And that really drove the formation of FEMA under a reorganization order that President Carter issued. But the relationship is the way states are set up is they're the primary response to all disasters. Depending upon how that state's organized, generally our first line is local governments, mutual aid, state mutual aid with the federal government in case of FEMA, supporting governors. So every time I hear somebody saying, well, FEMA ought to be in charge, I remind folks our government's actually a federal government where states have the primary role in domestic emergencies with the federal government supporting them. And I like to point out that if FEMA was in charge of everything, it would have been hard to imagine an agency that could have responded to all the disasters that we saw during my term there without the leadership role of the governors, because FEMA just couldn't have handled all that. It really is this idea that all disasters are local. It doesn't mean we're abandoning everybody, but there are key roles and responsibilities. But like I like to tell people, when the disaster hits, we all work as one team.
And so, Craig, how hands-on were you with some of these departments, like the Storm Prediction Center, the National Hurricane Center?
Well, I'll give you an example. Both at the state of Florida and at FEMA, our practice was when we had storm threats, we would have the National Hurricane Center, Storm Prediction Center. Sometimes, once we saw the rainfall forecast, Weather Prediction Center, relevant river forecast, and the affected National Weather Service offices all on those briefings. And I think, one of the things that I found when I got to FEMA was they were only talking to the Hurricane Center. And I'm like, you guys do realize there are other hazards, that there are forecast centers that deal with that. And the Weather Service in general, I think, really appreciated the fact that they finally had somebody that understood that the Hurricane Center isn't the only products that are being issued during these storm threats, and that if we were seeing a significant flood risk from heavy rainfall, having the Weather Prediction Center now talking about that and amplifying that message.
What do you envision a response might look like to a hurricane in the age of coronavirus?
If you listen to what Mike said and you go back several years ago and listen to him talking about hurricanes, he said the same thing. We've always recommended that people evacuate their friends and families, hotels and motels, and shelters as a last resort. So I think I'm less concerned about that messaging as the messaging we've been hearing that people have been told to stay home, socially isolate, the risk of COVID, and not understand that if you're in an evacuation zone, you still need to evacuate. I think it gives more emphasis to the fact that we've always said friends and families are a much better option than shelters, that you don't have to go hundreds of miles. You just need to get inland away from the storm surge areas. And the other message, which is kind of a tricky one, is particularly in Florida, we've seen a lot of evacuations that aren't in evacuation zones. Essentially, people are trying to run away from the storm itself versus the storm surge. And Florida is trying to do some messaging around that of know your zone, know your home. That if you're not in an evacuation zone and your home's relatively in good shape, built to current codes, to consider staying home and putting up your shelters and riding the storm out. Again, reducing the number of people evacuate. But the biggest thing I'm telling people about this hurricane season is if you're in an evacuation zone, your plan is to evacuate, COVID or no COVID. And about the only real additions you need to make is add masks, hand sanitizer, disinfectants, and wipes to your go kits.
If you could find the disinfecting wipes. If anybody finds them, let me know. I will trade you toilet paper. I've got that, plenty of it.
What is your idea of what the plan is going to be for the rollout from emergency management perspective on shelters?
Well, the Red Cross and FEMA and the national organizations, volunteer organizations acting in disasters have a website. It's the National Mass Care Strategy website, where they've been updating information on mass feeding, congregate and non-congregate care shelter. Well, I'm an emergency manager. Congregate, non-congregate, what does that mean? Congregate care is your traditional mass care shelters where they're looking at how to screen, maintain social distancing, and minimize the spread of COVID in those shelters. But the other thing is looking at more utilization of hotels and motels, dorms, other spaces that usually weren't going to be picked for shelters. And I think there's an opportunity here. Everybody keeps telling me how hard it's going to be. And I'm like going, well, last time I checked, most hotels and motels are not really doing well. And FEMA will reimburse if you put people in hotels and motels. And I hear how hard it is to plan, but the reality is we have a lot of capacity, particularly in my home state of Florida, to put people up in hotels and motels. And FEMA will reimburse for that under protective measures. So we're still going to need mass care shelters. There's good information out there. It's updated fairly frequently as we learn more about COVID, and now that we're seeing cases increase. But the alternatives are, do you really want people not to evacuate because they're so fearful they have nowhere to go? Or do you prepare the shelters and understand that you're going to have to manage that with COVID and take the steps to minimize the spread?
Craig, the current administrator to FEMA, testified earlier today before Congress. We're taping this, but today, earlier on the 22nd of July, you had an opportunity as well to provide some feedback to members of Congress. What did you tell them about what you're seeing in the state of the ongoing coronavirus response?
Well, I think, again, my emphasis was on evacuations. We need to be clear about that and not mix messages with talking about how dangerous and confusing and everything else it's going to be, and really focusing on when you're in the storm surge area, that's the primary threat. We need to evacuate, and we need to acknowledge COVID, but we shouldn't use COVID as a reason not to evacuate. So we need to clear that communication up. But secondly, we know that moving people is a vector, and everybody talks about evacuations. I said, well, the other problem is going to be on the response. We're still going to need to move utility crews. We're still going to need to move search and rescue crews. But if you think about a lot of these disasters, we see a lot of volunteers moving. And that may not be our best tool. And everybody says, well, what are you going to do? I says, well, I don't know about you, but we got pretty high unemployment rates right now in Florida. So my question is, and having done this for a long time, there's not that much that requires people to have extensive training to be able to help in a disaster. And again, it's reimbursable. Why don't we hire people and put them to work locally? We've already seen this with COVID in states where local governments had actually hired restaurants to cook and prepare meals under contracts to feed people that were shut in or isolated or couldn't get to stuff. And again, I don't ever want to say we don't use volunteers, but I also think with the unemployment rates we have, particularly in the hospitality industry, I think there's opportunities to employ those folks during disasters to minimize the amount of people we have to bring in from outside of a community, but more importantly, start putting money back into the economy.
So let me ask you this one, Craig, because in your experience in not only preparing or helping communities prepare for disasters, but helping them afterwards too, I'm curious where your expertise and your opinion lies on the whole question of schools. Do you have an opinion or thought on whether kids should be going back to the classroom at this point?
This is going to be a hard one because I always like to talk about big numbers. You know, everybody saying, well, there's little risk. You know, kids don't generally get that sick. You know, we need to get the economy going. We need to get kids back in school. It's important for development. And I'm like, nobody's really answering this question. If the rate at which kids get sick and potentially the rate at which kids have serious complications or deaths are even like small percentages, like less than 0.1%. You're talking about thousands of children going back to school. Those are real people, and those are real numbers. And I don't think we have a good answer for that. I also think that there is opportunities to look at how we go back to the classroom setting. You know, everything from a lot of schools don't have enough room to do social distancing. So what if we split the day in half and we split the school up where half the school goes in the morning, half the classes go in the afternoon? What if we started doing more classrooms, weather permitting, outside? You know, and again, because we're learning more about this is airborne and you know, why masks are so critical in minimizing spread. You know, how is that going to all happen? And I'm not sure we have enough answers because in Florida, some of the schools will open up, you know, in the middle of August. So I think it would be prudent to think this through, get some consensus on ways to do this. And again, I just don't think saying you're going to open schools is the answer. But I also don't think that keeping schools closed indefinitely is going to work either.
Shifting gears a little bit, you're passionate about the resilience divide. I see this here in Charleston a lot, where we have, you know, sunny day flooding, and it often affects places that are less affluent than places that are more affluent. A lot of the more affluent places are getting, you know, they're getting some of the things like check valves. They're getting a seawall at the battery. But meanwhile, at the corner of Haggard and Fishburne, where there's low-income housing, you see at 6.8 feet tides, you start to see the creek overflow and start flowing across the road there. Several, you know, we had 80-something coastal flood events last year. So let's talk a little bit about that resilience divide and how we can maybe bridge that.
Well, the resilience divide is really how I'm trying to talk about the current process of using cost-benefit analysis to make decisions about investing in mitigation and building projects, particularly for future climate impacts, as well as the existing impacts we're already seeing. And so much emphasis is on how many tax dollars we save. You probably heard this, that for every dollar we invest, we save anywhere from $4 to $9. And so if you're looking at dollars, you'll actually save more money the more valuable the homes are that you're trying to protect. And lower income homes, working class communities don't score as well. So the bias, I don't think, was intended to short the most vulnerable communities, but by only looking at the cost benefit analysis of dollars saved versus dollars invested, we're going to see that divide go towards the more affluent communities, particularly those that can afford the cost share match of, in many cases, a minimum of 25% against the federal dollars. And I think we need to broaden the definition of cost-benefit analysis to actually talk about the functional impacts to families and communities, not just to dollars saved on property.
Jared, I want to take what you just said and talk about Charleston and the resilience divide and just roll that into talking about climate change and climate change adaptation. Craig, what does that look like from a FEMA standpoint?
Climate's already changed. I think one of the problems we have is we keep talking about climate change as something that's going to occur in the future. And quite honestly, that's the way we talked about it in the majority of the Obama administration, was something that we were going to deal with in the future. But when Sandy hit, President Obama, and we'd already seen a lot of tornado and flooding activity and a pace that we'd not seen before. And we kept getting these record-setting events, which I remind people, if it's record-setting, we've never measured it before. And these weren't just isolated incidents. It was like a drumbeat. And the president said something that really, I think, shaped where we were going to go at FEMA. He says, the discussion about climate change is over. We need to start talking about climate adaptation. And the problem is our infrastructure was built for the past century of weather-related events. And climate is changing faster than our ability to keep up with infrastructure, to keep up with the improvements needed. And this is why I think it's so important as we talk about federal investments, big infrastructure, federal highway bill, HUD dollars, the alphabet soup of funding, including the FEMA disaster dollars. We have got to move away from building to our last 100 years worth of weather data and start building the future risk. And I think there are more and more people that get that we can't keep building the way we've been building if we're going to survive. But I think there's some urgency that as much as people talk about reducing greenhouse gases, on our end of the spectrum, I think the change has already happened and we're not going back anytime soon. So adapting to what's happened, particularly our coastal communities, areas subject to flooding, we know that the extreme rainfall events is one of the clearest signals we've seen in the last decade from climate impacts. And we are way behind on both identifying, mapping, and explaining that risk, and then making the investments to start bending that curve.
And I want to kind of back up a step in keeping that same direction. We talked about Horry County. We talked about some of these areas that have been hit very hard by the watershed events from the hurricanes that have hit. Over time, things have built up, Matthew, and so on and so forth. Things have just gotten worse and worse over time. So these property values are down, and we get back to the resiliency divide and demographics. And so what is being done to help those that are less fortunate in the lower income or the lower value homes, per se, that can't get back the dollars that they put into their home, ones that that's their total investment. And then others they're getting funded for their properties, whereas these folks over here are not. Where's this going to be bridged at some point in the future? What's the plan for that?
It hasn't, and that's one of the reasons I think we need to draw attention to it. The Miami Herald ran an article a couple of months ago that looked at the National Flood Insurance Program, their buyout program, where they go in and buy homes out that are repetitive loss. And they found that there was a definite bias that a lot of that money went to the wealthier counties, not necessarily the most vulnerable communities. And I think that's why we need to talk about the resiliency divide. We need to get Congress to get behind this and really look at funding an adequate buyout program and focusing on the vulnerable populations, not just the property values or the cost savings that we may see in more affluent properties.
How in tune is Washington to how weather affects people? We live here in the Carolinas, the Charlotte metropolitan area, Winston-Salem, Greensboro. Over 2 million people live in that general area, and there's no adequate radar coverage to detect tornadoes, flash flooding. We hear these stories of folks who are continuing to have homes flooded, and they're not really getting the attention we need. Is this something that the Washington culture, the senators, the House representatives, they kind of push the weather and what it does off to the side? I know everything should be focused on, but do you think sometimes weather and their issues kind of get pushed to the side a little bit?
A little bit. The only time they get serious about weather is when there's a catastrophic failure in their district. mean, think about it. The Weather Service couldn't even get a supercomputer to run better models until after Hurricane Sandy or Superstorm Sandy showed how inadequate their computational powers were. So unfortunately, everything from getting WSR 88s, which was the result of several airplane crashes due to microshear, to the latest funding for the Weather Service in this Superstorm Sandy stimulus package, Washington tends to be reactive, and so until a member gets hit in their district, then it becomes a big issue. But overall, most people treat the weather, and again, it was always amazing to me, members of Congress that thought you could defund the Weather Service because you had other private meteorologists issuing forecasts, and the Weather Service shouldn't be competing with them. And they actually were promoting defunding the Weather Service and letting other organizations do it.
Craig, do you think we have a radar crisis on the horizon?
I think if we're serious about being able to rapidly detect fast-moving tornadoes, particularly now the warning systems have caught up with the forecasting. Just having better resolution on forecasts, but we can't tell people more precisely, I don't think would have been a good match. But if you think about it now, we're moving away from county-wide warnings to polygons. We now have, with the weather, the wireless emergency alerts, the better ability to geocode cell phones, and now moving past the original 120 characters to start including links in that, we can actually now issue across cell phones more detailed warnings from the Weather Service than their current technology can really do, and they've been migrating that way. So now they can do polygon warnings, yet they're still basing it upon radar technology that will miss part of that. There's still gaps in that coverage, and everybody forgets, unless you're in severe storm mode, those things are scanning. Everything you're seeing is delayed. It's not what's actually happening. So, we've seen this before where the tornadoes will actually drop, hit, and pop back up before the radar completes its circle and it gets the updated forecast information. So by the time you see a hook echo, it's already done its business and dropped back in the sky.
Well, Craig, I want to transition us away from this last topic, and as we're kind of running short on time here, talk about something that is near and dear to all of our hearts here at the Carolina Weather Group, the Waffle House Index. That's something that we've talked about before. We had the PR director, Pat Warner from Waffle House, on last year in 2019 to discuss what exactly it is from the Waffle House perspective, but I'd like to hear about it from the FEMA perspective and how the Waffle House Index works its way all the way up to the president.
Well, FEMA will tell you that the Waffle House Index really isn't their index, and that was just me trying to be folksy. But it actually started in Hurricane Charlie. I'd been out on several disasters, and the thing I could just it was just accepted was if there was anything open, it was going to be a Waffle House. But in Charlie, we had gone down to Charlotte County, and I ended up staying down there for about 2 weeks. So we'd get up around 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, try to find something to eat, and we'd spend the rest of the day working. And, we're doing 18-hour days, so if you didn't get breakfast, you may not eat. The first morning we get up, we were down near Fort Myers. We had to get on the interstate and head south because there was nothing open where we were at. And the first thing we get to is Waffle House. We go in and sit down, and this lady comes out with a mimeograph menu. You're so used to the big plastic menus. I already knew what I was going to order. But she says, the only thing we have is on this. And that was like, well, okay. And so we ordered, but, we got coffee, we got our eggs, we got a good breakfast. But it wasn't everything you would normally expect there. Next morning, we get up, and the actual interchange we're at now, Waffle House was now open. Went in there, same deal, mimeograph menu. So the folks I was with, Ben Nelson, who was our state meteorologist in 2004, he's now with the Jacksonville Weather Service office as a forecaster there. And at that time, Major Tad Warfel, now Colonel Warfel, with the Florida National Guard, with me. And they basically, we were color coding the counties after Charlie, red, yellow, and green, using a stoplight to show indicators, EOC activation, search and rescue, schools, stuff like that. And they put into the slide deck the Waffle House Index. And that's where it came from. Green was open with a full menu, yellow was open with a limited menu, and red was closed. And I guess it would have stopped there, except we had changed how we operated in Florida. We weren't waiting for the counties to do assessments to say they needed help after these hurricanes, because I kept asking, well, why don't we just respond like it's bad? We'll get there faster, and if they don't need us, we'll go home quicker. Well, the question was, if you're responding out on the Panhandle, like with Hurricane Ivan, and you're driving out I-10, and literally we were going right as soon as the hurricane force winds passed, I told guys, we're going to be safe, but we ain't going to stay dry. We're not waiting for blue skies. So we were going right as the storm was moving out. And the question was, where do you stop? And that was kind of how the Waffle House Index got used. If you got there and the Waffle House was open, it ain't bad. Keep going. If you get there and the Waffle House is open, but they got a mimeograph menu, well, we're dealing with power outages. We probably got a lot of mass care issues. But for the search and rescue teams, don't stop. Keep going. If you get there and the Waffle House is closed, that's going to be pretty bad. Go to work. And it just kind of became the shorthand. In Florida, it seemed like all these hurricanes going across the interstate, the Waffle House was a pretty good indicator of what was happening. And the other thing, because we never really talked to the Waffle House, about them getting open and all the stuff they do to stay open. It was just our shorthand for where do we stop and go to work when we're driving in the areas, because you'll start seeing damages 100 miles out with a hurricane, but that's not where the impacts are worse. And so it just became a shorthand for us of where do you go to work in a hurricane.
So I got to ask, Craig, what's your go-to meal at Waffle House? I mean,
New York strip steaks. I like the steak and eggs, scrambled eggs, hash browns, scattered and smothered, black coffee.
And if you're on the limited menu, what do you go with?
Scrambled eggs, omelets, whatever they got. I'm not picky if they got a limited menu. But generally they'd have eggs and bacon, stuff like that. The funniest thing was when I was in Joplin. We got out there. I was actually on the West Coast, had to fly back into Joplin, got there late at night. We did a whole bunch of interviews the next day. I've been running on about 3 hours sleep in about 48 hours. It's now about 6 p.m. We're heading back to our hotel for the first time. And there's a Starbucks, and all these cars are parked around the Starbucks. I'm like, hey, guys, just pull in. I need a coffee. And we pull into the Starbucks. It's closed. We couldn't figure out why the cars were there. Then we realized they didn't turn their Wi-Fi off. So folks in Joplin they were just trying to get connections were circled around there. So we went back to our hotel. There's a Waffle House right there. I'm like, we're going in there. I know they got coffee. And sure enough, you go into the Waffle House, they got coffee because they're pouring bottled water into the coffee makers. Because all of Joplin.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Starbucks was closed. Wi-Fi was on. Waffle House, they're just pouring bottled water in those coffee makers making coffee. So I got my coffee.
So switching gears, Craig, I wanted to ask you, are there any memorable moments that stick out in your mind while you worked at FEMA? For example, the 2011 tornado outbreak in Alabama or Superstorm Sandy, anything like that?
Yeah, it was the Tuscaloosa tornado outbreaks was pretty impressive. And again, we came into Birmingham, picked up a Black Hawk, and I was flying up to the northern part of the state. And I don't think people realize how bad the northern tier of the Alabama counties got hammered. TVA had major transmission lines ripped out. We went to one town. They were basically lost everything. They had brought a command post from the southern counties. They used to go the other way during hurricanes. They'd all go south. But that thing, everybody from the south was going north. And they literally had 911 in this mobile command post, and they were dispatching. And everything, all their equipment was lined up on the side of the road because the station was just gone. And I remember, the president was coming in. He gets on, how bad it is. I'm trying to describe it, but it really was. It was hard to describe. He got there, he saw it, and that kind of came to shorthand. So Joplin happens, and I'm on the ground in Joplin. I get the same call. He's going to come in a couple of days. He was always very respectful that he didn't want to get there when it would interfere with the response, because he knew what happens when he comes in as far as security and stuff like that. But he didn't want to wait too late. So it was always, the governor, working with local officials, and essentially, my recommendation. So he's calling me about Joplin, and he's going, how is it? And I says, it's worse than Tuscaloosa. And he's like, worse? And I have to say, Joplin, as far as total devastation, is the first time I've seen total devastation. When you were down where that hospital was, think about a tornado that's powerful enough to rotate a steel frame building and actually turn it. Literally the area a mile wide, close to 10 miles long, varying in width, anything in there was totally destroyed. Anything outside of it pretty quickly got to the point where you didn't even know a tornado hit. And I just remember that, describing it to him, and he's going, "How bad is it?" I said, "It's worse than Tuscaloosa," and he was just taken aback because the impacts in Tuscaloosa were pretty dramatic. And I'm like, "Yeah, it's worse here in Joplin."
Well, Craig, one last question, kind of a fun question. You kind of, a little bit discussed it just a few seconds ago. You and President Obama, Vice President Cheney, you're sitting around. Did y'all ever talk about weather? Weather's a thing that a lot of people talk about. Did you guys just ever, talk about the weather, what's going on?
No, but between I went out on a couple of disasters with Vice President Biden, and I remember going up into Scranton, Pennsylvania, and it was really funny because he's like, "Craig, these are my people," and I knew he was from the area, but I didn't realize that. I mean, people on the street knew Joe and called him that. I'm like, "Mr. Vice President." They go, "Hey, Joe, how's your, I haven't seen you," and Joe would be going, "How's your grandfather, your dad, cousin, uncle?" He knew people. So that was the thing that really struck me about Vice President Biden was, in a lot of these communities we go into, he had a very personal connection, and particularly in that part of the country, they knew he was from there. They knew the families. They knew each other. President Obama, I remember two things. One, I was meeting him down in New Orleans. It was the anniversary of Katrina, and he's asked me how it's going. I said, "Well, we got hurricanes in the Pacific, hurricanes in the Atlantic, and fires in between." And he just looks at me and says, "You're a smartass." I'm like, "Hey, I'm just reporting what's happening." But the other cool thing about the president was, I was told early on that they wanted me to wear my logo wear when I was at the White House during disasters. So during Matthew, I'm giving a briefing to the president in the Oval Office, wearing khakis and my FEMA logo shirt and my FEMA windbreaker, and everybody else is in suits. And there's this great picture of the president. I'm sitting next to the president wearing my blazer and my logo wear. Everybody else in suits for the briefing, and people said, how do you get away from that? Everybody else dressed up to go in there says, they basically told me to look like I was doing what I was supposed to be doing. So I wore what I wore when I was at FEMA headquarters when I went to the White House to brief. In fact, if I was wearing a suit, they'd always look at me kind of excused. I said, "Hey, this is camouflage. When I'm wearing a suit, I just blend in with everybody else running around with a White House badge."
We certainly enjoyed having you. If you have a website, social media that account or anything like that our listeners and people who are viewing this can follow, how can they do that?
Well, I tweet a little bit. I guess that's, you should be aware of that. So
that's how we met. Yes.
No, I'll tweet it, Facebook it, and LinkedIn it. And again, I've seen you guys out there. I've just, thrilled to be invited.
Hey,
now I feel like I made it. I've been on the weather.
Well, we appreciate your time, and again,
I have to send Marshall Shepard an email that says, I've been on your podcast, but it wasn't half as much fun as
Craig, thank you for being with us tonight. Interesting conversation, and folks, again, it's very important to know the risk as we enter the COVID season or the hurricane season mixed in with the COVID, and hopefully you'll take Craig's advice as you prepare. So until next time, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you back here on the Carolina Weather. Everyone, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we want to welcome our guest, Mr. Stephen Baxter. He works for NOAA headquarters. He is the Winter Weather Services Program Lead, and we're getting into that season where we're transitioning more into fall and winter, and with that comes the threat of winter weather, and that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. It's going to be kind of twofold. NOAA just recently released the winter outlook for the 2020-2021 winter season. So we're going to go over that briefly, and then we're also going to talk about a new product that NOAA is releasing. And this is kind of similar to what we see in the summertime with storms, the threat of storms. So it's going to be a new outlook that we're going to talk about and really dig into, because this is a new product and one I think everybody will find useful. So we'd love for you to join in on the conversation as you're watching tonight. Feel free to drop any comments if you want to. Stephen, welcome to the show, and thank you for joining us tonight. I know kind of a busy season with you getting ready and ramping up for the winter weather season. One thing we always like to ask our first-time guests, and we talked a little bit about this off air, but we'll go through the short, brief version. Tell us about your weather journey. How did you kind of get hooked into the weather field, and how did you get to where you're at right now with NOAA?
So my interest in weather started at a young age. A lot of us have some formative moment where we decided that we wanted to be meteorologists. Mine was the blizzard of '96, early January of '96. I was in second grade, and I still remember it quite vividly, actually, watching the Weather Channel and watching the local on the 8s every 10 minutes. And I think my parents thought there was something legitimately wrong with me as I was just watching this constantly. I loved it. I was hooked. And so I love winter weather. That's always been my favorite type of weather. And so I went to Millersville University in Pennsylvania, where I got my bachelor's degree in meteorology. And when I was there, I was lucky enough to do an internship at the time. Was called the Student Career Experience Program. Now it's called the Pathways Program. It's actually a broader, it's not just the Weather Service, but it's a broader federal initiative. But I did it for the Climate Prediction Center. And I worked there, including that time, for 10 years, about 10 and a half years before I went to headquarters. So I worked in a couple different positions in the Climate Prediction Center, but I did a lot of research to operations of applied research in climate variability, subseasonal, seasonal climate variability. And as part of a rotational assignment last winter, I worked over in headquarters in the winter program, and then I took that position permanently during this summer. And so that's what brings me here tonight. So I'm pretty new in that position. So I'm still doing a lot of spinning up. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot of awesome stuff and great people throughout the agency. And going from climate to weather, which is kind of funny to say in the Weather Service, but to do that and to do that with winter weather, which is our newest service program, is a lot of fun. But there's a lot to learn, and there's a lot of work that we have to do. But we're really happy with where things have gone recently, and I'm happy to be here tonight to talk about some of that progress.
Well, speaking of the National Weather Service and NOAA, they have just released their 2020-2021, kind of a mouthful, winter weather outlook. And La Nina has been a word that's been talked about a lot, and some of our viewers may not fully understand what a La Nina is. So what is the winter outlook, and how does La Nina play into that?
Great question. So we start with La Nina. So La Nina is the cold phase of what we call the El Nino Southern Oscillation. So the reason this is important is because the tropical Pacific is an important heat source in generating convection in big swaths of thunderstorms across the equator, especially in the central western Pacific. And that plays a really critical role in the formation and maintenance of the climate as we observe it even in the mid-latitudes, namely through the formation of the jet stream. And what happens during La Nina and El Nino is the sea surface temperatures in the Pacific are either warmer in the case of El Nino or colder in the case of La Nina. And what that does is it alters relative to normal those patterns of troubled convection. And that in turn affects the jet stream across the North Pacific especially. And that has what we call teleconnections. So I think a lot of weather folks or people who love weather are familiar with teleconnections like the North Atlantic Oscillation, for instance, or the Pacific North America pattern is another prominent teleconnection. And so itself imparts an extratropical teleconnection, and so is the El Nino Southern Oscillation. And so that kind of classic La Nina teleconnection, if you will, is what drives in large part the outlook for the upcoming winter. And so if you look at the forecasts that were published by the Climate Prediction Center, so I used to do these outlooks until about 3 or 4 months ago, you'll see that there's kind of a very typical La Nina type pattern that you might be familiar with, which shows, generally speaking, milder than normal conditions across the southern tier of the United States are favored. And then across the northern tier of the U.S., especially across the north central, northwestern parts of the U.S., colder than normal temperatures are favored. And then actually El Nino actually has a slightly stronger precipitation footprint than temperature, in fact. And across the southern tier of the U.S., drier than normal conditions are favored in La Nina. And across the northern tier, generally speaking, it's wetter. But there's kind of two centers of action you'll see. So one is in the Ohio Valley, which tends to favor wetter than normal conditions, the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes. And then again across parts of the northern Rockies and the interior Northwest. It's a pretty classic look that you see in La Nina winters, and it's fairly close to the exact opposite of what you see in El Nino. Not exactly. There's some interesting reasons for that, but generally speaking, with a moderate-ish, maybe strong La Nina this winter, certainly a robust La Nina event, that's going to have an important impact, and so that's what forms the basis for that winter outlook.
So, in regards to the La Nina oscillation, what about the NAO, the North Atlantic oscillation? Are there any trends regarding what the outlook might be for this season?
Another great question. So this is actually something I worked on quite a bit while I was at CPC for the last few years. So the short answer is not really-ish. So the NAO is a very important pattern of climate variability across timescales. So we know it's important for short-term climate variability for the next week or two. We know it varies on longer timescales, potentially up to decadal timescales. The problem is the ability to predict it on seasonal timescales, especially once you remove a little bit of a La Nina influence. So the way the NAO is calculated, right? So you think one way you can think about the NAO, or one way it's calculated, is by looking at the relative sea level pressure anomalies in the North Atlantic between, say, near Iceland and the Azores to the south. Well, if you just take El Nino or La Nina and you look at this wave pattern that comes out of the tropics, and you look at the teleconnection that's imparted from El Nino and La Nina, it will have a non-zero effect in the North Atlantic. It's small, but non-zero in a way that can appear to affect the NAO. And so there's some literature that in our academic literature that looks at the relationship between El Nino and NAO. And such as it is, you might favor a positive NAO during La Nina winters, but that's not, as a causal mechanism, is a little flimsy. The example I just gave, quite famously, the 95-96 winter was such a winter where you had a La Nina, but you also actually had a predominance of the negative phase of NAO, and hence one of the snowier winters on record across much of the eastern U.S., including my part of the Mid-Atlantic. But there are some interesting areas of research related to identifying sources of prediction skill for the NAO, and so it's something that we don't have right now. But I'm hopeful that in coming years, we'll be able to talk more explicitly about the seasonal tendencies of the NAO, or sometimes it's couched in its kind of its sister oscillation called the Arctic oscillation, the AO, which is kind of more of a hemispheric look. They're just kind of derived slightly differently, but capture the same, in essence, the same phenomenon. So I'm hopeful that in future years we'll be able to say something more specific about these patterns of mid-latitude variability. Unfortunately, in this winter outlook, and what we're comfortable imparting in the current outlooks from the state of the science, wouldn't really support that quite yet. It's a good question. It's something that we think a lot about.
If I was approaching from the general public and I wanted to take a look at the 4 different colors that were available that represented the outlook, can you tell me a little bit about what those colors mean and how are they decided?
In the case of the winter storm outlook, there's a few different. We added an 80% this year, so there's a less than 10% chance, which won't show up as any color. There's 10 to 30, 30 to 50, and 50 to 80, and then there's in excess of 80%. And so that's the probability of exceeding that local watch warning criteria. Now, how do we come up with this? And so in that sense, those are meant to just kind of fairly easily communicate what the relevant risks are. We can think of 50% as kind of being, roughly speaking, the criteria for a watch. So if it's more likely than not, that would favor a watch. Now, also, it's important to mention that this doesn't take the place of or totally inform watches, because as we're moving towards consistent forecasts across the agency, the other aspect that we're working with is to also improve the impacts-based nature of watches and warnings. So while the probability of exceeding a certain snowfall threshold might say only be 30 or 40%, the local office could still issue a winter storm watch because they're expecting the impacts from that storm to be such that it warrants a watch or a warning. So cases where this gets a little slippery are where you have mixed precipitation, where you have sub-warning criteria in both snow and ice, situations where shoulder seasons, and we saw some examples of this earlier this year, especially in the Central Rockies, where snowfall events that are early in the season with foliage still in the trees, and so snow load and power outages are more of a concern. You might issue watches and warnings for lower snow accumulation criteria because of the increased impacts. And a classic example here in the East is timing is very important. So heavy snow during rush hour, for instance, is more impactful than heavy snow during the middle of the night on a weekend or something like that. So those are local impacts that local offices can take into account. So it's not a one-to-one correspondence yet, but that's kind of loosely speaking, 50% is where, all things being equal, you would start to think about, you would issue the watch, because that's where we're saying it's based on the reliable probabilistic guidance. It's more likely than not, so it's worth issuing the watch. But that can be modified by the local office's take on the expected impacts of the storm.
I know impacts is a big deal, and I know each forecast office has different criterias. First thing that pops into my mind would be the Atlanta snow jam in 2014, where we had maybe an inch of snow, but the temperatures were so cold. So it seems like this product that you guys are releasing is really more based on impacts and how it impacts the general public, emergency management, and things like that, than it is maybe about this set range of you're going to get this much snowfall.
That's right. So there's another product that is a very nice complement to this that's been operationally implemented this year, which is the Winter Storm Severity Index. And so what that does is it has criteria, but it's a much more complex and dynamic criteria to better account for some of these impacts. And so in that framework, where you have, and so what it's doing is it's screening the official forecasts from the National Digital Forecast Database. So the local offices are submitting their official forecasts. It's using those forecasts, applying climatology, applying different algorithms to assess different impacts, including snow amount, snow load, ice accumulation, ice impacts, among other things. And it's doing that to get an idea for those impacts, including things like flash freeze, blowing snow. And so using those two together, and as in fact, the vision of the program is kind of an eventual merger of those two products along the lines of what you were saying. So right now, the Winter Storm Outlook is grounded in the very objective kind of criteria-driven realm. The Winter Storm Severity Index is still deterministic, so we're not using probability information yet. It's just using the deterministic forecast from the local offices, but it's applying it in an impacts-based context. So our long-term goal is to get to a place where we have a probabilistic Winter Storm Severity Index that will in turn inform the Winter Storm Outlook, so that the Winter Storm Outlook today, being just the probability of exceeding a fixed snow or ice accumulation threshold, will eventually be the probability of exceeding moderate or severe impacts. Impacts being defined, being kind of regionally varying and defined in a much more nuanced fashion. And so it's those two products right now that are a nice complement that we eventually want to see kind of come together and form the basis of these kind of consistent, collaborated, and probabilistic products across the agency.
I think a lot of people hear outlooks and they are thinking of the Storm Prediction Center outlooks for severe weather that they might be familiar with. How might these new experimental outlooks compare to those?
So they might be they are potentially similar in that they're probabilistic. They're giving a probability of a certain event occurring in a daily cadence. So we have day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and then the maximum probability across days 1 to 4. That will be different. The Storm Prediction Center doesn't have that component. So they're very similar in that they're trying to give advanced lead time and a heads up, right, in terms of hazardous weather. So the Storm Prediction Center, as you might know, issues severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches for the CONUS. And as you might imagine, their objective probabilistic outlooks, convective outlooks, play an important role in that, and starting that process through which they work with the local offices to issue those watches. And so that's actually one of the we're leaning in on that paradigm a bit in the winter program. Not to say that WPC is going to take over watches entirely, a la kind of the SPC model, but to say that we're moving in a direction where those watches are going to be more closely collaborated in an explicit and defined fashion and process between the local offices and WPC. And so, yeah, I think there is a lot of, you can draw a pretty close parallel between those two. And in a lot of ways, the winter program is trying to lean in on the probabilistic element. I think it's recognized how important that is in severe weather because it's, we kind of, I think it's intuitive, right, that the odds of a tornado, for instance, and at an exact grid point at any time is very, very small. And so specifically, right, in SPC space, the outlooks for the probability of the event occurring within 25 miles of the point, right? And so it's this kind of stenciling out of the grid. And in winter, that's not so much our problem, but we do have the problem of conveying the uncertainty in the forecast. So when you're issuing a forecast for winter weather, we need to know how much liquid equivalent precipitation is falling and its phase, and if it's snow, right, the snow liquid ratio, which can vary as well. And so there's a lot of degrees of freedom there. And so it's important that we flesh out all those possibilities. That's why the probabilistic forecasts are so important. And then once we have that suite of probabilistic...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Slice through them and look for these cutoff points where the probability of exceeding a hazardous criteria is enough to warrant kind of these public messages, like a winter storm watch, for instance.
As far as who this product's actually meant to kind of serve the best, on your product description document, it talks about emergency services, different kind of broadcast elements, and it also mentions the general public as well. Can you kind of elaborate a little more on that?
So the product actually has its background in a watch collaborator tool that was an internal tool to help forecasters collaborate between the national centers and the local offices. And basically the idea was to broaden it up and give some of our stakeholders, including the general public, access to this kind of national picture image that gives you the probability of hazardous winter weather at extended lead time, right? So day 1, 2, 3, 4. And in a way that, again, just kind of improves the situational awareness for stakeholders in the general public, as well as the ones you mentioned, like emergency managers and kind of those other stakeholders that work closely with the local offices, and to give them, I know, Scotty, you had mentioned, talking with a meteorologist at GSP, kind of another tool in the toolbox, right? And so that's the idea here, is that we're giving the general public, as well as more sophisticated, maybe decision makers, not to say that the general public is not sophisticated, but the general public, as well as more acute decision makers, another tool in the toolbox to improve situational awareness, to understand the threat of hazardous winter weather, but also to highlight areas where maybe the threat of winter weather is lower than would qualify for a watch, but where certain very sensitive industries might still want to be aware of that. And so it's also an opportunity to better inform the public and those stakeholders about the utility of probabilistic forecasts and how we use them.
So how can the public give feedback on this?
So it is important when we have experimental products. So the process that we go through in the Weather Service is when we have an experimental product like this, it goes out for what we call an experimental comment and review period. So it's reviewed not just by internal meteorologists, but it's also being reviewed by the general public. And so if you go to the Winter Storm Outlook website, which is hosted by the Weather Prediction Center, there's a link there at the top where you can provide feedback in a survey to give feedback on anything from there's a set list of questions, but it will include things like scientific integrity, the accuracy of the product, as well as the aesthetics of the product. Does the display make sense? Does the web page make sense? Is the data easy to access? I do think the Weather Prediction Center has done a really awesome job with that website. It's dynamic. It's in GIS format. You can download the shape files, KMLs. You can pull static images if you want. So there's a lot of great ability to get hands-on with the data there. It has custom level zooms to each of the county warning areas. So for each office, you can kind of get a zoom in to whatever office, whatever area of the country you're in. So it's really a very accessible website, but it can certainly be improved, I'm sure, based on the feedback that we get from the public. And in fact, that's actually important. I'm glad you asked that question because last year, like I said, this is the second year that this has been experimental. In the first year, last year, we didn't get a whole lot of public comment on it. And I think it might have just been an awareness thing. A lot of people weren't as aware that this existed, that this product was out there, and that we were looking for comment on it. And so hopefully one of our goals this year is to get more public feedback. And that's not only important to help us improve the product, that is important, but also helps us make the case to organizational leadership that this is a product that we want to support operationally. It's not a foregone conclusion that this will be around forever, right? If the feedback's not positive or not sufficient or it can't be resourced, we might have to discontinue the product, right? So experimental products aren't guaranteed to continue forever. And so it helps us build that case to transition into operations or to make improvements and then transition to operations in a way that keeps our program and our programmatic goals moving forward.
Well, speaking as a daily GIS user, that new user-friendly interface sounds awesome, and I'm really glad that opportunity is going to be there. Lastly, are there any other winter weather products that y'all are working on besides this winter weather outlook?
So that's a great question. So the Winter Storm Outlook, that's experimental right now. I did mention the Winter Storm Severity Index that's operational. Okay, that's that. So that went through this experimental process and has been implemented operationally this year. So a few key initiatives that we're working on, I'll just run over real quick. And they're kind of an experimental space or in development space, just things to look for. But these are just kind of general things that we're interested in from a programmatic perspective. I mentioned moving these products through the medium range, and so extending the Winter Storm Severity Index and the Winter Storm Outlook through day 7 is an important priority. I touched on briefly the development of a probabilistic impact-based component. So a Winter Storm Severity Index that's in probability form. That's something that we're working toward. We're working with kind of the research arm of the Weather Service to help kind of move that along and get that into the operational pipeline eventually. And then lastly, one of the things that you might also be familiar with is there's the local probabilistic snow experiment. So at the local level, if you go to your weather.gov/3 digits like GSP, although I'm not certain that GSP is participating in the experiment, but supposing it is, if you do /winter, right, you get the main winter page, and one of them is the probabilistic snow forecast. So it shows the expected value and then the high end and low end amounts. And so those are the 10th and 90th percentiles respectively. And what we're working on there is that's been experimental for some time, and we're trying to get that on a path to operations and including probabilistic ice forecasts with that. That might be especially relevant in your part of the country where one of the parts of the country where you get a lot of interesting icing events. And so that's a complicated issue organizationally that we're working through. And it's something that we're trying to make some progress on, but we're looking forward to there being some experimental changes and then getting that on a path to operations. And so as we kind of tying the kind of what I kind of say like the synoptic scale evolution of the winter program is looking at a future in a few years where you have a probabilistic impacts-based guidance informing the winter storm outlook that's supporting consistent and collaborated winter storm watches around the country. And all of that is being undergirded by a consistent national to local suite of probabilistic snow and ice forecasts. and potentially extended all the way through day 7 across the board. And with that kind of, and that's kind of that, like I said, synoptic scale. And then longer term, one of the things that we know is important is being able to improve the storm scale side of winter weather forecasting. Heavy snow bands, snowfall rates, hourly snowfall rates, for instance. Those are things that are really important for impacts. We talk about impacts. Looking at a 6-hour accumulation, 3 inches of snow in 6 hours. That's nice. If that 3 inches occurs in 1 hour, that's very impactful. If it's a half inch an hour for 6 hours, that's less impactful in an acute sense, right? So those kinds of storm scale, micro-mesos type scale storm impacts is something that we're also working on as well. And so that's a little farther out in our planning process, something that we're really aware of as being an important issue that we need to tackle to keep making progress on all the kind of important aspects of winter weather.
And for our Carolina viewers, I was just checking as Stephen explained that, and there, NWS GSP, along with potentially other offices across the Carolinas, do offer that winter weather experimental product to see the 10% and 90th percentiles. That's weather.gov /GSP /winter.
Winter. It is there. Yeah. And you'll see it. It'll probabilistic snow. Yeah. Yeah. There's 70, I believe it's 76 offices around the country offer it. So it's not in every office. It's not even in every office that theoretically can have winter weather. As you might imagine, offices in parts of the Deep South or Southwest and the West Coast aren't participating in the experiment. But I'm glad to hear that those parts of the Carolinas are. So that's something to definitely check out your local office as you go through this winter season. And another opportunity to provide feedback as well. As we're going through this season, because that's an experimental product, if you go to that website that Evan just mentioned, you can also click, there's a feedback link there that'll take you to another one of those surveys to provide that feedback to us.
Well, Stephen, we appreciate your time tonight. I'm going to, since you're the program lead, this is your time to let everyone know again how they can find out about all this information. I know you guys are hoping for a lot of feedback. So where should our folks go to find the outlooks and the severity index? And again, remind us how we can provide that feedback for you all.
The easiest place to go to get started on this is to go to the Weather Prediction Center's website. That's wpc.nsouth.noaa.gov. There might be some shortcut versions of that also. And under their winter weather tab, on the options panel on the left, you can select the experimental winter storm outlook or the winter storm severity index. I think the WSSI might actually be linked at the top of their homepage. And then for the winter storm outlook, that's the experimental product for which they can give a lot of input. For more information on the winter outlook itself, I would recommend going to the Climate Prediction Center homepage, and they'll have a link to the latest press release from NOAA that was put together, and that whole forecast put together by my former colleagues at the Climate Prediction Center, and you can read more about that there.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Stephen, and thank you guys for watching us tonight. If you're a big winter weather lover, hopefully you'll be able to use these products. I know last year was kind of a bust for much of the Carolinas winter weather-wise, so maybe this year we'll be able to use these products, and definitely recommend that you give some feedback.
Full disclosure, right? In La Nina winter, it doesn't look good.
It doesn't. You're right.
It only takes one, and these are all probabilistic forecasts, so you can get lucky, and you can pull a rabbit out of the hat here and get some winter. So I'll certainly be rooting for it. But La Nina winters are not typically our winters here in the eastern part of the U.S., especially the southeastern part of the U.S. Unfortunately,
that's it.
But
so,
you never know.
You never know. It's like we talk about the hurricane season. It only takes one. So hopefully, if we do get that one storm, you'll be able to use these products and definitely provide some feedback. I personally think it's a great product, and hopefully it'll get out of the experimental stage and into operational stage. So, Stephen, thank you again for watching. Thank you all for watching tonight. We'll see you real soon. Thanks, James, and welcome everyone to the Carolina Weather Group, Quarantining with Mets. We're happy to be joined by the WMBF weather team out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina this afternoon. We have on with us Jessica Dobson, Robert Whitehurst, Andrew Dockery, and hopefully Jamie Arnold will be joining us here in just a little bit. So over the next 40 minutes or so, we're going to be getting to know your local forecast team there in Myrtle Beach, and hopefully we'll reveal some fun things that you may have not known about those. So welcome to the show. We appreciate y'all joining us, and we always like to start off with some fun questions. So Jessica, I'm going to start with you because you kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. Iced coffee or hot coffee? Which do you prefer?
Usually iced coffee all the way. I've been on this whole whipped coffee kick. Andrew hasn't heard me shut up about it for a long time now. But iced coffee on most days, unless it's like winter outside. And then sometimes I'll go for a warm cup.
Andrew, Robert, you guys have a choice?
I would say I'm an iced coffee guy. I wasn't until I moved here into Myrtle Beach. And once you get into the humidity here, you're almost kind of forced to be an iced coffee guy. So I do hot coffee in the mornings, but if I have it in the afternoon, it's usually iced. And yeah, that whipped coffee, Jessica talks about it nonstop, and it is very good.
I wouldn't steer you wrong.
Yeah, I think it's 50-50. It depends on the season. And it depends on where you're getting the coffee from.
Ooh,
Dunkin', I love Dunkin's hot coffee. I'm not a big fan of Starbucks hot coffee, but I like Starbucks iced coffee and cold brew better than the iced coffee at Dunkin'.
That is a well thought out answer.
Yeah, I discovered this thing too. It's called a hyper chiller. And so what you can do is brew hot coffee at home. You pour it into the hyper chiller that's frozen, and you spin it around for 30 seconds, and you have iced coffee that's not watered down.
Wow.
I don't own any stock in this hyper chiller either, so I don't get any commission if I sell any product.
How many sugars and creams, though?
You know what? You're really, that's a hurtful comment right there.
That's what gets me at Dunkin'. I'm like, load it up. Just keep squirting it.
My coffee is like white, okay?
What are y'all's favorite weather or disaster-themed movies? I guess we can go in the same order again. Start with Jessica.
Twister is for sure. I mean, that's very typical, but that came out when I was younger. And, you know, Jessica, she had blonde hair. I have blonde hair. So it just kind of really, it stuck with me. Love that movie. And also one that I grew up watching, I feel like it was on ABC Family a lot, was Night of the Twisters. It's very corny, like 90s one, but that's another.
I think for me, Twister was a big one. I'm not a big movie guy, though, if I'm being honest. Especially when it comes to weather movies, I just critique them really bad. But another one that stands out that I did watch a lot, which is even worse, is The Day After Tomorrow. That's one that immediately pops in there with Twister, but as far as if I could quote a movie, the one I've watched the most, it's definitely Twister for me.
Yeah, I think Twister is kind of the go-to answer, I think, for this one. I loved it growing up. I used to watch it all the time. I get a little more frustrated watching it now. Like, maybe that's not where we want to be during a tornado. I don't know. Maybe not in a shed tied to a water pipe coming out.
I think it's funny that I love Jo so much, but I didn't really understand the whole backstory that she was like kind of crazy and was refusing to divorce her ex. Like that didn't really register with me until honestly I watched it like a couple of years ago and I was like, man, this is kind of messy.
So next question on our list here, and to kind of stick with the same kind of weather-related stuff, do you have like a favorite type of music just in general, or maybe it's something that helps you kind of get in the mood for doing live broadcasts or weather-related stuff when weather's happening?
I'll let Andrew go first for this one because Andrew's our music buff, I feel like.
I'll have opened a can of worms. We could be here for 40 minutes on this topic, no doubt about it. Music is my passion. I'm probably behind weather, so I'm a big music junkie. With that being said, I love every type of music. Anything kind of gets me in the mood. I usually do something that's not super upbeat in the morning since we're on the morning show, but something that'll just like, all right, this is a good feel, kind of like a acoustic indie vibe maybe. But I can listen to anything from Fleetwood Mac to George Strait to Tom Petty, Bruce Springsteen, you name it. I love it. I am a big component, though, of playlists. And I think I told Jessica this yesterday. I made a hurricane playlist. I might have to make it public one day. and it's all these songs about hurricanes. And I'm a big runner too, so like right before Dorian arrived, I was just like rocking out to all these songs that had hurricane references in there, from Jimmy Buffett to Luke Combs to all kinds of music, and it was fun. But yeah, music is a big passion of mine. So
we might have to get your hurricane playlist there to put out when we put out the show, right?
Oh, for sure. Heck yeah, I can gladly do that.
I don't really, I listen to a little bit of everything, but I don't really listen to music much when I'm forecasting. I think it distracts me a little bit.
Honestly, so on the weekends, I'll do mornings and evenings. And honestly, it really depends on the morning show or the evening show, which one I'm doing on my mood. Because if it's the evenings, like I'm already like mostly awake and I've probably had a lot of caffeine in my system, so I'm like ready to go. And I'll listen to, honestly, like I love throwback playlists, like whether that's like throwback R&B and hip hop from like the early 2000s or like the early 2000s hits or like late 90s hits, like those always put me like in a really good mood. But when it comes to mornings, I kind of like, what is it? I have like a couple of different ones on Spotify. Like my Spotify is so disorganized, it's not even funny. I'll like think of a band and I'm like, oh, I want to listen to that kind of music today. But mostly like things kind of more chill, probably like Mumford & Sons or Neon Trees or Kings of Leon too. I listen to them a lot in the mornings. It really depends. Like my mood changes also throughout the morning. Sometimes I'm like, no, I need something a little more somber. Like so it really depends too for me. But I like all music too. Like I'm the worst when I'm driving in a car with someone else and a song comes on and I start singing it and it goes down.
Like the Spotify playlist used to work great for me until I had a daughter, and now it'll go from Luke Combs to the Frozen 2 soundtrack.
Moana.
Then back to Aladdin and Moana, and then back to some sort of rock song. It really brings you all over the place.
Thing. Yeah, that sounds honestly kind of great though. Like
gotta throw in a Disney song every once in a while just to kind of bring things back down.
Yeah, I gotta humble you.
All right, weather question, kind of a two-part question. When did you know you wanted to be a meteorologist? And was there someone that you looked up to when you were younger, going through high school, college, that kind of also pushed you into that direction?
So for me, I don't think there was ever really a moment in time where I just knew. I honestly just kind of always knew. Like even when I was looking at colleges, I was like, okay, well, I'm going to do meteorology. But I didn't know I wanted to do broadcasting because I used to be really shy. I don't really know what happened. Something happened, so now I can't shut up. But that kind of evolved throughout college. But in terms, I watched a lot of the local meteorologists. I think someone who pushed me a lot, though, who I met in high school, didn't realize how important it was to meet him, though, was John Gordon. He really pushed me to just kind of like take on my own personality when it came to weather. He works with, I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. He used to actually be a hurricane hunter. Now he's the MIC at the National Weather Service in Louisville. And I volunteered with him one summer, and like it totally changed everything for me. But I always grew up watching the meteorologists on air. There weren't always a lot of females, though, so it was kind of hard for me to kind of, I never really had one specific person I looked up to because I kind of watched them all. So, yeah, long story short.
I think for me, I was in 5th grade. I grew up terrified of thunderstorms. Couldn't stand them. And I turned to the people on TV to kind of guide me through the storm, as corny as that sounds. My mom was in TV her whole life. She's behind the scenes. So she is a research director. She's been doing that for years. And I kind of had a firsthand like experience into what broadcast meteorologists do. So I would go to work any chance I got with mom and shadow all these meteorologists and be like, hey, listen, I don't like storms. And that actually grew a passion more out of fear back when I was in like 5th grade to, oh my goodness, this is crazy. Like the power of the atmosphere is so amazing. So I think the big mentor for me was Kevin Harnick growing up. I met him in elementary school. I kind of went with him. He's in Louisville. Jessica and I are from the same town, same city, went to the same college. But I got to shadow him all the way from elementary school through middle school, through high school, through college. And it really paved a way for me to understand how this business works, but also to really just be amazed at, there's people that are out there that are afraid of this type of thing, but just to be amazed at the power and how the technology these days is almost like there shouldn't be a fear, just because we've come so far for how we are in this industry. And I think that's a big focal point for me right now, is to try to teach people, hey, if there's a warning issued, take precaution, but at the same time, there's no need to be afraid of these things.
Yeah, I think my passion for weather started pretty young, and I think it was kind of a fear thing too. But my grandparents, my parents always told me that 5 or 6, I'd always watch the Weather Channel instead of the Cartoon Network or something, especially when a storm would come in. And then I would go into a closet and watch the Weather Channel because the storm scared me, but I was so interested in it. And especially my mom has kind of pushed me into weather because I was so passionate about it growing up. But we'd go storm chasing in Florida. Whenever a hurricane would go by, we'd go down to the beach. I remember Floyd going up the coast, and we were down at the beach looking at the wind gusts. And whenever a storm would come by, we would do that kind of stuff. So it's something I always wanted to do. And I don't know if I really had a favorite meteorologist growing up. I watched a lot of the Weather Channel and local. We had Tim Deegan in Jacksonville. I think he's still there. He's been there a long time. John Gahn there as well. So I think growing up in Florida, hurricanes was kind of my passion, and that's always been still my passion. That's why I'm still in the Southeast.
So this is maybe a question that's been a little bit controversial in the past. We've had some interesting answers. But model websites, you see model output all over Twitter and Facebook and anywhere that social media exists. Do you have a favorite website?
So in college, we always used Pivotal and COD, or College Up to Page. And so in college, I got so used to those that those kind of, I'll use other ones. I can never remember the one we use now. I think, Robert, you have it on our computer, or it's your account. But that one's good too. But I always end up, I think, going back to COD and then, or Pivotal, because I don't know, I just always like Pivotal, the colors. And then when it comes to COD, I like their satellite data a lot. I always go to their satellite, their surface analysis.
I am a weird one when it comes to models. Twister data, does anyone remember that site back in the day? Yeah. How the color table was so great, but the features were a little eh. I'm a big fan of ensemble forecast and having a ton of variety on a website. So simple.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a last look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Distracted. So I try to do COD throughout like a 48-hour window, and then I transfer over to weather models, which Robert and the team use, and then WeatherBell. I love WeatherBell. I love weather models. And those two are like, I would say, my 1 and 2. But if it's coming to a quick 48-hour look of a forecast, it's usually Pivotal Weather or College of DuPage if I need to get something out quick. Otherwise, I'll spend way too much time on the other two.
Yeah, I think a lot of them, each have their strengths.
Yeah.
Like a Pivotal Weather with the clickable soundings for the Euro and the UK Met and all the extra data now. That's great. You can't really find, I don't know where else you can find that kind of stuff right now. Obviously, you could break down the levels yourself on the WeatherBell or weather models, but to have those clickable soundings for the Euro and the UK Met, great. We were big into WeatherBell, and then when Ryan went over to weather models, we kind of gave that a try, and I think they're both great. The navigation certainly gotten a lot better on both of them. I think when they first started, it was like, there's all this stuff, but I don't know how to get to it. You'll find it once. You're like, I really want to save that. You come back and you couldn't find it. But I think they've kind of improved with those. So we use all three. We're kind of lucky that we have an account for all three.
Yeah.
I don't know if many people know about this one, but the FSU cyclone phase, that's good. That's good stuff there. You can see, kind of gives you an idea if it's going to be a shallow warm core, or if it's more cold core.
What would be your most embarrassing on-air moment that you can recall?
I feel like I embarrass myself on a regular basis. So, I don't know. I mean, I have made it before on one of those like viral YouTube like blooper things over something so stupid. I like just stumbled over my words and then I couldn't stop laughing afterwards, and it was just 20 seconds of me like doing the whole where you don't breathe or say sounds, you just like sitting there laughing without making any noises. I did that. That was probably up there with one of the most embarrassing.
I don't really, and this, I mean, you can ask Jessica and Robert, they know. I don't get embarrassed often.
That's true, yeah.
So, like, I think back to, like, my job in Eastern Kentucky when I was the chief at WIMT. I would go out and do face paintings right before main weather and dance with people to learn, like, a jig or whatever it was. So I've done probably a lot of embarrassing stuff, but to me, I was just doing it just because it was interactive. But something I did not plan that happened was I did a whole main weather and Twitter blew up. This was back at Bowling Green, and it was obvious that my flag was down the entire time. So that was the only thing I can think of. I will never remember or forget that day. But other than that, everything else it takes a lot to embarrass me, but that day certainly did.
This isn't a bad one, but we have a Hurricane Expo we do every year. And I went to a little girl who was with her dad in a live interview. And I asked her, hey, are you having a great time here? And she looked at me and said, no. And I had no idea what to say. I was like, oh, well, there's some fun stuff over there. Back to you.
You didn't respond with, I like turtles, right?
And this is the thing with kids. They'll tell you the truth. They're not going to sugarcoat it.
Storm chasing. I know Western Kentucky goes out and does storm chasing every year. Have you guys been storm chasing? Any memorable events from that?
Oh, my gosh. Storm chasing. I went twice. And best 2 weeks of my life, both times. Like, hands down. Like, second time, they were both great for different reasons. The first time I was in 2016, in May of 2016, which I don't know if you guys remember or not, but that was the whole Dodge City event that unfolded, which was the craziest day of my whole life. Just like a tornado on the ground for I think over an hour, and it had, sister tornadoes at one point, and it was just like complete madness. Like I'd never seen chasers like that before either. And really that whole season I got to see pretty much every type of storm structure you would want to see, whether there was tornadoes or not. So that was really big for me. It was like literally, like everyone says it, but it was literally like everything you learned in your meteorology class and your textbooks, everything you see, but it was like in front of your face. And so that was really cool for me. The second time we didn't see quite as much, but WKU goes over a 2 week span, which I think a lot of schools probably do that too. And we did a lot more sightseeing. We went out to New Mexico, and we got to do a lot of cool things outside the whole storm chasing thing too. But I got to be with like my best friends when they saw their first tornado. So like lots of bonding, and like, it was just the best of both worlds, like being with your friends, but also at the same time learning so much, like being able to share all those like experiences and your same passion with other people. I could go on for days about storm chasing. Very near and dear to my heart. I wish I could go back and relive those days.
For me, I didn't go on the storm chase trip. I worked 2 years in college while doing school, so I did 19 hours of classes in a 40-hour work week in Bowling Green, which was crazy. The first year I couldn't because of a job. We just lost someone, so I couldn't take off. The second year I just accepted a job in Hazard, so I was already moving out when it was going up. I've storm chased on my own. I've never seen a tornado with my eyes. I've been around storms that produced a tornado at night and knew that, hey, this had a good chance of a tornado. I've seen damage firsthand from a tornado. I think the most powerful experience, though, would have been when we signed up for something that's not even storm chasing. We remember March 2nd, 2012 was a big time event in Kentucky. It was the one time I left Kentucky to go to and paid like for this big conference in Oklahoma. I never attended the conference. Like I just sat there and because everyone back home was so freaked out. So that was probably one of the more memorable events, is coming back and seeing the damage of what that produced up in Henryville and all that, because it's still crazy to look back at. But
yeah, it's kind of a bucket list thing for me. I've never really done storm chasing much, other than with my mom going to the beach when hurricanes went by. And of course, in Jacksonville, it's always when they went by for the most part. So we could go down to the beach and have wind gusts 40, 50 miles per hour. It was kind of crazy to watch. And they would always shut down the bridges going over the waterway. So we get stuck at the beach for an hour or two until the storm went by. But I've never really done any big storm chasing. I worked in Hattiesburg, Mississippi for a couple of years, and we certainly had quite a bit of severe weather there. A lot of tornadoes, and certainly saw a lot of pretty bad damage around there, but never actually seen one in person.
I foresee a WMBF storm chasing trip here in the near future.
I am down 100%.
So our next question is about favorite non-weather related hobbies. Robert, I don't think we've started with you yet, so I'll let you lead off if you want.
I love to get outdoors. So I love to mountain bike. We love to camp, go fishing. Growing up, my dad and I would always go up to North Georgia and go camping for a week and do some trout fishing in the Chattahoochee, going up into the little rivers up and the streams up in North Georgia and to the upstate of South Carolina. So, of course, I'm outdoors for this shot, too. So I guess that
I'm a big outdoors guy, too. Hiking, kayaking, boating, running lately has been a big passion of mine just because I love food, too. So food's a hobby. I love to eat. And then I also, like I said, I love music. So I play guitar, play the mandolin, play a little bit of piano. Any instrument I could play, I try to get my hands on. But yeah, I think those are the big things. I just love being outdoors. I hate sitting on the couch all day. I always have to be doing something.
My hobbies have kind of changed over the years. I used to dance growing up. I was on the dance team in college. But obviously now don't really do that as much. But I kind of, now that I live near the beach, I don't ever like to be sitting in my apartment. So I go to the beach literally as much as possible. Like when I get off here, I'm probably going to try to go to the beach because it's so nice outside. I love to read. I love reading books, especially recently, like autobiographies about either meteorologists or people in broadcasting, like books that I can take a lot away from. I love to cook. I don't like to clean. But I like to cook pretty much any chance I get. And I like to experiment and try to, like, if I can't, like, recreate, like, really good dishes from places I like, so I'm not as tempted to eat out as much. But it's really hard in Myrtle Beach. I plan on eating my way through this place. So, yeah, and then hanging out with my cats.
Since all three of y'all like doing stuff kind of around the city and stuff, is there a shout out to some of the places or things that you like the most? What makes your city so great? Can you name a couple favorite spots?
Beach.
Any particular part of the beach?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple spots here. I mean, everybody kind of, when they come to visit, they go to downtown Myrtle Beach, and it gets a little busy, a little crazy. I think the locals go a little farther north or a little farther south, and it gets a little quieter, and you can actually relax a bit. So maybe that's if you're going to come to visit Myrtle Beach, try to branch out from just downtown Myrtle Beach. There's a lot to offer up and down the coast, and that's the thing with Myrtle Beach. They want to stay as close to the beach as possible, the buildings and the homes. So instead of going inland, everything here is built up and down the coast. You have to kind of go quite a bit to see everything, but it's worth a visit from North Myrtle Beach all the way down to Merrill's Inlet. Pawleys Island's beautiful, a little farther to the south of Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, I will agree with that. And the food is great, too. You can go all the way up into North Myrtle Beach and hit up Flourishes up near downtown North Myrtle, down to Barefoot Landing. I think a Flying Fish is a great seafood place there. Highly recommend that. It's a 48 catch to plate rule, so everything is super fresh, 48 hours. And then I'm a big South Strand guy. So what we say by South Strand, south of downtown Myrtle Beach, Surfside, Garden City, Merle's Inlet, the marsh walk is beautiful. And then you go even further south, Huntington Beach State Park, Brook Green Gardens, Pawleys Island. It's just a beautiful area down there that I would highly recommend anyone to come check out. Come to Myrtle Beach, check out downtown, and then go south would be my recommendation. And then if you have another day, go north, because you could eat your way through this city in the Grand Strand, no doubt about it.
I have not had the chance to really explore that much. I'm just now starting to be able to with all the Corona stuff going on. But I will say I have not been to a single place that I have not loved so far. All the beaches I've been to as far south as, I recently went to Surfside the other day. and that was really nice. Like, and there, every little spot I feel like has a different feel to it. It has like different character to it, and so I really like that so far. Honestly, have not really even had the chance to eat at any local restaurants except like the Boathouse. That was really good. Andrew and I ate there after work or during work one day. And then I went to a local Mexican restaurant the other day, Soli Luna, which was freaking amazing.
Where do you see the future of meteorology being? We're seeing a lot more non-traditional wise media with social media, websites, blogs. You still have your TV, your National Weather Service stuff. Where do you think the future of meteorology takes us in the next 10, 15 years?
I think that's kind of the magic question that everybody's looking to the answer for. I mean, you think back 15 years ago, how different it was, and then you look 15 years or 10 years in advance and just how different it's going to be again. Obviously, a lot of focus is on digital now. Everybody's on their phones. Most stations have a weather app at this point, but I think we invest a lot of time into our weather app, and we've seen quite a bit of growth of that here in the last few years. And even on social media, I think when I started in 2013, we had 3,000 or 4,000 likes on our weather page. I think we're up to almost 40,000 now. And you can see that kind of growth on our digital team as well. I did a presentation a couple of years ago about digital growth, website growth, and it was something like 200% growth since we launched the station. We're a relatively new station. We've only been around for a little over 10 years. But you start to see the TV side go down a bit, but the digital side is kind of taking over from there. And we're starting to put some work into OTT, things like Roku, so you can get your news kind of on demand. We're setting up a new system now at the station where basically an anchor or weather anchor can go on air or onto digital by themselves, has his own mixer board, audio board, cameras built in. They can punch up any sort of audio source, video source. And so we don't have to wait for that traditional 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m. People don't want to wait until 4 p.m. to get the forecast or 4 p.m. to get some information. So it's tougher now to tease things. Like, hey, we got this really big story. Tune in at 4 p.m. for the details. And people don't, everybody wants the information now. So instead of doing that typical thing, if it's breaking news, we can get on air, we can get on the digital, get on the Facebook with it, onto the website, and people can go there and get the information right away. Otherwise, they're going to go somewhere else to find it.
What's your favorite social media platform? Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat? Where's your go-to?
Well, I still have my MySpace active, I think, somewhere. So make sure you give me I'll put you in my top 6. But really, I think Facebook is still probably the king when it comes to weather information with the general public. I think it's probably starting to skew a little bit older with the population. I don't think the younger you go, I think you get the less people on Facebook now. And where we go from there, I'm not sure. We've kind of dabbled in Instagram a bit, and we have decent luck with it, but I don't think we've got a huge amount of traction on there yet. But it seems like most TV stations still use Facebook as the kind of big digital social metric, and then you just kind of have Twitter and Instagram and some other things on the side.
All right, we're gonna end with a couple of fun questions. So I'll end with this one. You're ordered a pizza. You're only allowed one topping. What is that topping?
Pepperoni?
Sausage, but this puts out a Barstool Sports one bite, everybody knows the rules is what I thought of as soon as you said that.
It's hard for me to pick one. My original thought was pepperoni, but I love banana pepper pizza.
Interesting. Nobody said pineapple, so that's good.
I was waiting for the pineapple.
Yeah, I don't think pineapple's on a pizza.
All right, then I will close this out tonight. This is a question that we briefly talked about before the show and had you all stow away your answer. So this could be controversial. There's only one right answer. Toilet paper, over or under?
I had to think. It's over. No. It's over.
Okay, one for over.
I saw a terrifying image once, and I'll explain it after Jessica answers. It's over.
Okay.
And it's because of the image.
Okay, yeah, I would say over, and I think of a meme, and I hope it's not what Andrew's thinking. It's like, I don't know, I can't even remember the meme. Something about a mullet, like, it had to do with a mullet.
I've seen that.
You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about.
The one I saw had a spider underneath, and like you reached underneath the toilet paper to get it on the underside, and when you do that, you're like touching the spot. Ever since then, it's over.
No. All right. We have definitely enjoyed having you for this. We appreciate it. I would hate to give up this opportunity, or would love to give you this opportunity to promote your social media accounts. So if anyone who's watching or listening, head down to Myrtle Beach. They know where to get the weather information at, and maybe some of the best places to hang out. So I'll let you guys give out some social media information before we close off. Robert, I'll start with you.
No, you could. I'm big on Facebook, so if you just search for meteorologist Robert Whitehurst, it should pop up on there. And of course, our main Facebook page is kind of the one where we put a lot of our time into more forecasting, and that's going to be the WMBF First Alert Weather Facebook page.
Yeah, I think we're all pretty generic in our handles. I'm meteorologist Andrew Dockery on Facebook. And then you can find me on Twitter at AndrewWMBF. We have a great team that loves social media. We would love to just even chat with you all about weather sometime.
Yeah, mine's the same pretty much. It's meteorologist Jessica Dobson on Facebook, and then at Jessica Dobson WX on Twitter. You can also follow me on Instagram. I can't even think of my handle right now, so whatever. You can also follow me on Pinterest.
You can also find Jamie Arnold at Jamie Arnold WMBF on Twitter. So look up Jamie. We hate that he wasn't able to join today, but certainly appreciate having you all around. And if you're in Myrtle Beach, be sure to check out the WMBF First Alert Weather Team. For everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
It is Wednesday, August 25th, 2021. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. Welcome to an all-new live edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We are looking back at the historic flooding and tornadoes that impacted so much of the Carolinas just a week ago as Tropical Depression Fred came on through. We welcome in your live questions and comments to tonight's conversation by using the chat functionality right now if you're joining us on Facebook, YouTube, or the Carolina Weather Net. And of course, if you are listening on our audio podcast later on, we welcome you in as well. Introducing our panel and our guests this week, we have Evan Fisher and Scotty Powell from Carolina Weather Group. Evan is in Asheville. Scotty Powell is in the foothills of Western North Carolina and Morganton. From WCNC in Charlotte, we have Chris Mulcahy, and we have Jason Boyer in Asheville at WLOS. Jason, let's start right with you. Your television station is right there in Asheville. There was no area harder hit last week with all of this rain and flooding than Western North Carolina. If you could, just bring our viewers and our listeners up to date a week later on where the recovery stands from all of this.
Yeah, the recovery started, of course, right after the rain started letting up. We had major flooding, catastrophic flooding on the Pigeon River, which was an area through Haywood County that was hit hardest around Canton and Crusoe. And after the floodwaters receded, which actually happened that night into the morning, the cleanup began, restoration, if you will, of some of the properties, but so much damage, obviously, to clean up. And it took, well, it's been over a week now, and essentially they're still cleaning up in a lot of areas. So what I've seen most recently is pretty much just debris on the sides of streets, certainly more mud to clean off the streets in some locations, especially more of the rural locations affected, and folks just trying to get their lives back in order. Unfortunately, many folks will forever be changed by this, obviously. You know, even personally, I was changed by it because it was the most extreme weather events that have happened on my watch, if you will, in the last 12 years I've been here. So quite an event, unfortunately a tragic event with 5 still. Of course, we lost 5 lives and 1 still missing.
Yeah, that's right. And we're looking at some photos right now that were sent to us from a shot above. This is in Canton last week, as you were mentioning, along the Pigeon River. They are the epicenter, the visual reference to what this flooding really means. As we were watching stream gauges on our Carolina Weather Group live coverage crest at nearly 20 feet, these photos really show the impact of what that means. Jason, let me ask you, you mentioned a moment ago the impact that you felt as a communicator, as a lifeline for folks as they were tuning in for information. What is that like for somebody on the studio side of things when all of this is playing out?
Well, we were gathering so much information and trying to get as much as we could out to our audience. We, on top of that, had to cover tornado warnings. So the flash flooding was not the initial, engagement. At first, we were talking tornado warnings because those happened very quickly in the afternoon hours. Starting around 12:30, 1 o'clock, we had our first tornado warning come out for my my television market. And that was in the upstate of South Carolina. And then just one after another, they kept coming. The flash flood warnings were issued prior to that in some of the counties, like Transylvania County, Haywood County. I believe Jackson County had a flash flood warning out early in the day. Keep in mind, we had a couple of heavy rain events leading up to this. They weren't widespread, but they were very localized. And we already had flooding the day before that in the Rosman area on the French Broad River, where some folks locally measured 8 to 10 inches of rain in about a 7-hour period. So it was an extreme event there. That was highly localized. Then on top of that, you had Fred coming in the day after. And of course, it just led to the catastrophic flooding.
You mentioned all the tornado warnings. Here's a look at the perspective from National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, which, just to give people context, does have jurisdiction of your area in western North Carolina, along with upstate South Carolina and as far east as the Charlotte metro area. 37 tornado warnings in this tweet that Brad Panovich at WCNC put out later on that evening. I think there may have been one or two more across the Carolinas that came with the remnants of that line. The governor of North Carolina back out in Haywood and Bumpkin counties today, touring with residents and small business owners to continue to look at the recovery and the impact a week after these storms. Some new photos that his office shared with us today. We do want to let people know that if you are a resident or a business and you are in need of assistance, there is a hotline in Haywood County. That's 828-356-2022. 828-356-2022 is the number to call if you are in need of assistance as a Haywood County resident or business owner. Jason, I understand your station is also doing something starting tomorrow to help people in the community.
That's right. It's called Hope for Haywood, and we are teaming up with the United Way to help raise funds to help in the relief efforts for Haywood County and those affected by the devastating floods. And so we'll have a team out there in the morning for our morning shows and another team out in the afternoon in Haywood County, working with the news department and bringing live updates from that area. And we'll have all the information, of course, online and on air so that folks can donate.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
WLOS starting tomorrow. We appreciate all that you guys are doing. I mean, this is so much for your community. But as you were mentioning before, as a not only a professional in the area, but you guys live here. What is that stress like for the staff to cover this and then have to go home and maybe clean up property in your own lives?
Yeah, well, I've had flooding at my house before, and it wasn't related to any major flooding event, but just heavy rain. I live closer to the Pisgah Ridge. I live in an area that is typically a very heavy rain area of southwest Buncombe County. So I've dealt with it personally, but nothing on the level that the folks obviously in Haywood County recently had to deal with. Most of the stories I've been hearing from people is just it's hard to comprehend it until you see it. And even when you see it, it's just something that they, even in their careers, haven't experienced firsthand. And so when they come back, they're just, the eyes are wide open and they're just talking to me and they're saying it is actual, like a bomb went off almost. And they have no other way to describe it. And, you see the video, you see the pictures on social media and on TV. And, it's very hard to understand just how big of an impact this had and how quickly it went down, if you will. We heard about the sound bites. A wall of water came suddenly rushing down, and we have theories on that. We don't know exactly what happened. There's no dam that broke. There's no levee that was breached. That's not the situation here. The East Fork Pigeon River is the headwaters of the Pigeon River. There's a West Fork and an East Fork, and they come off the Continental Divide. And essentially, so much rain fell in a concentrated area of Transylvania and southern Haywood County that it just saturated the ground, inundated that river, and overwhelmed it quickly. So the theory is that there was debris, so much debris getting into the river that it just clogged it up. and the pressure of the water just kept building. And eventually, whenever that break or several breaks eventually gave way, it just all came downstream.
Yeah, we're looking at a tweet you put out last week, Jason, showing some of those radar estimated rainfall totals. Absolutely incredible numbers, and video that our own Evan Fisher shot, not in this exact location. This is in Fairview, but I just thought of it a moment ago because you mentioned some of the debris, and you can see some of it in your video, Evan. It looks like maybe part of a tree that's going by here, and it's nature, but it's man-made things as well going down the river. Evan, what were things like the last couple of days in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, so we were somewhat blessed here in Fairview to only deal with some moderate flooding. We didn't deal with anything near what Canton and Crusoe are going through. Out in Canton, Crusoe, Haywood County, there's folks picking up the remnants of trailers, RVs, and homes that washed down the river. And here in Fairview, it was mostly trees and more natural debris. But Jason, I wanted to throw a question your way. WLOS, everyone from your team did an excellent job covering this and some of the heartbreaking stories in the aftermath. It felt on my end like it took a little bit of time for everyone to realize the gravity of the situation up on the mountain in Crusoe. What was it like 12, 24, even 36 hours after the event as you were seeing new reports populate?
Well, it was just more and more of a grasp of how big the event really was. We knew the gauge was exceptionally high. We knew that it was at a record stage, a major flood stage. We kept reiterating, look, it's a catastrophic event. This is the wording the Weather Service is using. And this is the first time that I've actually had to use that language in terms of flash flood warning here in our mountains. So you emphasize it's a life-threatening event. You hope people are making the move to higher ground. But then again, you also realize that people are already getting flooded, and it's not likely they're watching. They're not sitting in front of a TV. They can't look at their iPhones or their Androids, and they can't really make decisions from what you're telling them at that point, the people that are getting flooded. So the hope is that the message is just passed down the line and that everybody can get somewhere safely more quickly. But we all know that in certain situations like this, it's just, there's nothing you can do besides tell people what's happening. And that's about it. It just came so fast.
Jason, we are entering the peak of tropical season, and we know when we're seeing storms in the Gulf of Mexico, and they kind of hit anywhere between the Florida Panhandle to Mississippi, Alabama, they always seem to find themselves around the Appalachian Mountains, and we're on that dirtier side, that more active side. As we go into the peak of the season, I mean, this maybe not particular if it happens again, but the threat of it is real. And I mean, we're looking at Invest 99L right now, and the models have been all over the place, and we've seen a shift more towards Louisiana, Mississippi today with that track, and could actually be off to our west again. And so I guess my question is there concern? What is the messaging like now? Hey, we need to pay attention to the tropics over the next 6-8 weeks.
Absolutely. This event was so unprecedented that anything beyond this event now for the rest of the season will get us on high alert, and certainly everybody's anxiety levels will be up a little higher than normal. And I have people that'll Facebook message me on a daily basis now from those areas affected, and even from some of the areas that didn't have major flooding, but they're worried already about me talking about heavy downpours tomorrow or the day after that. What does that mean? What does that mean? And you have to kind of bring it back to them and say, look, the event that unfolded was like we talk about a 1 in 500 year, 1 in 1,000 year event. Kind of the odds of it happening again before then were very slim. But now that we've had this event, now you've set the stage, as you mentioned, Scotty, for more flooding and the possibility of more extreme flooding because of the way the ground was so saturated. But thankfully, we've had some time to dry out a little bit, and hopefully, Invest 99L, the fear is that it does come into the Gulf. The fear is that it comes right up through Alabama or Georgia, and the fear is it comes at us again. If that happens, obviously, we will have a major issue once again with flooding and possibly tornadoes. So I think that sometimes it takes events like this to wake people up in a sense, because flash flooding is always one of those things we talk about as it's the number one killer. You may not realize that. Nobody thinks about that right off the top of their head if they're not in the weather world and they don't know it off the top of their head. But the point is, flash flooding kills more people on an annual basis than any other weather disaster. We try to hammer that home. We try to hammer the fact, the safety protocols to get to higher ground. Don't hesitate. It doesn't always work. Some people will not move. And I know it's counterintuitive too. When you're having an event like this, it really didn't help that we had tornado warnings and we had big thunderstorms, and you're telling people to get out of their house when they feel most comfortable and safe in the house. So there's two messages going on, and that was really difficult to communicate. We're trying to tell people to stay in their house, get to the lowest level of their home in the tornado warned areas. At the same time, we're trying to tell people in flash flood areas to get out and go to higher ground. So mixed messages. I think some people just might have gotten confused, and as best as we tried to communicate it.
Yeah, the advice there gets very tricky, from shelter or move or go. And Jason, it struck me before that in all of your career, you mentioned that this was the first time, if I heard you correctly, that you had a flash flood emergency with this catastrophic amount of damage associated with it. And one of the things we started thinking about last week, but it felt premature, and you can tell me if it's still too premature, but what do you think the lasting legacy of this event is in the community?
Well, good question. I think that it's going to hopefully change the way people's mindset and approach will be to other events like this. If there's a flash flood warning, they'll certainly be more likely to make the move to some safety. I think that there will be different building codes possibly introduced. I think that they might find ways to move businesses further away from the water and the Pigeon River. There's always the flood mitigation that emergency management crews and county emergency managers try to start and proceed with. We talk about the Swananoa River, which often floods down here in Asheville, East Asheville. It's very costly to divert the water and to mitigate some of the flood damage. So we'll see how that all goes. And we're hopeful that the governor will certainly continue to support us, and we'll get the funding that we need to get the county back on its feet and maybe change the way things look down there and for the better in terms of building codes and where places of business are.
Well, one last question, Jason, before I bring in Chris Mulcahy. From a communication standpoint, you mentioned at a certain point you had an expectation that people were away from their TV screen. What do you think the penetration was of, say, National Weather Service radio or wireless emergency alerts, if you were to give some feedback, I guess, on what worked and what didn't work in terms of reaching people where they were?
Yeah, well, this is solely based on anecdotal evidence. I don't have anything concrete from a poll or anything, but I will tell you this much. People that live here know that severe weather typically favors the upstate in terms of damaging wind. Isolated tornadoes are stronger tornadoes. That is just the way it's set up. And there's this false sense of security that I always address when I go talk to civic clubs or church groups, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, schools, etc., that we are not immune to severe weather, obviously, in that kind of way. But our severe weather is either going to be more likely a flash flood, like we saw, or a major winter storm. And I think that because we haven't experienced the tornadic thunderstorm events that folks to the south have, I don't believe a lot of folks actually have NOAA weather radios here, to be honest with you. I don't really see them often in the pharmacies, the grocery stores. I don't see kiosks or displays of them. I don't believe many folks actually have them. So that would be something that I could certainly see improvement on and would emphasize. But if they weren't sitting in front of a TV or they didn't have their phone on them, I really truly don't know how else they're going to get the message, unless somebody's up the road listening and they call them on their phone. Or it's a difficult situation, especially when people are already out of their house or dealing with flooding in the home, and they're focused on getting that water out or stopping the water from coming in. So it's very difficult for them to really focus on anything else.
I think another tricky part of this as well, Jason, is that several of the people who perished, I believe 4 died in Laurel Banks Campground up in Crusoe. You're getting into some rural country up there, and it's quite likely that they didn't have
any connection to TV to watching WLOS. Like you said, without having widespread usage of no weather radios, they were completely without any means of communication or receiving severe weather alerts. That's a horrible combination. We never want to see it go through anywhere, but especially in that back country area, a campground, folks in RVs, that's quite dangerous for them.
Yeah, we go camping a lot. I take my family to local campgrounds, and there's always water nearby. There's a creek, there's the river or something, and the kids play in it. And I look at it, and I always think in the back of my head, boy, that's a flash flood waiting to happen. And, it's just a matter of time before it happens again, unfortunately. So the emphasis will be to communicate with people that heed the warning. And even if you have any sense of hesitancy, get away, move, go somewhere. And it's difficult because driving the roads down in that holler in that valley, navigating the roads when it's pouring rain like that, it's dangerous. So you have that option of saying, well, get on the road. And then here we are telling people to stay home and hunker down. So there's this mixed kind of emotional feeling going on.
Yeah, and the one message that I think we all can agree here is that you had asked Jason is, what do you want people to take from this? But this is something that we almost see year after year. So what's the coincidence is you were saying about that most of the deaths and the people that perished from this incident were in a campground. Well, if you remember just last year, it was November. Like, look at how late into the season it went. We had Hurricane Ada that made landfall to our south. And then we had a hidden night campground event where 30 people were rescued and 2 people and even a 1-year-old. And I was personally there. And when I was looking at that, I was like, where have I seen this before? That's the event that I can compare to that. But both of them were tropical systems that as soon as they make landfall, people are like, okay, we're done. But it always is usually a state in that gets the worst as far as some of the tornadoes, because you get that friction. It starts turning into a better example for more of those spin-up tornadoes, or just one line of those thunderstorms, one after another, where you just have that excessive flooding. So yeah, you've now seen it, Jason, and we just saw it here locally last year. When these systems move inland, that's where people in the Carolinas, doesn't matter if it makes landfall in Wilmington or in Georgia, depending where those outer bands can set up, you can have any one of these scenarios.
Yeah, I would like to, just put that point out there that, you don't have to live on the coast to have the effects. I mean, Jason, we've seen it over the years. I think it was 2004 where we had back-to-back tropical systems move out of the Gulf, and we saw extreme flooding then. And you don't have to live on the coast in the Carolinas to be affected by these. Flash flooding, as Jason and Chris just talked about, and also that severe weather threat. So you should pay attention, no matter if you're on the coast or even inland. You need to pay attention when any of these tropical systems are in the area.
Absolutely. And I think this will be looked back upon as, not to take away, but if you said the flooding didn't happen in Crusoe and the Pigeon River didn't do what it did, it probably would have been more of a typical tropical system if you look at it that way, because in the past we've had flooding, and it's usually the bigger rivers that would flood, and it would do some damage. But the catastrophic category is just something that got to me, to see the damage and actually witness it. And then about a week later, a little less, or you had the Middle Tennessee flooding, and you saw that and you thought, it's just like I'm living the dream or the nightmare over again. It was happening again, but different scenario, obviously. So.
Yeah, another heartbreaking flooding example you're referencing there in Tennessee. And the thing that was really striking to me last week was, I'm going to put it in air quotes, this is just a tropical depression.
Yeah.
And I think people internally and externally to the weather community sometimes put a lot of emphasis on these different categorizations. But if this is what a depression can do,
yeah,
then we need to remember this for the next time. Jason, I know you have a newscast coming up in a few minutes. Can you tell us one more time how folks can get involved with the effort your station's kicking off tomorrow?
That's right. So WLOS is going to be teaming up with United Way in Haywood County. We're going to have teams of reporters out there and camera crews, and we're going to be working with them to help raise money to help in the relief efforts for the folks out there. And you can always go online to WLOS.com, and it's Hope for Haywood. And we will certainly look forward to your donation. And if you can help us out, that'd be great. And we'll raise some money and help more folks out. That's the idea.
Jason, we appreciate your efforts at the station, and best to the community. Thank you for your time tonight.
Hey, thanks, guys. Have a great evening.
And we'll turn now to Chris Mulcahy, joining us from WCNC in Charlotte. And Chris, the Charlotte DMA wasn't absent when it came to the flooding, but for our neck of the woods, the I-77 corridor, it was way more about the tornadoes. We have a piece of video that we'll play for folks in just a moment, but maybe just set the stage for folks who don't know the difference between what Asheville saw versus what Charlotte saw. And when I say Charlotte, I mean Hickory, I mean Boone and Blowing Rock, that kind of whole slice of the Carolina.
Well, first off, it's a day that so many people will remember just most likely from the notifications that came across their phone. So just from the National Weather Service, GSP, 37 tornado warnings. And the first one actually started in Iredell County, moving into Alexander County. And that happened before noon. So that one was on its own. That kind of set the stage where Brad and Larry were live on air that, wow, it's already starting, because it's usually those outer bands. They'll interact just like what we have with thunderstorms any day. You hit the peak heating of the day. It starts becoming more unstable, and then you just have enough lift that you're going to have a lot more showers and thunderstorms. For us, we saw really more warnings than any damage reports. Most of the tornado reports were southwest of us. Just before we got to the area, it was kind of a blessing for us that it was that time of the day that we didn't have as much instability. But it's that one in northern Iredell County, right around Statesville, that moved into Alexander, that was different than the rest. Because typically when you have these systems, you have the QLCS, the spin-up tornadoes, or Brad used to say, little kink in the storm. This was an actual supercell. So this was on the ground a lot longer than any of the other storms were. So that one was kind of a surprise, but also shows you how far it was from the outer bands, just the moisture and everything this pulls in, along with the wind shear, that allows for that. Where we are lucky that we had that many tornado warnings and a lot more damage reports didn't come to fruition. Luckily, where most of the tornadoes were, at least southwest of us, wasn't really a populated area that there could have been more activity and damage. They just were in open fields.
I thought Jason mentioned it fairly well when he said the tornado warnings is what draws a lot of attention in. But then we sometimes, and royal we, as human beings, disregard the severe thunderstorm warnings and the flash flood warnings of the world. And we shouldn't always do that, because this is what these could mean when we look at some of those pictures from western North Carolina. And that's why I do think those photos from a shot above, those aerial photos of Canton, speak 1,000 words. Now, the tornado you're speaking of, Chris, was actually also one that was captured on Twitter video from Brandon Pope, and you can see it here in Iredell County. And this ended up being rated an EF1 by the National Weather Service. And this was essentially what kicked us off in the Charlotte area. The upstate of South Carolina, western North Carolina had already had some tornado warnings, but this is kind of what got things going for viewers and residents of the broader Charlotte metro region. Chris, you had a chance to meet up with the National Weather Service the following day in Iredell County. And you're going to give us a little bit of an insight here into how the Weather Service does their after storm surveys. I don't know if you want to say anything before we go to this particular piece of video, or if I should just go ahead and toss right to the tape.
Well, I will say one thing. I was very surprised that it was Tricia Palmer who came out to it, where I didn't know that she went out and surveyed, but this is one of the higher ups at the local weather office. So when she was there for a reason, because this obviously was one that separated from all the rest. But even as meteorologists, weather enthusiasts, whatever you are, you can always learn something from other people. And I will say I learned a lot from just being on the ground here with Tricia.
Last afternoon on Tuesday, a tornado officially touched down here in Iredell County, producing damage just like this. Multiple trees down all over the place, and that path continued into Alexander County. This is one of the first tornado warnings of many for the day. The GSP National Weather Service issued 36 tornado warnings yesterday, one of the first starting in Iredell County.
We want people to take tornado warnings seriously whenever they're issued.
Tricia Palmer with the National Weather Service was the surveyor for this tornado.
It was induced by the tropical environment They're hard to see. They're very difficult to warn on because they spin up so rapidly. They're very fast.
One of the telltale signs that wind damage is produced by a tornado is the different direction of trees or a convergent pattern. This damage was absolutely from a tornado, but Tricia is here to estimate the peak wind speed, path width, length, and duration.
I take the beginning point, the starting point of the damage, and then I follow the path all the way through to the ending point, and then the folks at the office then make that measurement.
Dozens of trees were either uprooted or snapped. Fences were blown over or blown out, and one house received structural damage from a fallen tree. The tornado likely spawned as an EF0 but grew in strength.
With a weaker tornado, you're going to see the tree snap toward the top, or you'll just see the whole tree just uprooted. Whereas if you see the tree actually snap towards the bottom, that's a slightly stronger tornado.
The damage could have been a lot worse, but most importantly, no one was injured. With WCNC Charlotte, I'm meteorologist Chris Mulcahy.
And Chris, I'm glad that WCNC let us share that video because it really helps us understand as the public and as podcast hosts what happens on these storm surveys, what the Weather Service is doing, and what they're looking for. So thank you for that explanation. And I guess ultimately it was a lot of the tree damage, if I understand, that helped them recreate and understand what this tornado really was doing.
And what was really neat is that friction is a tornado's worst enemy. It doesn't like it, and friction can come from flapping into trees. So what was happening with this survey? The first spot that we arrived at, and if you just watch that video, where the fence was blown out, and there was a little bit of roof damage, it touched down in an open field. And that was the one trend that you could see. It wasn't on the ground for the entirety of 5.1 miles that was reported. It was still a one general system. It has to lift back up and not produce any damage for a certain amount of time for it to be a whole new storm. But what would happen is when it would drop down the open field, it came past that one house, it blew out a fence, and then you could see the path and the trees where it lifted back up. Well, once we drove up the road, you could see on the other side of the trees was another cornfield. That's where it touched down, and at that point, it got stronger. You could definitely see that it had a much better strength. It was dropping a lot more trees at that point, and you saw the tops of the trees, as Tricia had mentioned, and she described this perfectly. Picture it like you have a toothpick. It's very easy just to knock off the top, just quickly with your finger, but it takes a little bit more force if you're down in the middle of it. So picture that like a tree. So once you see the middle of the trees lopped off, as we just saw at the end of that story, that's where you're getting into EF1 strength. So EF0, 65 to 85 miles per hour. Above that mark, well, we're at EF1. This is a very strong EF1 tornado. And the reason why this one was a little bit stronger is just because it was on the ground for so long. And those images that you saw were shortly after the damage that we saw in an open field. So that picked up all.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
But it was really interesting that each time it truly dropped down in an open field, it was getting stronger and stronger. And then once it went through those trees, on the other side of that was the house damage. And the house was incredibly lucky just because it looks like it just started to lift up just as it went over the right side of the roof. So it was interesting to follow that loop, but this is not typical. Usually anything associated with a tropical storm is not going to be on the ground for as long as this one was. This was just an isolated event because it was indeed a supercell. Supercells have a longer track record than, say, a QLCS that typically is only on the ground for about a minute or two.
Yeah, I have a piggyback of what Chris was talking about with those storm surveys. I went with Trish, I think it was 2019. We had some tornadoes again in Alexander County. Funny that we were mentioning that. And so I went out and they, Chris, you can vouch for this. They cut no corners. I mean, we literally walked out into a cow pasture and up a huge hill to look at the storm damage. So this is a very hands-on walk every stretch that you can possibly walk to get the accurate path and to get the damage. So these storm surveys are very important as we try to determine. And Chris, one other thing I want to mention about that video. Normally these tropical tornadoes are kind of ragged, but that was a pretty wide tornado. I mean, it looked like something you might see in Dixie Alley there in early spring. So pretty big tornado there for the area.
Yeah, and that was also pretty neat for the radar imagery. It had the classic hook. You could see the hook around it. This was a classic rain-wrapped tornado from a high precipitation supercell. So that was also really neat because all the other ones, quick reports as we're going to get to, weren't on the ground that very much. But yeah, Alexander County got pelted from the last one. But my favorite thing that Trish just said is if you're really into mysteries, that's exactly what a storm surveyor is all about. You're solving a mystery. And that's what she said, is because you are really picking up clues. Because at the first site, we had no idea who did it with the candlestick at that point. But then the second site we went to, it's got stronger here. The third site, it was truly extraordinary. And we first went to emergency management in Iredell County. They met us. And then right on the border, Alexander County emergency management was there waiting. So they collected all the data, all the different reports, and it's a really cool thing. So, Scotty, I'm glad that you got that opportunity. That's the first full one I got to go on, and it was awesome.
Yeah, they're really, really neat. You get to meet the people and hear their story, too. You get to, they'll tell you, this is what I experienced, and thankfully, no injuries or anything like that with these tornadoes. James, I know there's several others in South Carolina as well.
This is Stony Point in North Carolina, an EF1 tornado with peak winds of 110 miles an hour. This one on the ground for about 5 miles, the official storm survey for what Chris was surveying. Some of the shorter ones that were elsewhere across the Carolinas was this EF0 with winds of 75 miles an hour, but again, on the ground for just over a tenth of a mile with a max width of 50 yards. Another one on the ground for a tenth of the mile in Pennington, South Carolina. And you can see, again, how some of these really are so short. And Fountain Inn in South Carolina as well. This one a little bit longer, about 1.5 miles or so. But again, I want to talk about these were on the ground so quickly. By the time they saw many of these on radar and got a warning out, it's fast. You got to see it. You got to warn for it. Then on our side, you got to receive it and get to shelter, right? And then you got to do this very quickly. You should always be doing this very quickly, but especially in these tropical setups. And I will just say, Chris, that Iredell one that you went to, if I recall the radar signature correctly, I mean, we could see it on CC, and they put the confirmed tag on that warning. Obviously, people had eyeballs on it, which we later learned. But at the time, I think it was that CC data that made them go, yeah, this is definitely happening.
Yeah, well, really, before we got any further, and I've never seen it really pop up that quick, it's usually, tornado report, possibility. It's like, no, tornado on the ground, this was a tornado. The verbiage is usually, we're going to see if it was a tornado. No, Trish, the whole time, how strong was this tornado? Straight up. And as we were mentioning, a typical tropical storm type of setup like this usually only has spin-up tornadoes, where that first one, less than a minute. Second one, less than a minute. But notice how the correlation of the damage goes. The ones that are only on the ground for about a minute are about 70, 75. That one that was over 1 mile that was on the ground for 3 minutes, now you're talking about EF1. And by the way, anytime with the system, EF0, EF1, that's pretty much usually all you get. When you get up to EF2, that's an anomaly. So we're lucky that there wasn't a lot more with this. But this also brings up another discussion, is a lot of times with this a type of event, there'll be a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag. Now, it's almost would it better off, but I think what they're just doing is, because a lot of times for multiple warnings, they went on for 15 minutes, but the tornado was already done. So I think that really what needs to happen for a lot of these different events, I think people take a tornado warning more seriously. When you have a severe weather line in this type of scenario, and I'll really try to hammer this home the next tropical system, and it's not when we get our next tropical system like this, of when you see this line, it can happen just like that. Just because the tornado warning is there, it could respin back up, but it's usually the first couple of minutes that morning that warning that something's happening.
Chris, we appreciate the coverage that everyone provided on this day. It was a very long day of tornado warnings, starting with this one in the Charlotte area and ones earlier elsewhere for other communicators. Scotty Powell's finger went up in the air. Scotty?
I have to add, we also have to remember we had an earthquake that morning. So it was like everything happened that day.
That's right. And not that I want to belabor this point, Scotty wasn't home for any of it.
No, I missed it all. And the earthquake was a mile. The epicenter was a mile from my house. Like, I was shocked when I saw the earthquake, and then I saw the tornado warnings, and then I seen the flash flooding. And I was like, what's going to happen next? I mean, what a good time to be in Texas. You know, I didn't. It was hot. It was like 93 out there. So
we got that all week here just to throw in a Charlotte forecast. Oof.
So I was going to ask you about that before we go, Chris. Some weather today. 3 wind damage reports in from Gaston and Lincoln County. And you and I were watching this earlier, and I wanted to show your circle.
Please.
Nerd out with us,
that's
if you will.
said.
Yeah. Holy outflow. That's right. Can you explain to folks who aren't familiar with outflow on radar why you've circled this particular location?
Sure. So I get geeked out whenever I see this. So any thunderstorm, when it rains, the cooler air from the center of that storm rushes down, and then it creates a little gust front, a little mini cold front, if you will. And that often is what you first feel. You said, wow, it's stormy. That gust of wind that comes, that's the outflow boundary. But when that's rushing by, that drives in to that hot and humid air. So what you were seeing, bringing up that circle again, is those little green lines that were moving into that circle. Those were all outflow boundaries from separate thunderstorms. That's how the thunderstorm that formed in Gaston County formed. And then the circulation from that eventually was the final blow to form that. And it was just minutes after this formed a brand new line, just like the one in Gaston County did as well. So whenever you see this, I get super geeked out because you can see those thin lines. The radar barely picks up on it. I just turned up the filter ever so slightly so you can see them more. That's what we look for. And this happens all the time in the Charlotte area. So outflow boundaries can often just drive into each other. But sometimes when you have colliding storms, it can cause them spin up. But luckily that was not the case. But yeah, crazy situation there. And also sometimes when you have all these different outflows heading in from different directions, it'll allow a storm just to sit. It kind of gets confused. I was like, what way should I go? And eventually it finds its direction. And that's what happened in southern Gaston County. They only saw about 2 to 3 inches of rain, so nothing comparatively to what we were talking about. But it just shows how quick it can happen and pretty much what happens around here.
Very cool stuff. Remind folks as we begin to say goodnight to you that the Atlantic hurricane season quite active here in the end of August. 3 prospective storms that the National Hurricane Center is keeping an eye on. And here it is. It's been on the monitor behind Chris most of the night. It's their historical peak of the hurricane season there in mid-September, about September 10th or so. And just a reminder that it is September next week, folks. So we are right about in here and coming into that statistical peak. And guys, I would say the outlook from the Hurricane Center matches it
James,
as expected.
I was just surfing on Twitter, and the hurricane hunters are going to be going out into the Caribbean Sea tomorrow to fly into Invest 99. So hopefully we'll get some better model agreement on that once that data starts to flow in. But definitely needs to be watched because you don't want to speculate on models this far out, but the potential is there for it to be a pretty big deal for somewhere in the Gulf Coast.
Everything's pointing towards the hurricane at this point. Just saying.
Just ask Henri. It was a week ago. We were like, it's just spinning out there near Bermuda. And what did we know? The next thing we know, it's making landfall in New England. It's canceling concerts in New York City.
Yeah. In 5 days. And that's really the time frame. It's like right now, the timeline could be the next couple of days. You don't hear too much. You could hear tropical depression or tropical storms, either going to be Ida or Julian. We'll see. I think it's most likely going to be Ida at this point. But then once you get to the weekend, we could be talking about tropical storm to hurricane and maybe even rapid intensification. Because usually there's 3 things that'll weaken it. It's going to be that dry air, the Saharan dust as we bring up, wind shear, landfall, it's technically 4. But then you could also have the case and scenario. Well, those are the 3, actually. That's what I was trying to get, or landfall. So you have all those that are going to be coming into place. The wind shear is going to lighten up. You're not going to have that dust area. And then also water temperatures are near 90 before any of the possible landfall. So that's why I'm not one that's going to be shouting towards the rooftop, but for sure this could become a major weather headline. And you're probably going to be hearing it in the next couple days.
Chris, we will see you on TV tonight at 11 o'clock.
And I talk about that. How about that?
Great idea.
Can we promote Chris's TikTok right quick? I mean, you got to go follow the man. Go follow the man on TikTok. You got
Weather man, I appreciate it. Yeah, and there will be weather content. I did do some TikTok tropics updates, so I promise it's not all shenanigans, but we also like to squeeze that in between tropical systems, right?
I've got to ask a question, though.
Yeah.
I want to know about the Kool-Aid pickles. How bad were they?
Oh, okay. So we had the Kool-Aid pickles. We've done so many. It's so far back now. It was horrible. So
yeah, your face said it was horrible.
And I'm a grim human being. I will try a lot of things that people should not try, and I'm okay with it. I like flat soda, for instance. But when you bit into it, it was sweet, and then a terrible, evil pickle taste comes back in. Yeah, don't do it. This is one of them. This was pickles and maple syrup and pickles and peanut butter. I would pickle peanut butter sandwich all day long. That was great.
If you watch the video of Chris doing the Kool-Aid pickles, like you can see where he's talking about the sour part because Chris, your face just like you just like bit into a lemon or something. It's like, oh,
the jaw locks up right here. So see, that's the thing. Weather's number one, but then just having a good time is number two, and that's why I love getting in this group here. This is only my second time. I can't wait for number three, guys.
You're looking forward to it, Chris.
We're wanting to do a WCNC team meeting with all of you all. So
yeah, we got 2 new characters. Heck yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Do you want to just verbally introduce us to new colleagues before we let you go?
Yeah. So we have KJ Jacobs. He came here from the Norfolk market, and we have Brittany Van Voer. I'm so terrible with the name.
I'm going to tell her that you said it great.
Yeah, I know. I just freaked out. And we have Brittany that is coming from Fort Myers. Van Voorhees. There it is. You got it. This is all live too, so this is forever going to be there.
There's no getting out of this.
Oh no, and I'm sharing in my Facebook page right now. Hopefully she doesn't watch.
It's James' fault, so we'll just blame him.
Yeah, sorry. Should have teed that one up. Well, Chris, thank you so much again for your time. We look forward to having you back on to the Carolina Weather Group as soon as possible, and we'll watch for those tropical updates for you. And I guess we'll watch for the next edition of whatever you're going to decide to put on pickles.
Yeah, I guess so. Actually, it's called Snickles, so stand by.
Ooh, Snickles.
Snickers and pickles. This one's going to be good.
No.
All right, Evan is not pleased.
I haven't been pleased with any of it, but that sounds like probably the worst one yet. I'm not an adventurous eater. I'm a little wimp. So
I have to say, Chris, you like the mustard and watermelon, correct? I mean, that
one was terrible. No, because it like I'm not even a big mustard person in general, and then you put it on the watermelon. Why? What are we doing? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that would show my true colors.
Yes.
Hey, I got feet that look like that too. So, team flip flops right here.
I'd be wearing them if I could.
We could just do a whole episode on his TikTok. I'll just keep playing them.
There we go. Well, I'll be back. Well, also maybe I shouldn't be here because I feel like I just derailed the end of this meeting. So I apologize.
This is the fun part. This is where we get, we got the serious part out. Now we can have a little fun. So.
Well, I've always have fun. Whoa, sorry about that. Always have fun with you guys. Clearly, I can only talk up to 48 minutes. But I appreciate it. As I was giving shout out to you guys before, both of you guys have helped me out some form since I've been here in the Carolinas with some sort of weather report. So keep it up, guys. It's all you that really connect this Carolina Weather Group, right?
We like to think so.
I'm just going to leave it on that. I can't top that. I'll take that compliment and just say goodnight. Thank you, Chris. And thank you to everyone watching and listening to this edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We will be back next week, and you can always find us on social media or streaming anytime on the Carolina Weather Net. It's made for you, the Carolina Weather fan. Find it on YouTube. Just search Carolina Weather Group. It's on all the time. It's free. It's great. I sleep to it. Good night.
to the Carolina Weather Group. We continue looking back at some of the previous severe weather events that's not only affected the Carolinas but the Southeast. And this is the 10-year anniversary of the April 27, 2011 tornado outbreak, not only for the Southeast, including Mississippi and Alabama, but there's also some tornadoes in Georgia and South Carolina and North Carolina. So we want to focus our attention right now on the Alabama aspect of that. And we have with us Chief Meteorologist from ABC 3340, James Spann. James, appreciate you spending some time with us as we kind of look back at this. I think you categorize it as a generational tornado outbreak for the state of Alabama. A very well forecasted event leading into it. Take us behind the scenes as you there at the station are getting not only the viewers ready, but the reporters ready, the storm spotters ready. Take us back to what it was like a couple of days leading into the event.
Well, it was a well forecast event. And, one thing about it, I didn't know it was going to be that bad. I didn't know. I mean, could it be? Yes. But odds of an event like that are always not that high. So I didn't know we were going to have 62 tornadoes that day. I didn't know that the death toll would be so high. But having said that, it was a Wednesday event, and you could start to see it, about 5 days out. The Friday before the Wednesday, we started to mention it. And then after the weekend, we really hit it hard, Monday and Tuesday, with everything we had. And I think people were prepped, and I think people knew that it was coming. But despite that, the only number that matters to me, and I'm a numbers guy, is 252. That's the number of people that died that day. We had 251 names, and we had one infant that was delivered prematurely at 6 months. The infant did not have a name, and the infant didn't live. So 252. And that's just a reminder, guys, we got some work to do. I think what we learned that day is that, what we do is not enough. We need some help. And we've been trying to get help for the last 10 years to make the process better.
It was an interesting time, too, I believe, because that was when social media started coming into effect. And looking back through some of the coverage, you had the storm chasers out in the field. You were getting some reports via social media.
I guess Twitter was about maybe, 5 years old, and Facebook had been around for a while. And it was still kind of primitive. The penetration of the public is not as high as it is now, but it was still very helpful. I think the most amazing thing to me looking back on that day was how we were able to get video back from the middle of nowhere. I mean, we had some pretty remarkable video of these big wedge tornadoes. Literally in the middle of nowhere. And cell service in 2011 is not as good as it is now in terms of coverage. But with social media, I pushed out stuff on Twitter and Facebook when I was on the wall over there. But it's still, like, even today, the most important thing I do is television. But it was great getting reports and pictures and video, not as much as we get today, but that always helps. I mean, it's just crucial. I mean, you can't beat showing a live video of a tornado. In fact, that's one thing we learned from social science, is that when you show radar on television, and we were standing out there April 27, 2011, I don't know, in the morning we were there for 5 or 6 hours, and in the second round we were up there for 8, 9 hours. You show radar, it doesn't mean much to people. I mean, all you weather dweebs on here, you show a hook echo and a debris ball, the eyes roll in the back of your head and your underwear starts flapping up and down your legs. Everybody knows, man, this is awesome. But to most people in the street, they don't know what that is. And even if you communicate that clearly, they still might not believe you. But by golly, if you show them a live video stream of this big tornado, they're going to dig a hole and they're going to get into a safe place. So we have to do a better job of getting cameras on these tornadoes. And it's problematic for us. You guys know this where you are. I mean, most of our tornadoes are rain wrapped. Most of them happen at night. We have hills, we have trees, but we do the best we can. But I thought on that day, it was pretty amazing how many tornadoes we did get on camera.
You had multiple tornadoes at one time. How was that? I know you and I had some meteorologists out in the field, another meteorologist in the studio helping you. What was it like covering multiple tornadoes, strong tornadoes at the same time?
There's no book or manual on how to do that. You don't learn that in college. You kind of learn it on the fly on that day, which is what we had to do. And You know, that's one of the things I look back on. And everybody's probably seen, you know, whether people that listen to the show here, they've probably seen some of that. History is going to judge us for what we did that day. And I tell Jason Simpson, Jason was the meteorologist with me in the studio. We bonded that day. If you go through a generational tornado event with another meteorologist in the same room, you will be bonded for life. And I've known Jason since he was a kid. He interned with me. He's a really close friend. He's chief meteorologist at the station in Huntsville now. But, you know, history is going to judge us, the two of us, for what we did that day. And I don't even know if what we did was right or wrong. Obviously, we did something wrong because 252 people died. That's inexcusable for anybody in the weather enterprise, inexcusable for the public. These were precious people that died. You know, and I look back on it, I wonder, like the Tuscaloosa tornado. Everybody talks about the Tuscaloosa tornado. Well, what about the Cordova tornado? You know, Tuscaloosa is a population center here. There's a big college there, University of Alabama, and everybody knows about that, and everybody knows what happened. It was a horrible tragedy. I'm not trying to lessen the magnitude of that, but what about the same EF4 that was down at the same time in Cordova in Walker County, where 2,000 people live at that many? Nobody talks about that. And did we focus too much on the Tuscaloosa tornado because we had that thing on camera and not focus enough on the Cordova tornado? I think about that a lot. And even in that case, we had two others down at the same time. And you just try and bounce back and forth between these things as best you can. And I try and give equal time. And I firmly believe that television meteorologists discriminate against people that live in rural areas. And that really makes me mad because I am from the guys. I'm from rural South Alabama. I'm from Greenville, Alabama. You guys ever seen Forrest Gump? Where's Forrest Gump from? Greenbow, Alabama. The guy that wrote that book, I know him. He passed away recently, Winston Groom. He patterned Greenbow after Greenville, this little town where I came from. And, you know, if it's in a big market of, you know, part of the city, the metro, will be on television, live, local, late breaking, saving lives, the Weather Authority. But the minute it goes out into a rural area where maybe there's 1 meter in the whole county in the television ratings world, you go back to Freak of the Week or whatever it is on television, which is absolute insanity. What you're saying, people that live out in the country, their lives don't matter. And I'm not going to play that game. And the day they ever tell me to stop, I'll just go somewhere else where I can do that. But they've always supported me here. But I wonder if I didn't serve the people in rural areas enough with that. And I regret that. I can't go back and change it. I can't go back and fix it. But it was horrible dealing with multiple strong, violent tornadoes down at the same stinking time. The easiest tornado of the day was the Coleman tornado. That was the first one of the afternoon. It was an EF4. We had no other tornado at the time. We had it on camera. I didn't have to bounce back and forth between multiple storms, and we stayed with it. And it worked. Nobody died in that tornado. 20,000 people live in Coleman. So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think I did it right, but I did the best I could do under the circumstances.
I was actually in Coleman filming the Coleman tornado when that occurred. And I was live streaming it as well at that time to Chaser TV, which was the big.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Platform back in the day. One of the things that was crazy is the communications actually kind of went down, cell communications and pretty much everything else. And people were kind of distraught and didn't know where to turn to get their information from. That was one of the biggest things that stuck out to me that day was how communications failed at the very end of everything and kind of in the middle of the outbreak. So can you talk to us a little bit about in a position of trying to communicate to the public how that was affected?
You know, I think one thing people forgot about, too, that day, we had a morning round of storms. It was basically a QLCS. And, you know, some pinhead named a squall line, a QLCS, a long time. I call them a squall line. You know, quasi-linear convective system, whatever. It was linear. And we had a few embedded tornadoes and there was widespread wind damage. And that morning we had 250,000 people with no power before the big events started. And 5 people died in the morning storms. That in itself was a tragedy. And so we had a problem going into the afternoon with so many people without power. You had a lot of cell sites down. You had a lot of infrastructure damage. And our TV station, we had a lot of damage. We had cameras down. We had microwave paths that were down. We were crippled. I mean, all these engineers, we had a little break between the morning round and the afternoon round. And we got off the air for a little bit after the morning round. All these engineers, they came in there telling me everything that wasn't working. This doesn't work and this is down. This is not working right now. And I finally said, guys, stop. I need to know what is working because we've got to get through the afternoon and prioritize how we're going to repair what we can in the next 2 hours. And they did a great job of getting things back, including that Coleman camera. That's one of the ones that went down. But yeah, there was clearly infrastructure problems with communication that afternoon. I think the one thing we learned is that some people have forgotten that good old radio and television is free. It is over the air. It has nothing to do with a cell network, and it's pretty darn reliable. And we often just blow past that these days. I'm going to watch it on my phone on YouTube TV, or I'm going to watch it on, whatever on a streaming platform. But what happens when all the cell sites go down? We're still on the air. These big 5 million watt blowtorch transmitters we have, not that many people watch them over the air now, but I think we have to remind people that with a, crappy $5 antenna from Walmart, you can pick up 60 channels. And you need to have that in your toolkit at your home in terms of severe weather. So I think that's the one thing we need to do. And goodness, local radio, people have forgotten about it. Everybody streams, their music on their phone, but they forget that we've got these local radio stations that are 100,000 watt blowtorch FMs and AMs, and they will simulcast our coverage. And they provided a lifeline that day. And I got to give a shout out to all those radio stations that just simulcast our coverage. If you listen to all those videos, those YouTube videos about like Tuscaloosa and these places, you could hear my voice. That was over the radio. So I think that's a thing we need to remind people of today, is that TV is still free. It is still over the air, and you don't need a cell network to watch it.
James, the thing I wanted to ask you is what has changed over the years since April 27th of 2011, and how do you do things differently today when you're on and involved in a situation like what happened back on March 17th of this year compared to the way you handled April of 2011?
Well, here's the deal. After the event, I didn't talk about it for 6 months. I had nothing to say. And people that know me, that's an anomaly. I mean, I'm a bag of hot air, and I've always got something to say. In fact, the National Weather Association annual meeting was here in Birmingham that year. Usually, James, they get me up there just to wave my hands and I talk loud and I say something, this outrageous. And I didn't speak. I had nothing to say, nothing. And everybody just couldn't believe it. But I needed to go through the phases of grief. These people died on my watch, and I'm in the process of trying to memorize every name. I'm not there yet. I was hoping to be there in 10 years. 251 names, their stories. Let me tell you, so you want to get motivated? You do that when there's a tornado in your market. Learn their names, talk with their families, get to know them. It will be so motivating for you in future events. But what after 6 months, I said, all right, let's roll up our sleeves and let's fix it. Something went wrong. There were 62 tornadoes in one day in the state, and there was a darn good warning for every one of them. In some cases, the lead time was 40 minutes. And I thought the death toll that day should have been 30. And 222 people ought to be listening to this show right now. And so I went to some of my friends in the social science world and said, help. And the first one that really reached out to me was Dr. Cloco McLean, Kim, and so many others I've befriended. And I'm not going to start mentioning names because I'll leave somebody out, but they have been such a great help. But this is the bottom line. What we do is not enough. My background is physical science. My first major in college was electrical engineering, and I changed majors and finished in meteorology. I don't know anything about being some TV guy or radio guy, or I don't know anything about it, really. I've just tried to watch people that I think are good and learn from them. I don't know anything about human behavior. And here we are trying to get people to do something, to take action. So they have so helped us. But here are the quickies on what we've learned, how things have changed. There's no doubt in my mind the number one reason people died that day, the siren mentality. I don't know what it is about Americans, especially in tornado-prone areas, and these stinking sirens. It's like there's a love affair. They think they're sexy or something. I'll admit they sound cool. I mean, you get a video, some guy with a tornado down and that thing's wailing in the background, but you can't hear that thing in your house during a raging severe storm at 3 a.m. And we've got to be better at teaching people. This ain't it. I mean, they serve a purpose. They reach a few people outdoors, but that's it. And weather radio penetration is embarrassingly low in tornado-prone areas, Oklahoma, Alabama. And we've got to do a better job of getting a weather radio in every house. And again, that doesn't work on cell technology. You guys know that, these big RF transmitters the Weather Service has, and, teach people about, your phone's not enough. You got to have 2 ways. because your phone's going to quit working and WIA might not work and your app might not work and the weather radio. But if you do all this stuff together, you'll get the warning. But that's the main thing, the siren mentality. And the number 2 reason people died, the lack of helmet use. It's not that hard, guys. It's not. Most people that die in tornadoes, and let me just say this, I dabble in healthcare. I call it my hobby. For 15 years, I have been the chairman of the board of a really large tertiary care hospital here. I've just been interested in it. And I fell in love with these people 15 years ago. And I've learned a lot by talking to ER docs. And they will tell you that most people that die in tornadoes, what do they die from? Blunt force trauma. From where? The skull and the neck region. And all you need is a $5 bicycle helmet from Walmart. And probably over 50 people would be alive today. So it's messaging. It's messaging before the event. We've got an event Thursday. So I just messaged on television. What's the message? Have 2 ways of getting the warning, and it's not a siren. And you're going to have a helmet in your safe place for everybody. And that's not just for kids. And a lot of people, well, it's nice for a kid. No. It's for everybody. I mean, you put a helmet on me, it's not a good look. It's like, lipstick on a hog, but it's going to keep me alive. Every life is precious. And so we've learned to message, helmets. That's really, really, really important. And, I could keep going, but one thing that we knew that we've screwed up on with the false alarm ratio was too high. It was over 80 in 2011. That's insane. Over 80% of tornado warnings were false alarms. We heard this in research all the time. I hear tornado warnings all the time and nothing ever happens. So the Weather Service in Birmingham went through a really comprehensive program going back to basic science. Kevin Laws is one of my heroes, the Sioux down here. They were issuing tornado warnings for, high-based storms, high LCLs. Never produced a tornado here, never. And they went back to the basic science and cut out all these bogus warnings, and the FAR is down in the 30s now. And all these things have added up to where it's a lot better now. We had, and I'll stop answering your question. I could talk all day on this, but we had an event last Wednesday, St. Patrick's Day. We had 25 tornadoes in one day in the state, 25 last Wednesday. Not one person was killed and not one single person was hurt. Let me tell you what. 10 years ago, it wouldn't be that way. So we've learned a lot, and I think the lessons learned have paid off.
James, you hit on a couple things I want to get your expertise on. Social science, overwarning. National Weather Service right now is undertaking their initiative to simplify some of their communications, but also kind of introduce tiers for what goes to WIA and how the public then gets triggered. In your experience, is that going to be enough, you think, to help reach people and get them to understand? Or beyond what's already scoped, do we have more work that still needs to be done?
I mean, look, it's not that hard. Here's the problem. And I'm just as guilty as anybody else. I'm guilty as sin here at this. But we go to these conferences and we listen to these research papers and we talk with the social scientists and we gather up in these conference rooms and we do what we think is best for us. Who cares about us? That's not who we're serving. We're serving real people out here in the real world. You know what we need to do more often is go hang out in I bet you guys have never been in a Dollar General. I bet you guys have never been in a Dollar General. That's where real people are. You want to know what real life is like? Go to a Dollar General. They're sweet people. They will talk to you. They will tell you things. You don't need a $100,000 grant to get this information, and you listen to them. And they'll tell you, is the false alarm ratio too high? What do you need on your phone for wireless emergency alerts? Do you need to have severe thunderstorm warnings on there? Do you need to have only tornado emergencies? So I think that's part of our problem is that we've disconnected from the people that we serve. And all of this stuff, and I'm a big fan of HazSimp. We got to simplify this. I'll be honest with you guys. There's some messages the Weather Service sends. I don't even know what it means. I mean, what is an aerial flood warning and a flash flood warning and a flood warning? I mean, it's bewildering to people, all this stuff. So a lot of this stuff has got to be simplified. And they're on the road to doing that. But as we look at the transformation, in the warning process, in the next 10 years, we have to be careful to be sure we're not doing it for us. We're doing it for the people.
Hey, James, this is Jordan McLeod. I sound
cranky, don't I? I'm sorry. I sound too cranky tonight.
Hey, now this is an engaging conversation here. Given how generational the April 27th outbreak was, it seems like we're hearing a lot of the use of the term bust today when it comes to outbreaks that don't quite measure up to April 27th. Now, I know this is a pet peeve Twitter post on this just the other day, because some people were calling last week's outbreak in Alabama a bust, even though there was, no loss of life and, tremendous success for the Weather Service. So can you talk a little bit about why that's become such a trend nowadays?
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the weather enthusiasts and these Facebook pages. And listen, I don't want to throw water on these guys. Most of them are high school kids, and they love weather and they want to learn weather, and they don't mean any harm. But they'll get on Facebook and they'll say, look at the STP. Look at these updraft helicity tracks. This is going to be worse than April 27th, 2011. This is going to be a killer mega storm of the century. And people don't know it's a 15-year-old kid. And they're going to share it and share it and share it and share it and share it. And it just gets out of hand. And, I think that's part of the problem. And I don't even like that question when people ask me that. For example, we have a very high-end severe weather episode likely here Thursday. It's pretty common for episodes like this in March and April. This is the core of the spring segment of the tornado season. And the question is, will this be like April 27, 2011? I don't even like to answer that. That's a bad question. And of course, the answer is no. Just do a study of climatology. I love numbers. I love looking at history. I really do think if you study history and climatology, it's a valid way of looking at what might happen in the future. And where we are down here, our generational events prior to 2011, what's the one before that? You guys were not even alive when the other one happened. April 3rd and 4th, 1974. Okay. I was a senior in high school. That changed my life. That's a topic for another show. But prior to that, it was March 21st, 1932. Prior to that, it was February, 19th of 1884, the Enigma outbreak. So they happen every 40 years. And that's a generational, really a definition of generational type storm to me. So the next time we have a day like April 27, 2011, I will be at the cemetery. But, so what? I mean, we had 25 tornadoes the other day. That's a big deal. And we didn't have all these, strong, violent tornadoes. It didn't produce that. And in a way, maybe you can, that's part of the criteria that I think was not met. But other than that, that was a big deal that day. And, we got to quit getting hung up in these comparisons and all this hype and everything. I mean, and here's the other thing, too. If we hype everything that comes along, nobody's going to listen to us. Nobody. I mean, goodness. And what we don't even recognize is the fact that there are a lot of people that are scared to death of this thing. There are people right now that are scared to death of what's going to happen Thursday because of something that's happened in their life. They've had a close encounter with a tornado, hurricane, severe thunderstorm, flood. Something's happened and it triggers this PTSD or some reaction, and they have a real phobia. And goodness, if I go on and say, the odds, somebody chewed me out last week because I said the odds of your house being hit on one of the biggest severe weather days in history, like April 27, 2011, are tiny. Most everybody in Alabama was not affected April 27, 2011. And some guy just reamed me out. He said, most of the state was affected. No, you're lying. So we've got to do something to calm these folks down and give them some comfort level and quit hyping everything up and do it in a calm way. And we'll get through it together. We'll be okay. So I don't like these comps every time we have a moderate risk or a high risk, and immediately it's going to be another April 27th. Every event is different. And again, the next time we have a day like that, be 2038, 2048, 2050, you guys will still be doing this show here, but I won't be around.
Hey, James, quick question here. You bring up the risk. Have we overcomplicated that, the SPC?
Well, come on. You guys, I'm sure you guys have talked about it like we have. The category names just are horrible. Yeah, we know trust me. I'll go down to the Target down here in Alabaster and say, what's the highest level risk? Is it moderate or enhanced? Everybody says enhanced. Everybody says enhanced is a higher level risk than a moderate, where in reality it's flipped. And, it's just not working. I mean, it works for people in the weather business. And when you talk with people in the weather service, they say, well, all the emergency managers have been used to those names and those criteria, and they're used to it. Well, so what? Are we here just to serve emergency managers or people that work for the weather service or broadcast meteorologists? We don't know. And so I really think we have to revisit that. And some TV meteorologists just don't even use it. Some good friends of mine don't use their words. They have different colors and different names, and I'm not so sure I'm a big fan of that because consistency is important to me. If one guy says one thing and some guy says something else, and who knows who you believe? I think we should be messaging the same thing, but I think we have to work together to fix that. And we need to bring in some of the SPC guys and have a long talk. And really, Rich Thompson, John Hart, these are my heroes. They got nothing to do with this. It's up there at NOAA headquarters where this kind of stuff is made. But the 5 levels don't bother me. And I mostly use numbers now. That's what I use. 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5. I'm kind of getting away from even using those words because it's just not working.
Thank you, James. We appreciate your time tonight. Go follow James on social media. I'm sure you probably already are if you're watching our show. And just great to get around and hang out with James. And I promise you, we'll have him back. We've got a whole list of questions we didn't even get to tonight. So stick around. We'll make sure that James repays us another visit here real soon. So for the rest of everyone here on the panel, we hope you enjoyed the show. And we will see you back here next Wednesday night for another episode of the Carolina Weather Group.
Good evening from Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm James Brierton, and this is an all-new episode of the Carolina Weather Group. It's Wednesday, October the 14th, 2020. Here's what's coming up tonight on the Carolina Weather Group. Our guest is Dr. Josh Warman. He invented the Dow, the Doppler on wheels, and he appeared alongside his famed vehicle on numerous TV shows, including Storm Chasers. He's an atmospheric scientist and the president of the Center for Severe Weather Research, that is, and we'll be talking to him coming up in just a moment. We also have on deck for you a check of your forecast with meteorologist Frank Strait. Before we get started tonight, a reminder that the Carolina Weather Group has a new Insiders Club. You can join us on Patreon, patreon.com/Carolina Weather Group, and unlock exclusive extras, including for just $1 a month, video extras and behind the scenes. There are 4 moments from tonight's interview that we weren't able to get into the final edit of the episode you're about to see. So if you want to check those out for just $1, you'll unlock those on Patreon. For $3.99 a month, you'll be getting early access to select videos, including this episode was available early on Patreon, and future select episodes will be made available onto Patreon supporters who pledge us at our full tier of $3.99 a month. If you're already a Patreon supporter, thank you so much for joining us at patreon.com/Carolina Weather Group. If this is the first time you've heard this pitch, rest assured the Carolina Weather Group, our weekly flagship show, is still always going to be free, just like you're about to see a full 30-minute interview as you would on any other week, and our severe weather coverage, as you saw this past weekend, always remains free. We thank those of you who are supporting us on Patreon so that the Carolina Weather Group can continue to grow and bring you the show that you know and love.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight's guest is Joshua Warman. He works at the Center for Severe Weather Research, and you may have seen Josh on a few storm chasing shows on TV. We're going to talk a little bit about that as well tonight with all the research he's been doing lately with the active tropical season and just kind of generally talking about his career. So we're happy to have Josh with us tonight. Towards the end of the show, we'll let Josh give out some information, social media websites. That way you can follow more of his content. So be sure to stick around towards the end of the show for that. So Josh, welcome to the show. We're happy to have you. We'll kind of give you our first question that we ask all of our first-time guests is, how did you get hooked into this crazy weather world that we all like to follow?
Well, it's been decades for me. You can see all the gray hair here. As a kid, I loved physics and math and things like that. And weather was just always a passion for me. I had a little weather station in my backyard and one of those little Taylor instruments, max-min thermometers, and a weather station. I was old school before the internet. So I always liked weather. It was changing all the time. And it was just a great way to apply my nerdy passions of physics and math to something that was really interesting lot of interesting challenges and problems still to be solved. So one way or another, I've been into weather for 50 years.
So Josh, before you got started with the Dow projects and everything that you've been working on recently, you actually used to work with the Air Force on nuclear winter simulations, I guess you could say. Could you tell us a little bit about that? That's something I knew nothing about before doing a quick Google search yesterday.
Wow, I was going to say somebody had some old resume out there. I went to school. I went to MIT, was kind of nerdy. I dropped out for 3 years. So, do what I say, not what I do. But I dropped out of school for 3 years and went to work as a consultant for the Air Force Geophysics Laboratories. And there was a group there that was working on modeling of a nuclear winter. There was a pretty hot topic back in the 80s. And the premise basically was that if a lot of nuclear bombs were dropped, this was a different world back then. We were really thinking about the Soviet Union and the fact that some giant nuclear war would happen with thousands of nuclear bombs dropped. And the concern was that these nuclear weapons would waft a lot of dust and smoke up into the stratosphere where it would last a long time. And so what we were doing in that group was taking normal thunderstorm cloud models, similar, though more primitive because it was 30 years ago, but similar to models that are run now on clouds. And we would, instead of initiating a cloud with a 2 or 3 degree warm bubble from turbulence, we would initialize the model with a 500 degree nuclear explosion, and boom, you get a big cloud. And we would look at how high the dust from the ground and how high the smoke and other things would be lofted into the stratosphere. You could see what the effects would be on blocking off the sun. What was the issue? And so the concern then was that a nuclear war might lead to what was called then, probably still is, a nuclear winter.
Josh, it seems like you've done a lot of work with radars. What kind of interest when you were trying to figure out what you liked and didn't like in the weather community, what kind of drew you to radars and radar coverage and information?
I got into radar as a graduate student, and the group I was working in was working a lot with radar. I was working with radar data. My PhD work was on microbursts, looking at radar data. And I just started asking some technical questions. Most radars work by sending microwaves out. You send a pulse of microwaves out, and then what comes back to you is what you measure. That's how almost all radars are working. But I just asked myself one day, I think literally this was in the shower kind of mental conversation. What happens to all the other stuff? Some of the radiation hits the raindrops and comes back, but a lot of it goes other directions. What happens to all that? And so it turns out really interesting things happen to that, and you can measure that. So I basically came up with this concept of what's called bistatic multiple Doppler systems. That's a lot of syllables, but it was just a different way of doing radar, and I kind of got into doing some radar technology.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
In the process of getting more, that kind of led to another question once I was doing that kind of technology. By the way, those in the field think that was my most clever idea, not the doubt. I was just reading papers about people who were doing tornado chasing. This was in early 90s. So there certainly were scientists who were doing tornado chasing. There were scientists who were taking out what I'll call some pretty primitive radar type devices to look at those tornadoes. And I thought, well, what if you actually put a good radar near a tornado? What would you see? So I was just asking that kind of simple question. And how could you do that? So I had what, in retrospect, wasn't a great idea of putting a radar in a van, just a regular old passenger van with an antenna in the back, and you would open the back doors and expose the antenna. And literally, we would just do donuts in a parking lot to scan. It wouldn't scan. We would just do donuts facing the tornado. That was my original idea. And we would just do donuts and see if we could take some slices through a tornado. That quickly morphed into some engineers telling me, you can actually make that antenna move. And here's how to do it, into coming up with the first Doppler on wheels. And I usually describe it as an idea behind its time, that it's not rocket science. The first Doppler on wheels was just a weather radar. We did a few slightly clever technological things to make it fit on a truck and make it not break when you drive it over railroad tracks. But basically, it was a radar on a small box fan. And the main thing is we just got closer. So we just drove it up to tornado. So we had a pretty good radar, not as good as an 88D, but a pretty good radar. And by getting it 50 times closer, we had a 50 times smaller beam that way. We had a 50 times smaller beam that way. So it's already 2,500 times better. We were a little bit clever and sampled in the third direction better. But I could get 10,000 pieces of data where an 88D would typically get one. And if you have a microscope or telescope or something, it's getting 10,000 times better data. It's easy to get new science out of that. And that's what we did. The whole thing was just getting closer, getting finer scale data, looking with a better microscope, with a better telescope at tornadoes and anything else. I know you mentioned tropical stuff, and we just came back from Sally and Laura. Well, we got in the eyes of those storms, in the eye walls of those storms, and with a better microscope, we got up close. And so we're seeing lots of things you just can't see from farther away with our technology.
I guess for the viewers and the listeners who aren't as familiar with what the Doppler on wheels looks like and kind of, what is the epitome of that now? I guess some basic descriptions of what it's like having a Doppler on wheels, what's the size of it, and kind of what's the situations that you would prefer to drive it into? Are there other things besides scanning tornadoes and hurricanes that you find it useful for?
Sure. So let me start out. I'll back up one step and start, just in case there's some people who don't even really have a great feel of what radars do. I mean, radars basically send out a narrow beam. It's kind of like a flashlight beam, as narrow as you can get it. And they're scanning through storms of whatever type and trying to get the smallest details that you can by scanning that flashlight beam back and forth. The Doppler on wheels is basically putting all that radar stuff and that flashlight on a truck so we get closer to things. I was just explaining how if you get 50 times closer, you're getting maybe 10,000 times better data. So anything we drive it closer to, we're seeing better data. I use an analogy sometimes of whoever it was who invented the first microscope. So he pointed at his finger, he can see details of a fingerprint. You can point it at pond water and sees parameciums. You can, almost anything you point it at, you're going to see much finer scale detail. So that's what we do with these Doppler on wheels on trucks. So the fundamental concept is just a pretty good radar. Actually, lately we've made very good radars on trucks. So the first ones were just pretty good radars on trucks. What we've done is we've made our trucks better, but we've also made the radars a lot better. So now we have dual polarization radar. So we can see the difference between hail and rain. If they're making, rain has kind of hamburger shaped raindrops, whereas hail is these big ugly things that are tumbling. We can tell the difference with dual polarization. We have two different frequencies, so we can look at what happens at two different frequencies. We also have pretty good if you're driving over railroad tracks, like I was talking about. If one frequency goes down, we still have the other one. So it's just more reliable. So we've done a lot to make the radars better. Getting closer is great for tornadoes. We can make maps of tornadoes and multiple vortices and what's happening near the ground. All kinds of stuff you just couldn't see before, just like looking at a paramecium in a pond. But that's true of all kinds of different phenomena. We've had these radars up on mountain peaks in Idaho and Wyoming for winter storm projects, where we're looking at what happens with snow bands and what happens with snow bands when you see them in really remote areas. Well, for a radar that's 100 miles away in Boise, you can't see what's happening in that remote area, Idaho. But we put the radar right on the mountains where we're doing the seeding, and we can see what's happening close up. We just took the radars, just a year and a half ago. We took them down to South America to look at storms down there. And by getting up close and targeting those storms, we can see the small-scale details of what's happening. They weren't making tornadoes pretty much. They were just making big hail, actually huge hail, and torrential rains, just horrible flooding. Some of the biggest, strongest storms are happening down in Argentina, northern Argentina. We've taken the trucks up to New England to look at coastal storms there and watching all the small scale details and banding and other phenomenon that we don't even understand what they are. We're still trying to get funding to go study what those things. We've seen some things we don't understand. And so what our normal course of action is, we see something we don't understand, then we go and ask the government, can we have some money so we can go do this better and understand it? So we're still in that middle phase right now where we're trying to get the money to go do the project better to understand it. We just went to Hurricanes Laura and Hurricane Sally. And we're trying to get in the eyes of those hurricanes to see the small scale details. So I invented the first Dow back in late 94 and 95, got some hurricane data in 95. In 96, I just thought, hey, I wonder what you'd see if you went inside a hurricane. Nobody had ever, I know now hurricane chasing with chasers, recreational chasers is reasonably popular. And there's several scientific teams that do that. Back then, 1996, no one did that. The idea was basically a hurricane was a zone of death. You just don't go in. But we thought, well, it's not so much worse than an RFD or something. Maybe we can do it, right? So we went in really kind of scared. We were pretty anxious, and we went to Hurricane Fran back in 1996. We deployed, I think, 5 miles from the coast, really far from the coast, something I just wouldn't do by choice anymore, and deployed on a runway at Wilmington Airport, really scared. We had all these emergency ideas of running into the shelter at the airport if anything bad happened, if we flipped over or went airborne. We just didn't know what would happen. But we got amazing data. We discovered a whole new phenomenon. It turns out the wind in hurricanes doesn't just blow straight. It's actually blowing like a corkscrew. There's these boundary layer rolls. And those rolls are mixing strong winds down to the ground where you get these streaks of stronger winds. But over the ocean in particular, it's mixing the warm, soupy air up from the ocean surface and feeding the storm. And measuring that flux of not only momentum downwards, but warmth energy upwards is really important, critical for these hurricane intensification models. If you've noticed from actually Sally and from Laura, the track forecasts are pretty good. Even 2 or 3 days ahead of time, you pretty much know where that storm is going to go. But you don't know what the intensity is going to be that well. And rapid intensifications happen both in Laura and in Sally right before landfall that weren't really that well forecast. So understanding that corkscrewing is really important. So just by going in, we discovered a whole new phenomena, which was quite exciting for us going into a hurricane.
How do you deal with the potential for, radiation issues coming off of the radar? Because obviously you don't want to be in the dome of an 88D while it's running. I'm pretty sure similar situations with the Dow, you don't want to be right in front of it, obviously. How do is there anything special you have to do to mitigate that? So in very loose terms, radiation comes in 2 types. One is ionizing radiation, the other is non-ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation is basically ultraviolet and shorter wavelengths, so ultraviolet X-rays, gamma rays, things of that sort. And those hurt you because the individual photons hit your DNA, ionize it, change the molecular structure, and then you get mutations and cancers. But that only ultraviolet and stronger or shorter wavelengths, higher energy photons can do that. Non-ionizing radiation, which is visible, infrared, microwaves, radio waves, those can also cause harm. What those do is they interact, they don't actually hit the electrons and knock them off the DNA molecule. What a microwave or a radio wave or an infrared coming off your fireplace does is it shakes your molecules, mostly your water molecules, and it makes your water molecules shake and bend and do things like that. And then those water molecules, the bending and stuff and shaking is not so bad, but what happens is then they, as they lose that energy, they heat things up. That energy basically degrades into heat. So the way a microwave oven hurts you would be if you got heated up, if it heated your tissue. And
And in theory, a radar or a microwave or something like that could heat your tissue and hurt you if it raised your body temperature. So if it heated up your eyeballs or your brain or your liver or something up to some dangerous temperature, that would be bad for you. But it takes a lot of energy to do that. Now, and a lot of energy focused in a small area to do that. So your microwave basically makes about 1 kilowatt of energy, but it's focused on a small area like that to heat up your muffin, right? Or whatever you're trying to heat up. A radar, so let's say the Dows, they might put out on the average 1 kilowatt or 2 kilowatts of energy, but it's spread over this huge dish. So in fact, an 88D, I would stand in front of the dish of an 88D. It would not heat me up that bad because sure, it's putting out an average of 1 kilowatt. It puts out a megawatt for a microsecond, but on the average, it does that 1,000 times a second. On the average, it's putting out about 1 kilowatt. Now that kilowatt compressed in this much space, if you put your hand on the waveguide of the 88D or a Dow, it would be like holding a light bulb. It would hurt you because of that heat. Actually old style light bulbs. See, now I'm going to date myself. Not these LEDs you kids use, the old incandescent light bulbs like we used to use. But an old incandescent light bulb, if you held it, it would hurt you, right? But if you stood 2 meters away, it would not hurt you. The brightest light bulb 2 meters away is not going to hurt you. Pretty much these radars, when you're a couple meters away, like an 88D or a Dow, are not going to hurt you by heating you up enough. Now, there can be exceptions. There are some military radars which have more power if you got super close to them. I think cell phone towers, microwave links, there's some things where you can get an energy density that's pretty high. And if it's an energy density that's enough to heat up your eyeballs or interior, several degrees, like a fever, then that would cause harm. But in general, we don't believe. The best medical knowledge that we have is that this low degree of heating from 88Ds, from Dows, from things like that, from light bulbs, from standing out in the sun, you get heating from standing out in the sun, probably doesn't hurt you. Now, that said, as with anything, if you Google on the internet, and there's 6 billion people out there, you'll find some people who have some alternate theories about anything, right? Google Flat Earth Society if you want to, prove that theory. And so there are people who believe that these pulses and things like that can cause harm in some other ways. I don't think they're right. There really isn't medical evidence that they're right, but there are some concerns over that.
I had a question. I wanted to kind of switch gears a little bit away from hurricanes and tornadoes and maybe talk a little bit about your work with lake effect snow. I was curious just, how is the DOWs used to look at lake effect snowstorms, and what are some of your favorite places to set up along the Great Lakes?
So we did 2 lake effect snowstorm studies in the last several years. The most recent was called OWL, which I forget what it stands for. Ontario something, lake effect snow. And they were fascinating to me. I was really interested. I'd grown up in the East Coast, and so been up there a little bit and seen some lake effect snow, but not really experienced it in that way. We based in Oswego, New York, and the idea was to look at Lake Ontario lake effect. Lake effect snow happens. I'll say very very loosely. Cold air comes over a warm lake. You get moisture and heat coming up from the lake, and you get convection. Lake Ontario is deeper. Lake Ontario, Lake Erie, you get a lot of lake effect, but Lake Erie freezes over in the winter, and basically that warmth and moisture coming up stops. So the lake shuts off. Lake Ontario is deeper, has more mixing, so it stays open for business. They say for most of the winter, usually the whole winter. So we based in Oswego, which was on the southeast side of the lake. And with the Dows, we could operate different places along the lake. So we went as far west as Buffalo, as far east as the Canadian border, up on the northeastern side of Lake Ontario. And what we did the fall before the project is we scouted out lots of potential sites where we could park our radars. We had 3 radars up there, and we were trying to operate them in triplets to triangulate on the different parts of the storm. And depending on the forecasts, we would drive to site 1, 2, and 3, or site 15, 16, 17, wherever it was along the lake, and then scan there for the duration of the storms. Sometimes it was a bust and the bands didn't happen where we thought they would. Sometimes it was pretty amazing. These bands would happen right there. And very impressive snow. You get these, it was kind of windy. We were always right along the lake, so it was particularly windy, 30, 40 knot winds sometimes. And so we had these ground blizzard conditions, very low visibility. Not a lot of moisture, huge snow ratios, 20-to-1 kind of thing. But it would just be blowing like crazy. So you couldn't see anything. And the snow rates, I remember one day, we're getting 6 inches an hour. I mean, it's just, you can't believe that. I couldn't. It's just amazing amounts of snow coming down. Again, over the course of the winter, it wasn't like there was 8 feet of snow on the ground. It would kind of compress between storms because it was such fluffy stuff. But these bands were quite impressive. Some of the bands had little cells in them, which almost look like miniature supercells. We get these little mesovortices, or what we call the misovortices, MISL, because they were pretty small, kilometer or so in scale. Weaker than tornadoes, but these pretty pronounced spin-ups. So we were mapping those out. It seemed like those were associated with some enhancements in the snow and changes in the type of snow crystals. So those were pretty interesting.
So Josh, as we wrap this up tonight, let's just talk briefly about some of your TV appearances. People may remember you from the Discovery Channel show Storm Chasers and other shows that you're on. So let's talk about some of those experiences and any memorable moments from those shows.
Yeah, so tornado work, that gets, off and on, kind of ebbs and flows, gets a lot of media attention at times. It's pretty interesting. It's dynamic. It's people out there next to danger. I was going on at great length again about, potential risks and dangers in El Reno. Discovery Channel was a very different character of show because instead of just doing a documentary type of thing like we've done with History Channels and Nat Geos and Novas, they wanted to film something which was kind of documentary-like, but then evolved into being more reality show-like, and multiple seasons of reality show. And so that was an interesting kind of thing to do. I think both cultures struggled with that. I think we managed to do some things which were worthwhile. Discovery Channel funded and supported a lot of our science, and they stuck with us during uncertain seasons where we weren't getting a lot of data, but other seasons where we got good things. I think we were probably very difficult. Reality shows thrive on people who want to be on TV and who want to act up. And it's known that the more crazy you are and the more outrageous and the more you scream or have fights or do whatever, the more you're going to be on TV and the more it's going to be interesting. That is the opposite of what boring scientists like me want to do. I mean, we are just not into that. And so getting enough interesting TV out of people like me, I think, is a real challenge. Dealing with people who are trying to make a drama show and not do serious business like I want to do is a challenge for us. But that match was made, and it worked pretty well. Now, eventually, I think they got tired of us. We were in there a lot in seasons 1 and 2, and then in season 3, they were trying to bring in more interesting people, and in season 4, I don't know if I'm catching these seasons right, but we basically were out of it. Maybe we made some cameo appearances, but they just wanted more exciting chaser type activity, and the science aspect wasn't as important to them. I wish they kept doing science more, but that's not what they're trying to sell pickup trucks and pills or whoever advertises on Discovery Channel. It's a business. So I'm sure they were making commercially sensible choices for what's good there. As we were making choices for what was good for our science. I mean, we didn't care about pickup trucks. What we cared about was getting good data. So it was interesting working with them.
For those who are listening or watching the podcast or the live stream, if folks want to learn more about what you guys are doing with the Dow project and all the other things you're doing, how can they do that? Do you have social media, website our folks can follow?
So first, because I'm old, but second, actually, because of Discovery Channel, I basically don't do social media. So first of all, my phone number here at home is not under my name. I don't have a Facebook page. The problem was I think they had 3 million people watching that show. Let's say 1 out of 1,000 of them are crazy, right? I don't want emails or Facebook or stalking or, phone calls from that 1 in 1,000 who are crazy. So I basically never got involved with any of that sort of thing. That's so old, it probably wouldn't matter anymore. But so how can they do it? I mean, we're just not good at publicizing our stuff. We have a bad web page that's mostly out of date. Every so often we update it with something. I think we put some Hurricane Laura stuff on it. Like I said, I don't do Facebook. Maybe some of my team members do. We're I don't know, boomers. We don't do that kind of thing much.
I will say this. I'll give you a plug for your website. It's cswr.org. And I do see the article there about the Dows being deployed during Hurricane Laura. So if you want to check out the website, in fact, that's how I got in touch with you, Josh. So
okay.
Check that out. So, but we appreciate you. Go ahead.
Sure. I said that's the best formal thing is that website, and I don't even do it. I mean, actually, back in the day, I used to actually type HTTP, which also was probably a boomer thing. But I have somebody on my team, and I say, hey, put some link to our Washington Post article on there if you can. So sometimes we get some things like that. Maybe there's something about our fire, but so we went to this Cameron fire and got data, and I don't know if that's on our webpage. I don't know how you find out about it. I mean, we're just not good at publicizing ourselves.
No,
we need some influencers on our team. I think.
Well, hey, I know a group right here that would love to help you out. But in all seriousness, so Josh, we appreciate the work that you and your team do and the valuable research that you provide to all of us here in the weather community. We appreciate you joining us tonight, and we hope you stay safe out there the next time you venture out into hurricanes or tropical storms or tornadoes or this upcoming winter storms. We wish you the best out there, and we'll stay in touch.
Okay, thanks. It was great talking to you. Terrific questions, all of you. It was fun to answer those, and I'm happy to answer others or do something like this again whenever you guys are interested.
Thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We hope you have a great evening here next week. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we have joining us tonight Jim Cantore, our good friend Jim Cantore from the Weather Channel.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Storm tracker who has been busier than ever, I believe, this year, Jim. It's been a busy year for you. Tonight, we're going to be talking about reviewing 2020 and just all the crazy things that's happened in the weather community with storms and hurricanes and how we battled it with COVID as well. So a really interesting conversation tonight that we're looking forward to. So Jim, we were just talking a little bit before we started tonight. How are you doing? It's been a busy year. Are you getting any rest here recently?
Yeah, I mean it's been good. Obviously it was quite a run in September, and then November, where we're usually just not doing much at all, was cranking up. And obviously it wasn't so much being in the field, but being in the studio, talking about the threats to Central America. But then there was Ada, where I went, and the system was far enough offshore where it didn't really affect us in Marco. And I said, guys, you sure you don't want me to stay? Because there's a chance this could be coming back toward Florida. No, I'll just come home. So Thursday morning, here we go with the hurricane watches out for Tampa, and it's like, they had to fill in that one spot, right? Because it's the only spot that didn't get filled in for the whole Gulf and the whole East Coast. So yeah, with advisories this year, and so I went back out and got into Tampa, and that was the last landfall I did.
There's certainly no rest for the weary in 2020. Jim, we've started a new Patreon since we last talked to you last December, and we've allowed some of our Patreon supporters to send in questions. So tonight, we would love to go ahead and start with a few, I think 3 odds and ends questions that won't fit in anywhere, so we figured it's best to throw them here at the beginning where they don't match at all. So first and foremost, from an anonymous Patreon supporter, if you could point to a single piece of technology that has changed our field over the past 20 years, what would it be?
I mean, it's got to be numerical weather prediction. I mean, as much as they're not perfect, and trust me, I just did a snowstorm in Pennsylvania that I wish I was in Binghamton, New York for. Okay. Anyway, as much as they're not perfect, I do think that they've helped us, and they've gotten us a much better idea of what we can do with, but the list is close. I mean, you look at the upgrade to NexRad and having radars available to us, and unless they get blown out like Lake Charles did during Laura, they're obviously very, very valuable. I mean, we can see tornado signatures, and we can see the winds. I came in for the Mississippi tornadoes, the twin EF4s there. And I mean, just to see the width, here's the width of this thing. You're like scratching your head. It's like, is that right? Is that really like 1.5 miles wide or whatever? So the radar is certainly a close second. The new GOES and what we can do with GOES. There's just so many things that are available to us. And honestly, guys, social media wise, I think a lot of us are communicating with each other. A lot of us are getting to know each other better on Twitter and Facebook, especially Twitter. I really like Twitter for us because it's quick, it's to the point, and you kind of know now, if you follow certain people, where they stand and where they're going to go with what they're thinking. And I will say, for me, certainly being a veteran, to learn from you guys, from the younger generation, of stuff that I didn't go to school for, but yet I'm going to school through you. I mean, I never even heard of PV streamers before Philip Pepin talked about them many, many moons ago. So it's like, wow, that's pretty cool, and it makes sense to me. So those would be my top 4 without question.
All right, 2 more. Both of these coming from Wes Grime, and the first one's kind of an interesting one. So, is it possible? And he said he's heard this before as maybe a wives' tale. Is it possible to forecast low temperatures overnight using the dew point in the evening if it's relatively tranquil weather?
Yeah, that's what I did in college. That's what I did at Linden, because I would get look at the dew point and what it was going to be like the night before, and I'd be like, okay, well we're going to kind of settle back down toward that, all things being equal, and it was usually within about 10 degrees of what that dew point was. So it's part of the equation. It's not all of it, but I thought it was part of the equation.
It's a neat little forecasting tip.
Yeah.
And last but not least, a favorite topic of yours, when you go out and you go storm chasing, how do you end up in the right place at the right time?
Well, dude, sometimes it takes a lot of work. Like Sally, oh God. So I'm like, you want me in New Orleans, but the models are trending east. I'm like, we're flying into Gulfport. We could really stay right there. So we went all the way to New Orleans because that's where they wanted me. I'm like, all right, whatever. I just do what I'm told, And then we made our way back to Gulfport the next day, and I'm like, okay, well, you realize though we're go back to Gulfport, but it's probably going to go even farther east than that. That's what the models are trying to do. So the next day after Gulfport, we went over to Pensacola and finally kind of found a home there on the eastern side of that thing with the storm surge. But it's not easy because there's a lot of people making up their minds of where we should go and where we shouldn't go. And, I appreciate the fact that they let me chime in with my opinion. It doesn't always get me far, but the most exhausting part about travel is not necessarily broadcasting for the hurricane. It's doing the morning show and then having to pack everything up and move to another location. Because once you get to that location, it's not just, okay, we're here, let's do our live shots. It's okay, where are we logistically going to be? What's going to make the best shot? Is there going to be storm surge here? Are we safe here? Is my cameraman going to be protected throughout the live shot? So there's all these logistical things that come into play. So by this point now, it's 6 o'clock at night, and you're exhausted because you've been up since 3, and now you got to get ready to do the whole thing again the next morning. So every time we move on a day we do live shots, it just exponentially wears you out. But I appreciate the fact that they do give me a say in my locations, but it is up to me to get my team in a good spot. Like where we at the Golden Nugget for, oh God, what was it? Beta? I don't even remember the damn name of the storm. What was the Mississippi one that crushed them? You guys jump in.
Delta.
Okay, Delta. I knew it was a Greek name. I just can't remember which one. So Delta. I'm like, this is going to be a great shot because the water's going to come right in here, and this is just going to be a great shot. So that allows us to get there and really set that up and make sure we had higher ground and get our cars up there and things like that. So it takes a lot of work. What you don't see behind the scenes, I think is just as important, if not more, than what you see on camera.
And Jim, this one's coming from me, man. I'll tell you what, this year has been interesting with the tropics. I mean, we've cleared over a third of the Greek alphabet, and it's just been an unreal season. I mean, when we talk about, will we ever see something like this again? Is this going to be the norm going forward? What ingredients come into it? Tell us what your take is on. Do you think a strong signal in La Nina was a triggering factor? Do you think our warm pool in the Atlantic has a lot to do with it? I mean, kind of give us some ideas of why you think we had such a hyperactive season. I mean, it was off the charts.
If somebody would have told me we were going to have 30 storms this year, I would have been like, no. I mean, we're going to have an above average season, but that's a pretty bold forecast. I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, La Nina, certainly coming in and when it did, getting into the mid to strong range. So what that tends to do is just, cut the shear, and the whole basin was warm. There was plenty of warm water. But the weirdest thing was all these rapid developers. I mean, we had all these storms that had developed either late before landfall or developed at some point over like Paulette and whatnot, kind of a rapid developer over the ocean and things like that. So we just had so many rapid developers this year, and that's kind of the oddity to me, because you can get certainly strong number of storms if you get a warm basin and light shear, but all of a sudden, what's kicking these things into overdrive? And in some cases, at the last minute, when normally the continental shelf will weaken them, we already had a bona fide cold front come through the Gulf of Mexico and South Florida, and here's Ada. Now, granted, I think that did weaken it as it made its approach toward the west coast of Florida, but still, to even get something. I mean, that John Hope was our tropical expert, way back when, and one of his rules was once you get that cold front through, that's it. That shuts down the Gulf. And we had a couple of storm threats after that. So, I guess in 2020, the 2020 factor kind of applies here.
Yeah,
but I think it's really interesting how many rapid developers we had, and so many of them close to land. I mean, even look at Iota and Zeta down in Nicaragua. I mean, we had to wait till the last storm of the season to get the Cat 5. I mean, goodness gracious, that's crazy.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of RI this year, and what I felt was interesting is that you didn't see a lot of rapid dissipation over land. I mean, these things stayed strong over land for some time, whether it could be attributed to brown ocean effect or whatnot. But you brought up a good point. When it got wrapped up along cold front, usually when hurricanes enter into a baroclinic environment, they fall apart pretty quickly, or they get pulled up along it and stretched out. And these storms defied odds this year. Some of these just
they did. They never got like dry air intrusion. It was like they were like protected from this cocoon. And that's the other thing too. If you get a rapid developing system that comes ashore and is accelerating onshore or moving onshore, it's going to take a lot longer to wind down. I mean, you should see the mess that Zeta did in northern Georgia. I mean, there's a lot of trees down up here. And it reminded me of Opal back. I think was it 95? Was that Opal?
That's right.
But it kind of did. It was like one of these storms that actually was a 5, went down to a 3, but it was holding its own, and then it accelerated up in North Georgia. So it takes a while for these things to wind down, but they just cause a whole bunch of tree damage, man. It's a mess.
I think I remember seeing the power outages. It was more in Georgia than Florida, than Louisiana per se. It was like over 1 million without power in northern Georgia. So that was.
And it kept going too. I mean, we had a lot of trees down in western North Carolina and up into Virginia too.
That's true. That's true. Once we get off hurricane duty, it's kind of hard to lose track sometimes, or it's actually easy to lose track of what actually happens after that. But it's just been amazing to me, these things as they come ashore, especially this year. Like you said, their damage path has been incredible. And even if it's a TS or a depression, I mean, something, it's like they just don't want to die. They don't want to go away. And that's the year it's been.
One more for me. I'm going to pass the baton off to Dan. And the question is, you've been to a lot of places this year. I mean, I probably wouldn't be able to remember off your memory, but give us some of the more significant places you went to experience storm chasing, whether it be hurricane or winter storm, even earlier in the year.
Well, yeah, actually, Milwaukee was the only winter storm that I did last year, which was kind of mind-boggling because they're so fixated on the Northeast coast. It's like, well, guys, what if Kansas City gets 2 inches at rush hour on a Tuesday morning? That's a big deal. Plus, they were concerned about the COVID thing and everything toward the latter part of the season. I thought that was awesome being in Milwaukee. Great city, seeing the Lake Michigan just go crazy in Milwaukee was pretty awesome. That's kind of started the year. Then we went through all the hurricanes. I went to New Orleans 4 times. And interestingly enough, New Orleans really never got a big threat. Okay. They had the one storm toward the end there that hit them pretty good, but they never really got a big threat that flooded them. And that's really the biggest issue for New Orleans. But flying there 4 times, I thought I'd never done that before. I think they were in the cone like 8 times or something, 7 or 8 times this year. It's just crazy. And then the snowstorm, I just went Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I knew Philly would change over. I knew they would mix. I knew we'd actually mix with sleet in Bethlehem. I just didn't know we'd get dry. The dry slotted thing is what really killed us. And then to see 4 states with 40 inches plus, I'm like, this is just absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. From a low pressure system that I don't even think broke under the 990s when it was doing its work. I mean, really? That's crazy.
I know, non-lake effect too. I mean, that was all just the low.
All-time snow in Binghamton. All-time single day. So they broke their all-time single day by almost twice as much snow. So 18 to like 31 or something. I mean, that's crazy stats, man. Crazy stats.
Speaking of, some of the hurricanes this year, we want to, of course, mention Hurricane Isaias the Carolinas' kind of biggest hurricane of the year. I was there in Wilmington myself for the storm, and you were over in Wrightsville Beach there, Jim.
Yep.
So we have a video that we want to play, and kind of the best way to describe what happened there with you. Video says 1,000 words, so we're gonna play the video and kind of just if you could kind of tell us what happened over there in Wrightsville and kind of what you experienced.
Well, I should remind everybody of kind of the new norm in broadcasting as we're doing this. So we used to come out at the tops and bottoms of the hour, even in a hurricane, and give everybody an update on what's changed. But the new norm is like, okay, well, look, since we've got a great signal, we've got HD audio and video now, why don't you just stay out during the entire storm and take us through the whole thing? And that's kind of a recent change, in the past 3, 4, 5 years, that's kind of what's evolved. But that's a lot harder because you're literally standing in the eye wall. And granted, you're talking about something that was on the high end of Cat 1 and borderline Cat 2 strength here. It's just hard to stand out in winds that strong. And you see me struggling there. And the only other time I had to take a knee was Isaac in New Orleans, because I know we had a weather group out there. They were measuring winds like 90, 94 miles an hour through those two buildings. And this was very similar to that. And it's just hard to stand there. I mean, you're literally, guys, you go to the gym, you do squats or you do leg presses and things like that. It's hard to hold a press for that length of time. And so I just had to drop down for a second. I mean, the audio wasn't that great. You've got raindrops splatting on the hood of your jacket, so that's making it difficult to hear back at the Weather Channel. So you're just trying to put a couple of words together, a sentence together or two, to kind of get you to the next thing. And I'm just trying to remember all the facts that I know, about the storm itself. And of course, you're trying to say the name. I mean, Isaias. I mean, goodness gracious. It took me about 3 days into that just to learn how to say it right. So that was a tough storm. I mean, it was, those winds were up there, 80, 90 miles per hour coming around the side of that building. And it was just tough to stand through it. But again, it's like, take us through the eye wall. That's my job. That's what they're asking me to do. I'm going to do it to the best of my ability. The good news that, I didn't get hit by anything. The good news, the wind was essentially coming off the water, and whatever was being blown off the top of the building was being blown inland and not down at me at ground level. I probably should have had a helmet on, frankly. I definitely should have had a helmet on for that storm.
Well, Jim, we've all faced the coronavirus pandemic. Yeah, I know, 2020. So how has this pandemic affect your job?
Well, I mean, first of all, you got to wear a mask everywhere you go. And, people still come out and want to meet you and take pictures with you and things like that. And, my producers Steve Peterak has had to police that the entire summer. It's where people get so excited about taking a picture for whatever reason. I don't know why, but they do. And then they're like, well, you got to stay 6 feet apart. We got to stay 6 feet apart. And I got to put my mask up and things like that. Sometimes somebody will come around the corner. You don't have your mask on. You're just taking a breath, looking at weather data, and they'll just grab a picture without saying anything to you. And then management gets upset with you. So that a lot of that to tell people to kind of like, well, take a picture with me, but you got to move away. You got to stay 6 feet away. But I get it. I totally get it. And we played by the rules as best as we could the entire summer and even into this first winter storm that we've dealt with. But that certainly made it more difficult. You got to get more rations because restaurants and things aren't opening. They're closing down a lot earlier. Some of them never even are open. So we got to make sure we can eat for 3, 4, 5, 6 days. We know we're going to lose power, so it's going to be hot in the rooms and things like that. You just got to the pre-planning was a lot different. We had to make sure everything was buttoned up in terms of being able to eat, being able to follow the COVID guidelines. Remind people that, look, at the shelter that you went to last time may not be the one that you go to this time because they're only taking half the people. All right. You may have to go and be bused farther north. And people that were in the surge zone, it was probably like, how do you convince people? Oh gosh. Okay. Look, it's one thing asking me to evacuate. I know this shelter. I've been there before. It's okay. But now I really don't feel like going on a bus and being shipped to northern Mississippi or northern Louisiana to get out of harm's way. So that took some convincing for folks. But I think the fact that if there was one good thing, if you can call this good, the fact that Louisiana and Mississippi were kind of in the bullseye and were dealing with this so many times, they kind of had the system down. So they just put it back in motion every time we got a new storm. So we didn't have to test so many different areas. That area dealt with some of the worst storms, but they really had it down.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Wow, nice.
That's the one silver line.
Well, Jim, we're talking about COVID, and I think pre-COVID, this has lost, in my opinion, a lot of attention. And I guess, with as crazy as the years has been, but we had a pretty active early spring severe weather season. March 3rd, 4th, as COVID was starting to happen, we had an EF4 tornado that just went right through downtown Nashville.
Yep.
I mean, it was one of the eeriest video. I mean, it was, I think, one of the most captured videos on Twitter, just With that, we also had severe weather here in the Carolinas, where downtown Charlotte, EF2, I believe, that went through just south of town. So, copied with a month later, the Easter outbreak, where we had an EF4 and, of all places, South Carolina. I mean, it was a pretty crazy severe weather season. And then I guess you kind of capped that off with the derecho in Iowa. I mean, what was your thoughts on any of those events that kind of stood out to you?
I mean, the record for billion-dollar disasters stands at 16, but that's going to be broken this year. Okay, we are going to have more than 20 billion-dollar disasters. I don't know if it's going to be 21, 22, 23. I'm not sure, but that's just. I mean, this was just an off-the-charts year for big weather. And you're right; it was everything. It was the severe, with the tornado outbreaks, especially in metropolitan areas. It was the number of hurricanes that we had. It just the fires. We haven't even touched on the fires out west. I mean, goodness gracious, just again, and there was no stopping it. It literally started at the beginning of the year and just kept on going. And La Nina, as you guys know, especially in the Southwest, does not favor big rainfall. So, you wonder what next year brings once we get into spring and spring bloom, and that starts to dry out, right? So yeah, it's crazy. And I mean, look at the drought growing right now. If you take a look at the drought monitor, it's almost kind of scary seeing it kind of creep out of the Southwest into the central United States and the northern, Omaha. You're not really thinking about Omaha being dry, but they're starting to dry out a little bit. So drought's going to come into play big time as we get into 2021. That's going to be a big player, I think, for a lot of people. But yeah, it was just nonstop, man. I mean, and it would be easy to just say, okay, well, because of COVID, everything was exacerbated. No, no, we had 30 hurricanes. Okay, we had tornadoes hitting big cities, and I mean, it just literally lined up right with each other, and we just had an epic nor'easter. Like I said, that dumped 40 plus inches of snow over 4 states, which wasn't one of these things. We saw it early. We knew there was going to be something, but in terms of nailing it down as to just how big this was going to be over the interior of New York and Pennsylvania and New Hampshire and Vermont, we didn't know that until it was really day of.
And I guess it's a sore topic for some, but it's something that really needs to be addressed. Is I think we can contribute the climate change, global warming, to some of these bigger events that's taken place. I mean, they're only getting worse, and the climate the climate continues to warm. So I mean, it seems like they're going hand in hand. I mean, what's your?
Yeah, I mean, it's time to accept it. It's time to accept we have a warmer planet. We have warmer water as a result of that, which helped us obviously crank out 30 hurricanes, 30 named storms this year. And honestly, I just like we like to operate at 98.6, the planet likes to operate at a comfy temperature. And when you thrust something that's uncomfortable to it into it, then it's going to react. Extremes breed extremes, and I think we're seeing that. So. I mean, here it is. I mean,
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
They have 30 hurricanes every year. We're not going to burn 5 million acres in California every year. But, you know, I think these are the kind of things that we can expect. And you kind of wonder what's next, right? I mean, you know, when we come out of this drought that we may get into here, do we flood everywhere? I mean, you know, you wonder if you're just going to flood everywhere to get out of it, because it's always like yin and yang. It's just, but it's happening like one right after the other. It's almost like you go from drought to deluge or deluge to drought. It's just crazy.
Another thing to tie onto that, as of this taping, December 22nd, the Carolinas, Greensboro, North Carolina, is 1.2 inches, I believe, from being the wettest season on record. So the opposite of the dryness, the drought. And quite frankly, we've not really had a major tropical system that's moved through the area that's dumped 6, 8, 10 inches of rain that we can see from landfalling tropical systems.
So think about that. As dry as it is over a huge chunk of the West and now building into the central U.S., the Southeast and of Florida has been absolutely soaked. And, the Northeast is probably going to come out of drought before we end 2020. When you count the snow and the rain they're about to have with this next system on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, I mean, they're probably going to come out of drought. And that was getting to exceptional. You start depleting reservoirs in the Northeast with that population concentration, and that's a really big deal. Okay, they've always kind of come out of it recently, but there's a lot of people up there that depend on reservoirs and water. So you dry it out up there in an extreme level, and it's bad. So they got lucky. But they just literally, once we got into fall, boom, all of a sudden we just started erasing these droughts and starting getting some nice, tropical moisture into some of these systems that came north. So they lucked out, in my opinion.
It is actually good to see that there's been some rain and snow up there through the fall. I can tell you firsthand, it was a long,
it was also
dry summer at State College.
Right, and actually it was a beautiful fall, too. So they got the best of all worlds.
Right.
Jim, we're going to transition over, speaking of wildfires, to the west. So, again, another crazy year with the 2020 wildfire season. What are your thoughts on the wildfires going along the northwest Pacific coast, like Oregon and Northern California?
Yeah, I'm glad you actually asked that question, because a lot of times it's easy to just focus on California because they had so many acres burned, right? But it was Oregon. Was it Oregon, Washington, and Colorado had like their biggest fires in each of their states?
Yeah, I think you're right.
This year, in addition to what happened in California. So yeah, really, really, really severe season. Really dry, really hot. There was, again, monsoon didn't seem to show up in the Southwest at all. So that was certainly a player in that. But yeah, man, it's crazy. I mean, not only do you get dry and hot, but these normal seasonal rains like that, like the monsoon flow that comes in, just didn't even show up again this year. And that's just crazy. A lot of us haven't experienced that. Has it happened before? I don't know. They say that California used to have, really, really long droughts. And you can see that in the tree rings and things like that. But, the fact is a lot of people have moved into the wildland interface. And there's a lot of structures in there, people's livelihoods and things like that. But but here's the deal. Knowing that we know that, we have to build to our natural disaster. We have to do a much better job of building to our natural disaster. And frankly, in some places like Barrier Islands and maybe the deep woods of the West, we don't need to move there. Let's just leave that alone. Let's leave that to nature's preserve. There's plenty of other spots to live in.
And we've also seen just phenomenal weather with dealing with fires. Like I think there was a fire NATO out in California this season, and it's just
another
crazy.
One. Yeah, another one. Wasn't it the campfire that they had the EF3? Do you remember that? I can't remember which fire it was, but they literally had an EF3 tornado. It's the strongest tornado in California history, and they had what would have rated probably EF2, right?
Yeah.
With this one, yeah. So the strongest, isn't that amazing? The strongest tornadoes in California history have actually come from fire nados.
Wow.
Using the term pyro tornado at a conference I attended. Alex Hoon, one of the incident meteorologists out there, coined that.
Are they acknowledging that as the strongest tornado, or are they kind of putting an asterisk by that and just saying?
I'm not sure if they're calling that the strongest tornado, or whether they're had the asterisk like you said, but it certainly has been recognized as a fire generated tornado.
Right. I mean, well, there's video of it. You can see it on the radar signature. I mean, the damage.
Right.
Signified EF3 damage. I mean, I don't know what else you need, really.
I think that was the Loyalton one, right? Is that the Loyalton NATO? Fire NATO?
It was the one with the campfire, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, the camp one was the big one. That was the big one.
Right.
That was really wild. I'll say one other thing about the fires was seeing the difference in smoke. When you have your Diablo winds, your Santa Anas in California, the sagebrush, right? You have the white smoke that goes up with. Further north you went, it was more peaty. So there, just the fact that fires could burn in these wet environments was a feat of itself. but you could see the different, like the greenish colored smoke and the real dark gray. It was really gnarly on satellite. You know, it was wrapping out over the Pacific Ocean, and boy, that was intense to see.
Yeah, so you're right. Some of those satellite pictures and the type of pollution that they had in San Francisco for days and days and days. I got a nephew out there. He's just like, you can't even breathe. You don't even want to go outside. It was really bad. Even inside your home, you could smell the smoke. That's how bad it was. So, yeah, man, we need a break. We need a break.
Yeah, that's how I'll remember it. Is just day after day of smoke covering almost the entire western half of the country.
Yeah, you remember those pictures?
There. Yeah,
remember those pictures of San Francisco, like orange?
Right.
Just, I literally orange. That's all you can see is just
orange glow. You didn't really see sunlight. It was just an orange glow.
No, exactly. It's like felt like you're on another planet.
Everyone, thank you for watching this episode of the Carolina Weather Group. Stay tuned for part 2 with Jim Cantore coming soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Welcome to another episode, and tonight's going to be a fun episode. I'm going to go ahead and apologize. I hope I don't talk too much because we're combining weather and sports, and when we do that, it really makes me happy. Tonight we have on with us Sean Bratton and Mike Ventrisi from the Fantasy Football Weather Guys, and if you play fantasy football, you may have never thought about the weather element to it. And so tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk about the product and how you can follow along throughout the year so your fantasy football team is up to par and potentially beating the rest of your people who are not thinking about the weather. So we're happy to have Sean and Mike on with us tonight. And guys, we appreciate your time. We'll go ahead into the conversation since both of you guys are first-time guests with us. We always start off our questions like this. We want to know how you got kind of caught up into the weather bug, the weather story. So, Mike, what is your weather story? And then we'll let Sean tell his weather story.
Hey, thanks so much for having us, guys. This question always comes up, and it always starts off with, it's usually always the same answer, right? It's some kind of high impactful weather event that has just kind of brought us into the field. So I grew up on Long Island, New York as a kid, and ended up experiencing Hurricane Bob in 1991. So it knocked out our power. I'm like, what is going on outside? I originally wanted to be a veterinarian, and I would go home and watch the Weather Channel after that hurricane, just watching Cantore on there with during the season. And I realized I should probably change profession pathways and go into that meteorology just because of how nerdy I was, just kind of sitting out under an umbrella watching a thunderstorm. So, but it was Hurricane Bob that really got me into that passion, and that's pretty much why I ended up getting a PhD in tropical meteorology.
Yeah, so I didn't grow up too far from where Mike grew up. I grew up in New Milford, Connecticut, so it's in Litchfield County, Connecticut, and I actually still remember this day very vividly. I was in first grade, and we were on our, getting ready to pack up and go home, but they didn't let us because we had a tornado warning. So I was basically plastered my face to the window, looking at these ominous clouds and the rain. And I was just like in awe the entire time. Everyone else was scared. I was there up on the window wondering what the heck was going on. And we were actually kept after school for quite some time until the night, until things got cleared up. We did have a tornado touchdown near our school in Litchfield, Connecticut. So it was a really cool event. And then also the blizzard of 96 was a big high impact weather event that happened in early January of 96. That was a big event for me. I remember that. We had off school, and we had like 24 to 30 inches of snow. So it was a really cool event too. And then of course, I'm sure you hear this a lot, but the movie Twister came out, and that kind of sealed the deal for me after watching that.
We were talking off air, but we've done this show for a while, and it seems like that there's a common denominator there with Twister and how many people is brought into this industry because of the movie. Yep. Like us, we all have our other weather day jobs, and we kind of do Carolina Weather Group, for fun, and that's what you guys do with the Fantasy Football Weather Guys. Tell us about what you do in your daytime jobs. I know you guys are both connected in the weather industry as well.
Yeah, so I guess I'll start off. And so I work currently for the Weather Company, which is owned by IBM. When I started my career there, I dabbled with a lot of energy forecasting, pretty much providing weather information to folks who were trading natural gas futures and some of the utilities. But since IBM has stepped into the picture here, they have been transitioned into more of a I guess you could say an analyst. My title is a meteorological engineer, essentially, where my main goal in the company now is to make sure that our forecast offerings are the number one most skillful product out there. So it's been a lot more of data engineering, software engineering, and playing with Twitter on the side, pretty much. It's kind of how it's evolved.
For me, I'm actually I teach AP Physics at a school called Lane Tech here in Chicago. So I teach honors in AP Physics, and then I also teach at the College of DuPage. I teach some weather and climate courses there.
This is very cool. And so, Sean, that's something, weather, it seems like a lot of people are interested in, but you're actually teaching these kids. We'll get into fantasy football, but I find this really unique.
Yeah.
What is it like teaching kids weather? I mean, as something I know we all get to go out and do school talks, but you're actually maybe talking to high schoolers, college kids. Yep. What's the field like right now? I mean, is there a lot of interest in weather?
Yeah, so I have taught at the high school level and the college level. And in both of those cases, people are just kind of taking it as a gen ed, right, to take that credit. But one of the things that I found is the application of the content really goes a long way. So if you're going to sit there and just read off some slides, they're going to go to sleep. But really getting them involved with the weather, looking at current events, looking at maps. I had students typically do their own map discussions, run their own map discussions once we get into forecast mapping and all of that stuff. And they really seem to enjoy that. And there are a lot of students that have become avidly interested in weather as a result. I have a few people really interested in climate, some more in synoptics and in mesoscale meteorology. That's been really cool. We also do kind of like these little trips. The National Weather Service locally here will do balloon launches. And they'll kind of go and kind of experience that, which is a really cool experience for them. But it's really cool. I mean, really just it's a really cool science to bring to life because you experience it every day. And students really enjoy that aspect of actually being able to experience the weather, make your own forecast, and kind of making it come to life.
That's very true. Well, let's talk about fantasy football, weather. I told you guys before I play fantasy football, but never really put the concept together until I came across your product. So tell us how did you guys become about? I mean, how did this website blog? I know you guys do a podcast now. How did you guys come about putting the product together?
Yeah, we Sean and I have been talking about fantasy football and the weather component for a number of years. We've kind of gone back and forth and just saying, hey, did you see that snow game? Like Roethlisberger threw 4 interceptions. He was projected to be the number 1 quarterback of the week. What just happened there? It's been just kind of this informal thing for a while, and it's kind of evolved throughout the year, a couple of years now. We've been essentially, in a nutshell, Sean and I are probably the most competitive people you'd ever meet, and we need to be essentially we're competitive with everyone else. We're also really competitive with each other. So we want to try to find any edge that we can when essentially trying to optimize our lineups on a given week. And I think this is kind of how it spawned out, Sean. What would you say?
It's kind of funny because Mike and I first started listening to this fantasy football podcast, and we would be always going back and forth. And there's one thing that they always brought up, like, hey, you could become a part of our league of record, meaning you can join their fantasy football league. And these guys are big time. They're all over the place. Everyone knows them. That's in the fantasy football community, the fantasy footballers. And we were like, hey, I wonder what would it take for us to actually be able to be part of their league? And we were like, well, we're really in tune with the weather and what's going on week to week. Maybe we can trade our experience with weather and letting them know what the forecast is, and maybe they'll let us be in our league. And so Mike and I were actually kind of just pitching this idea, and we're like, wait, as Mike explained, we were thinking about all these events in which weather has played a major role, and we're like, we may have something here. And so last August, essentially, we were like, hey, let's do this. So Mike threw together a website. He's like, all right, we're going to meet at this time every week, do a forecast, and make projections for players. We had a data set we were able to work with at the time, and then we brought on our friend Colin, who's kind of our producer and behind the scenes guy, and our host, exactly. And he's been kind of doing stuff on the side, and it just kind of gained momentum during big weather impact games. We would get people on Twitter and asking us for advice and what was going on, and it's kind of built. And now we're at a point where we brought on Nick Schiraldi, who also has a PhD in meteorology, and he's working, on our quantitative statistical analysis package and user interface on our website to really kind of nail down those numbers, and as Mike mentioned, that kind of give you the edge. So, it's just a really cool thing that we kind of were like, hey, let's just try it out, see what happens, and it's kind of gained some momentum over the last year or two.
I just want to say one quick thing. All the fantasy football weather guys we just mentioned, we're all University of Albany alumni guys. So that's our deep root connection.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and share your website. Let's take a look at what you guys have created here. And I mean, this is pretty impressive because it looks like you guys have developed your own modeling within for the continental United States, what we call CONUS. And so you have U.S. winds and precip primarily for these, with the key, of course. And it looks pretty simple to understand for the average person, right? I mean, for lay terms, this will show a forecast. If we take like west wind, if we have games out west, I assume there's a little bit of a learning curve here, but who came up with this idea, and how does it help enhance your the experience for fantasy football if folks want to get plugged into the weather to maybe determine their outcomes?
Yeah, so when we were thinking about these to try to bring up some kind of weather maps here, the first thing we thought about is how do we identify where the stadiums are for people to see what type of weather impacts they could actually be. So essentially, wherever you see those circles with the X in the middle, that's essentially the location of a stadium that actually is predicted is in the upcoming week of games. So you can see here that the Titans there must have a game coming up here. So those stadiums will actually change each week depending on where the home game is. So if you see a little circle with a dot in the middle, that's actually a game where a home game that is usually has like a cover on it, so a dome or some kind of retractable roof, so weather won't be an impact there. But the way that we wanted to really get these maps to be helpful is when there are high weather impacted events, those circles will change colors. So you can see often when like an area of heavy precipitation or some stronger winds moves in, you'll see that circle turn to an orange, or even a red. So like the orange would represent there's a possibility of some impactful conditions from weather if there's a football game taking place during that hour forecast lead you're looking at. If it turns red, it means there's a high chance for some impacts.
If I were to pick east wind and go forward,
you can just go forward.
We would see, there's orange right there. So we're showing the folks out there, if you just hit forward on these buttons, you'll see these impacts in time. And I'm trying to see how far out these go. Do these go out?
Yeah. They'll go all the way to Sunday. I think recently, the most recent model run, 18Z on Sunday. We got right there. We got one in Miami. I think they're supposed to get some precipitation and maybe some wind. So I think it was on 0Z Monday or 18Z Sunday for this upcoming week. I think that's the only caution that we have for upcoming weeks. It's going to be a relatively quiet week this week, but
there it is right there. So it popped up. Looks like Tuesday evening. So it looks like that timeline got pushed back a little bit. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty neat how you've integrated weather into forecast impact for a specific area, and it could be anything. It could be anything going on for that area too. So football games in particular, but that's pretty neat. I really like that format. Now, tell us a little bit about the fantasy impact table.
Yeah, sure. So this is a table that will outline each set of games for the week. And to be honest, there's been so many changes with the schedule here because of all the impacts from COVID. But so we try to make sure this is up to date. And I think I did update this on Tuesday. So essentially, it'll show out the slate of games here, and it'll be in chronological order. There are a time and weather impact there. And you can see for the weather, if it says fair, this is the predicted weather for the time of the game. Then the impact will show none, right? If you have good conditions, there won't be any real impacts from weather. But if you do see certain criteria met in the wind or precipitation, that's where essentially you can see things like a caution, where essentially winds might be and precipitation might be like this marginal type of event where there's probably going to be some weather, but it doesn't look like it's going to really be a stunter or a significant impact on all the players in the game. But if you do see some criteria, let's say you have winds 20 miles per hour with heavy rain for the duration of the game, that's where you would see an extreme impact. And this table would update that This updates probably twice a day. So this is a way to kind of come back to the site and look at it.
And this kind of gives us a bird's eye view as to what to expect. So what we do is we use this as kind of a template, and then we'll expand on this during our podcast, and we'll let people know what players we're interested in, because we do have historical stats for specific players and also by position in general. And we can elaborate on, okay, we have, forecast at 18, 25 mile an hour winds, whatever it may be. Well, this player in windy conditions, this is how they perform statistically. So we kind of update them on the expectations based on the weather. We are in the process of updating this. Hopefully over the next several weeks. Again, our buddy Nick Giraldi is going to actually customize this by position and also possibly by players. So the ultimate thing is people want to know, how is my fantasy team going to be impacted? That's bottom line, right? So we're going to have fantasy point differentials based on those weather conditions that we're going to be adding to this table hopefully soon here.
And Sean, you were talking a little bit earlier. You guys actually are doing a lot of analytics and numbers, and you're talking about specific players who may see the effects. You're talking about Roethlisberger throwing 4 INTs in a snowstorm, or it could be Denver. It's an extremely windy day, so Drew Lock, the wind may affect his performance. So how do you guys talk to us a little bit about that? How you're breaking down how it's affecting individual players?
Yeah, I can lead on this one. So we have basically archived data that we're able to use that breaks it down basically almost every play for every game going back to 2009. So what we're able to do is look at those fantasy stats. So we have fantasy point projections for half-point PPR, full-point PPR, standard leagues, and we're able to look at how that player has performed statistically during those weather-like events. So, hey, how has this quarterback performed in 20 to 30 mile an hour winds? Okay, well, we see a decrease in fantasy points by 4, and they throw their TD or their touchdown interception ratio has changed X, Y, and Z amount. And then we also kind of have another stats package that we'll use based on weather conditions as well. So what we try to do is say, all right, our forecast is this for the weather. Let's look at the specific players and the positional players that we're interested in for that game and see if there's actually going to be an impact. Because quite frankly, for some players, like an Aaron Rodgers, maybe we don't see as much of an impact for them, so we're not going to be as concerned about that player. For other players like a Jared Goff or something like that, or Kirk Cousins, for example, who played in Seattle this week during rainy games, there's an impact there we've seen statistically. So we really got to kind of decipher. We just, we kind of do this by position, but even a little bit more specifically by player when appropriate.
That's really awesome. You guys have been doing this. Obviously, you started the website last year. When we're recording this, it's October 14th. So we're about week 5, I think, into the season, maybe week 6. I can't remember with COVID and all that stuff going on. But talk about how the fans, how have you guys, the outreach? I mean, have you got a lot of positive responses from fantasy football player or fantasy footballers? How's that went?
So I think our biggest interaction with folks right now is on our Twitter handle at FF Weather Guys, where it typically the interaction is most prevalent during weeks where there is predicted weather and the folks are aware of those impacts. Usually when you see like some of the mainstream media or sports channels talking about weather impacts, and usually I guess that as you get up into later in the season, as we know, winter storms.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Late fall storms can get more energy from the jet streams. That's where we typically see those larger weather impacts. And I think that's where the draws start to come in, especially when people are fighting for those playoff positions, right? They want to make sure that they don't make a mistake, and people start to get really meticulous with their lineups. And we're speaking more specifically on like these redraft leagues, essentially where you have like a draft at the beginning of the season, and you have your team throughout the year. So that's where we've seen the most interaction with regards to our fan base.
Yeah, and during those weeks, I mean, we'll broadcast on our Twitter feed like, "Hey guys, this is what we're forecasting. Here's the impacts," and people will reach out to us. They're like, "Hey, I'm deciding between playing this player and that player. What do you think?" And we'll say, "Hey, based on what we've seen in these weather conditions, this player has a discrepancy of this. You know, we would side with this guy." And so we've seen this for a variety of weather events. Most people think of the big rain or snowstorms. This also applies for high impact wind events as well. We had 1 week last year that we had 4 big wind events, whereas 25, 35 mile an hour winds, we saw considerable impacts.
Yeah. One of those games was the Kansas City Chiefs, And people who were starting Tyreek Hill and Patrick Mahomes, they were really intent on getting some of those deep bombs that just never happened. They didn't get any passes over 20 yards.
Yeah.
So you literally see these coaches' plans. They change their game plans essentially based off of some of these weather conditions.
Yeah, when it's bad enough. And even more recently, like Mike and I used this information. We were expecting rain for the Washington game for the Washington football team. And so we actually steered away from Terry McLaurin, and he only had 3 catches for 26 yards, I believe, on Sunday. So, which I mean, it wasn't wet for the entire game, but enough where it played an impact. So, yeah.
You mentioned mainstream media. You don't have to drop any names, but have you found maybe a few of those folks sliding into the DM saying, "Hey, what's the weather going to be like?" Everybody's always asking for fantasy football advice. Who should I start? Who should I sit? Have you ever had any messages from folks maybe on the TV that's asked for your opinion?
So I don't think we've had any essentially any folks reach out for start-sit decisions regarding that, but we have some interaction with some of the folks from Fantasy Pros and the Fantasy Footballers, and I think there was a couple of folks from Yahoo. It's Yahoo that are all involved in the industry that will kind of interact time to time with us on Twitter. I think last year, one of the guys from the Fantasy Footballers, Jason Moore.
Jason Moore, yep.
Yeah, he reached out. And it was literally a question about weather, and he's just like, "Is there any weather experts out there that would understand to know what the actual forecast is here?" Because it was during that time of year where it was really high impactful for the people watching for this particular game. And he did reach out to just put a general question. A lot of our fans CC'd him or tweeted at him with our handle, so we can kind of go in there and provide some information.
Hey guys, we touched on this a little bit with talking about individual position players and the impacts on them. I was wondering a little bit about the kicking and punting game. I mean, that seems to be an area of the game that could really be influenced by wind in particular, but also precipitation as well. What sense do you guys make of how important weather is on that aspect of the football game?
Yeah, that absolutely is. And a lot of this comes down, another message that we speak to is it really matters based on the stadium as well, how the winds are swirling around that stadium, how they're funneled in, and also the field type as well. Is this an AstroTurf? Is this a grass field? So those are all things that play in to how well a kicker can perform in weather conditions. We're in the works right now of gathering kicker data. So I don't want to say anything quantitatively as far as like from a statistical analysis standpoint, but observationally, we usually talk about games after we see them after the week, and we'll talk about kickers, and we definitely notice that higher winds going cross field or going against the kicker definitely have an impact for sure.
So guys, on any given Sunday, we can have a very diverse slate of weather across the U.S. Are there any particular locations across, anywhere that you guys forecast for that you find particularly challenging or frequently come up as a caution flag?
The most challenging weather for us is convection. It's a really anything in the Florida area, typically in the southeastern United States. This is something that we struggle with early season, late summer into early fall when convection's still blooming. And the high res models will pick up on this stuff. And, we're out 72 hours out. We're like, all right, it's looking like it's going to happen. And we literally have to update people like hourly on Sunday to be like, all right, guys, this is the recent model run. This is what we're expecting. Because, those are mesoscale features that are incredibly hard to predict for a 3 to 4 hour window of time during a ball game. But at the same time, those could be incredibly impactful because you got heavy rains and a lot of wind typically associated with those as well. So I would say those are the ones that we struggle with the most when there's any type of convection.
Yeah, those are the events that typically trip our algorithms in our fantasy impact table and some of our maps. If you look at those circles and when we change different colors, you'll see certain model runs show the impacts, and then all of a sudden they take them away because the models are having a hard time resolving the convective features. And sometimes they can sneak under the radar. I remember there was a game last year in Jacksonville where we had this strong northeasterly flow off the ocean that was just bringing these shallow convective cells across the stadium. And it was just like the popcorn variety, and it was just causing. You would hear we didn't talk about it much in the podcast that week because we the models didn't see it, And then all of a sudden, they'd be raining on and off during the game, and Sean was sending us messages. Do you see this rain that's going? It's the announcers are talking about it. We missed this. Like, I'm like, oh my God. The joys of forecasting Florida weather.
I can only imagine your models. Is it like a blended run? Is it like a high resolution, like her 3 kilometer going into the NAM 3 and 12, then to the GFS out to the 7-day? Do you layer it in that manner? That way you get the higher resolution or the RAP in the first couple of days?
So this is something that we're still working on. And right now, as we were kind of spinning up things here, we've been relying mainly on GFS data at first, but we are shifting over to leverage the national weather blend of models from the National Weather Service. So we are going to be shifting over to that because obviously those are the guys that are paying attention more to each location and try to be as skillful as possible. And then we can take that information and convert it into the impact, or how that impacts the specific players. So it takes some of the burden off of us in the forecasting world and allows us to focus on that impact piece.
And then we can also elaborate on that. I mean, because we may use that from the National Weather Service, but obviously we have access to the different high resolution models. And again, that's something that we typically expand on during our podcast. And there may be some games that don't even come up as a caution on our table necessarily because they may not meet a certain threshold. But for us, just observationally, we know these are things that we need to monitor. So we'll mention them during our podcast or on Twitter.
You're talking about Southeast convection. I would also imagine maybe lake effect snow, Buffalo, Chicago, Cleveland, Green Bay, all locations that could see that, where one side of town could get 6 feet and the other side could get like 2 inches,
Getting back to your social media outreach and your fans, the football fans in general, and how you integrate, how you kind of mesh with everything. How do your fans respond to your products, right? Because it looks like you do everything kind of for free. You're sort of providing that kind of service. And do you find that a lot of fans are really into what you do and share it out, and you get a lot of good response and positive feedback out of it? Or how does all that work? How do you get your how do you know how you're doing overall?
Yeah, no, we always appreciate the feedback. We'll have some people that'll reach out like, oh, I really wish I knew this, or I really wish you approached it this way or offered this kind of information. And again, that's kind of how we're working in developing our webpage and our user interface. So most people have been really constructive and just really helpful and really nice, which is not always the case in the weather world, as we know. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, it's been a really good experience. We used to even do a photo contest where people would, obviously not the case now, at least for most stadiums, but if you were at a game where there was weather, take a picture for us and, we'll put it on our website or show it during our podcast. And people seem to appreciate that as well.
Yeah, on our website, we do have something called a mailbag where some folks can come in and write us a question, and we can essentially take that feedback and discuss it and respond back. So that's something that's also an option on the website.
Yeah, I think it's this right here. So you can put your message in and submit. And then there was also what you talked about with this weekly weather blog, then the photo contest. So it's like, you give folks an incentive to sort of be more of a part of the website, which I think is great because you're allowing them to interact with you in your domain, which is awesome. So
well, talking about the product, we'll start to wrap up here. How can we find you? What's the social media platform of choice? I don't know if you guys do Facebook. I know you do Twitter, but tell us about social media. I know you guys do podcasts, blogs. I even think you might be dabbling into doing some live game updates. Am I correct with that?
Yes. Yeah. So we've been moving onto the Twitch platform. So if you twitch.tv/FF Weather Guys, that's essentially we have our show usually on Thursday or Fridays. We try to do it around 8 p.m. And then when there are high impact weather events on a Sunday, we'll get up on Twitch again and have a Sunday show usually around 11 a.m. That's one source where we've been kind of more interactive with folks.
Well, guys, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. Make sure if you're a fantasy football player, go check out these guys. Fantasy Football Weather Guys. Google them. You can find the Twitter account, website, all of that good info. And make sure that you tune into the blog and the podcast, as well as the live broadcast there on Twitch on Sunday morning. So until then, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you next time here on the Carolina Weather. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we're going to be talking about winter weather. It's getting cold outside, and eventually we're going to be talking about some of those wintry precipitation events that likes to kind of rear its head here in the southeast, here, especially in the Carolinas in the wintertime. So with us tonight is Trish Palmer. She is the coordinating meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, and if you've watched our show any, you probably remember Trish, but if you haven't, Trish, welcome back. I know recently you got a promotion there in the office to the WCM. So before we kind of get into winter weather, tell us about that position. It's I know it's kind of different from going from the forecast desk to doing a lot of more things, kind of juggling in the air with the new job promotion.
Sure, and thank you guys for having me on again. As the warning coordination meteorologist, my job is that I'm now the primary liaison with our external partners, and that means the TV meteorologists, emergency managers, you guys out there in the other parts of media world. I'm also in charge of all of our outreach and preparedness programs. So when you hear about Severe Weather Awareness Week or Winter Weather Preparedness Week or whatever it might be, I'm the one that has to coordinate all of those different issues. And I work very closely with our surrounding offices. As part of the transition, I'm no longer actually in the shift rotation, but I still cover shifts because I'm still a meteorologist. And I have not lost my love for the geeky part of meteorology. I absolutely love it. That's why I got into this. But now with the promotion and my title as the warning coordination meteorologist, getting to work with the partners and establish those relationships and working with the media and helping to bridge the gap between what we do in the weather service and what you guys and the TV meteorologists do in taking the message to the public. It's the whole weather enterprise needs to work together really well in order to effect the proper response from the public. And I really enjoy being that liaison and working with all these different facets of the weather enterprise.
Forecasting is a big deal, but communicating is another big deal. And you about put half and half now these days with the various ways that we can communicate. And one of those ways that we really want to communicate is winter weather. And it's one that we don't get a lot of storms here in the Carolinas, but when we do, they're pretty impactful. So, Trish, talking about the winter weather products, we kind of start with a winter storm watch, and then it kind of builds from there. Talk to us about these different products and what each product, the criteria is for each of those.
Okay, so for a watch, just like any other watch that we might issue, a severe thunderstorm watch, a tornado watch, tropical storm watch is what we had this year as well. A watch means that conditions are favorable for these hazardous weather types to occur, and you need to have a plan in place. You need to be thinking about what you would do or where you would go if that weather event were to impact you. So a watch is basically, we're keeping an eye to the sky, we're watching the weather. Again, have a plan, make sure you're prepared for whatever happens. So in the case of winter weather, we like to issue a watch anywhere from 36 to 48 hours in advance of the onset of wintry precipitation. And the watch timing with that, we're really looking at about a 50% confidence level, that we're 50% confident that this hazardous weather will occur. As we get closer to the event, we can transition the watch to a warning or an advisory. And the difference there is that with the warning, we're looking at 80% confidence that hazardous winter weather will occur. And with an advisory, it's still 80% confidence, but it's more like nuisance winter weather. So the difference would be if you consider snow. Right now, for the Piedmont of the Carolinas, our criterion for winter storm warnings for snow is 3 inches. So if it's below that, that would be more of a nuisance event, which would warrant an advisory. And if it's 3 inches or above, you'd get a warning. Now, we do have flexibility with our forecasters because we all know that, say, 2 inches of snow in Charlotte at 2 o'clock Sunday morning is very different from 2 inches of snow in Charlotte at 7 o'clock Monday morning, right? So we are able to take the societal impacts into account when we're issuing those warnings. So for 2 inches of snow at 2 o'clock Sunday morning, probably an advisory. 2 inches of snow at 7 o'clock Monday morning, you're talking about rush hour, school buses, that's where we would have that flexibility to go ahead and issue a warning, even though the objective, the number criteria isn't quite met. So we have that flexibility there. We have different criteria for sleet and freezing rain too. For a warning for sleet, we're looking at 1/2 inch. For freezing rain for a warning, we're looking at 1/4 inch. But again, there's a little bit of flexibility there depending on the impacts that we might be experiencing.
And so, Trish, one thing is an advisory really isn't a step down. It's still impactful. It just, the accumulations are different than what a warning is. And, you know, some folks may see advisory as, it'll be okay, when in fact it's still going to be impactful to people.
Right, especially when you're talking bridges and overpasses. You could still have dangerous areas on the roads, dangerous travel conditions, even with an advisory. Again, going from a watch to either a warning or an advisory, we're going from 50% confidence to 80% confidence. So we're confident that something is going to happen. It's just the scale of whatever that is. So we don't want people to just take advisories lightly. You still have to be prepared, and you still have to take precautions. It's just that we're talking the chances of, say, like widespread power outages and stuff like that would be much less with an advisory type situation than with a warning situation.
Right, and Tricia, one of the things that sticks out that I wanted to reinforce is that the criteria for this is it's tailored to each area in your forecast area. Like, for example, the impacts and the impacts are what matters most. So, you know, what would be most impactful for Asheville is different than what would be impactful for Charlotte and Greer. So obviously, you're going to have different criteria for those areas, that's what matters, and that's the thing you need to be thinking about is whether you get this lower level advisory but still important, or the higher level warning, which is even more important, that would be issued for your area.
Right, exactly. And we all know that the mountains get more snow than the Piedmont does, right? So our criteria for the mountains for snow is 4 inches, whereas the Piedmont gets 3 inches. And the further north you go, the higher that gets. You go for places like New York, you're looking at 6 or 7 inches, maybe even 8 inches before they get to a warning, because they know how to handle it, they have the resources. The impact isn't as great up there as it is down here. Again, just partially based on climatology.
Right. And something else to think about if you're traveling outside this area is that criteria will be different elsewhere. If you go into Raleigh, if you go to Philadelphia, if you go to Chicago, those criteria are going to be different still. Think about the level of impact when you hear about these advisories or warnings being issued. It indicates how serious the event's going to be.
Right, and we have the exact opposite in the summer. You know, down here we can handle the heat a little bit better than people can up north. So if somebody down here may go up north in the summer and it's a heat advisory, whereas down here we're expecting heat indices of 105 for a heat advisories, but up north it might be more like 95 or 100. And, you know, we Southerners are like, what, I can't handle 100 degrees? But it's different. It's based on climatology and what your body is acclimated to.
Trish, the National Weather Service also issues wind products year-round, but during the wintertime, it gets especially breezy across the western half of the Carolinas, and specifically in NWS GSP's forecasting area. That's maybe not a winter weather type that most people think about, but it can definitely drive wind chills down and cause widespread power outages. So can you talk a little bit about the criteria for wind products in general?
Sure. Well, we've got the wind aspect, and we've got the wind chill aspect. And then, of course, we have the winter weather aspect. So when we have a winter event, lots of times we roll them all into one product rather than issuing a whole bunch of different products, because as you guys are probably aware, a wind product is handled by one set of products. It's called a non-precipitation warning, whereas the winter storm and wind chill products are handled by the winter storm products. So it can get very confusing. So we often wrap these in together. And so we can sometimes tweak our criteria to make it match what the weather is looking like. And again, just to make more sense to the residents across the Western Carolinas and Northeast Georgia. So for example, when we issue a high wind warning, that's when we're expecting frequent gusts over 50 knots or 58 miles per hour. That's not uncommon in the northern mountains in the middle of the winter, because we have the jet stream coming down. We've got some really tight pressure gradients that set up often, And anybody who's watched the weather at Grandfather Mountain knows it can get very, very, very windy up there. So you'll see those products a lot. The step down from there is a wind advisory. And that's really when we're expecting winds, 30 to 39 miles per hour with frequent gusts over 40 to 45 miles per hour. Again, we have the flexibility to adjust that. It's been kind of a wet season, so maybe we might issue a wind advisory at wind speeds just a little bit lower. We also know that once we get to wind speeds that are over 35 miles per hour, school buses have a real hard time driving in that. So we're trying to line up our products a little bit more with what the schools are needing from us. And that's part of the communication between us and those decision makers. So they let us know what they need. And we tell them what the weather is going to be. And sometimes it's just easier for us to issue a product based on those more widespread impacts. So when we take the wind and the temperatures into account, then we get the wind chills on top of that too, right? So once we're looking at wind chills below 0 Fahrenheit, that's when we're going to start looking at wind chill advisories, wind chill warnings. Again, it's going to be a little bit lower in the mountains than it would be in the Piedmont. But again, we're not going to, during a winter weather event, we're not going to issue a winter storm warning for 4 inches of snow and then a separate product for -5 wind chills and then a separate product for 40 mile per hour winds. We're going to all roll them into one product and then just outline it there in the text.
And so, Trish, one more thing, and we'll kind of transition out of the warnings. There is a few more that we've not talked about. That's the ice storm warning, and we've had those occasionally here in the Carolinas. Can you tell us a little bit about that product?
Okay, well, again, gets kind of complicated with all these different types of products. But we have a winter storm warning and we have an ice storm warning. The difference is that a winter storm warning is considered, either a mix or a mostly sleet or snow event, whereas an ice storm warning is mostly freezing rain. The difference is, again, in the impacts. When we have snow, we don't have quite as many widespread power outages as we might with a freezing rain event, because the freezing rain is accumulating on the power lines, whereas snow doesn't always accumulate on the power lines. The difference is, like if we could look back to December of 2018, that was pretty kind of an earlier snow event. So there were still some leaves on the trees that hadn't fallen off. And so we had more widespread and prolonged power outages just because, the leaves were brown, but they hadn't all fallen off. So there are some, again, impact-based issues that we're dealing with there. But freezing rain can often be a bigger hazard for travel than snow can, because if we can get the roads treated for snow, lots of times the road crews can keep up with it. But ice is a totally different beast, because you've got the power lines, you've got the tree issues, you've got bridges and overpasses. Sometimes you can't even walk. Whereas with snow, you get a little bit of traction just based on the snow itself. So ice storms are a slightly different beast. And we're happy we haven't had a big one in a while.
NOAA released their winter weather outlook not too long ago. And it all it takes everything into consideration, the La Nina state that we're in currently, as well as other factors throughout the year. Can you tell us a little bit about that outlook and how it might impact the Carolinas?
Well, the outlook, like you said, it takes a lot of big picture seasonal things into effect. And the outlook is developed by another branch of the National Weather Service called the Climate Prediction Center. And these are folks who are climatologists by training. They have a lot of experience in seasonal forecasting, and they look at all of this stuff and they...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Now for us, partially because we're looking at a La Nina year, we're looking at more likely we're going to have above average temperatures through the winter season and below average precipitation. Now, I want to be clear that that doesn't mean we're not going to get any big events. If anybody remembers back in 2011, January of 2011, I mean, here at GSP, we had 6.5 inches that year, and that was a strong La Nina year. So it doesn't mean we're not going to get any big events. We actually had somebody call the office and said, well, we're going into a La Nina winter. Does that mean we're not going to have any flooding? No, that doesn't mean that at all. It just means on a seasonal basis, the average temperatures will likely be above normal, and the average precipitation will likely be below normal. But here on the local level, we look out 7 days, and we're forecasting for these high impact weather events. And we're going to issue watches and warnings no matter what the seasonal outlook is, because you could still have an extreme event any time of year.
Very important to consider when we live in the South here that one snowstorm can bring you double your normal snowfall in a year. So even though on average we're likely to see a warm and dry winter, it only takes a 1 week long cold pattern to give you above normal snowfall. So keep that in mind, because what's normal is actually not much. So you can actually get a lot well above normal snowfall for a year just because you got one big snowstorm.
Yep. And it's really important for your viewers, your listeners, to understand that they need to be prepared for all types of high impact weather. Don't take a seasonal outlook of, above normal temperatures, below normal precipitation, and say, I can let my guard down. No. You always need to have an emergency kit ready. You always need to be prepared.
And so, Trish, talking about that, the forecast, it seems like, with tropics, we get a little sector of that. But with winter weather, we get a bigger sector, seeing these fantasy weathercasts that go out 10, 15 days in advance and kind of show these big monster winter storms developing. But honestly, tell us how hard it is to forecast winter weather here, and how those Fantasyland storms that some people like to post, hardly ever verify.
You can find a model run that'll say basically anything you want it to say. And what's the saying that even a broken clock is right twice a day, or even a blind squirrel catches a nut every now and then. So there may be some extreme forecasts out there, and maybe somebody gets lucky and it gets right. But the important thing is for people to rely on trusted sources of weather information. So don't just look at one social media post from Joe Blow out there. Talk to your, you guys have a huge Twitter following, and you guys have reliable sources that you tweet and retweet, whether it's your local favorite TV meteorologist or us here at the National Weather Service. It's really important that people rely on trusted sources of information. And in the end, when it comes to watches and warnings, we in the National Weather Service are congressionally mandated to issue those products. And then we rely on you guys on the media side of things, whether it's TV media or internet media or whatever, to get the word out there to the public. I mean, some people will get it through our website. But our interface is more working with the media and emergency managers. So we really rely on you guys to be the go-between between us and the public. So again, we're the ones that are issuing the watches and warnings, but often it's you guys in the media that are communicating that to the public. So that back and forth interaction is really important. And when it comes down to some random social media post with some random forecast, anybody can be right every once in a while. And a lot of that is just clickbait. They want people to click on them to get likes or followers or whatever. And there's really no point in scaring people with crazy forecasts all the time. Again, go to your reliable, trusted sources of weather information.
Absolutely. Know your meteorologist. If you're finding weather information from someone you don't know who is actually posting it, it's some anonymous type of weather site, you may want to take that with a grain of salt. Exactly. If it's the National Weather Service, a company like the Weather Channel or AccuWeather, or a local meteorologist, those are the ones you can trust, especially if you're hearing the same or similar message from all of them.
Trish, we were talking about that. Obviously, winter weather gets everyone excited. But there's also some aspects here in the Southeast where we could see severe weather in the wintertime. We have seen, severe weather aspects. And even when you mention La Nina, you in the back of your mind, late winter, early spring, you think of potential of an active fire season. So there's other things that we're looking at in the wintertime besides snow, sleet, freezing rain, and high winds.
Yes. We live in a very active portion of the country. We don't really get a break here. There's not really much of a down season. Sometimes October, early November can be kind of quiet. It's actually kind of quiet out there this week. But certainly recently it hasn't been. We've had a lot of rain and some big flooding events. So there's always something that could be happening. So like you said, winter, we're going into winter weather. That doesn't mean that there's not going to be tornadoes at some point. February 6th of last year, we had a pretty big event back then, or this past year. We had tornadoes back in January of 2020. So tornadoes can happen any time of year. And again, that's why people need to be watching the forecast, be prepared for anything. And you mentioned fire weather. We've been lucky in the fire weather aspect, and that we haven't had much of a fire weather season in the past few years. It's been 2016 since we've had a really big one, and that was a bad one. So, to avoid fire weather, we've got to have a lot of water, right? So you get 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But that is certainly an issue before the leaves start greening up, the big spring green up. As we get into late winter, we still got leaves on the ground. It's not quite as wet anymore. We still got some big wind systems that are coming in that'll continue to dry us out. So yeah, fire weather in the early part of the spring is a big issue. This time of year also, in the late fall, it's also a big issue because all the leaves are falling down. So it's also always important to be monitoring fire weather conditions as well, especially if you need to do some outdoor burning. Check with your local officials to find out if there's a burn ban. Please do not burn a brush pile without checking the forecast. I have personal experience with this. A few years ago, our neighbors did not check the forecast and went to burn a brush pile. And they left, there was one guy there with a tractor to watch it, and it got out of control. And we noticed more and more smoke. We all happened to be home that day. There was more and more smoke coming by our windows. Our baby girl was up taking a nap. And so my husband goes, he looks, and there's a fire in our yard. So we actually had to call 911, and there were 2 different units that had to come out. We had a 2-alarm brush fire around our house. And then they're first concentrating on a propane tank. And, in the heat of the moment, you don't think about it. But looking back, if I had realized that if I had put the 2 and 2 together, fire, propane tank, I would have completely panicked. In that case, they got the fire out, but it could have been a devastating situation because our mulch was on fire. It was very scary. Our little boy was terrified. The little baby slept through it all, but you've just got to be careful. You've got to watch what you're doing and pay attention to the forecast.
So Trish, what are some of the sensible safety precautions that the public can take? We talk about putting together a kit so that you can be prepared, but what would go into that and really tailored towards winter weather?
Well, it'll depend on what you're doing and what you need to be doing and your life situation. So if you're at home and we have a winter storm warning and you don't need to be anywhere, and hopefully not, you're going to want to have your standard a gallon of water per person per day in case you lose power and can't get water, especially if you're on a well. You're going to want to have any medications. You're going to want to have non-perishable foods, and make sure you have a manual can opener for any cans that you have. You're going to want to have extra blankets and stuff nearby. If you're using something like a kerosene heater or something, or propane gas fireplace or something like that, you need to be aware of carbon monoxide issues. And always have a way to vent the carbon monoxide out. And if you've got the best thing is to have a carbon monoxide detector in your house, because that is truly a silent killer. Because people go to sleep and they never wake up. They have no idea, they don't know what happened. So again, have a way to stay warm, have a way to stay fed, and have plenty of water. If you have babies, make sure you have plenty of baby supplies with you. Again, your medications. If you need oxygen or something like that, maybe you need to have some extra supplies with you there. If you have pets, that's another thing. You need to have a way for your pets to have water and food and maybe bring them inside. Or if you have like farm pets, make sure that they're taken care of. If you need to be out on the road for any reason, if you must be out on the road, we've got a lot of first responders that have to be out on the road. Make sure you have a bag of kitty litter or ice melt or something like that in your vehicle. Make sure you have an ice scraper. Make sure you have a blanket in case you get stuck. Make sure you have some food and some water. Make sure you have a snow shovel maybe even. So there's a lot of different things that you can have with you to help you should the worst case situation arise.
And it's important to do that in advance.
Yes.
Like for example, current times when the weather's relatively quiet, advanced planning is the key to being ready when things happen, be them a weather disaster or something else. Get ready in advance. That way, for one thing, you can actually secure the supplies. They might be in short supply when we're close to an event and something bad's going to happen, a big snowstorm or whatever. Be ready in advance. And ready.gov is a good place to go and look for other tips for not just weather emergencies, but also other kinds of disasters too, earthquakes and so forth.
Exactly. And always have your phones charged up. Always have these charged. Even if the cell phone networks get clogged up, often text will still work. So if something were to happen and you get stranded, maybe you don't have a cell phone signal, you might be able to still send a text to a family member or something like that and ask them to ask for help for you. But always have your phones charged up. That's a big one too. Especially going into a big event, just keep it plugged in overnight and just have it there. There are lots of like manual battery chargers that you can get. You can get crank chargers, crank radios, and stuff like that. So there's lots of different options out there.
Well, Trish, speaking of winter weather, we'll kind of close with this. For those folks who live in Western North Carolina, upstate South Carolina, and far northeast Georgia, how can they follow you guys? What's the best way for our followers and listeners to get information from the Weather Service there with winter weather coming up? I know your website, you've got social media. What's the different outlets they can check out?
Well, like you said, our website, weather.gov/GSP for Greenville, Spartanburg, weather.gov/GSP. That's going to have all of our latest information, the most official information. We do have Facebook and Twitter at NWSGSP. Facebook and Twitter, social media is not an official source of warning information, okay? Because sometimes that can go down. Sometimes our meteorologists get overwhelmed, and we can't always keep some of that updated. A lot of that auto posts. The other thing is that Facebook algorithms sometimes don't always show you the most recent posts. So we have stopped posting warning information on Facebook because we've had a lot of complaints from people getting old warning information instead of new warning information. So we'll use Facebook more to post precautionary and preparedness activities and actions. And we might use Twitter more for the actual warnings and advisories, those kinds of real-time, what's going on right now situations. We love to get reports from people. We don't know what's happening basically anywhere except outside our office. And we have these little bitty windows. We can't see very far. So it's really important for people to tell us what's going on out there. And that's not just winter. That's all year round. If you see a tree that comes down, let us know. If there's a thunderstorm out there and it's causing, there's flooding on your road, let us know, because we don't always know what's going on at the ground. So get out there with a ruler, take a picture of the ruler. Those are the best. If you can take a picture of the ruler in the snow and then tweet it to us at NWSGSP, or if you go to our website, there are places that you can report your weather there. We really, really, really appreciate that information, because that helps us to understand what's going on out there so that we can then adjust our thresholds.
That's all good information. Trish, we certainly appreciate you joining us, and fingers crossed. I know I like winter weather. I believe you like winter weather. I know Evan loves winter weather. Frank, I know you've had your winter weather in Pennsylvania, so you might want a little bit of a break. But
yeah, I'll take this La Nina winter. Hopefully it's at least 60 degrees every day for now through March. I'll be fine with that.
But for the rest of us who are wanting winter weather, we hope that we'll get some. And Trish, we thank you and your crew down at GSP for all you do. I know it's been a very busy year, and maybe we can get one or two winter weather events and then let you guys get a little bit of a break.
Maybe we can. And we really appreciate you guys, because like I said earlier, we really rely on you guys in the media, whatever type of media it is, whether it's television or social media or podcasts and videocasts and all of this stuff. Again, we rely on you guys to be the go-between between us and the public. And we appreciate the efforts that you guys make to help in that regard.
We're honored to do it and honored to help you all out any way we can. And we thank you guys, our followers. Give us a like on this podcast. Let us know if you found this information valuable to you. And be sure to follow GSP on Facebook and Twitter, and let them know what you are seeing this winter season. So for everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, hope you have a great evening, and we will talk to you soon.
And good evening from a very warm Charlotte. Happy Wednesday to you. It is March the 11th, 2020. I am James Brierton. It is Severe Weather Awareness Week carrying on here in the Carolinas. Last week, it was Severe Weather Awareness Week in North Carolina with a tornado drill on Wednesday. and we were lucky enough to bring you some special snippets from our friends at WCNC Charlotte. Well, joining us again this week as Severe Weather Awareness Week continues in South Carolina is Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich, back from WCNC. Brad, thanks for taking the time out again for us. So you got an opportunity last week, Brad, to go visit the Insurance Institute in Chester County, South Carolina. The rest of our audience is going to get familiar with it if they're not already, with a rerun of our 2019 interview. But tell us a little bit about what you saw down there at this great facility they've got.
The interesting thing was how they test roofs in particular for hail. The standard test for hail was actually done with just a steel ball that dropped on a horizontal surface, roof surface. Well, what they did is they try to recreate actual hailstones, how they are in nature. And so what they've done, they've gone out and done field studies where they try to measure hailstones in the wild, if you will, to get a more accurate measurement of their density. And then they shoot them out at speeds that are more similar to what you see in a strong storm. Because what happens in most hail events is the hail is wind driven. It doesn't just fall. It's being blown by 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds. And so they test roof structures in particular, metal, asphalt shingles, plywood, just to see how they withstand it. And then they can rate these shingles so that you have, like, as a consumer, a better idea of what you're getting into when you're going to put these on your roof. And it also helps the insurance industry kind of understand, like, what kind of damage certain type hail can cause to your building.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that roof, because you just put a brand new roof on your home about a week before that EF1 tornado came through Charlotte. Did you get some ideas from the Insurance Institute?
Yeah, so last year I went down there for one of their tests where they were taking a roof and they were submitting it to a hurricane, basically. What they did is they took wind and rain and they blew it at a home that had half the roof using what's called the fortified roofing system, and the other half a typical roofing system. So what they did is for several hours, I think the test went on for 8, 10, 12 hours, which is typical for hurricane winds. They're going to last a long time. The winds went up and down and they blew rain. And so they wanted to see how much water intrusion they would get through the normal roof versus the fortified roof. And when I saw that demonstration, and at the end of last year, my roof needed to be replaced, I said, you know what? I'm doing that fortified roofing system. So every contractor who bidded on my house, I basically said, hey, I want this fortified roof. And a lot of them had never heard of it. So I had a PDF that they actually can print out on their website, disastersafety.org. And I gave it to my roofers. And I'm like, okay, we can do that. And basically what they do is they tape the seams of the plywood, or in my case, the roofer decided just to put ice and water shield on the entire roof. They also use underlayment that's synthetic with caps. Cap nails instead of just regular nails or staples. And then they use double shank nails, which don't pop out when the wind rips on them. And the reason you do this is in a big storm, shingles are going to fail. But with this fortified roofing system, if water gets underneath the shingles, you have the layers of protection that will keep the rain out of your house. That's the goal, is you don't want water getting into your house to cause further damage if the roof gets damaged. So I had just got my roof replaced a week before the tornado came through my backyard. I lost 15 trees in my yard, and we only ended up losing 10 cap shingles, which are the shingles on the peak. Those are weaker shingles, and the nails held. The shingle was actually ripped off the roof. The nails did not pop out, and because I had that ice and water shield underneath, it actually kept the rain out of my house. So my roof held up pretty well. Considering I had a 71 mile an hour wind gust, I was pretty impressed on how well it did.
And our viewers right now on our Facebook and our Periscope and our YouTube feed are looking at pictures from your neighborhood from February the 6th. What have you seen in your neighborhood in terms of neighbors helping neighbors over the past month?
You know, that event is going to be crazy. It was by far the worst weather event in my neighborhood. And, you know, it seems now after the Nashville tornado, it doesn't seem nearly as bad because most of the homes escaped with minimal damage. Most of the damage in our neighborhood was all trees. And obviously, so those trees came down and did cause quite a bit roof damage. We had, I think, 50 or 60 roofs damaged. And you really didn't notice until the following days when you started to see the blue tarps go up everywhere. And we had one house that was heavily damaged because a tree fell through their kitchen in the back of their house. But what's amazing is that here we are, you know, over a month removed. James, there are still tree guys all over my neighborhoods. There's still the sound of roofers nailing stuff. I still hear chainsaws and chippers and fences being put up. So it's a long process. It is still going to be a while. And these trees, there was just so many of them down that there's just wood everywhere. There's tons of firewood in my neighborhood, and trees still stacked up all over the place. So I really, the thing that struck me most about that storm is how long it's taking for the cleanup process to be completed.
And to remind folks, this is the same line that came through South Charlotte, starting over in that Pineville area, through South Charlotte, and ended up in Matthews, where we showed you some pictures here on the Carolina Weather Group. But Brad, I'm wondering, this is obviously really close to home for you and your neighbors. The next time we get into a weather awareness day, do you think the perception's a little bit different now for so many people who've came so close to this?
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, for this event, people did a pretty good job. There was some schools that didn't evacuate their students, but in general, I think it was a pretty good success story considering we had an EF1 tornado go through the heart of South Charlotte and no injuries or deaths is pretty amazing. I hope that it serves as a wake-up call for a lot of people just to have a plan. I mean, that's the thing I preach all the time. It's like the warning times, I wish they were longer, but the average national warning time, lead time for a tornado is like 12 minutes. And we were about 16 minutes with those tornadoes back on the 6th. That's if you get the warning right at the beginning. What happens if you don't get the warning until halfway through or three-quarters full of the way through? You only get like 5-10 minutes. And that's not the time to look at each other and go, where do we go? A lot of people, especially in businesses and structures they weren't familiar with, had no idea where to go. Or didn't know what a tornado safety protocol is. So that's one of the things I think going forward I'm going to work on is try to educate people on getting that plan together. But I think you're right. I think people are going to take these more seriously. Used to have a saying all the time at the coast when I did hurricane coverage, but people's level of preparedness is only as good as their memory of the last disaster. And it's just human nature. If people are going to remember this tornado and the next one, they're going to take it much more seriously because they have that recent memory of this event.
And we unfortunately had another incident last week in Nashville that will be on a lot of people's mind with a deadly late-night, overnight tornadic event that came on through, playing out right in the middle of what was North Carolina's severe weather preparedness week. So for Brad, anyone who may have missed some of the material that went out last week, what are some of the items that you would recommend that people have on hand to be informed and be prepared?
The most important thing, first and foremost, is have at least 3 ways to get a warning. And I mean 3 minimum. That would include watching us on WCNC. That would include weather apps, text alerts, social media, radio, a weather alert radio. Have at least 3. And the reason I say that is because often in these cases, 1 or 2 of those might fail. So you need some redundancy. So first and foremost, think about, do I have 3 ways to get a warning? And the WCNC Charlotte weather app is great. Our news app is great. Text alerts are awesome. The WIA, which is a wireless emergency alerts, are great. But also, Twitter notifications from me is pretty good. I have a lot of people that actually have done that. And I'm kind of shocked how many people actually do that. They have my notifications turned on when they think there's going to be severe weather. And I push out all our tornado warnings. The next thing is to have a plan. So once you get the alert, you got to know what to do. So whether it's your home, your business, your school, or your place of worship, you need to know where to go for severe weather safety in all of those structures. So think about it when you're at work or school the next couple of days. Where would I go in this building? And it's got to be an interior room